This young man was stunned when suddenly pulled to a strange place, and then a message suddenly appeared before him. 10,000 saviors have all arrived. Almost all of the 9,999 saviors are cultivators, with only Somak Key as an ordinary person. The system continues to notify that login has been activated. First day login, reward of 1,000-year-old beast power. Second day login, reward of combat experience in the Divine Warrior Special Realm. You just pressed the claim reward button for today, and immediately, Somak received a notification. Day 1 login reward is the power of 1,000-year-old beast. The reward has been granted. Please check, owner. As such, the power surged through Somak's entire body. At the same time, in the real world, those walking on the street heard a strange sound in their ears with the following content. The invasion of the alien world has been detected. The secret realm is about to be activated. A total of 10,000 cultivators have gained the identity of the savior and are fighting in the secret realm against invading demon beasts. The secret realm will be broadcast live worldwide and will be linked to the fate of humanity across the globe. If the savior's experiment fails, in 365 days, the gods of the other world will try again, and human civilization will be destroyed. Everyone looks very confused. Where is that sound coming from? Can you hear it? I also hear it. Strange. My phone automatically downloaded an app called Manhwa Recap. The live stream channel screen appears, welcoming you to the Baikan live broadcast. The hidden realm is an intermediary zone between the real world and the supernatural world. Ancient cultivators built it as a defensive position on Earth to resist invasions from other worlds. Because the savior achieves victory in the secret realm, Earth will restore its spiritual energy and enter an era of universal cultivation. Everyone will have the chance to attain a long life and great power. Hello everyone, I am VTuber, a super energy being, the fictional host, Lily Tuong. It's a great honor to be invited as the host of the Baikan livestream TV show. Please support me a lot in the coming time. My 2 wise companions are from one of the 4 great immortal sects, the 6th elder of Tai Nat Hua Fu, Kui Tin, and beside her is the world's most famous beautiful idol, Dich Suong. Lily Tuong continues speaking smoothly. Elder Kui, Dich Suong, just before the show officially begins, do you want to share anything with the audience? Kui Tin solemnly said, in the face of otherworldly invasions, the teleportation gates for cultivation have been well prepared. Although the beast pets are fierce and powerful, we cultivators are always ready to fight. Dich Suong, sitting beside her, softly said. Kui Trung Lao's words really put others at ease. Lily Tuong continued with her heartfelt narration and also had something very important to remind everyone, which is that the Baikan live streaming app is not just a place to watch, but also features a special gift-giving function. Each viewer with an account on this platform will receive a daily amount of lucky coins, which can be used to send gifts to their favorite savior. These coins will help the saviors strengthen their power in the dungeon. In the coming days, we will introduce promising saviors in live broadcasts. Thank you both for your valuable advice. Our live broadcast room will always capture the heroic moments of the saviors in their dungeon battles. So now let's watch the first Lucky Savior's live stream room. At that moment, in Tranfam's live stream room, he was crying uncontrollably, shouting, "Save me! Forgive me!" Just after starting the broadcast, the results stunned everyone. How could it be like this? The 3 hosts looked stunned because the savior just entered the secret realm and immediately collapsed on the spot. Is this really an immortal cultivator? Or is it a delicious dish being fed directly to a beast? Li Tang, thinking quickly, suggests, let's try opening another streaming room. This is Long Vu's live stream room. Long Vu was running and shouting in panic. Help me! I still don't want to die! Li Tuong was confused but still tried to keep order. Next room, one more next room? Dich Suong shyly admits. I have to apologize to the fans. My backup plan was ineffective, and that's my fault. I promised this would be an exciting live stream, so why has it turned into a horror scene that makes everyone run for their lives? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come, Qiu Qing guessed anxiously. Not quite. The first trial of the secret realm should have been at the level of demon beasts. Immediately, the system displays a warning. The gods of the alien world are increasing their invasion, and the difficulty of the secret realm has been raised. The difficulty has reached the force level, meaning a 500-year-old cultivated demon beast could appear, Louis Tuong exclaimed in surprise. Look, it's another new announcement about the secret realm. Kui Tin appears more tense. I didn't expect a 500-year-old beast to appear, Dich Suong asked curiously. Elder Kui, how powerful is a 500-year-old demon beast? Could you explain to everyone? Elder Kui responds, the longer a demon beast exists, the more powerful it becomes. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy on the planet, the strength of the strongest current cultivators is only comparable to a 1,000-year-old demon beast. Furthermore, young cultivators participating in the secret realm are still inexperienced and weak. Even encountering a 300-year-old beast is enough to push them into a desperate battle. Li Tuong continues, dear viewers, I believe everyone now understands the explanation from Elder Kwong, right? For the future of Earth, the saviors are fighting tirelessly against extremely dangerous monsters. Please use your lucky coins to support them. The heroes should not be criticized or attacked, but instead shown respect and gratitude, and continue watching this exciting broadcast. Now, the screen switches to the Somak room, and for some reason, this room is full of instant noodles.
with the young man happily munching away.
The atmosphere is starting to turn cold. Everyone is losing interest and starting to complain, you see. I used to trust them so much, what the host said about fighting hard and struggling. Now it's all turned from pain to pure joy. Really, young man? Fries, Coca-Cola, instant noodles, you've got the full set. Planning to set up here tomorrow? Haha, you're truly unique. While other live stream rooms are fighting live to survive, only you are just eating. The three hosts fell silent, unsure how to respond satisfactorily, while Ditch Swung chuckled happily. Ha 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 ha, this immortal cultivator eating instant noodles must be pretty strong too. Who would have thought he'd be so calm? Elder Q turned to speak with a contemptuous look. An immortal cultivator? Impossible. He has no spiritual energy at all. He's just an ordinary person. Why did the Secret Realm choose him as the savior? The audience is both excited and surprised. Really, did everyone hear what the host said? This so-called savior of the pulse is just an ordinary person. Other cultivators lose everything, while ordinary people enjoy life. I bet he's dead by now. Haha, he just ate some magic fruit. If he faced a beast, he'd be dead already. Maybe everyone should bet on how long he can survive. With so many people entering this room, does anyone want to give a gift to this Somok guy? Who would bother giving him a gift? Wasting luck on an ordinary person is better spent on a cultivator. I just want to see how he dies. Hey, over at the corner of the broadcast room, it looks like a demon beast is targeting Somok. Haha, keep going, brother. Who doesn't know what cultivation is, he's definitely going to die. Zwang exclaimed in panic. What kind of secret realm is this? I didn't expect them to bring back an ordinary person as the savior. Elder Kwai, can you release Somok from the secret realm? Kui Tin hesitated. This secret realm was created by ancient cultivators, and we don't have full control over it. Moreover, it's already too late. Facing a 100-year-old demon beast, this mortal won't last more than 3 moves. Sormok silently observed, I didn't expect this demon beast to have 6 eyes, looking much stronger than the previous one. Is it an enhanced super version? Although gaining the power of a 1,000-year-old beast through the system's contract, I was a bit panicked because monsters in novels or comics are usually thousands to tens of thousands of years old. Its speed is too slow to dodge. Could this guy really be that weak? The beast threw a punch at him, then was confused when his pulse suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, Somok remained calm and continued analyzing. It can't be careless. This beast probably has slow speed but very high defense, so it deliberately uses this tactic to lure me into attacking it. By attacking and causing damage, I've already put myself in danger. Then, I will test my hypothesis for real. Hold the sword tightly in your hand, the sword of the martial cultivator left behind, and use it to attack the beast and see what happens. After attacking them, you wait for its reaction. The beast sweats, stands still for a moment, then rejoices when it's completely unaffected. So, Mach continued to assess, and indeed, this beast matched his prediction, tricking him into attacking and then dealing damage. Luckily, he used his sword to strike, or he would have been the one injured. You stare blankly at your broken sword while everyone else is amused. Ha 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 ha. How many times has the senior elder been humiliated now? You said you'd only survive for 3 seconds, so Mach is so powerful. Even the beast can't touch his clothes. I guess this escape has already been mastered to perfection.
Running away faster doesn't help at all. Didn't you see the attack just now? Even my sword is broken. Are you here just to give the beast a massage?
What are you talking about? So, Mach is just an ordinary person. Just showing those signs already means he's very strong. Lei Tuong looks pleased as she watches the scene unfold. It's truly surprising. I didn't expect Brother Somok to dodge all of the beast's attacks. Ditch Swung also agrees wholeheartedly. I'm honestly quite shocked by Somok's performance. Maybe he can even take down that beast, Elder. What do you think? He replied seriously. I must admit I really underestimated him. Looking at Somok's recent fighting performance, he's definitely a martial artist from the mortal realm with a very high level. But only spiritual energy attacks can harm the demon beast, and only cultivators can defeat it. Although he can rely on his martial arts experience to dodge the beast's attacks, his strikes won't harm the beast at all. Unfortunately, for this offender, this is a battle with no chance of victory. No matter how many attacks Somok escapes from, as long as he is guessed, he will lose his life. Meanwhile, Somok realizes that the current situation is truly dangerous. Because he was too focused while dodging earlier, he didn't notice his surroundings, and now he's cornered with no way out. He decides to make a desperate move, pretending to attack and gently pushing the beast away, hoping it will be scared and give him a chance to escape this dead end. He gently pushed it away, and Sang's dazzling light flashed in his mind, thinking to himself, Haha, I just pushed lightly. This beast is pretty weak too. The audience below is discussing enthusiastically. Just now, the elder said only cultivators can defeat the monsters. Huh? The system in the wrist is so dull. I want to ask for the child for your Somok. In my opinion, the fake savior being chased by the beast will run away somewhere else. The true savior just lightly pushed the beast and it was gone. The system for capturing the pulse appeared with a notification. Respected savior of the pulse, you received over 5,000 lucky coins from the audience, which can increase your strategy points by 50. You look at your hand, then hear the notification sound from the secret realm. The audience is sending lucky coins. Is this a new feature? It may help increase my strategy, but it doesn't really change anything. The system keeps reminding me to look up ways to increase the host's combat power. The current strategy is 10,000 plus 50. At the same time, at General 2's company, his subordinate hurriedly rushed back to report urgent news. General 2, it's a big deal. The Somak kid is live streaming again. President 2 calmly replied, this kind of thing is nothing to be surprised about. There's no need to panic. The subordinate still wasn't reassured and continued to explain. No, President 2, listen to me. This is not an ordinary live broadcast. It's a Secret Realm live stream. That kid, Somak, was chosen as the star and even killed a demon beast inside the Secret Realm. What if it goes out and seeks revenge on us? Commander 2 immediately interrupted. All right, I already know about this, my subordinate nervously asked. Tutong, have you ever considered that the Somak might not agree to reconcile with us? Tutong replied with a sinister smile. It's not that I agreed to the reconciliation because of him. He's just an ordinary martial artist who happened to kill a demon beast 100 years ago. So what if he is a cultivator of immortality? For the upper class of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. I can always invite a few cultivators to help break the seal at any time. If the seal doesn't want to reconcile, I can only help him ascend to immortality. Returning to the host, Li Sheng happily announced that more than an hour has passed since the opening of the Secret Realm, and the situation is starting to change as the cultivators keep defeating powerful demon beasts. We hope the audience will continue to support the brave saviors with coins. Yes, and we must thank the comment that the judge's explanation was very professional so that ordinary people like us can understand the details of the battle. Dick Suong said with a smile, but I think the senior elder is actually the most effective at commenting on your friend with the mysterious pulse. Honestly, I kind of want to invite the senior elder to join some game shows. Hyojing seriously replied, please spare me. I'm not in the mood to joke now. The situation isn't as optimistic as you imagine. The 100-year-old demon beasts have been appearing since the beginning, followed by 200-year-old ones. And now, the difficulty of the Secret Realm will gradually increase over time. According to the evaluation standards of the Secret Realm, a 100-year-old beast has a combat power of 100, a 200-year-old beast has 300, a 300-year-old beast has 500, a 400-year-old beast has 1,000, and a 500-year-old beast has 2,000. When the 500-year-old beast appears, the immortal enemies will face their greatest challenge. Li Tuang responded with a different perspective. As for this, I see it differently from the senior elders. The saviors are risking their lives in battle, so we should also trust them, just like before when no one thought the sect could easily defeat a 100-year-old demon beast. Speaking of which, let's continue watching the sect's broadcast. Maybe he can create a new miracle. The screen shows the scene of the spirit root not being as impressive as the world, peacefully sleeping and even snoring loudly, making the audience comment humorously. Laughing to death, Li Sheng also failed. Don't come to this broadcast room anymore, you'll be cursed. The miracle is sleeping soundly for half an hour in a dangerous secret realm. I even rewarded him before, but he just kept sleeping. Wake up, you useless hero. Your fake coin is worth more than a pig. If you can't be a hero, then just stop trying and find a job to do. Alright, with so many saviors trying their best, if he's this unreliable, there's nothing to support. Watching Bai Mengjun in the next broadcast room is even better. I'm also watching Bai Mengjun's stream. He just defeated 200-year-old demon beast with a weak attack and strong defense, and now he's apparently challenging a stronger one. So handsome. Lai Tuang Tu suggested that the sect's disciple isn't originally a cultivator and shouldn't be judged too harshly, so Dan Mo should speak more rationally. Qiu Qin agreed, saying he also agreed with Liu Lixiang's way of thinking. After all, he was just a human. The previous demon beast extermination mission by Sima was not as easy as he seemed to make it look. It was achieved through relentless dodging and attacking, taking advantage of the moment to strike. Dick Suong also commented that Somak's condition really does make people a bit disappointed. Since Dan Mack mentioned Bak Mong Quan earlier, maybe we should check out his live stream room. Everyone is also eagerly following him. Mong Quan looks so handsome, keep it up. I've already rewarded you with a coin. The screen switches to an image of Gao Rao, the brave Mong Quan, appearing on the screen, and the audience can't help but feel excited, just after leaving the broadcast room of the Somak. This person seems to be a trustworthy savior, facing off against a ferocious beast that charges aggressively. Everyone starts to worry, with all this smoke on the screen, so who will ultimately be the winner? The destructive power of the demon beast is truly overwhelming, its bright aura destroying everything. But Mong Quan remains unharmed. Mong Quan will definitely be fine. I'm rewarding you now. I'm rewarding you now. Everyone look forward to the reward for Mong Quan. Sir Teen's face changed as he warned that this is a 300-year-old beast and he doesn't know his limits to dare challenge it. A 300-year-old beast. Is this kid seeking death? Li Tuang asked curiously. Elder Kui, wasn't it that a few saviors defeated the 300-year-old beast before? Elder Kui replied, it's not like before. Those who previously defeated 300-year-old beasts were all core disciples of the four great sects, talented and at the peak level, on par with Bai Mengjun. According to the information, he's just a wandering cultivator with no sect and average talent. Normally, being able to defeat a 200-year-old demon beast would already be a miracle, but challenging a 300-year-old demon beast is basically suicide. The scene shows a corner of the street turned into ruins, Meng still standing firm in the smoke, confidently saying, "Is this all the strength of a 300-year-old beast? I'm really disappointed. When will I finally face an opponent worthy of me going all out in a fight here?" Meng stands confidently before the unworthy beast. The audience cheers excitedly. That's great. Meng is fine. Why are they flipping the car again this time? So Mach isn't here anymore. The beast continues targeting its prey. Suddenly, someone shouts out, Hey, look, someone is coming out of the rubble over there. Well done, isn't that Somach? Who just said, Somach isn't here? Somach slowly walks out, and the Elder Master realizes the truth. I've found the reason I flipped the car to look for. Another person commented, Amazing, they just came from the broadcast room of Somach, and now they see Somach in this broadcast room. What kind of fate is this? Somach sighed, woke up from a nap, and found that everything in the house had collapsed. The secret indeed is dangerous. Do you need help, brother? That beast doesn't look easy to handle. Mongquen coldly replied, Stay still here, don't walk around. To deal with this monster, I alone am enough. Bai Mengjun's sword light immediately shines, and spiritual energy surrounds him densely. He quickly ended the battle with the supreme sword technique, stabbing directly into the monster's mouth, then immediately unleashing a burst of radiant energy from within it. The immense power left the audience in awe. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Did he just cut off a 300-year-old demon beast's head with one sword? Wow, Brother Mongquan is so handsome and powerful. As expected of the man I admire, in just a moment, Bai Mengjun beheaded the giant monster. But right after that, Bak Mongquan, be careful behind you. Mongquan quickly turned around, but the monster was still alive. It seemed to be regenerating at an incredible speed. He looked at it with the cold and scrutinizing gaze, the spiritual energy emanating from it reacting much more strongly than before. This is its fate. Mongquan immediately leapt up and unleashed a supreme sword technique, striking the beast with a powerful blow that made it roar in pain. Boom! A loud explosion echoes out, releasing tremendous energy. So Ma sits to the side, reclining in a chair, eating a potato and watching the battle with great interest. Impressive, much stronger than in the movies. There's the ultimate sword technique, Duan Hai, and the golden sword technique, Yue is still standing. The techniques keep coming while the beast keeps getting hit and then reborn again. The audience outside keep discussing and worry about Bai Mengjun. This crazy beast has unlocked bloodthirsty mode, injured over 10 times but still alive. It's unreasonable. Bak Mongquan seems to be in trouble this time. No matter how much he fights, he won't die. If it were me, I would have been devastated a long time ago. At first, the audience even wanted to criticize Bak Mongquan for being too weak, fighting so long but the beast still happily jumped around. But after looking at the sect's achievements, they changed their minds. I choose to stay silent, relying on my peers to make a difference. The achievements of the Somach are like a bag of potato chips. Truly a remarkable battle, and without comparison, there's no pain. Liu Liang immediately asked, Senior, is it really impossible to kill this beast? This type of beast is a super fast reborn, and also one of the most difficult to deal with among all beasts. If you can't deal a fatal blow immediately, you won't be able to destroy it. Usually, multiple cultivators of the same level need to work together to defeat this kind of demon beast. But Bak Mongquan is just a talented but ordinary cultivator. Yet his combat strength is not inferior to the core disciples of the great sect. If it were the ancient times with abundant spiritual energy, his achievements would surely be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he is now facing the risk of losing his life. Meanwhile, Bai Mengjun feels his spiritual energy is running out and his stamina is about to reach its limit. Do I really have to die here? I can't accept it. In an era when spiritual energy is depleted, I still pursue the footprints of ancient legends. Giving up on disaster, I finally find a cultivation sect through all hardships. Now, I only have one thing to say. I lack talent and fate. The path ahead is cut off and I am severing my sword. Trang fights for destiny, seizes opportunities, takes treasures, and earns the role of savior. Arranging the Navy in advance to attract viewers from other live streams for rewards, I also feel no shame or regret about this. The path to becoming an immortal is a battle. If you hesitate, you'll fall behind for life. Only seizing the opportunity can you stand at the top. Difficulty is what granted me this identity and mastery of swordsmanship. How could I die so easily here? The ancient secret technique learned unexpectedly carries a high risk of death. But now is the time to risk everything. Thinking this, the Dream General sped like a missile toward the monster, which also unleashed a powerful energy shield to protect itself from the attack. So, Mach watched the intense burst of light during the clash and quietly admired it. The effects were truly spectacular, so this must be his real strength. But strangely, there was no sign of any reaction. He wasn't injured, was he? Thinking that, So Mach decided to stand up and walk closer to check. When he arrived, he calmly asked, still smelling of buttered popcorn, Brother, are you okay? The Silver Dream. Army is covered in wounds but still responds firmly. I'm fine. It's over now. I have finally defeated this beast. But things are not as simple as they seem. Despite the strongest attack from the Silver Dream army just now, the beast remained completely unharmed and safe. He looked at the scene in disbelief, wondering why this creature still hadn't died. At the moment of panic, the monster gathers spiritual energy in its mouth, preparing to launch a missile-like energy sphere. If only the mysterious relic of my Mach could use its shield to block and counterattack. You gently hold its leg and then turn to Bai Mongjun. Apologize. What did you say earlier? I couldn't hear clearly. Mongjun also apologizes for his earlier condescension and admits that his current cultivation and combat strength cannot compare to mine. Only the descendants of small sects with secret realms and 5 talent disciples can meet someone like you, so I am truly lucky to have met you. While the two were talking, the monster suddenly collapsed to the ground, but Mongquan still didn't notice and said, "If we work together, we will definitely defeat this beast." So Mach glanced over indifferently. "But isn't this beast already dead?" Mongjun hesitated. "It's not that simple. This is a rare reincarnating divine beast. It won't die easily. Logically, to confront this beast, at least 4 cultivators of the same level need to go up together. But if we unite, we can definitely kill it. The problem is, my body is almost at its limit. The next attack must clearly determine the winner or we will become its prey." "So Mach, hold on, I understand. Compared to you, I'm still not careful enough. I accept your suggestion." The two quickly coordinated their attack on the monster. At this moment, Mangajun draws his sword, infuses it with spiritual power, and tells Sumak that we need about 5 seconds to prepare before launching the 10,000 images return to origin technique, patiently waiting for the monster's reaction. Hearing that, Somak stood there in confusion, not understanding what he meant, so he asked, "What exactly is the preparation for? Is it just to pose looking really handsome? This is too humiliating. I can't just stand here like this." 5 seconds pass, then 20 seconds, then a minute, and time quietly slips away. But the beast still shows no sign of revival. So Mach couldn't hold back and asked again, "The beast still shows no signs of revival. Should we keep waiting?" Mongquan remained silent, not replying. So Mott continued, "Hey, are you okay? You're about to vomit blood." Mongquan replied softly, "It's nothing. I just kept activating my state continuously and exceeded my body's limit. A little rest will make me feel better." As he was learning to control his blood, Mongquan thought to himself, "Can this guy really defeat the demon beast with just one move?" Obviously, he was just sitting there eating potatoes, but his combat power was even stronger than mine. Could it be that he was already stronger than me before entering the secret realm? It's really over now. I shouldn't think too much anymore. At this moment, the side effects of maintaining the 10,000 phenomena reversion for too long are starting to show clearly. Trantai Mongquan's veins start to bulge, muscles rippling wildly. Suddenly, he screams, "I don't want to die yet." Blood gushed from his eyes and mouth as his spiritual power surged violently, threatening to tear his flesh apart. Then a huge explosion erupted, and Somak leapt back to avoid the blast. "You have no idea what is happening. We were just talking normally a moment ago, so why did it suddenly explode like this?" To be honest, even the game wouldn't forgive such a move, or maybe it was the attack from that beast. Sora was confused, thinking how terrifying it was that even I couldn't recognize that attack. Looks like I underestimated it. Now that the monster is lying on the ground pretending to be dead, I need to get out of here quickly. The spectators outside couldn't help but be stunned by what they saw. They couldn't understand why the monster, which hadn't truly revived, would suddenly blow itself up for no apparent reason. The people who used to criticize Somak are now all praising him, while some loyal fans defend Mongquan, saying my idol has returned to the earth, so why do you still insist on protecting him? The audience is now fiercely debating, while in another space, Dage Swung watches the battle with amazement and exclaims that the outcome truly exceeds all expectations. Elder Ku, what do you think about this, considering that Somak, whom you call an ordinary person, has impressive strength while the genius Mongquan is bragging? Elder Kwai sighs softly and replies that Mongquan's death is truly unfortunate, as he pushed his techniques beyond his limits, leading to his tragic demise. As for Somak, his fighting style reminds me of a long-forgotten cultivation school called Luyen the Lu Fai, which mimics ancient mythical beasts. The cultivation sect of Trinthong always pursues harmony between heaven, earth, and humans, using spiritual energy within the body as a catalyst to activate the energy of heaven and earth, unleashing power far beyond their actual strength. In contrast, the Luyen. The Lu sect mimics the cultivation methods of beast spirits, refining spiritual energy into pure physical strength and fighting solely with their body's power. Although the initial development was rapid, the limits of the human body are finite, and even at their strongest, they can only reach the power of a beast. I suspect that the Somak learned the ancient technique of the Luyen the Lu Fai along with the points from the audience, which is why they can display such overwhelming combat strength. When hearing this news at the base, the general couldn't help but be stunned. What? The Luyen. The Lu sect can eliminate demons in the blink of an eye after 300 years. So, Mach is that powerful? At that moment, a subordinate spoke reassuringly. Commander 2, didn't you say before that you could invite numerous cultivators to attack Somak? Moreover, no one has yet to possess the strength of the Luyen the Lu Fai, so there's no need to worry. But the commander scolded without holding back. What a fool. Even martial practitioners have combat strength equivalent to 1,000-year-old feral beasts. Have you forgotten what Elder Ching said? Do you know that spiritual energy on Earth is now depleted and the strongest cultivators only have a combat power of about 1,000 years? So how could the Somok defeat a 300-year-old monster in the blink of an eye? An ordinary cultivator I can summon probably can't even compare to him. Chief, please stay calm. Many have given up before, but only you can do this, and this time is no different. Hearing that, President Tu sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. You're right. This isn't the last resort yet. The amusement park led by Lai Ha Lin at Viet Li Thi, if anything happens, he won't be able to escape. No matter what happens, we must make him surrender and continue helping us. For now, the mission is to buy time, and I am giving you the most important task, to go to the hospital and capture Sister Somok. She is a valuable hostage to threaten the police station. Manager, he immediately received the order and replied, Yes, Commander, I will definitely not let you down. Boss Tran just glanced and said, Also, tell the brothers to leave the company today and let them rest. This made the subordinate break out in sweat and ask nervously, Boss Tran, earlier you said the defenses at the company were too weak and wanted to bring in more people.
Từ Tổng Trấn An, Yến tạm dị, tôi sẽ không bỏ cuộc, chỉ là không muốn họ tự nhiên gì nộp mang thôi. Từ một tên con do vô danh, hắn từng buộc leo lên vị trí hiện tại, mới buộc diều dẫm lên mau tuổi. Tội ác của hắn cố lệ chỉ cố xuống địa ngục mới trả nổi.
That's why he refused to give up his life easily and firmly told his subordinates that before going to hell, he wanted to see even greater sights. Meanwhile, the screams of people shouting for help echoed throughout the city. Wudong, run now! Wudong, run now! A monster with an octopus tail and sharp decayed teeth with only one eye was swiftly chasing its target. Wudong hurriedly ran into an alley, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Everyone is dead, all comrades lost, no need to fight anymore and still level up fast. I thought I could save the world, but it was all just a lie. At first I shouldn't have believed his propaganda. I shouldn't have thought I was the savior. Thinking of that, she thought that it was truly death. When will these nightmare days end? The only way now is to keep running and surviving until the secret mission is over. As long as I live, that's enough. In the midst of despair with no way out, Somok suddenly called from behind in a very innocent way. Wudong, is that you? Hearing the call, she turned around. Huh? You're the ordinary person who appeared when the secret realm opened. Wow, you're still alive until now. So, Somok Wudong was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained, Sorry, I didn't mean to touch your waist. Please don't misunderstand. I was just too surprised. Surviving in this secret realm is really not easy. The humble young man replied, Surviving until now was just luck. Thanks for the sword you gave me, but unfortunately, it's broken now. By the way, where are your comrades? Wudong lowered her head sadly. Everyone is gone, just because she dreamed of being a savior and saving the world. We are cultivators from a small sect. We can't hope for much. No matter how hard she tries, she can't compare to the core disciple of a major sect. Facing powerful monsters, we aren't even as good as our dragon robes. We're just cannon fodder. Mother. So nodded and agreed, the monsters are too terrifying. Recently, a fellow cultivator was killed right in front of me, and I didn't realize the beast had attacked until it was too late. If it weren't for his sacrifice, I might have been the one to die, Wudong suggested. Then come with me. Let's find a safe place to hide, and wait for the great gods to finish their final battle before returning to the real world. If we face danger, I will try my best to protect you, rest assured. The audience outside witnessing this scene couldn't help but be amazed, one person exclaimed. What did the girl just say? She's protecting Mok Than? Calm down, girl. The great master in front of you is not someone to mess with. Mok Than is so naive. He didn't realize that Mok Kwan's death was caused by his own explosion. However, someone else disagreed and spoke up in protest. What are you rambling about? Mok Than is clearly very careful. Give Mok Kwan some face, guys, and don't keep bringing it up. Not long after, Somok accepted Wudong's invitation. She led him while reminding him to keep a safe distance based on her experience. This place should be safe. However, Suoma didn't fully trust and seemed to hear strange noises coming from nearby. Wudong turned back and asked, Sound? Before she could finish speaking and turn her head, the monster from earlier suddenly appeared right in front of her. The city suddenly fell into an eerie silence before the frantic shouts of both of them and the sound of footsteps rushing by. So Mok urged them on. Don't look back, run into that building. But Wudong seriously warned. Once we go into that building, there's no way out for us. I've encountered this beast before and managed to escape. Just trust me, that's all you need to do. So Mok argued. I don't believe you. You just said this place was safe a moment ago, and then you immediately ran into a monster. So I really can't trust you. Hey, what are you doing? Wudong replied. There's no time to explain, just trust me. With that, the girl hurried into the building ahead to hide. After a while, with no sign of the monster chasing after, Sumai finally believed Wudong was right. That's right. The creature wasn't pursuing them at all. Surprisingly, they managed to lose it. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier, Wudong explained while catching her breath. Because its eyesight is very weak and it has normal senses, entering a complex structure like this building makes it even easier to hide from it. It's temporarily safe for now, but we still can't let our guard down. Let's go to a higher floor, wait another 10 minutes, then leave. So Mok nodded and followed. When I entered this building, I checked the signs. The stairs are probably on the left side leading to the upper floors. Wudong argued back, "No, we're not taking the stairs, we're taking the elevator." When it came to the elevator, Somok broke out in a cold sweat and almost couldn't speak. The young man has a severe fear of elevators. Just hearing the word makes him terrified enough to wet himself. Wudong gently tousled his hair and said with a smile, "I don't know, but this secret realm is modeled after the real-world city, including the electrical system, so the elevator can also be used normally." Somok continued to wonder, "Isn't it more convenient to take the stairs than the elevator?" She replied, "That's true. From a safety perspective, taking the stairs would be more appropriate. But you didn't think to try? I've been running ever since I entered the secret realm. I was even carrying you and running for so long. Do you know how heavy I am? I'm exhausted and can't move now." As he spoke, Wudong also patted himself, feeling exhausted. So Ma suddenly leaned back. "Oh, so the physical strength of a cultivator is that bad?" Wudong looks helpless. "I thought cultivators like them usually trained in bodybuilding. Taking the elevator is no problem. Using modern stuff every now and then is good. The beast that appeared earlier isn't smart enough to use the elevator to go up, right?" After speaking, both of them decide to take the elevator to the top floor. The elevator silently moves to where they are waiting. Suddenly, when the door opened, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, with many people lying dead and bloodied, victims of monsters. So Momai was stunned. "So, Senza has a monster that learned to use the elevator. Wudong, can you deduce how the injuries on their bodies were caused by the monster that was watching us earlier?" Wudong was speechless. Judging by the wounds, it's clear they were caused by a different beast. "This building is the territory of another beast. No, maybe things are worse than we thought. Maybe it's just a trap deliberately leading us into this building. Its real goal is to cooperate with the beast in the building to kill us. We don't have much time left to escape. If we keep letting them trap us like this, we're definitely going to die. We need to find a spacious and discreet place to escape to after losing the beast, then get out of this building." Somok agrees. "I understand her meaning now. I saw on the map that there is a very large office on the upper floor. Mao, follow me." In no time, they rushed into a large office room, but it wasn't long before the beast caught up. It moved slowly, searching step by step, not missing any corner that Wudong and Somok passed through. In the midst of fear, Wudong was silenced, trying not to make a sound, then whispered to Somok, "Is it really safe here? It can't hear us talking. No matter how good our hearing is, it wouldn't see through such hidden spots, so it should be fine, right?" Outside, the onlookers munching on melons weren't worried about Wudong and Somok at all. In fact, they cheered loudly for the beast. "Little beast, run now or the Divine Master will fix you up good." The Divine Master seems scared outside, but inside he's calmer than anyone else. At this moment, a spectator kept shouting, "Somok, stop pretending to be innocent. It's time to fix the adorable beast and stir up the atmosphere." After many futile searches, the monster unleashes its ultimate move, its tentacle legs sprouting large eyes that extend and sweep every corner. Seeing this, Wudong gently reminds Somok, "Be careful, don't let its tentacle eyes spot you. The tentacles are agile, and the creature's body truly is extraordinary. If you happen to be discovered, I will try to hold back the beast so you can escape." But Somok doesn't agree. "I can also help. I once intended to defeat a weak beast. If you want to fight, I won't be your witness. Wudong never valued you from the start," Lian advised. "You also shouldn't push yourself too hard. Protecting mortals is part of the responsibility of a cultivator. Holding this beast here and running after it is just a small matter for me. In the end, just trust me." Shuoma argued back, "It's actually me who's the one being reluctant. Wait a minute, I think I hear another sound nearby. It's over. Could it be another beast?" Wudong also raised his hand to listen, but his hearing is really sharp. "I didn't hear anything. If you team up with that keen-eyed beast, the group with heavenly eyes and favorable wind hearing will be exposed immediately." Suomai listened carefully and then became serious. "Now it's time to tease me? Its footsteps are very light. I only just heard it, so it must be very close." Wudong replied, "So now we can only leave it to fate and keep teasing each other?" Amidst the tension, the two continue to tease each other, and finally, Somok gives in. That's quite reasonable. At this moment, a huge-headed monster suddenly appeared, upside down on the ground. Immediately, Wudong sensed the powerful aura of love and spiritual energy emanating from it. The overwhelming pressure made her freeze for a few seconds, certain that this was a nearly 300-year-old demon beast. Its footsteps slowly approached them, and in her heart, Wudong could only hope for luck, silently wishing to escape from this one. How could it be fooled by such a high-level monster? Suddenly, the monster stops, and the two monsters face each other. While the inside of the secret realm is extremely tense, the audience outside is having a great time. This atmosphere is so much like a horror movie. Seeing the serious divine vein hiding under the table and getting caught is what makes this a horror film for the demon beasts. Watching the divine vein seriously hiding under the table, I couldn't stop laughing. How can the mighty Mach Than have to hide from monsters like this? Hey, look, they're paying attention under the table. Let's see how many moves the divine spirit will use to take them down. This is what I really want to see. The cool side of the divine spirit. The outside audience kept discussing eagerly, waiting for what would happen next. At this moment, the long tendril of the big-eyed monster slowly moved, reaching under the table, and it cheerfully swung up. A 3. That's a common phrase used when the little beast speaks to its companion, meaning, I've figured it out. The upside-down monster raises its leg high to scratch its head, startling it, and then speaks. A 3. A 3, big brother. Do you really need to do that? Every time you suddenly put your hand on my head, it's really scary. The remaining monster immediately retorted. Hey, Lady A3, do you think I like this? If it weren't for your lack of hearing, I wouldn't have used this way to talk to you. Grandma, that kid is the monster. One hit is enough to knock out all their teeth, so let's just pretend we didn't see anything and leave quietly. The big monster said something hard to understand. Really? Then why do they have to run away? How would he know? I only mentioned you out of friendship and loyalty from before. If you want to die, go ahead and hand yourself over. The big-eyed monster obeys the boss and turns pale with fear. A 3A3, big brother, I was wrong. Wait for me. I also want to escape alone. Wudong looked up at Somak as the silence returned to the space. The monsters are really gone. That's right. Their sounds are also fading away. They probably ran somewhere else, Somak replied. Wudong let out a relieved sigh and smiled brightly. That's great. We are really lucky. I thought we wouldn't make it this time. We have to fight the final beast. Wudong shrugged casually and said, after all, it has nothing to do with me. The difficulty of this secret realm is terrifying. The final monster is a 500-year-old demon beast. We should find a safe place to hide and wait until the great gods finish their task, then we can leave the secret realm. No need to worry too much. At the same time, they happened to be on the Van River, when a sudden streak of light shot down from the sky, causing Somak to freeze and stare intently in that direction. So what are they doing just standing there? Mao runs off. Wudong panted as he ran, saying, I think we're safe here. I just watched from afar, and I can tell the final boss is really powerful. Suomak nodded in agreement. That's right, even normal magical beasts are powerful, so the final boss is just a 500-year-old magical beast? It does seem suspicious. The secret realm probably wouldn't give us false information. Wudong looked thoughtful. Based on the previous signs from the secret realm, that's really possible. After all, as long as we run far away, we don't need to worry about these things. Dongnei shouted loudly again. Excuse me, please stop. I am a disciple of the spirit language sword of the Tai Huyen sect, and I invite you to join us in defeating the final boss. Wudong honestly refused. Sorry, please find someone else. We're too weak. Just running away already tires us out. The young man explained firmly that avoiding the fight wouldn't make it easier for the two of them to pass through. The saviors in other secret realms are all cultivators from the four great sects. Some might be able to kill demon beasts that are 500 years old, but this place is only the 5th SSS secret realm, focused on low-tier deals, and all cultivators here are very weak. If we all run away, we will only be killed by the final boss, Gon Tin Kim said with a determined look. The only way to survive is to fight. He subtly raises his hand and points behind him, his voice firm. Our Tai Huyen sect has a magic weapon that can kill a 500-year-old demon beast, the Thunder Horse. It's just that activating it requires preparation time. Before activating the Horse Thunder Vessel, we must find a way to hold the beast back. That's why we need people. Although we have recruited many cultivators, it's still not enough. The more people we have, the higher our chances of success. For the final victory, please join us. Ngan Tin Kim, you're back already, much sooner than expected. Tin Kim quickly turned around and ran back to report that, according to the sect leader, the task of gathering people has basically been completed. Apart from the disciples of our Tai Huyen sect, there are only 164 cultivators in total. The sect master asked in surprise, is that all? When actually 2,500 people entered the 5th secret realm.
Tin Kim thọ nối dập lại. Ai cũng khống ngộ do khổ của bị cảnh này lại tăng nhanh thế. Số luồng người chết cũng vuốt hồn dụ tỉnh. Theo tốn chứ.
With the current number of people, it should be enough to keep the demon beast busy until the Kaoloi bin is activated. The sect master fidgeted with the purple water bottle in his hand, his eyes filled with obsession. That's right, enough. One of the most precious treasures of the Tai Huyen sect, and it can only be used once. A man's voice echoes with longing. I brought out the Thunder Horse to you, not because I wanted to see your vulnerable state. Now, according to the sect master's strong refusal, Father, I'm sorry, I can't do it. The father sighed softly. Is this really so difficult? He gathered all the cultivators in the 5th secret realm, claiming he needed time to activate the Thunder Horse to exhaust the demon beasts and deal damage to the final boss. Once the beasts were sufficiently weakened, he used the Thunder Horse again to finish them off. I will wait patiently for the sect leader, but it will cause quite a few casualties. Moreover, isn't it true that the Thunder Horse pill can't be used at any time and doesn't require preparation time at all? The father reminded seriously. Have you forgotten? The way to become stronger in the secret realm is not only by receiving blessings from spectators, but also by defeating the final boss, which gives you more chances for luck. I must definitely win that prize. That's the decision of the sect leader. You don't need to resort to sneaky tactics to defeat the final boss. There's no need to dirty your hands just for that prize. Dad doesn't believe in my strength, does he? The father said thoughtfully. Have you forgotten our dream? To see the mysterious sect become a cultivation school alongside the 4 great clans? He placed his right hand on the young lord's shoulder, his eyes full of hope. If it were in the past, I would be laughed at for doing this. I have been trying to build my business for 30 years to make the mysterious sect the strongest immortal sect outside the 4 great clans. This has been the goal we can achieve. Do you still remember when ordinary disciples of the four great sects insulted others? In the eyes of cultivators, there are only two types of cultivation sects in the world: the four great sects and the scattered clans. This is the reality. No one equates us with the four great sects. But now that the secret realm has appeared, this is a great opportunity for the cultivators, so we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. He picked up the purple water bottle and said in a commanding voice, "You must make the cultivators in the fifth secret realm feel fear and despair. Then take on the role of hero to deal with the monsters, causing the cultivators to kneel before you. Only then can you gain the strength to face the four great sects in the future, and then surpass them to become the #1 sect in the world." Little sect master, you talk nonsense.
Do you know what to do now? Returning to reality, he muttered to himself.
Sorry, for the Tai Huinmon and for our father, your sacrifices are indispensable. After some preparation, the group set out, and a few among them couldn't help but talk.
Can the horse-drawn cauldron really defeat the final boss? Delaying time isn't an excuse for us to become human shields.
Someone else spoke up to reassure the uncertain gazes. The young master of Tai Huinmon is La Tiantan, known for his integrity, so he probably wouldn't lie. Moreover, besides trusting him or waiting to die inside the secret realm, do we have any other options? The young man with the slanted hair pondered for a moment before nodding, his eyes shining with determination. You're right, I've thought it through. Instead of waiting to die, I might as well go all out. If you're lucky enough to kill the final boss and get the big fortune reward, you could become a powerhouse. But some people disagree, sneering coldly. Being alive is already good enough, they say, and they still want the reward. Out of more than 200 people, only one can get the fate coin reward for killing the boss. Do you really think you're the destined protagonist? Amidst the debate, a cold voice echoes. Stop lecturing me. I won't run away alone. Wudong turned his head and looked back, frowning in annoyance. Hey, you're not seriously planning to fight the final boss with us, are you? It's dangerous. What can an ordinary person like you contribute? My meridian is completely unshaken, I respond calmly. I received the reward of the fate coin, so I do have some combat ability. Everyone here is preparing to risk their lives fighting monsters. I can't just stand by and watch without doing anything. She was stunned, her eyes wide open. No wonder you can use the luck coin to increase your fighting power. No wonder you earned the right to enter the secret realm. The young man explained slowly that when I first entered the secret realm, I was lucky to receive a destiny coin as a reward, which temporarily increased my combat power. But after that, I received more rewards without further increases in strength. Wudong pointed at the gold coin. Isn't that very normal? If the combat power can be increased infinitely, then giving all the fate coins to a savior could create an invincible war god. The essence of the destiny coin is that it contains highly pure spiritual energy. But spiritual energy can be integrated into the body of a cultivator. We have limits. Once the spiritual energy is full, you can no longer absorb the destiny coin. Only during battle or when breaking through limits in cultivation can the spiritual energy capacity increase. Normally, only cultivators can use the fate coins, and you are already quite extraordinary. She said while touching her chin, eyes scanning her pulse as if discovering something interesting. What's even stranger is that you can use the coin of fate, but show no reaction of spiritual energy on your body. Aren't you some senior powerhouse hiding your identity and coming back to fight monsters? Suddenly, Somok's face turned serious, and his eyes became cold and sharp. I'll be honest, no more pretending. It's time to show my true strength. Wudong chuckled happily, with a teasing tone. Isn't this the classic line from the story about me training alone in the secret realm to become a superhero? Oh, you're very strong but too impatient. I didn't expect you also like to read comics. Somok chuckled softly, openly showing her fondness. I was also surprised that you cultivators read novels and comics too, she chuckled playfully in response. Of course, do you think all cultivators nowadays are primitive hermits hiding in the mountains? Fast delivery with food can't reach, and there's no Wi-Fi, so basically no one can stay there. Because the Earth's spiritual energy is depleted, no matter how hard they try to cultivate, progress is very difficult. Only a few top talented cultivators are still persevering, brave and determined. Most cultivators actively engage with modern society, and there are even many who are obsessed with power and money. In a different place, away from the bustling crowd, a few men are discussing in the shadows, and one of them speaks. We truly appreciate your generous offer. And the other side calmly replied, That's just a deposit. There will be a bonus after the job is done. The three of them looked at each other and raised their hands in a gesture of agreement. Getting paid for the job, we will of course do our best. But dealing with a kid like that requires all three of us to work together. It's clear they don't take us seriously. Chief Tuo hinted with the meaning. I have already sent my department's data to everyone. In the secret realm, he blew up a 300-year-old demon beast with a single punch, showing impressive strength. Another staff member watched and confidently said as if everything was under control. Tu Tong, rest assured, we have never failed before. Indeed, the Somok has killed monsters in the secret realm and is now gaining fame.
Based on his performance in the live stream, calling him a body-tempering cultivator is just an exaggeration. He lacks advanced martial skills and is also inexperienced in fighting monsters and cultivators.
Han chuckled, his smile like a fox's false grin full of sinister intent. The spiritual energy of the earth is depleted, and inside the secret realm, cultivators use the Destiny Channel to boost their combat power, but they cannot bring all of it back to Earth. So now Somak and I can handle it even if we just grab it randomly. He bursts out laughing with great pleasure. I see, it turns out I was overthinking. Look, the difficulty of the secret realm has increased again. But it turns out the final boss is a 500-year-old demon beast. So Mach and his team seem to be preparing for a full-scale attack on the final boss. One of the group members sneered with a wide, mocking smile, saying maybe before we even get a chance to act, so Mach has already been eaten by the beast, so we didn't waste a trip after all. Tutong calmly replied, if Somak dies in the secret realm, my three brothers' rewards will still be the same as usual. The staff member immediately smiled with satisfaction. The heroic spirit is strong. With this saying from Tong, I feel reassured. Just then, a sudden flash of blue light erupted from the ground, causing him to panic and shout out, Big brother, something's happening outside. What is going on with this terrifying spiritual energy? From the corner of his mouth, a faint smile appeared, and his eyes flashed with cunning. Are they here already? I didn't expect it to be so quick. 3 spirit masters, don't worry. They are my guests. To deal with the vein, I specially invited an expert. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the person who just entered the room. The senior advisor from Lai Corporation, known as a bounty hunter and a cultivator assassin, is now back to the beast hunting battle. The rules of the secret realm are broken by the Lord of the Otherworld. His strength surpasses that of a 500-year-old demon beast by 8.055 times. Are everything arranged now? The sword and the respectful bow respond. The young master's entourage, the immortal cultivators, have dispersed according to plan around the final boss area. Once the beast escapes the beam of light, they will split into groups to lure and attack, keeping the beast within the range of the Thunder Horse. Before the Thunder Horse's preparation time ends, they will do their best to hold the beast back for the young master. The young master nods firmly. I understand. I will quickly use the Thunder Horse to minimize unnecessary casualties. On the other hand, Suo Mai was very curious. It turns out not everyone was fighting the final boss together. Wudong leaned back exhausted. Does he think this is just a copy of the group from the game? If we had to fight head-on, our entire team would be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Divide us into 50 small groups to fight and retreat, taking turns distracting the monster so we can buy time to use the Loi Bin horse, Vumak replied anxiously, but that would make the group a very dangerous bait for the monsters. She quietly shook her head, her eyes showing helplessness. There's no other way. This is the plan of the Tai Huyen sect. Sacrifice the few to save the many. If we happen to be killed by the monsters, we can only blame our bad luck. But I'm also very confident in my ability to run away. Before I saw the ending of the story to pay off my debt, I defeated the Demon King in the new village. I won't die. That super popular national comic series has been published for over 100 years. So, Momox smiled and nodded in agreement. I'm also a loyal fan of that comic. The last time I faced a very difficult situation, I happened to reread it, and it gave me strength and love for life. Wudong happily said, I have an idea. After we leave the secret realm, I will introduce you to that manga artist. So Mach asked in surprise. Wait a minute, are you serious? Though DN Real Person has never participated in any activity called a mysterious artist, I have always wanted to get his signature. Wudong gently explained that the Mad Earth True Person is also a cultivator within the same circle as us. Actually, his purpose in cultivating immortality is just to stay healthy and draw better comics. Suomai spoke up with a broad and hopeful tone. Because of publishing comics, practicing immortality truly makes you a model worker in the field. I hope you will definitely let me meet him once. She chuckled gently. You once said that your sister is still waiting for you. Now you have another reason to keep living. We must try to go on. Hearing that, Somak hesitated, a warm smile gradually appearing on her face, as if silently agreeing with what you said. Yes, we can definitely escape the secret realm safely. At that moment, a sudden beam of light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar echoing around, shaking right beside the beast's feet. The monster spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, full of confidence. This is the secret realm. To get here, I specifically requested the Lord of Gods to reduce my fighting power to that of a 500-year-old beast. It licks its lips greedily, its face showing clear excitement. The monster of the immortal cultivator's flesh is about to hunt. It immediately takes a stance, ready to launch its first attack. The group facing us immediately took action, shouting loudly, Get ready, that monster has noticed us. Someone secretly thought to themselves according to the plan, eyes fixed on every move of the beast. A surprise attack cut through everything in a single strike, knocking everyone down. Damn it, what kind of speed is this? Dust and smoke rise from the hill, blocking the view. Through the misty dust, the monster has grabbed the head of an unlucky cultivator, its voice echoing full of taunts. Come on, grow a little taller. If you can help me finish off the remaining cultivators, and I'll let you die a little more comfortably. I managed to speak human language, truly a miracle of nature. Then he burst into wild laughter. The fury in the monster's eyes flared up, and it crushed the other person's head in a fit of rage. Blood and flesh splattering everywhere. My favorite thing is crushing those brave little kids, especially when I squeeze the life out of them. Its face shows a crazed expression. All right, where's the next target's location? Then it sniffs and looks around. The closest smell is on the right. At that time, Wudong was still wandering around the city in a daze. The monster suddenly frowned, showing confusion. I can smell the scent of spiritual energy. Although everyone split up to hide, there were always at least 2 people in each place, but here she was alone, and I was very curious about the reason. Before long, it was standing right in front of her. Wudong sneered mockingly, confidently challenging, "No way, you can't even see this either." "Dealing with someone as clueless as you? I alone am enough." The monster roared with excitement. "Oh, interesting woman, let me see what you're capable of," Wudong replied confidently and boldly. "As you wish." Then she unleashed an extremely powerful move, as if to wipe out everything. A flash of light burst through the street, illuminating every corner, but the monster still stood firm as if unaffected, its lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. "Is that really all you've got? Modern cultivators like you are so weak, it makes me laugh." At that moment, So Mock suddenly rushed forward to block in front of the monster. He clenched his fist, gathered energy into his punch, and assumed a fighting stance. A powerful punch crashes down, forming a bright yellow water streak extending toward the monster, forcing it to retreat cautiously. The beast stares intently, scrutinizing. And yet I instinctively dodged without thinking. It leapt up excitedly, shouting like crazy. Interesting. This is really fascinating. There are such powerful beings even among the cultivators. Come on, let's have a real fight. But when I look around, there's no one left. He angrily exclaimed, "Where is everyone?" They are fleeing. Somewhere in a separate room, the team members are watching the battle. Lily Tuong asked in surprise, "What is a mutated form of the final boss in the 5th secret realm?" According to the data provided by the program team, the stronger the beast, the more its appearance resembles a human, and the final boss in the 5th secret realm has already begun transforming into a human form. Dick Suong begins to explain that normally, only beasts over 800 years old have this ability. Lily stared in shock and exclaimed this must be against the rules. It was clearly stated that the final boss was a 500-year-old beast, but now an 800-year-old beast appears and it's in the 5th secret realm where the average strength is the weakest. At this moment, the person named Kui Tin, who had been silent all along, calmly spoke. The announcement about the secret realm is accurate. It's just that the boss in the 5th secret realm, although a 500-year-old beast, is far more difficult than those in other realms. Dick Suong turned to ask Kui Tin with a doubtful look, but such a powerful beast managed to dodge So Mock's attack. "What is your opinion on this matter, Elder Kui?" Kui Tin hurriedly wiped his sweat, waiting for the answer. "On this point, I will temporarily stick to my previous opinion. Let's switch the camera back to the 1st secret realm. At this moment, the final boss of the 1st secret realm is entering the critical moment. Meanwhile, Wudong secretly looks around, trying to find signs of danger. She gasped for breath, silently thinking to herself that pretending in front of the final boss was too exciting, almost giving her a heart attack. According to the plan, I will attack first to distract the beast, so Mock takes the opportunity to ambush, using a safe method to provoke the beast. Thinking of this, she secretly felt angry. That bastard So Mock is clearly stronger than me, but pretended to be scared in front of me, making me worry about him all day long. In the end, even the final boss was scared off by his surprise attack. Suddenly, she froze, realizing something was wrong. Wait a minute, the final boss didn't chase after that beast because he was too scared and lost track of us, right? If it escapes the range of the Thunderbolt Pill's attack, we're in trouble. Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind her, right behind her. My target was originally your teammate, but unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with his spiritual energy. Then suddenly I thought, what if I just change her to lure him here? Wudong immediately fell into panic, conscious but completely immobile. What's happening? I can't move at all, my body feels frozen. I shiver in despair. I'm dying. I'm about to die. A cloud of black smoke erupts as the monster swings its arm, ready to deliver the final blow. Suamek quickly reached out with his hand, catching the attack with his bare hand. The monster, pushed further by the strike, roared in excitement, saying, "You're so good. The last human warrior has finally appeared. Let's continue the fight from earlier." At the same time, Sua Mok's livestream room immediately exploded with comments. Everyone shouting, "Go, go!" Mokthon finally took action. A skeptical viewer speaks up. Could one of the others ease their worries? Didn't the elder say earlier that this final boss's strength surpasses that of a 500-year-old demon beast? A third person chimes in. Wasn't it also mentioned that the body clone had already escaped? I realize even Mokthan isn't entirely confident. Another person chimed in, laughing. You don't know that Mokthan's strength and caution are directly proportional. Someone interrupted, saying they wanted to see the Thunder Horse and asked to hurry up. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted in the city, causing a violent earthquake. The surrounding fairy cultivators couldn't hide their amazement, no mistake about it. The sound of intense fighting continued non-stop. While everyone was still stunned, a serious man spoke up. "This is our chance." The person next to him widened his eyes and asked, "A chance? Are you crazy? Aren't you planning to steal and kill the final boss?" Han just smiled and replied, "What are you afraid of? Trying to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Don't you want to get the reward for defeating the boss? Let's work together and share the reward equally." The other hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Fine. The risk is high, but I don't want to miss this chance. The reward will be split evenly. You can't go back on your word." The troublemaker chuckled and smirked. "We've cooperated so many times before. Don't you trust me? Moreover, there's a powerful warrior up there holding back the beast, so there's nothing to fear." On Somok's side, the monster suddenly raised its claws and sneered, "Isn't this just perfect?" It lunged at the chest, but you managed to dodge in time. The Somok was momentarily surprised, eyes wide with amazement. The monster glances provocatively and says, "Where are you looking?" Then it punches straight into the stomach, knocking the protagonist back, flying over 10 meters and crashing into the concrete wall of a building. The monster chuckled confidently, yet it still fought on. Indeed, my instincts were right. There is a tremendous power hidden within you, but you don't know how to use it, which is truly a waste. The live stream room is boiling again. Who was just bragging earlier? So much talk about divine power, but in the end, you're just a punching bag, unreliable when it counts. If you're so good at talking, then go fight the monsters yourself. A sarcastic person knows that whether a restaurant's food is good or not, they should also know how to cook. Another person chimed in, "I'm not a savior, so I don't have to fight monsters." Someone else will finish it off, so stop arguing about this. It's useless. When it comes to human effort, all the viewers with money support the mighty god financially. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the monster kept launching powerful attacks at the protagonist. It was full of joy, and no matter how much he resisted, if he continued to take these hits, his body would soon break down. Sore veins show no sign of response, only enduring the attacks with determined eyes. The monster slowly continued, as if enjoying it. "Let me end your suffering." It leaps into the air, its right hand curled in an attacking stance, strange glowing veins appearing around its arm. Just then, Wudong suddenly flies over and strikes the monster hard, unleashing the Kwang Tak technique. The rope wrapped tightly around the monster's body, confusing it for a moment. It roared in frustration. "What kind of move is this? I can't move anymore. I'm doomed." Seizing the opportunity, Suomai quickly gathers his strength, then punches forward and rushes up, delivering a straight punch to the monster's face, catching it off guard. A burst of brilliant light erupts at the point of contact, and Wudong coughs a few times before muttering, "What kind of divine weapon is this?" Using up all the spiritual energy in my body only kept that monster for less than a second, and it ended up hurting me badly. I could die. My right arm's bones might be broken. I can only go this far. So Mach, don't be reckless. Suomai still stands firmly on the beast's body, maintaining his attack stance. He thinks to himself that although he took the opportunity to strike the monster, it's clear that this move didn't cause much damage. Even though I wasn't seriously injured, I started to feel numb. How can I finally access the hidden power that the monster mentioned? At that moment, he sensed someone approaching. A group of cultivators rushing in from somewhere, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the unconscious monster. Someone shouted, "Perfect, we arrived just in time. The boss is badly injured and has fallen to the ground. Let's go together." The henchman, hearing this, immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, big brother." Seeing that, the protagonist suddenly intervenes and says, "Hey, wait a moment. This demon beast is still very dangerous." The maniacal man grins sinisterly and sneers, "Do you think I would believe that?" Struggling through the hardships to defeat the boss, only to have the reward snatched away. He definitely won't accept that. "Useless, the reward belongs to us, I told you." And then he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a shocking event happened as his subordinate suddenly stabbed the guy in the chest, calmly but coldly saying, "No, the reward is mine." Black Chalk was stabbed through the chest with a sword, and in horror, he turned his head and said, "You bastards! Weren't you supposed to split the rewards evenly?" The little bastard smirked slyly and sarcastically. "What right do you have to criticize me? Even if I didn't act, with your personality, you definitely betray me to take the reward for yourself. I just acted first. What's wrong with that?" Ha ha ha! No one expected that I would be the one to finish off the final boss. The seemingly defeated beast suddenly rose up, eyes blazing with fury, and roared, "Who do you say you want to kill? You little pest, don't bother my fight." It spread its long arms over his head, making him fearfully wonder what kind of move this was. Isn't this beast already close to death? I shouldn't have come if I knew. On the roof of a nearby building, Ngo Ting Kim looked down, exhaled, and said to young Master La Tien Thin, "I didn't expect the final boss to be a humanoid monster." Tian Chung stood beside him, quietly observing, then nodded slightly. This probably isn't the difficulty level of a 500-year-old demon beast. The sword spirit immediately reported, "Young Master, the horse Loi Bin is the most precious treasure of Tai Huin sect. We can easily defeat a 700-year-old demon beast, so there's no need to worry." Thien Tun calmly observes the battlefield. "I am not worried whether the Loi Bin horse can defeat the beast. What concerns me is the young man fighting that monster." At this moment, Suo Mai stands in the middle of the battlefield, radiating a presence like the sun. Tian Cheng looks on with interest and comments, "I didn't expect there to be a genius like this outside of the major sects. No, even the core disciples of the great sect can't compare to him. He's truly a talent that makes others jealous." Ngo Ting Kim also nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the combat power that beast displayed, ordinary immortal cultivators normally couldn't interfere in their battle. But given the current situation, even if that man is stronger, he wouldn't last long facing such a beast beyond his capacity. "Tìm kiếm nội nhanh, thiếu chủ còn bao lâu nữa mới có thể dụng ngựa lợi binh? Nếu phối hợp tấn công cùng cậu ấy, chắc chắn cổ thể danh bại con yếu thủ rồi." Young Master takes out the Thunder Horse and responds confidently, "I've already done my best to activate the Thunder Horse faster. It would be a loss for all of us if a genius like him died at the hands of the demon beast. No, for the whole world. No matter how difficult it is, I will do my best to save him from the beast. After the beast is dealt with, the one who tries to take credit turns around, coldly glancing at Wudong and saying, "Little bug, you're bothering me. Now, only you are left to fight." Suomai saw this and shouted loudly, full of anger, "Little dog, your opponent is me. Don't confuse the target of the fight." The beast turned around again, looking disgusted. I've always hated using magic to assist in battle. The strong only need to use pure violence to solve everything. But for that human, today I will break my rule for you and begin casting the Dark Prison. Immediately, black streaks appeared around Suomai, blurring his vision. He was stunned and thought, what is this? This is an innate magic of the demon beast, which can last for a short time. With Somok's strength, it takes about 20 seconds to escape from the dark cage. But that much time is enough for the beast to kill your teammate 10 times over. The beast raised its hand, ready to grab Wudong's head, smirking arrogantly. Daring you to save your teammate, then try to escape your limits, or you'll only see a shattered corpse. Trapped in the black cage, Suomai roared in anger, pounding the wall. Are you only capable of using such despicable tricks? The beast outside sneered mockingly. Just kidding, haha. No need to wait for you. I will crush her now. Rage erupts. Somok shatters the cage and roars. Is that so? You've run out of chances. The beast stared in shock, thinking to itself how it was possible that you managed to escape. Facing that delighted gaze, Suomo smiled softly and said, "Maybe I should thank you, because thanks to your prison, I think I've learned how to harness my power." Hearing that, the beast's eyes flashed with anger and mockery. This is interesting. You really surprised me. To reward you, I will return your teammate to you. As he finished speaking, he let go, causing Wudong to fall. Suomo quickly wiped toward her and shouted, "Wudong, wake up! Can you hear me?" The cold beast looked on with a sneer, saying, "Don't worry, she's still alive, just temporarily unconscious, so you won't be able to escape easily." Suomok holds Wudong and looks at the opponent with a cold, sharp voice, saying, "I will not leave here before defeating you." The opponent chuckled, refusing to admit defeat. "Don't be too proud. You just got lucky breaking my weakest spell. Try this." A stream of dark shadowy aura poured from him, but when it touched, it was no different from scratching an itch to Somok. "You only needed to be gentle to break my shadow stream." You frown, sneer, so this is the second weakest spell of that woman. Is there anything more powerful? At this moment, the beast was no longer able to keep its composure, growling in anger. This kind of power truly tested you. Besides, I, as a strong warrior, won't use weak magic to humiliate you anymore. I will swallow your blood essence and keep your skull for a trophy. But while he was still channeling his spiritual power, the pulse point had vanished from its original spot. In an instant, he had slipped behind it, looking annoyed. "Enough, you've talked too much." Surprised by the attack, the beast roared in shock. This kid had already come close again, just a small human. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the palm of the Somok, piercing straight into the opponent. A cry of pain echoed, accompanied by the angry voice of the beast. "You said you wouldn't use magic to fight the remnants. Then what is this? The shadow exchange for the lazy cheat. What is its position?" I thought it was over, but from the remnants of darkness, the beast gradually reappeared. Its thick body and weak voice echoed, "Human? No? Are you really a human? Your body cultivation has reached this level. You are more beast than I am. You did kill me once, but you should also feel regret for it." Its eyes turned wild, each word dripping with murderous intent, as my strength was already diminished when entering the secret realm. Unfortunately, this time Chet D has pushed me beyond my limits, so pray. According to the rules of the secret realm, before you kill me, how many seconds can you survive when I attack with full force? Elsewhere, atop a tower, Ngo Tin Kiem gazes at the battlefield and asks, "Did you see that? I can't believe it. That cultivator unexpectedly has the upper hand against the demon beast." Tian Chung nodded slightly and said yes. Very fitting. "Tin Kiem finds you confusing, young master. What do you mean?" Tian Thun replied slowly. "The horsewhip has been prepared. It's time to finish the mission of this secret realm." Tin Kiem cheered happily. "Great job, young master. Let's hurry to help." "Wait a moment. That beast is emitting a streak of light with immense power in the city." Go Tin Kim looked down and exclaimed in horror, "Oh my god!" That beast has become even stronger. The spiritual energy is terrifying, an 800-year-old beast, maybe even more powerful at 900 years. Is this the first time such a beast has appeared in the secret realm mission? Do they want us all to die? Tian Chung stood frozen in place, silent for a few seconds. Golden Sword, Spirit turned to urge, "Young master, shall we go help now?" Tian Chung slowly lowered his gaze, sighed deeply. I realized I was mistaken about something. The preparation time for the Thunder language pill actually hasn't ended yet. I was wrong. In La Tiantun's livestream room, viewers started spamming comments. Seeing the beast grow stronger, they immediately backed off. He's quick to turn hostile too. I knew it. In the end, you still have to rely on the divine pulse. So you were just planning to steal the credit. You handle the controls well, but next time, don't step in again. Give the stage back to the spirit vein. In the secret realm, the beast, now back in its tall, dark, and foul-smelling form, chuckled happily, finally restored to its original shape. Xiao Mai coldly retorted, fake and pretentious, from somewhere looking down on humans, and in the end transforming into a human form. I think you were cuter when you were a puppy. When called heartless, the beast roared in anger and snapped, "Shut your mouth. I am completely different from your kind. You are only food." Only our beast pets represent the pinnacle of creature evolution. In the livestream room, Kui Tin and Ditch Swung are still discussing. The first to the fourth bosses in the secret realm have all been defeated, and the strategies were successful. It's truly thrilling. I'm getting goosebumps, and the audience must be just as moved as I am. Thank you, fellow cultivators, for risking your lives in battle. Elder Kui, sitting beside us, responds with a look of disbelief. The power of the divine in this other world is truly formidable, even directly affecting the secret realm and forcing the difficulty level of the mission to be raised. Looking at the current results, I am both surprised and pleased, and I can only say that I underestimated the secret realm created by the predecessors and also did not fully appreciate the efforts of the younger generation of cultivators. Lu Lai Tuang quickly led the way. If the first 4 secret realms have been smoothly passed, then let's shift our focus to the 5th secret realm, where a tall, foul-smelling beast is making everyone uneasy. Li Tuang looked at the screen and kept adjusting the settings. What is this? The final boss just appeared in the second scene. Elder Kui quietly remarked that the final boss in human form could only be an evolved 1,000-year-old beast. Dish Swang worriedly said that a 1,000-year-old beast was already beyond the permissible limit. Kui Trung Lao's expression grew serious as he explained that the combat power of a 500-year-old demon beast is around 2,000, but a 1,000-year-old demon beast has reached 10,000, which is the level of top-tier cultivators on Earth. Based on this, it means that the young Soman fighting that demon beast is the strongest person on Earth. Inside the secret realm, the fierce battle between the strongest and the beast is intense and brutal. After 7.749 seconds of fierce fighting, the strongest finally reveals his cool demeanor, delivering a decisive strike that leaves his opponent humiliated and defeated. Ngao Ngi Noi. Puppy, this is humanity's full strength. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. The beast, even after being beaten, refuses to submit, standing up with a dark face and says, "Do you think you've won?" Han chuckled eerily, his face beginning to change, full of scheming. "Lie in the rain so you won't be detected by the secret realm's camera. Earlier, I only used 30% of my power." Suo Mai remains calm and composed. "If you say so, then I am reassured because I only used 2 parts of my strength." The beast grows even more confident. "I was mistaken. I only used 1/10 of my strength earlier." Domak immediately blocks and flies straight ahead. "What's wrong? Your math skills are really that bad." As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them charged at each other again, continuing the fierce battle. Below the live stream, comments flooded in. "I used to think that unlocking secret techniques was the peak, but seeing Somak, I realized this is true male combat. His live stream room is packed, everyone tuning in. Great, I've already sent my support to Somak. Let's go, brothers." So, Mok is so strong now. Why not reward the other top fighters to boost their combat power as well? The guy who just said that was immediately scolded by the community, and he wondered to himself, "It's strange, I only commented once but got criticized so much." The younger brother stepped forward and sighed.
Boss, you're still watching the stream of the Sect Master. It's useless to advise them not to reward him anymore now. The boss chuckled softly.
"What do you know? The strength of the sect might even be a bit weak now, so it's easier for beast monsters to eliminate them. Sitting around and still making money, isn't that too good to be true?" "Oh, right, where's Old Third? Why is he taking so long in the bathroom?" Second brother shrugs. Earlier, he texted saying Trap forgot to feed the cat, so he rushed home. After hearing that silly excuse, the boss immediately understood and burst out laughing. That bastard was so quick to back down. The strength of the spiritual veins in the secret realm must be relying on the audience's applause. Once he leaves the secret realm and loses his power, he's no longer a threat. As he said this, he suddenly paused, their eyes meeting with suspicion, then muttered to himself, "Nothing to fear. The more I think about it, the clearer it becomes." His face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly left. Approaching General 2, he smiled and loosened up. "Chief, I'm sorry. I just remembered I forgot to clean the cat's litter. I'll go home for a bit and come back right away." At the same time, the secret realm system announced a message that shocked everyone. The final boss's combat power exceeded the upper limit of the mission requirements, reaching the strength of a 1,000-year-old super beast. 1 minute later, the elimination process will automatically activate. The demon beast heard this and frowned, voice full of regret. "It was so quick to be discovered. I still wanted to settle the score with you before being eliminated. Sorry, human strong one." What is he saying? "There's still a minute left. Don't worry. I'll deal with you before then, so you won't have any regrets." The demon beast's smile grows brighter with excitement, and you are beginning to understand the joy of fighting, humans. Let's enjoy ourselves before time runs out. Both of them charged forward and continued the battle, more fiercely than before. At the CEO's office, he stared intently at the person opposite him, his voice heavy. "The 3 immortal cultivators I hired have fled the battlefield. Are you really confident in dealing with the vein points?" Miss Van Chow didn't answer immediately, only tilted her head slightly and asked back, "So you're scared now?" Then he calmly continued speaking. "Most modern cultivators are inexperienced in combat, only knowing how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's no surprise that those 3 useless guys ran away. I never had high hopes for them." President 2 still isn't completely at ease and quietly analyzes, but the strength. Somak showed in the secret realm far exceeds expectations. To be sure you achieve your goal, you might as well contact Mr. Lee and ask him to send more people or get in touch with higher-ups in the corporation. Advisor Joe chuckled, his eyes cold as stars. Are you trying to make me look weak in front of my boss, or cause a scandal about the amusement park project to embarrass Cowley Congham in front of the family? Don't worry. After deducting the reward, our fighting strength is equal. But in a life-and-death battle, victory or defeat depends not only on strength or ability. He may have more potential than others, but he lacks real combat experience. That very moment will be the cause of his failure. In the secret realm, the countdown echoes with each beat. 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Suomak and the 1,000-year-old demon beast are still fiercely struggling. 5 seconds, 3 seconds countdown. At the crucial moment, he delivers a fatal punch. The announcement rings out. The final boss of the 5th secret realm has been defeated by the savior, Mok Thon. Because the boss's combat power exceeded the difficulty limit of the mission, the savior's reward is 2 million Vietnamese dong. Outside, the comments in the livestream chat explode. Clearly, the beast was buffed to handle beginner missions. So why do I feel like Mok Than is the one hacking? It makes sense that Mok Than is the first to receive such huge rewards. Now he's getting an extra 2 million, probably going to clear out all the missions in one go from now on. Another viewer quietly pointed out something unusual. A moment of pain for the beast, but doesn't everyone notice? So Mok's serious expression, clearly victorious, yet he still looks tense. Someone immediately responded. Are you a new fan? Mok Than has always been like that. The more favorable the situation, the more cautious he is. That's why he's so strong. The last message appeared on the exclusive control panel that only I, Somak, could see. The 4 million yuan reward from the mission has been transferred to the savior's account. After unlocking all the new functions of the yuan, Somak discovered that besides increasing combat power, he could also use it to exchange for medicines, equipment, and supplies at the store in the secret realm. You stare intently at the notification board, suddenly feeling anxious. Where did the remaining 16 million Van Mi go? Game app fees and marketing costs. No way. Have cultivators really advanced to such an era now? Thinking about pushing his combat ability to the limit, he suddenly realized that skill might also be useful in the mysterious store. Just then, Vu Dong woke up from his faint, rushing over in a panic. You really scared me. You actually got rid of that head-biting boss. So Mok didn't answer, only gently asked, Why are you up? Lie down quickly, moving around will scratch your wounds, and you need to go back to the hospital for treatment. Vu Dong reached out to touch his right shoulder and replied that after completing the mission, the secret realm would automatically heal the savior's wounds. In the secret realm, my injuries have fully healed. Suo Mok still kept a calm expression, nodding slightly. I see. It turns out that sometimes the secret realm also knows how to lend a hand to others. Hearing that, Vu Dong looked at him with some suspicion. Could it be that your wound hasn't healed yet? He replied casually, as if it was nothing important. No, I'm not injured, Vu Dong shouted in shock. No, not injured, yet defeated the boss alone. Is this the world of experts? You're really not a disciple of the hidden sect or a cultivator, but a genius born 1,000 years ago, right? So Mok frowned and immediately dismissed it. There are no strange theories like that. I really am just an ordinary person. At this moment, the sky above gradually darkened, and the scenery started to twist. So Mok looked up and asked aloud, What is this? Is the secret realm collapsing? Vu Dong calmly explains. The ritual of the secret realm is complete, so of course we have to return to the original world. The first thing to do when we get back is to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. So Mok sighs softly. So that's how it is. Finally back home, after so many things happened, even though it was only half a day, it felt like a month. It's really great that Binan can return to the real world. Vu Dong glared and scolded. Hush, the senior is just here to explore the secret realm. Don't act like you're sneaking into our clueless group. So Mok looked at her pouty expression and chuckled, asking, So why do you look unhappy? Are you checking your luck points? At that moment, the system displayed a new notification indicating that the system check confirmed the host had successfully completed the beginner's mission in the secret realm with excellent results. Her special skill is passive. She transforms into spiritual energy. The realm of the host will not be affected by the spiritual energy environment. Even on Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce, the host can still unleash their full combat potential. A pet is expected to be introduced in 2 days. Please prepare to receive your pet. After leaving the secret realm, the real world gradually comes into view, with tall buildings standing close together, wide streets filled with cars, and the bustling sounds of people echoing. Hey everyone, look, it's the Divine Pulse. Divine Pulse, can I get your signature? Many fans gather around, holding up their phones, asking for a group photo with the idol. Can he take a picture with everyone? I want to shoot a quick clip. Surprised by this, Xiao Mok looks a bit flustered. But then you still stood there in shock, signing autographs and taking pictures with each fan one by one. Seeing how dedicated you were, the fans cheered loudly. I never expected Mok Than to be so patient. I'm dying from love. Goodbye, Mok Than. I'm so happy I got a photo with him. Now I'll post it right away. When everyone has left, So Mok sighs, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and mumbles to himself. Finally, they are gone. What on earth just happened? While you were still confused, a voice rang out. Everything happening in the secret scene is being broadcast live worldwide. Other saviors might not know, but I can be sure that your fame has surpassed all A-list celebrities. It might only be a matter of time before a brand approaches you to be their ambassador. Wudong stood beside him, quickly updating him on the new developments. As she finished speaking, Somak turned to look at her with surprise. Is the situation really that serious? That would be great. Then I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Hearing you say you're short on money, Wudong immediately asked, are you really that short on cash? I agree. I've already borrowed a lot to treat my sister, and those hospitals couldn't fully cure her. If I really had money, maybe I could find a better hospital. Seeing what you said, she quickly replied, if you had told me earlier, I could have contacted a good doctor and some famous cultivators in medicine. Consider it as having money now. You don't need to worry about treatment costs or medicine. So Mok, hearing her intention to help, reached out to shake her hand, then said, I apologize for the trouble. If we find a suitable hospital, that would be great, and I will reimburse you for the treatment costs and medicine later. She shook hands again and said, don't be polite. You saved my life, so this little treatment fee is nothing. Let's find somewhere to eat first. I've been hungry all day, and then we can check on your sister's condition. He nodded, so I'll call a car first. Wudong took out his phone to order a ride, but before he could touch it, a white car had already stopped right in front of them. She wondered why the car arrived before I even booked it. You really are quick now. So Moss looked at the car, frowning, and said, oh, it's troublesome again. Troublesome? She asked in surprise. A man in a black suit steps out of the car, places his hand on his chest, and says, sorry to bother you both. Mr. So, the boss invites you to the company to clear up some past misunderstandings. Hearing that, Somok replied straightforwardly, a misunderstanding, you really know how to talk. How could he not change his expression and call forcing me to admit guilt and commit suicide just a small misunderstanding? Even if you don't seek me out, I will take the initiative to find you to clarify things, but I have other matters to attend to today. Seeing you not agree, he continued with a serious face, Mr. So, I am just passing on the message from my boss. How could my words be wrong? I hope you won't be angry. Tell me, what did he ask you to pass on? Oh, it was the boss's order to invite your sister first. If you don't come, I underestimated your endurance, and you also overestimated my patience. You are radiating danger. He stepped back in fear. This is Zep2's task. I'm old now. My family has to pay. I have no other way. So Mok regained his composure, cleared his throat, and placed his hand on his forehead. Sorry, I seem to have lost control. Lead the way and complete your mission. After speaking, Somok and Wudong got into the white car, which started to drive off. Upon arrival, the man in the black vest pointed in a direction and said, Zep2 is waiting for you upstairs. I won't follow anymore. You two are welcome. Then he turned to Wudong and said, I hope you won't tell Zep2 that I brought you back. Wudong crossed her arms and replied, if you want to survive, you have to keep your mouth shut. Don't worry, I won't say anything. The man bowed and thanked her. I'm over 30 now. It's hard to find a job outside. She waved her hand and said, fine. You should leave now. It might not be safe here later. All right, I'll go ahead. So Mok looked straight ahead. I can handle this. Wait for me downstairs. She immediately replied, what are you talking about? I'm not a heartless person. That shady boss saw how you performed in the secret realm and still dared to bully you. He probably has a trump card up his sleeve. Although your strength has increased in the secret realm thanks to fate synchronization, you still can't bring it into reality and may face danger. So Mok was about to say, actually but she shook her phone and winked happily, saying she had contacted some fellow cultivators earlier and they would come together, so it would be fine. In a room, Van Chao spoke. Your emotions are starting to become chaotic, Tuan Tong irritably said, so I am not even allowed to be afraid at the boundary between life and death. Van Chao slowly said, in Sun Tzu's Art of War, it is said that soldiers win by winning beforehand and then challenging, meaning that the outcome of a battle is decided before it even begins. Ting with a nonchalant expression, you think you've already secured the victory, huh? I really envy your optimism. Anyway, your fight is not something an ordinary person like me should get involved in, so why should I care about my feelings? That's not how it is. You contributed a lot to my fight. Tutong asked again. Contributed? Ko Van Chao explained that cultivators may seem strong, but they also have weaknesses, and the effectiveness of their spiritual energy depends on their mental state. If it's unstable, they can't fully unleash their power in battle. A calm mind without distractions or external influences is the most complex type of cultivator. Luckily, very few can reach such a state of mind. Earlier, you said that the Somok was very sensitive to his mental state, so you moved his core to a hidden place. This was enough to disturb his mood, and even if he was an unusually strong body cultivator, his strength would decrease significantly. At this point, he slightly smiled and said it would be better if you kept the workers here and continued working normally, thinking about the safety of colleagues who live and work together day and night, even in the Somok battle. They would be helpless. Captain Tu asked repeatedly, do we really need to go that far? It's hundreds of lives. Don't you have any sense of compassion? If there are major casualties, my company won't be able to continue operating. Yan Chao calmly replied, this is my habit. When facing a strong opponent, the first thing I do is use all means to eliminate them. If you have rejected my advice, at least I hope you can show your confident emotions, especially in front of Somok. I don't want him to suddenly become spirited due to your fear. Two-Tone calmly said, "Just try to control your emotions and show a confident attitude. I hope the small details you pay attention to can truly play their role." Forcibly bring Mr. Egg to the lobby downstairs. Wudong and Somak entered inside, she asked. "No one is in this building. It seems they have prepared well for battle. Are you really not going to wait a little longer?" "My friends are coming soon," he replied. I've made my decision. My sister's life or death is uncertain. I can't stay here and wait with peace of mind." Hearing that, Wudong said, "All right, I'll go with you." Somak refused. "No, you should stay here. It will help me more in case of an emergency. You and your friends can stay outside the institute and support me." Wudong replied, "Be careful and try to buy some time until my friends arrive. Then I will immediately rescue you. I understand." General 2 said first, "Somak, we meet again. Are you having fun in the secret game?" Somak coldly replied, "Stop with the polite talk. Where is my sister?" President 2 gently pursed his lips and calmly said, "I invited your sister as a guest to show a friendly attitude. As long as you can forget the misunderstanding between us, I won't hold you responsible for the deficit in the amusement park project. And I will even give you a large compensation." So Mok replied, "Hand over my sister first, then we can talk about other things." President 2 said, "That's not possible. You need to prove to me you're trustworthy or become our ally in this matter." Before that, your sister was still an important hostage. So Mok asked, "What if I refuse?" He continued, "So I can only ask Ko Van Chow from the Lie Corporation to persuade you." So Mok wondered, "Ko Van Chow?" Then you with a murderous glare staring at the person in front of you. Ko Van Chow wondered what this kid was up to. Unable to move, just thinking about attacking him made even a finger refuse to budge.
The sixth family member has always been warned through countless crises. Intelligence alone cannot compensate for the true strength in combat. If I fight him, I will definitely die.
Suomai's eyes glowed with a terrifying red light as he asked sharply, "Ko Van Chow, are you in cahoots with those kidnapping my sister?" Sumai hurriedly explained. "Cao So, you've misunderstood. I'm a senior advisor at Lethe Corporation. Just call me Tu Cho. This time I came here because I heard you were being treated unfairly. So I'm here to uphold justice for you. From the ruthless boss. Oh my," Ko Van Chow said confidently. "The partner of Lethe Corporation has appeared with such a scoundrel like Sep 2. This is our responsibility. Suo Shao, your sister will be brought back safely immediately, and to apologize for you, we will try to meet any of your requests."
Now Momai asks, "Oh really? If I say I want to hold Zaphram responsible, what then?"
Ko Van Chow replied, "Of course it's no problem. Even if you don't say it, we will give you an explanation." But in his mind, he thought that his secret treasure could greatly increase my danger alertness. So my intuition must be right. I can't believe it. Did Somak already have top-tier combat power before entering the secret realm? Or has Somak mastered some method to manipulate fate and reality, which could reveal his secret? I alone am no match for him, so now I can only stall for time and wait for reinforcements from the Lethe Corporation. The general shouted loudly, "Miss Van Chow, what do you mean by this?" "So, why is Lethe Corporation afraid of a kid like Somak?" Van Chow calmly replied, arranging her words. "Our Lethe Corporation values justice and fairness. If you Somak wants to kill him out of anger for his wrongdoings, then we will let you do it." Toughening my face, I ask, "Do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of falling into a trap?" Two-Tongue replied, "You are not wrong. No matter how hard I try, my power and resources are nothing compared to Lethe Group. I don't have supernatural strength like you guys. So what if that's the case? The little rat in the sewer, even in front of death, will fight to the end. So Mok, do you know what is beneath the amusement park?" "Be smooth. If you keep talking, I will kill you," Miss Van Chow shouted, quickly pulling out a weapon to threaten. Suddenly, Somak from behind spoke up. "Let him speak. Commander, please go ahead." From the general story, beneath the amusement park is a secret base secretly built by this corporation. The amusement park is just a cover to deceive everyone. As far as I know, there's more than one hidden base like that, and some corporations already knew about the impending invasion of the demon beasts and even contacted them early on. The amusement park project was also underfunded because of that useless young master, Lee Heinling from the Lai Group, who was just trying to make some pocket money. That's why they came to me for cooperation, to uphold the fairness and reputation of the Lethe Corporation. Don't make a fool of yourselves anymore, because the downfall of the corporation will be your greatest enemy as cultivators. I'm fine with it all. So, Mok's brief reply surprised Tu-Tong. "Huh, you keep talking. The Lethe Corporation's underground base has nothing to do with me. I just want to hold you accountable alone." Ko Van Chow said, folding her arms. "You've been secretly investigating many things. The hidden base indeed exists. But if you want to falsely accuse the corporation of colluding with the demon beasts, you still need more concrete evidence. In addition, harming you, Somak, kidnapping your sister, these actions are all his doing. He is the one narrowing his own path." Tu-Tong takes something out of his shirt. It seems negotiations are over. If he must go to hell. "I won't go alone. The time for this game has come. Miss Van Chow, you know what I have in my hand." Miss Van Chow said that when the pressure from the relic of the 6-stone tablets X can weaken the strength of the cultivators and hunters, although it is a disposable item, it is highly valuable. "I didn't expect you to have it and to make such a small move in front of me. I really underestimated you." Su-Tung stared intently at the item in his hand because from the very beginning, He never saw someone like me as an ordinary person. Before he gained his abilities, he had already killed a cultivator. So why would he now look down on an ordinary person?
Cố Văn Châu nôn nấc nổi, nhỏ bé không ý nghĩa gì, dù cố làm giảm sức chiến đấu của tôi. Một người bình thường như ông thì làm việc gì? Từ tống ngồi phịch xuống nền, trong tòa nhà này, cả khu vui trội tối đã gai thuốc nổ rồi. Chỉ cần tối ấn vào diều khiến từ xa.
Before she could finish, he was stabbed with a knife. Ko Van Chao turned to look at Somak and said, Somak, I'm sorry. To prevent casualties from the explosion at the amusement park, I could only use this method to stop him. From the general's smile, it seems that what you're worried about is the hidden base beneath the amusement park. Ms. Van Chao said, Does that matter now, since you can no longer control it remotely? That man suddenly shouted, The fool controlling the remote is right in my heart. It's too late to dodge now. By the time Van Chao realized it, everything was already too late. The sound of the explosion echoed through every corner, and for a moment, the tall building was blown apart. A thought crossed through Van Chao's mind. Strange, I'm not injured. How is that possible when the spiritual energy is restricted? I should be seriously hurt. He slowly opened his eyes, unable to escape safely. Now Van Chao was being carried on. Somak's shoulder, he thought, so Mak saved me. How could that be? Limited by the suppression of the method, he could still leave before the explosion. His strength could no longer be faked. But this is also the best opportunity. Now, so Mak Huan has no defenses, spiritual energy is restricted, and is in a state of extreme vulnerability. If I can hit him hard right now, I can secretly seize his biggest secrets. So Mak turned back to look at the building earlier. What kind of explosive is this, causing the entire building to blow up? Oh, no! Did Van Chao get scared and run away? I guess my mental state is also pretty bad. So Mak has put Van Chao down. That's right, where's Wudong? She should be fine. Shifting my focus, searching for someone, now is the best moment to ambush. But this damn feeling of fear makes even my finger not move. I won't wait for the Lethe Corporation support. Only I can uncover Somak's greatest secret, surpassing fear and pushing beyond limits. Facing a stronger opponent who seems unbeatable, I have to fight to the death. This is what I've been going through every day for the past 10 years as a bounty hunter. Please, body, move for me just this once, even if it's only for today. I want to go back to being a bounty hunter like I used to be. No, not Lucia Corporation's Wen Chao. I don't want to be a dog for the corporation anymore. What he's holding is a high-grade treasure, a fire and poison missile with strong toxicity, and hidden attack method that can easily destroy the nervous system of supernatural beings and also enhance the sixth sense of the wielder. Hundreds of cultivators have lost their lives to this secret treasure, a high-grade artifact obtained from the depths of the Ichi continent ruins, known as the Assassin Cultivator. Today, fulfilling its master's expectations, a large amount of toxicity is released from the high-grade artifact. The amount of toxin shot straight at Somak, but was reflected back, causing the toxin to invade Advisor Chao's body, and he was stunned, thinking, how could this be? Suomai must have been weakened by the spiritual energy suppression method. The attack from the secret treasure couldn't even break his defenses, and the attack was reflected back onto itself. Is the distance between us really that vast? How ridiculous. Am I about to be killed by my own attack?
Somak mồi quay lại, xoa xoa vai rồi nổi. Chuyện gì vậy? Tự nhiên lực này hói môi vai. Chẳng lẽ là hậu quả của việc làm thêm nhiều giờ chuốc cho sao? Chắc phải dành chút thời gian để massage thôi.
Ko Van Chao gradually lost her composure, still holding on to hope. She didn't want to die here. Somak is a cultivator who must have spiritual pills to heal his wounds. He stammered loudly. Somak! Somak! Suomak looked confused. Madame Zhou, why are you vomiting blood? That's strange. I clearly saved you after the explosion, and you were badly injured. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? Vanchi, ambulance, it's too late now. Spirit medicine, Sora. Sora Mak, please give me the spirit medicine to heal my wounds. Save me. I will definitely repay you. So Mak wondered what a spirit medicine was. It's the first time I've heard of it. Miss Zhou was furious. Are you angry with me? A cultivator, how could I not know about spiritual medicines? So Mak's face turned extremely terrifying. So that's it, I understand now. Chao's mind was in turmoil, dead. Earlier, So Mak was just probing, suspecting that the attacker might have been herself. In the end, she mentioned spiritual beasts, which are mainly used to treat extraordinary wounds, underestimating him, thinking he was just a reckless person. I never expected his true face to be so dark and cruel, but my death was my own choice, and the final fire phoenix poison will stay in my heart. So, Mak stepped closer. Ko Van Chao, wait a moment, my teammate and I are cultivators. She must have a spiritual beast in her hand. Wait for me to find her, Professor Zhou. Why are you bleeding so badly and fainting again? Suomo said without any reaction. Her soul has already left her body, Professor Zhou. Died because of her stupidity, somewhere else. A red-haired girl asked. He was blown up in that building. And the warrior beside her said, yes, it's my fault. If I had gone up there with him, it would have been fine. He's trying to see if he's okay. So Mak ranked first in the secret realm. He'll definitely be fine. The young man with the baseball cap speaks condescendingly. So Mak's reputation is well known, but after returning to reality, he's only at this level. Using explosives shows the enemy is just an ordinary person. If it were me, I could easily control the opponent and prevent the explosion. The red-haired girl cut her off, telling her to shut up and stop talking if she didn't know what to say, and now is not the time to boast about skills. The brown-shirted guy simply raised his hand and pointed ahead, saying everyone should quiet down. I think I saw Somak over there, to the east, running towards us, and it looks like he's carrying someone else in his arms. So Ma carried Advisor Zhou by the waist and walked forward when someone shouted that he had encountered a ghost. The person he was carrying was the legendary immortal assassin. It's hard to believe he eliminated the assassin in such a short time and wasn't even injured. Advisor Zhou was laid on the ground. Suomo looked around and said, I see everyone is friends with Wu Dong. I really appreciate you all taking the time to come and help. The red-haired girl replied, You're so brave. You're a hero saving the world. What difficulties have you faced? We definitely won't abandon you. The young man in the hat also spoke up. And honestly, we can't really help you either.
Số mặt nội dung nổi vậy, mỗi người có thể tối dậy, tối ra rất căm kịch rồi. Chắc mỗi người già nghe vụ giọng nổi rồi, tôi và xếp từ cổ trước mâu thuẫn, ông ta ra bắt góc chỉ tới, tên càm dầu xếp từ bây giờ đã chết.
But my sister still doesn't know her whereabouts, and at that time, Advisor Zhou was also there. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me uphold justice and protect righteousness. That means he is now seriously injured, and Advisor Zhou might know where my sister is. But he needs spiritual medicine to heal her. At this moment, Somak's image in Kwang Wudong's teammates' eyes, along with the meaning of what he said earlier, is revealed. Somak with his hands in his pockets and a terrifying expression on his face. The leader has already been dealt with by me, a cultivator assassin. After a friendly fist bump, I was suddenly attacked, but I need to get all the information he knows and exchange the spiritual medicine to save him. The young man in the cap approached Advisor Zhou. So, hand over the medicine, I can treat your wounds. Different injuries require different spiritual medicines for treatment. Shomai replied, Yeah, I'll rely on you then. If Advisor Zhou really dies, it will be a huge problem. Suddenly, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief, calling out, Suomai, I think he's already dead. So, Mok's face darkened a bit. So that's it then. I guess I have no choice to do something extreme to find her. The young man in the hat hesitated, thinking, I'm really crazy to want to flatter such a brutal elder to show off and ruin my eyes. I won't let him kill me out of anger. The red-haired girl said, Kalso, I know many people in this city and might be able to help you find your sister. That's right, Kalso. Please don't get too excited. We will also help, said the brown-shirted man. Such a small matter doesn't require your intervention. Rest assured we will definitely help you find your sister. An officer said as he gestured toward a room. Mr. So, your sister has been successfully found right here, and our subordinate has also been taken into custody. Officer Dan's subordinate is being escorted away by 2 people. The security guard continued, If you need any more help, please contact our Dongwon group immediately. Mr. So, we will take our leave now. A man who witnessed everything sighed and said, Sure enough, they were still robbed by the Dongvan Corporation first. What's even more frightening is that Somak is right. No matter how powerful the Dongvan Corporation is, you know that even the 4 major cultivation sects or the bounty hunter organizations hold them in high regard. Yet, a large corporation like that lowers itself to befriend. Somak because he is the top savior in the secret realm. The woman beside her continued, Even if she isn't ranked high in strength, the influence of the savior in the hearts of the people is very important to big corporations. Ordinary companies like ours don't stand a chance to win. So Mok's favor, and whether it's cultivators, secret realms, or alien invasions, we don't know what this world will be like in the future. The elevator door closed, and Somok said, Wudong, your friends are just like you, enthusiastic and friendly. Thanks to them, I was able to find your sister so quickly. I was planning to invite them to have a meal together, but I didn't expect they would leave so quickly. Wudong was a bit confused, enthusiastic and friendly, even inviting them to eat. Maybe they cleaned themselves up and were preparing to eat. So Mok replied, they are clean and hygienic. Wudong looked towards Somok's sister. Don't worry, you should check on her first. I feel a bit strange. Somok stepped closer to her. You can feel it too, huh? I thought it was just my illusion. Why does my sister have the aura of a demon beast on her? Although very faint, it's definitely there. Suomai continued, similar to the beast we encountered in the secret realm, when the strange ghostly phenomenon occurred, my sister suddenly fell into a coma a few months ago. It seems it was not just an ordinary illness. The invasion of foreign beasts truly begins today. At a large villa, Suomai was pushing her sister's wheelchair and said, We and my sister might be troublesome. Can we really stay at your place? Wudong replied, No problem. You can stay as long as you want. The corporation might be colluding with the foreign demons, and the monsters could have already entered Earth earlier. Behind your sister's coma might be a dark spirit. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. If the big corporation really colludes with the monsters, the 4 great sects won't just sit idly by. Suomai approached her and said, Like a secret realm, the 4 great sects might also have dark secrets. After defeating the final boss, the secret realm announced a reward of 2 million destiny coins for me. But I only received 400,000. The ranking of the destiny coins doesn't show specific values, only the order, and it's not just me. The destiny coins of other saviors might also have been reduced. The worst case scenario is that even the cultivators from the four great sects have allied with the demon beasts. Wudong rubs his hands and organizes everything. Ben, calm down. If the four great sects all betrayed Earth, then the secret realm would have collapsed long ago. The loss of the fate currency could also be due to the destruction of the secret realm, which produced chaos. The worst part is that a small number of cultivators have allied with the demon beasts. In the end, she finally realized that if she thought that way, then the problem was indeed very serious. So Mok turned to leave. I understand now. I will find a safer place to stay. Wudong quickly denied. I didn't mean it that way. She continued, saying that your sister's physical condition is very good. If she were an ordinary person, being corroded by the aura of a demon beast for so long, she would definitely have died. But if you want to recover your health, you need to use spiritual energy magic to regulate it. So it's better for both of you to stay at my place. If other cultivators find out that your sister has the aura of a beast on her, it could cause trouble for you. Somak operated the screen, then said, so this fate money can be considered as the rent fee. Wudong helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Fine, I'll serve you then. If I don't accept this rent money, I don't think you'll be able to stay here peacefully, so just transfer 200,000 or 300,000 instead. Your account has received a transfer of 600,000 fate coins from the savior. So, Mok. She was so stunned she could only utter one word, 600,000. So Mok explained that the fate coins could no longer increase his combat power, and although the magic artifacts and equipment at the shopping center in the secret realm could be exchanged with fate coins, he couldn't use them. Instead of letting these fate coins gather dust on his hands, it would be better to give them to someone who can use them. Wudong asked in surprise, do you know how much this amount of fate coins is worth? Even if you can't use them, you can find another savior to exchange for cash. So Mokbin calmly replied, I needed money before for my sister, but now that you've healed her, what else do I need so much money for? Just consider this as my investment. If you become stronger in the future, you can also protect me. Wudong chuckled softly. Of course, that's definitely the case. She thought that the cultivation masters follow the body refining school. The highest limit of combat power is also comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast, but in the future, even stronger beasts will appear. There is also the darkness of the corporation and the secret realm. Although it doesn't show on the outside, the pressure from Somak is definitely very heavy. I have to try harder. The Somak replied confidently, thinking to himself that he couldn't place all his hopes on the login system. This time, completing the mission in the login system's secret realm earned him a pet, which won't arrive until tomorrow. Maybe next time when I log in, I'll get a reward of a steak. Who knows? At a fancy restaurant, a customer is shouting loudly, Hey, where's my Wellington steak? Isn't it ready yet? Your restaurant doesn't want to keep running, does it? The waiter bowed before the guest holding a glass of wine and said, Please wait, just 2 more minutes, only 2 minutes, and it will be done here after the commotion. A few whispers arose indicating that he was the prodigal son of the Lai Thai group. Lai Hamlin, even now, he still dares to come to the restaurant for a meal. Lai Hamlin, what kind of mess has he caused again? The man said. Don't you know yet? He has involved the top-ranked savior in the secret realm, Somak. His amusement park exploded, and the subordinate who just received the news, known as the bounty hunter assassin Tu Tianjia, was also killed by Somak. Even more astonishing, beneath the amusement park, the safe zones of Lethe and Tranthi corporations, the construction sites for both companies' shelters, were exposed. Half an hour ago, rumors flooded the internet with all kinds of conspiracy theories claiming the corporation only wants to survive alone and has relied on some weak beast. The other person asked, So what? Strange, why can't I find any related news? He replied, Of course the rumors have been dismissed. A word is forbidden, the hotspot has been cancelled to prevent those with malicious intentions from stirring up conflicts. After all, it concerns the reputation of the Lethe group. He didn't finish his sentence before being cut off. Hey, stop talking. Lai 2 is here. A person in black leather shoes walks in. Lai Hamlin turns around and half-leaning says, Brother, why are you here? It's been a long time since we met. I really missed you. Before I could finish my greeting, Li Tu signaled to take him away. The two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and restrained Lai Hamlin's hands behind his back. Yes, boss, he shouted. Wait, my Wellington suit hasn't even been taken off yet. Lai Hamlin was knocked to the ground. He leaned against the nearby sacks, coughing violently. Li Tu stood nearby, arms crossed, saying, Humor that can't be patched up. I taught you a lesson so you won't forget. Do you know where you went wrong this time? Lai Hamlin said between coughs. I shouldn't have touched Somak, which exposed the hiding spot. Li Tu grimaced and replied, That's not right. Your mistake was not killing the Somak. You and your subordinates are just as useless as that so-called bounty hunter assassin cultivator. But insulting you is insulting the Lai group. Insulting someone from the Lai group means they must die, and Somak must die. Li Tu looked at Lai Hamlin lying on the ground and said with a broad smile, It hurts. Of course it hurts. I have important matters to attend to, and I have to let a useless person like you clean up the mess, so I'm suffering even more than you. Moreover, beating you up was my father's idea. I'm not seeking personal revenge, so don't blame me. Just stay here and reflect on yourself. The space outside the restaurant suddenly became eerily quiet. Lai Hamlin with tears. A knife, already beaten but still wanting to fight me again. There's someone standing nearby with arms crossed, saying your brother Lai Tu has been gone for 10 minutes. Lee Hamlin asked, Ha Chu, how long have you been watching? He replied, since you were dragged into the alley, you really got beaten badly, so you led him here. Not to ask me to save you, right? Lai Hamlin said, how is that possible? You are an important pawn. I can't let you be exposed now. Today the one showing off in the secret realm. It was you, not the sect, who was willing to give up the savior identity for me. How could I possibly lead you? Ha Chu interrupted, stop saying such horrible words. I gave up my identity as the savior to investigate the conspiracy of the corporation and the cultivators. Honestly, I still don't fully trust you. Lai Hamlin leaned back. But do you have another choice? People without your strength can't do anything else besides killing. Your investigation is meaningless. Ha Chu questioned, hoping his teammate would sacrifice himself for intelligence. Are you very proud, seeing your teammate trust you and suffer? How do you feel? What were you doing when Talman died? Talman was also your friend, right? Lee Hamlin replied, Tak Bak, Tongan, Tudik Chun. I remember each of them. Old Tao, almost 70,
Doesn't stay at home to play with my nephew. He runs to chase after life with us at the Back Tongue base to support us.
He volunteered to be a decoy. That day was his niece's birthday, and he said that as long as I lived, the younger children wouldn't have to sacrifice. Tongan, 16 years old, I am a cultivator and still in school, with a girl I like, investigating the mysteries of life. He sneaked into the Tranthi group's hideout and never came out again. Some came from the Great Sect, either disciples of small sects or wandering cultivators, and many ordinary people with no special abilities. Facing the alliance of the corporation and the monster cultivators, we are truly too weak. If it weren't for the lack of people, I wouldn't have to go to the assassin's grave of the cultivator. Those high-ranking mercenaries only care about profit like this, Ha Chu said. In the end, he also died. I remember you hired him less than a month ago, right? Lai Hamnin slowly got up. Yes, he's a lunatic. Sending him over was originally to mediate with the Vane, but who knew they would clash instead? The Vane's strength in reality was beyond expectations, in the refuge beneath the amusement park. I originally had other plans, but now they're all useless, so I might as well come to you. 2 defeated dogs teaming up is better than fighting alone. Ha Chu crossed his arms, and then added my life into the deal as well. Lai Hamnin shrugged. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the next to die. He smiled. I won't apologize for my friend's sacrifices, nor will I regret everything I've done. If necessary, I will also give my life. Ha Chu replied, I will cooperate with you for now, but I will keep an eye on you if one day you waver or I find out you are a traitor to humanity intentionally killing those people. Then it will be up to you to deal with me. I will hold no grudges, all right. Then, let's begin our first mission. That's also why I hurried to contact you. The leader of the alien beast vanguard will visit Earth tomorrow. Ha Chu asked in shock, how is that possible? With the secret realm as a shield, I never expected the beast to invade Earth so early. According to the intelligence I received, a certain corporation owns crossing stones that can connect to the other world, and can even transfer a small number of demons into Earth. The demon leader is about to appear, at least maintaining a strength comparable to that of a 2,000-year-old demon on Earth. We must confirm the target before those demons emerge, or we won't be able to break their yin demons in time, and our world will be in danger. Ha Chu interrupted, but we don't know where the monsters will appear. Lai Hamnin confidently replied, in Donghai City, tomorrow the monster leader will arrive to welcome my brother Lai Tu. He might be planning to use the power of the beast to destroy the source, and we will follow him to give him a surprise. At Wudong's house, the source is sleeping when suddenly a notification from the system appears, reminding that in 8 hours, the beast will arrive. Please be patient, master. The pet appears inside the magnificent and splendid Din Nguyen Ya Palace. An angry beast roars loudly, questioning why the Divine Lord chose Nyai Yi as the vanguard leader. The beast beside her says, Dao, you are questioning the Divine Lord's decision. General Nyai Yi may come from a low and weak beast race, but her strength and achievements are undeniable. Hearing that, he became even angrier. Don't joke anymore. This weak little bone fox beast is only good for being a pet, wagging its tail to please its master. She only got lucky. By flattering her superiors, she climbed to her current position. The glory of the battlefield should belong to our powerful beast race. That guy laughed and said, You're really not satisfied, huh? The assassin your father arranged for you has already sneaked into Earth first. Everything has been prepared for you, but in the end, Ngai Engi stole your chance to make a name for yourself.
The other guy aggressively grabbed the collar of the opponent. You bastard, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk anymore. I'll kill you. He laughed even louder. Sorry, I've only ever told the truth, right? At the hall of the palace.
Ngai Yi has crossed the border and is about to activate it. You can now go to Earth. Ngai Yi said, You are still practicing your combat skills. Ngai Yi seriously said, Ngai Yi, for races like us who are naturally weak, we cannot afford to waste any time, or else we will only be oppressed by higher-level monsters. Ngai Yi stammered, I'm sorry, Ngai Yi. Ngai Yi has been trying so hard to protect us, I shouldn't have said those words. Ngai Yi continued, Ngai Yi, this time coming to Earth is because of you all. If I am not here, you might face unfair treatment again. What I have done is still not enough. I wish I could be stronger. And Catch sincerely replied, That's not true. Ngai Nyi has already acknowledged that what you have done is enough. You have improved the cultivation techniques for cultivators, making small and weak beasts like us stronger. And because of us, he entered the earth first to carry out a dangerous secret mission, a responsibility he shouldn't have taken on. Ngai Nai stepped closer and smiled softly. I have to go. Only by completing the Divine Master's mission can I prove the worth of small, weak races like ours. The time is near. I must be strong. Catch reminds you to be careful. The higher level beasts entering the earth can only maintain their power for at most 1,000 years. Those powerful beasts usually don't want to encounter humans, and if you get surrounded, they will definitely stand by and watch. Ngai Yi walked toward the stone passage and left a message. Don't mind those idiots. The Lord chose me as the leader because even if I am alone, I can complete the mission. And Catch, before I return, protect yourself well. And Catch's words also disappeared. And Catch silently thought, Great Lord Ngai Ngi, you must return safely as the space within the shifting dimension flows. Lord Nisi made a judgment, his power waning. Is Earth coming soon? I really didn't expect that I could maintain the strength of a demon beast for nearly 3,000 years. Now on Earth, I am the strongest, so this mission will be easier than I thought. Wudong's house is illuminated by a beam of light shooting into the sky. A notification appears, the system login alerting that your pet has arrived, and after checking, your pet has been assessed as sufficiently dangerous, and harmless measures have been taken. So Mok rubbed his eyes. He's really gone crazy, choosing express delivery early in the morning, and he doesn't even know where the system put the pet, probably not expecting me to go downstairs to get it, right? The place I descended to isn't here, is it? Ngai Ni looked at himself in shock. Wait, there's something more important. My body has shrunk in size. Where is my love energy? I had 3,000 years worth of it. Did I lose it all? Is there not even a drop left? So Mok said, Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Whose child are you? Why did you appear here? He thought to himself. Not bad. The pet that the system gave must not be this girl. Selling people is also illegal. He glanced and said, Shut up. I'm busy right now. Don't talk to me. She thought to herself, This is trouble. I originally thought this was a normal human's place, but I didn't expect there to be the scent of a cultivator here. She looked around the room, but now that she had lost her charm, if the cultivator discovered her true identity, it would be trouble. Pretending to be an ordinary child is not enough. I suddenly appeared here, which is very suspicious, so there's only one way left. If this weak human has been with a cultivator, they would naturally have a close relationship. As long as I threaten this little human to be my hostage, I can leave safely. The combat skills I've trained over time will not betray me, even though my body is that of a child. Moreover, having lost all her strength, her combat ability is still unmatched by ordinary people. Lord Nai swung a punch at Somok, Become my hostage now, as she approached very close. Suomai gently moved aside and grabbed Nai Ni, saying, Hey, sister, causing such a fuss could get you hurt. You're finished. That kid is not just a weak little human, and the door is firmly shut. Maybe the noise from earlier was pretty loud, so Wudong opened the door to check. So Mok, what's wrong? I heard a sound coming from your room earlier. Seeing the scene in front of her, she asked suspiciously, What's going on here? Why are you holding a girl in your hands? In a house of Wudong with warm lights, a girl with an innocent look and a naive gaze appears and says, I really don't know anything. I just woke up here and found myself here. Then she turns around and points at Somok and yells, And this brother even wants to do something strange to me. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, introducing the pet's information. Name, type, bone fox, the weakest demon beast of the alien race. Fur length, fur pattern, food, and easy to raise, was said with the ability to switch between fox and human forms at the owner's will. After receiving the notification, Somok, with an indifferent expression, said, I won't bother with that weird stuff anymore, then glanced at Wudong and said, This kid is a demon beast. Wudong turned around in surprise and asked, So this cute little girl is actually a spirit beast, but she shows no signs of spiritual energy and looks very weak. Hearing this, Ningyi was angry inside, thinking to herself that she never expected this immortal cultivator to call her weak, which was a real insult, but now she could only pretend to be innocent. At this moment, Nai Yi pretended to be innocent and asked, Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. What is a demon beast? Can I eat it? Then she seemed to remember something, that pets can switch between bone fox and human form at the owner's will. Somok, with a cold look, said, Transform for me. At this moment, Ngai Ni, with a confused and clueless face, suddenly grew 2 ears. Hong Hot reached out and touched your head loudly. What's going on? My body won't obey. What did you do to my body? Suddenly, a cry sounded in front of Somok, and Ngai Ni suddenly reverted to the form of a bone fox. Seeing the shape of that magical beast, Wudong widened her eyes in surprise and said, I didn't expect it to really be a magical beast, so soft and adorable. So Mok looked at her and replied, Although I seem to be able to control this magical beast, but you also shouldn't let your guard down. So I can keep it as a pet? So Mok looked at her thoughtfully, saying, It has a human form. It could be 1,000-year or more demon beast. Very dangerous. After hearing what you said, Wudong replied, thinking it is indeed very dangerous. Maybe we should eliminate it. I can't wait to eat the bone fox meat. Hearing that, you also said, this is too cruel. I will go look for a cooking book. Hearing what the two people said, the small bone fox was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to itself, these two humans want to threaten me, so I will keep playing along with them. Turning back into a human form, Lord and I looked sadly and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. I am just a weak little fox skeleton because I can transform into a human form. I was chosen to join the vanguard as a shield even though I don't want to fight. But I have no way to resist those powerful monsters anymore. If you can spare me, I will do anything you ask. So Mok then looked at Ngai Ni and said, coincidentally, I need your help with something. And as for what to do with you, I will consider it after this matter. At a corner of the hallway, they are heading towards a room with a gloomy atmosphere. Inside, Somok leads Ngai Ni to a woman lying unconscious on the hospital bed and asks, she has been in a coma for several months. Is there anyone who can save her? Ngai Ni stared in shock and said, you want to save her? But human and beast bodies are not the same, and I'm not skilled in medicine. So Mok's face darkened, eyes cold, staring at Ngai Ni and said, don't play dumb. You're probably very familiar with her beast aura, right? That is the reason she fell into a coma. You are a beast, so you must know how to save her. Hearing Somok say that, Ngai Ni frowned and replied, I'm sorry, I really don't know what to do. We beasts don't use such roundabout methods to kill people. This method might work. She stared at him with a determined look trying to explain. At this moment, Ngai Ni suddenly remembered something. She clapped her hands and thought aloud, that's right. I remember now. I heard before the secret realm appeared, there was contact between the human corporation and us. They are researching a way to merge the divine artifacts between humans and beasts in secret. Maybe your sister's current appearance is related to their experiments. And if we can find them, we might be able to save her. So Mok looked at Ngai Ni and asked, the corporation? Which corporation? Hearing this question, she froze and replied, something this important, how would I know who's behind it? But maybe there is a way to find them, though it's very dangerous. Listen and see, the person who attacked her, I will definitely not forgive. If you can help me, I will protect you. The person who can track down your former acquaintance and find out who harmed your sister is out there. But that means fighting that terrifying human. After hearing Ngai Ni's serious explanation, Somok quickly said, contact them as soon as possible. She responded promptly, I understand. Ngai Ni looks deeply contemplative, still having an important mission to complete and no time to waste here. Using the power of the corporation to eliminate these two ordinary cultivators is the best choice. In a highly modern room, a voice says the scheduled 2 hours have passed, then a luminous green stone appears, glowing with an extraordinary aura. More voices rose up, still working normally beyond the Research Institute's border. Why is this happening? Could the transport have failed? Then a reply came, wait a moment, the transport device is ready now. At this moment, two tall men, Mark Weston, appeared and were talking to each other. One said, this is the news from the Beast Commander, Lord Engi. The other responded, finally some news. What exactly is going on now? Now the fake deity says that the Beast Lord's arrival at Donghai City was just a misjudgment, so the transportation device has designated a new meeting location. Lai Tu tilts his head and says, a new meeting place. Fake deity, you lead people to welcome guests from the previous world. Hearing that, he responds, a task like this. Given my position, this isn't suitable, and besides, hosting Lord Ngi is a rare opportunity you barely managed to get. Hearing this, Li Tu silently nodded and said, yes, to have the chance to host the Beast Lord. I have paid a high price, but compared to the situation of crossing the border, this is nothing. I must investigate the cause of the miscommunication thoroughly. Report to the Union Corporation. You are the most trustworthy merchant I have, and I am very confident in entrusting you with the task of hosting His Excellency. Under the bridge, the flowing water moves quietly in an extremely still space. Jiado sternly speaks, reminding everyone one last time that the monsters appearing on Earth are extremely dangerous and inhumane. Although they look like humans on the outside, they must never be treated as normal people. Cruelty and brutality are their true nature. Once, a beast appeared, and just because of a bloodless raw meat dinner, slaughtered hundreds of people without hesitation. To live peacefully, you must always maintain a respectful attitude. Hearing the captain say that, the people nearby replied in unison, don't worry, we know what we're doing, one of the crowd spoke up. Who dares to offend the beasts? I still want to live a few more years. It's truly karma. I didn't expect that. Now we have to work for these savage monsters. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Savage monsters, what are you talking about? Ngai Ngi is slowly walking over from afar. Seeing Ngai Ngi approaching, Jiado glared angrily at the crowd and shouted, hey, I told you to evacuate! What's with bringing this girl here? What kind of work are you doing? A bunch of useless trash. He glanced at Ngai Ngi and said, little sister, it's so late. Going out for a walk is very dangerous. Go home early. Ngai Ngi Lai Lung To Noi. You are from the Lai Corporation. Why didn't you welcome me from Earth and want me to go back? Jiadu, surprised, asked, you are Ngai Ngi, the Great One. Hearing him say that, the group apologized, saying they didn't recognize her identity, then hurriedly bowed their heads. Seeing their reaction, she was a bit startled and said, there's no need to be so tense. I can sense the strange power within you. Unlike cultivator hunters, you are bounty hunters. Are there other bounty hunters too? Bring more of them. Hearing Ngai say that, Jiado immediately replied, yes, we are indeed bounty hunters, but as high-level bounty hunters, we each have important different missions. Right now, only a few of us can come here. On the surface, he seems calm, but inside he's extremely panicked, thinking to himself, we've encountered a demon. This beast isn't interested in eating people, right? And it also wants a new type of bounty hunter. Ngai replied with a hand on his chin. Well, then the current number should be enough, he thought to himself. Killing the two ordinary cultivators, Bin Mak and Kuang Vu, shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Ngai worried expression, sweat beaded on his forehead. Ngi Bung ordered, the number is enough. He isn't planning to make us the appetizer first. That's right, and it just so happens there's a reason she didn't kill us, he spoke. Lord Ngi, actually, we came to Donghai City on an important mission. He looked at Lord Ngi and said, a certain cultivator has obtained a strategy comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast in the secret realm, and if we let him continue to develop, it's very likely that he will complete all the tasks in the secret realm and sabotage our plan to merge the two worlds. He also possesses great power in reality. Honestly, just us wanting to kill him is very difficult, but we can guide you. If you take action, you will definitely be able to deal with him easily. At this moment, Lord Nai said that if a genius like this cultivator survives, it would be a complication for the merging of our two worlds. Rest assured, I will personally deal with him in the future. Lord Ngi silently pondered that his own power was limited, probably related to that Somak cultivator. Waiting for these bounty hunters to eliminate Somak so I can restore my strength, the cultivators on Earth are nothing. Jiadu respectfully bowed and said, Lord Nai, on behalf of the Lethe Corporation, I thank you for your support. She replied, no need to thank me, I'm just fulfilling the will of the Divine Lord. Tell me everything about that cultivator. The man approaches, hands the tablet to Jiado, who takes it, then says his name is Somak. This tablet contains his personal information. Ngai hesitates and asks, Somak. Ngai, eyes wide, points and asks, what does the Somak you're talking about look like? From afar, Somak gradually approaches. Jiado, surprised, said, I didn't expect it to be so accurate, and I didn't expect Somak to come here on his own. Ngai quickly rushed forward and said unexpectedly, Great Lord Ngai, no wonder you are the Beast Lord facing such a powerful cultivator, not afraid at all, charging forward himself. Master Ngai ran to the front of Somak proudly and said, the people are all dogs from the group. I've lured them here. System notification appears. System login reminder. Ngai favorability with the host increases by 5, unlocking the pet's favorability function and receiving a reward. 1 injury shared when the host is attacked. Normal injuries transfer to your pet. Reward 2. Bonding with your pet allows the owner to sense the pet's attitude and mood changes, helping to increase the pet's favorability, which in turn unlocks more functions. Very exciting. After hearing the notification, Somak suddenly thought, why did the favorability increase so suddenly? And there are 2 rewards. A favorability of 5 points is very high. The system continues to display. Pet status bar, Lord Nai, race, bone rat, friendliness level 5. If you get hit by a truck and die, it will happily dance in front of your grave. Lord Nai speaks, Master. I have confirmed it. These hunters are all amateurs. You can definitely handle them easily. I will always trust you. She outwardly pretended to be happy and liked the post, but inside she was thinking how annoying it was and why he was so strong. It seems she can't get rid of Somak this time. She definitely won't give up next time. Suddenly, Somak seemed to hear something and was silently thinking. This voice must be Nai's inner thoughts. This is a binding ability, and the healing ability combined is very practical. If you increase Lord Ni's favorability, you might get a better reward. Then he turned to look at her and said, in consideration of such a useful person, I will not kill her now. Hearing that, Ni was startled and waved his hand, saying, how could they want to kill such a cute fox? Suddenly, Jiado's subordinates exclaimed, did I hear that right? The beast called Somak its master, but isn't Somak a cultivator? Why are they involved with the demon beasts? The others continued to say, such powerful demon beasts are as insignificant as dogs in front of him. Could it be that his true identity is a major figure from another world? The subordinate of the fake emperor, now pale and trembling, said, we're doomed. And to think we even spoke loudly about killing him. It's madness. Daring to offend a major figure from another world, can we survive and return home? Seeing the current situation, the fake official with a pale face sweatfully said, Lord Suomai, we sincerely apologize for not knowing your identity earlier. They wanted to kill you also because of the plan to merge the two worlds. It was all a misunderstanding. Lord Nidai, what exactly is the true identity of Lord Somak? Lord Nai haughtily stepped in front of the imposter and shouted, shut up, you lowly hunters. You are not worthy to know our master's identity. What is more infuriating is that you dare to urge me to cooperate with you to assassinate the master. It is indeed a crime that cannot be forgiven, so I kneel and ask for the master's forgiveness. Hearing her say that, the fake dude quickly knelt before Somak. Now the fake priest silently thinks that resisting is just seeking death, running away in front of these two monsters. It's only laughable. All we can do now is wait for this humanoid monster's judgment. Jiado kneels down and lowers his head, frowning in thought. Based on previous analysis, So Mok's attitude towards strangers is quite gentle. As long as we show humility, he might give us a way to survive. Master Ni was happily bragging that the noble owner was very kind, and the hunter's apologies seemed sincere. Should I consider lightening their punishment? Hearing that, Suomo glanced at the group and replied, I really thought they would fight me, but since they've apologized, forgive them. Hearing you say that, Jialuo spoke up. Lord Suimo, thank you for your mercy. He looked up with a secretly happy heart. This is great. We are very lucky we survived. When Lord Ngi spoke, you truly are fortunate to have met such a kind master. Lord Nai is worried that these hunters, knowing his identity as the leader, must die to keep the secret. And she looks at Jado with a very mysterious expression, saying according to our rules, offending a superior means enduring 3 days and nights of piercing with needles, and finally being burned to death for a serious fault. If the master has already forgiven you, you can choose a slightly easier way to die. Do you want to die by your own hand or be eaten here? Hearing this, Jiado broke out in sweat, thinking that dying by eating might be better than killing oneself. Seeing him kneel, isn't the result still death anyway? So I might as well choose what I dare. So Meksak asked Ngi, have I given you the order yet? Someone looked at the hunters and said, you don't need to be tense. I'm just an ordinary person, not a beast, and I don't eat people. You are just doing your job. I understand that. Just answer a few questions of mine and I will let you leave safely. The first question is who sent you to kill me? Jado secretly thought just giving a simple answer like that is enough to deceive anyone. No need to betray Liu Tu Xiaoda. His eyes flickered with doubt as he thought, no, this is a trap. The beast lord of the day, Ni, knows we are part of the Liu clan. She definitely won't hide it from Somek, and Somek might already know that we are subordinates of Lai Tu Thiuda. He is deliberately spying on us. That way, he can kill us openly, and if we reveal Lai Tu Thiuda, we will be considered disloyal and will die. In Jiado's eyes, Somek's expression became extremely terrifying, and his heart grew more fearful, thinking to himself that if we didn't reveal Li Tu Thiuda, it would be a deception that could get us killed and make him let his guard down. He even deliberately said I was an ordinary person. Not Suffering is a major figure of the previous world, with top-tier combat ability and scheming. Someone as terrifying as Somek is beyond our imagination. Somek died when Nan spoke up. My patience has limits. Don't you want to answer my question? Hearing that, the imposter, terrified, replied, wait a moment, I will speak. Hoping for luck in his heart, he could only bet on luck. The imposter spoke. Our bosses, but suddenly he coughed up blood. Suddenly Jiado spat out blood, and the coughing grew louder and louder. The hunters all vomited blood and collapsed. This was also seen by someone through the surveillance screen in a luxurious and spacious room. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What exactly is going on here? So, MEC is actually the master of the Beast Commander, appearing as a savior on the outside. Could it be that Somek is truly a major figure from another world? Lai Tu, in the room, looked at the screen and nervously said, if he's a beast, everything makes perfect sense.
Why didn't he have any records of the sect before, yet he possesses such great strength, becoming the top of the leaderboard by deceiving the secret realm? Could the demon beast have other schemes? He's even more ruthless and seizing control. Lai Tu continued, or it could be worse. Somek is actually a cultivator, just that his strength far exceeds expectations, not only breaking through the limits of the realm, but also causing the demon beast leader to rebel, regardless of his identity. Offending, Somek means the Lai group faces destruction.
Li Tu shivered with fear and said, luckily he managed to detonate the hidden poison in the hunters, buying some time, while that bastard Lai Hamlin spends no day doing serious work and keeps provoking monsters like this. At this moment, Lai Hamlin smiled and said, Big brother, you just called my name. I'm truly touched. I didn't expect you to remember me like this. He stepped over to Lai Tu, startling him and shouting, where is my bodyguard? How did you get in here? Lai Hamlin smiled and looked at Lai Tu, saying so, no one is protecting you. Are you feeling uneasy now? Dirty and dangerous work is assigned to subordinates, and I am hiding somewhere safe watching the surveillance footage. Even fighting me requires your protection to do it for you. No wonder you're the shrewd heir of the Lai Thi group. Lai Tu glared irritably at Lai Hamlin and said, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? I think you don't understand anything. My stupid younger brother, if I weren't handling the family's affairs, do you think you could just relax and be a useless young master? Hearing that, Lai Hamlin grimaced and gritted his teeth, then said, so what, my wonderful older brother? How do you plan to deal with the Beastmaster? A bad person like you, the Lai Thi Corporation will be destroyed by your hands. Truly a heavy responsibility. Lai Tu was surprised and asked, how do you know about the Beast Tamer? This building's security level shouldn't allow you to know that. How did you find me? Protect my door, you useless kid. What do you ultimately want to do? Lai Tu groped around, feeling something strange, thinking to himself how odd I am. Lai Hamlin smiled and said, are you looking for this? I saw this dangerous object on the table, so I put it away. He pulled out a gun, twirling it in his hand and said, aren't you planning to use a gun against your own brother? That would really hurt him. Lai Hamlin pointed his gun at Lai Tu and said, I know how many monsters have sneaked into the earth and what their purpose is now. He finally understood in shock. It's you. You've always secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the two worlds. Everyone thought you were a useless loser. So why are you doing this? Do you want to betray your family? Betray your own class? Lai Tu's face darkened and said, Lai Hamlin, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Stop this. Put down the gun now. Hearing that, Lai Hamlin said, stop testing my patience. No matter how long you delay, your guards won't be able to come in and save you. Answer me. What is the purpose of the monster sneaking into Earth or die? It's your choice. Li Tu, hearing his threats, nervously said, wait, I am not the mastermind. I don't know about the Demon Beast plans. I am just a pawn in the Lai group. I do these things only to gain greater benefits for our Lai Corporation, but I can tell you the location of the Transcendent Stone. Lai Hamlin smirked and said, so what? You are already worthless. The location of the Transcendent Stone. Today, I followed you and found it. Only after I get the Transcendent Stone will I come here to talk to you. Wait a minute, Lai Tu. We are family, but I am also your older brother. Lai Ham, Lin sneered and replied, family. So what my comrades sacrificed to stop your evil plans? There are also family members, but their silent sacrifices are met with no respect or mourning. He expressed his discontent, but he is different. His death will become an opportunity for a full-scale war between the corporation and the Somok. Are you happy? Those old things are blinded by greed and are about to become your sacrifice. A gunshot rang out and Lai Tu gradually fell down. After selling Lai Ham Lin, she called and said, Hachu, I've finished dealing with this side. Lai Tu is dead. The plan has changed. Don't contact Somok. Just leave directly. Hachu on the other side asked on the phone, you killed Lai Tu. Didn't you say it would be more useful to have him alive? What does the plan change mean? Lai Ham Lin said with a smile, no. Lai Tu's death is actually the best thing because Somok's strength exceeds all expectations and is called the Master by the Beast Lord. Even if he's a major figure from the other world, he's still a cultivator with super mystic power. Now contacting him would be very dangerous. Li Tu came to Donghai City not only to welcome the Beast Lord, but also to assassinate Suo Mai. Now that the stone has crossed worlds and Lai Tu is dead, all the resentment will focus on Suo Mai. No matter what his identity is, stirring conflict between the corporation and Suo Mai is the most beneficial choice for us. Hachu sternly said that this is indeed a cowardly move. I need to verify whether Somok only submitted to protect our world. If he truly is a major figure of the ancient realm, I will kill Somok and the Beast Master here. Hearing that, Lai Hamlin was shocked. Are you serious? Do you think you can fight back against Somok and the Beast Tamer? Hello, damn it, don't hang up. At the foot of the bridge where Somok and Ngai Ngi are, Ngai Ngi speaks now, Master. These hunters are all dead. Do I need to search them to see if they have anything rare? So Mok glanced and immediately replied, no need to look anymore. Ngai Ngi has someone passing by. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Somok, the first time I met you was Hachu. It's really hard to imagine that among young cultivators there is someone as strong as you. Hachu stepped closer to Somok and continued. At this close distance, I can feel your real combat strength. It's no different from inside the secret realm. Hearing that, Suomo replied, you're not weak, but it seems you're not very strong either. So Mok, calmly but looking at Hachu, said, the strange thing is, the oppressive feeling you give me is even stronger than in the secret realm. You are from the corporation here to kill me. Hearing this, he replied, no, on the contrary, I am a cultivator, and the corporation and the beasts are my enemies. If you are my enemy, I will kill you. The girl next to you is the leader of the demon beast from the other world. Why does she call you master? So Mok, who is your master and why are you with the demon beasts?
Số mặt nghe vậy liền dập. Tôi xin lỗi, hôm nay nợ rồi vào phong tới nên trở thành thù cũng của tôi luôn. Còn về tôi chỉ là một người bình thường. Nếu cậu muốn giết tôi sẽ phòng ngự hết sức. Hạ Chu bất ngờ hỏi. Thống linh yếu thủ len vào trai dắt. Vợ duyên vợ cô rồi vào phòng cậu còn trở thành thù cùng của cậu.
Do you think I would believe this crazy talk? He thought to himself, sensing no power from the beast. Somok was only at the level of a 1,000-year-old beast, probably just arrived from Earth and still weak. This was the best opportunity to eliminate them. Somok turned to the questioning voices of Hachu. Aren't you suspicious? When I was interrogating, these hunters suddenly died, and then you appeared. It's hard for me not to suspect that you're the one behind it. If you don't trust me, I have nothing more to say. If you want to fight, I agree. If not, I'll go home now. At this moment, Hachu gently responded, I'm sorry, you're right. You have a strong point. I was a bit too impulsive earlier. This concerns the survival of the world. So let's temporarily set aside our suspicions and be honest. Those beast pets sneaked into Earth. Collaborating with the corporation is a huge threat, and if you've tamed the beast leader, then you must know what their purpose for sneaking into Earth is, right? Somok replied, I see. Then turned to glance and asked, Lord Ungi, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? The sudden question left her speechless. At this moment, Lord Ngi widened his eyes and suddenly spoke. Master, I also do not know about this. Hachu impatiently said, Are you trying to chase me away? So Mok gave me this pet, I will make it tell the truth. So Mok stepped forward and replied, It's true, although it sounds a bit strange. I have a way to verify if the pet is lying or not. Ha Chu replied coldly, "You want to protect this pet beast, but beasts are enemies of our humans. Do you really believe the Beast Lord doesn't know what his subordinates have done?" Hearing this, Lord Nagi was furious. "Stop looking down on others. I am still the Beast Lord. I say I don't know. Then I truly don't know. I came to Earth because I needed a powerful beast to serve as a negotiator with the corporation, and I don't care about the other beast missions. But the reality is that Ngai Ni, coming from a low-tier race, was overthrown by a higher-level beast and had her information sealed, and Ngai Ni's pride prevents her from showing weakness in front of a cultivator." After hearing Ngai Ni speak, Somak firmly said, "I believe what he said." So we have nothing more to discuss, and he immediately wiped his fist towards Somak at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly swung his fist straight at Somak. Surprised by the attack, Somak pulled Ngai Ni back and shouted, "Hey, is this a sneak attack or a lack of martial virtue? Are you still a cultivator?" Ha Chu solemnly replied, "My only goal is that beast." Dealing with beasts doesn't require any moral talk. If it's unaware, then kill it so that the beast won't be a threat in the future. So Mok listened to those words and said, "I refuse. I promised Ngai Ni that I would protect it. Even if it is a beast, I will keep my word." Ngai Ni was very surprised to hear such sincere words and exclaimed, "So much, owner, there really are kind-hearted people like this." At this moment, the system's voice rang out, reminding that Ngai Ni's favorability towards the Kichu increased by 5 and displaying Ngai Ni's status board, the Bone Trampling Tribe, with a 10 favorability. If you get hit by a truck and die, it will happily jump on your grave and then place a small bun in front of it. Hearing this system notification, Somak turned to look at Ngai Ni, who was cheerfully waving and shouting, "The owner is the best." Then he thought to himself, with increased affection, "Yet you still want to jump salt before my grave or just kill it." Ha Chu, with a serious attitude, released a powerful energy and said, "If you have chosen to protect the beast, then I will no longer hold back." Ha Chu clenched his fists, channeling 2 powerful energies to merge, then charged at Somak, but he quickly used his power to create a shield to defend himself. After blocking Hachu's attack, Somak secretly praised, "Not bad, the 2 different attribute powers combined very skillfully. You're quite impressive." Seeing that Somak was unharmed, Hachu confirmed his suspicion and said, "Indeed, the unawakened can't even hurt him normally. Let's see this. The chaos of the 5 elements. Fire and metal collide." He then unleashed his power, secretly thinking that disrupting the 5 elements is considered a forbidden technique. Each attack would cause the attacker's own power to spiral out of control, ultimately exploding and dying. At this moment, strange patterns appeared on Ha Chu's face as he thought, facing internal destruction within his body. No matter how powerful he became, he couldn't do anything. Ha Chu's whole body radiated an incredible heat as he spoke. "Somak." Then the real battle began. Hearing this, Somak's expression changed, showing surprise. As the 2 rushed towards each other, creating a scene of immense power and clash, outside, Ruok Loy is extremely surprised and excited, shouting, "They're fighting! They're fighting!" Finally, a cultivator can stand against Somak, waiting for them to both be exhausted, or better yet, to destroy each other completely so I can run away safely. At this moment, a system notification sounds alerting that the host has been attacked with unknown strength, activating the injury transfer function. After the notification, Niai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, "What's going on?" Ni's face darkened with confusion and concern, thinking, "Clearly those 2 humans are fighting, so why am I the one bleeding?" So, Mok stepped out of the fog and sneered, "It's about time to give up. Is that all your attack can do? Just scratching an itch for me?" Hachu was furious upon hearing this and shouted loudly, "Shut up." He quickly wiped the area of his fist towards Somak, as if blocked by him. The red light swiftly created a massive tremor. Gradually became serious, his eyes turning cold yellow, and said, "No matter how many times I try, I still find it amazing. Clearly I blocked your attack, yet I still got hit. What kind of martial art is this? It's really interesting." Hachu's fist, enveloped in a powerful red light, struck forward, and this time he thought to himself that Somak couldn't dodge it. Hachu looked up in amazement and confusion, thinking that he deliberately took my attack. Suomai remained calm after receiving the punch, quickly prepared himself, and said, "Now it's my turn." Sensing Somak's punch towards Hachu, preventing him from fighting back, Hachu was immediately thrown back dozens of meters, with such force that the walls shattered and smoke billowed into the air. Hachu panting, he stepped forward and thought to himself, luckily his 5-element chaos state had strengthened his defenses, or I would have been dead from that punch. But this punch didn't land. Hachu struggled to stand firm, thinking that after 8 punches, Somak's strength was enough to lose control of his body. This is my victory. Somak looked at him still standing and said in surprise, "You're still alive. I really underestimated you, but your strength isn't bad, and your fist techniques are very powerful." Hachu, confused, thought, "How is this possible?" Then shouted angrily, "You're not dead yet. Maybe I haven't attacked enough times. Wait, you 2 bastards, stop fighting. If you keep going, I'll definitely die." Ha-Chu calmly observed and thought to himself, so this is a ghost. Could So-Mak transfer his injuries onto his pet? What a despicable trick. Although his combat skills are unusual, his offensive and defensive techniques are also insanely powerful. If he gets hit a few more times, I will be dead. Trading injuries for injuries. Even if I kill the beast leader, I still can't kill So-Mak. Then he prepared himself, thinking, it seems it's finally time to use that move. Thinking quickly, he sped up to run away. So-Mak couldn't foresee this helplessness, thinking, wait a minute, that move he just made seemed reckless. But in the end, he ran away. You turn your shoulders and accept the truth, deciding to leave instead of fighting to the death with that monster. If you keep fighting, you'll really die, and for now, it still serves a purpose for me. Moreover, if I keep fighting, I might even endanger myself, So-Mak said. Right now, my whole body is sore and tense in my lower back. Even the little dog in the secret realm didn't cause me this much harm in a residential area within the city. Lei Ham-nin scolded Ha-Chu, asking if he's crazy, wanting to fight So-Mak, and if he dies, what will I do? Where can I find such a useful opponent? Hearing this, Ha-Chu remained silent and said, I was too confident. So-Mak's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even without considering the possibility that So-Mak could transfer injuries to his beloved beast, his physical strength far exceeds that of a normal 1,000-year-old beast. The internal body is extremely fragile and difficult to cultivate, but he can resist the influence of the opposing 5 elements. Lai Ham-nin chuckled softly and said, don't be so timid. In fact, you can survive in So-Mak's hands. I was already very surprised. Monsters naturally handle monsters, so So-Mak doesn't need to worry anymore. Hearing this, Ha-Chu was surprised and asked, has your plan succeeded? Lai Ham-nin chuckled softly, holding his phone and replying that the family's communication and Lai Tu-Dai's bodyguard had been exposed. The Lethai group will stop at nothing to eliminate the prime suspect who murdered the heir of the group, So-Mak. At a large villa, Chairman Lee and 2 guards approached a man. He nervously spoke. Chairman Lee, I am just a small figure. Please don't make things difficult for me. This is the residence of the great beastly lords. Even with your status, you shouldn't come unannounced. Please leave, Chairman Lai said sternly. Step aside. I won't leave until I meet the great family master. As he finished speaking, a calm voice sounded. Come in. The door opened, releasing strange purple-black smoke, and Li Hui and the 2 guards stepped inside. One of his 2 followers turned around disdainfully and said, just a gatekeeper, pretending to be something and still dares to block the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black-purple smoke shot toward his head in an instant. At this moment, a shadow appeared, unleashing its magical power to attack the 2 guards beside Chairman Li. Seeing this, he sweat with fear and softly asked, Lord Jia Li, what do you mean? If you invited us into the room, why did you kill my subordinates? Jia Li looked at him with a deep, arrogant gaze and questioned, I don't recall inviting your subordinates. I only killed those who barged into my territory without permission. All right, now it's your turn, old man. I'll give you one more chance. If you can make me laugh, I'll let you live. Realizing I was surrounded by his giant hands, my son Li Tu and I faced the Beast Lord together. But the Beast Lord still retreated in failure, his whereabouts unknown, and my son was brutally murdered.
Tôi liền mình tập doan và vuốt dội cũng da bị hung thủ cướp mắt dài nhanh và lít. Tới cầu xin ngài giúp dỗ dạy bảo thủ cho con trai tới.
Tell me who the culprit is. I can help you seek revenge. But first, the crossing stone must belong to our faction. Chairman Li fell silent, then said, the savior, So-Mak, and continued. So-Mak killed our senior advisor. My son Li Tu went to Donghai City to find the underground hideout and eliminate So-Mak, even though all records and images have been erased. Without concrete evidence, I can only say that the overpass stone and the Beast Tamir commander are missing, and So-Mak is the prime suspect. Wait, Lord Jia So-Mak is just a body cultivation cultivator with a maximum combat strength of only 1,000 years. With his potential exhausted and occasionally showing a naive kindness, Lord Jia is easily killed, but Jia immediately objected, saying, naive kindness? You almost made me laugh again. This is not the attitude to use for So-Mak.
Manhwa is the most eye-catching in the secret realm. After the first completion, we have fully investigated all information about So-Mak. His outside appearance is cold, ruthless, disciplined, and since his birth he has never shown any abnormal behavior or physical signs, indicating he is not a cultivator. Do you understand what this means?
Jia thought about the image of little So-Mak saying that if So-Mak before was a cultivator, then he always concealed his powerful abilities to live normally. In this age of information, no one ever detected any abnormalities, not even his sister, who was seriously ill. It also doesn't reveal his identity, and if he only understands cultivation after entering the secret realm of So-Mak, it would be even more terrifying. As he spoke, he imagined So-Mak as an adult and continued analyzing, which means this all happened in just a short day. He once transformed from an ordinary person into the strongest immortal cultivator on Earth. The physical training school of cultivation indeed has its limits, but this basic knowledge definitely does not apply to a monster like So-Mak. After understanding the rules of the secret realm, he used every method to gain popularity and attract more attention. Then Ra-Lit listed a series of So-Mak's activities, falling asleep and recalling the image of him sleeping on a chair, followed by playing hide-and-seek with the demon beasts. And Ra-Lit remembered the time he and Wudong hid from the monsters. Ralit mentioned the time when he was sitting and eating mischievously while broadcasting, describing how Somak fought and continued to act foolishly to attract attention, creating a contrast with the quick defeat of the beast, thus earning a share of fake coins to boost his fighting power. Ralit thought about the image of a cultivator being killed and calmly said that people really think he is kind-hearted and foolish. To enhance the effect of the scene, he gained more fake coins, and Somak paid no attention to the lives or deaths of other cultivators.
Then, I think about the image of the demon beast attacking the person speaking. Clearly very powerful, but only choosing to save people, being patient, cautious, and keeping the ace up the sleeve, which stirs the audience's psychology. In a certain sense, Somak is even more like a demon beast than us. Somak is truly too dangerous, and now fighting him would cause us great loss.
President Lee firmly insisted, Lord Jia Li, if Somak is that dangerous, he shouldn't be allowed to live, as he would become the greatest threat to the plan of merging the two worlds. Master Tai, with a contemptuous smile, clapped his hands and replied generously, All right, for those worried about the plan to merge the two worlds, how should we deal with Somak? After all, your group wouldn't hesitate to pay any price, and with a 1,000-year-old cultivator, we can surely eliminate him. Chairman Lee listened and froze, then blurted out, this. His attitude, how could it be so disdainful? Are you speechless now, facing the murderer of your son? In the end, Yuan's only thought was profit and loss. We will definitely kill Somak, but right now there is a more important plan. But you can choose some preparations in advance, so that when we kill Somak, it will be easier for us. Hearing him say that, he knew he couldn't argue and immediately bowed his head and said, Lord Jia-lich, please give your instructions, in the brightly lit luxurious room. Jia-lich turned around and smiled. The old man from the Lee Corporation had already left. Now the person could come out, but you still couldn't resist eavesdropping. Now, appearing like a ghost, he said, because my talent is in stealth, why do all of you assume I'm just a peeping Tom? I'm here to report on the work. The second trap of the secret realm has been set up. Jia-lich laughed and replied, well done. Now we won't need to share the credit with Lord Ngi anymore. Speaking of which, we should also thank Somak, not like a useless brat like Lord Ngi who was eliminated by Somak. Now I also hope so, but Lord Ngi, considering Earth, can at least maintain his fighting power for 1,000 years. He can probably still run away, and then return to Wudong's house. In Wudong's house, the room is brightly lit with black electricity, and Wudong looks sadly at Somak and says, the hunters from the corporation also have strange cultivators. It sounds very dangerous. If I could be a little stronger, it would be better. Then I could help you instead of becoming a burden. Hearing that, he immediately calmed down and said, don't say that. If it weren't for my sister the guard, I wouldn't be able to go out with peace of mind. Wudong turned around and pointed ahead, saying, by the way, I just set up a concealment formation around the house. Only authorized people can come and go freely.
The people from the corporation can't find this place, so even if we enter the secret realm, we can rest assured. Then suddenly there was a knock at the door. Somak went out to open it, and a delivery person appeared saying, so, this is the food you ordered. Somak replied, thank you.
Wudong saw the delivery person suddenly shout loudly, no way! How could you find this place? You were following me. The delivery person proudly smiled and said, this place is indeed hard to find. Luckily, our company recently upgraded to a new positioning system, so even if you're in a tree, I can still deliver right to your door. High-Tech Department 5. Wudong chuckled to himself. Damn high-tech, it looks like the formation needs to be improved a bit. Ngai Lord appears in human form, looking extremely majestic, and is introduced in the world of beasts with clear hierarchy. Once a humble spirit, Ngi rose to power through relentless effort, commanding the battlefield. The female martial deity, undefeated in 100 battles, is the aspiration of low-level beasts, a revered idol symbolizing majesty and awe. The scene shifts to a room, lamenting Ngai Ngi's situation, now drained of her spiritual power and turned into a pet of a cultivator. A flesh shield shares the damage, and Ngai Ngi, lying exhausted on a chair, sighs and says she doesn't want to do this anymore. She just wants to go home. She thought to herself, no, what am I thinking? Even the high-level beasts on Earth are all my subordinates. Even if the corporation is full of useless people who only care about immediate benefits, I still have to find a way to keep living. Completing the task of the deity lord, if I give up, my teammates will once again become food and toys for high-level monsters. As Ngai Ngi was deep in thought, the door slowly opened. So, Mok stepped in, holding a bag of food and said, Ngai Ngi, is your injury better now? I have some food here. When she saw him approaching, she shouted loudly, Demon, don't come over. Do you have bad intentions again? So, Mok saw Ngai Ngi's avoidance and said, you're still angry at her. Sorry for hurting you. I really didn't mean to. Besides, weren't you also hiding your identity as a beast lord? Let's just consider us even. It's been a while since then. You must be hungry too. I really just brought some food for you. Hearing this, she got even more angry and shouted, I'm not some wild animal. Don't look down on me. Humans are disgusting. Nguyen Yi, can you use food to win me over? A plate of food flies into view, looking incredibly delicious. Ngai Yi immediately changes his attitude, becoming very excited about the food, saliva dripping constantly. Later, half of the food was gone, and Ngai Ngi happily grabbed a chicken leg, exclaiming how delicious it was. So Mok saw Ngai Ngi enjoying himself and said, you really like fried chicken, huh? Suddenly, Lord Yi froze, sensing that something was wrong and immediately thinking, wait, what just happened? I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I regained it, half of the food on the table was gone. No, it can't be. Wasn't it all the fried chicken I ate? Considering I am the Beast Lord, yet I was defeated by a creature's instinct. She frowned in disbelief, refusing to accept this truth and saying it couldn't be. Someone must have added something strange to the food. So Mok glanced at her, raised his hand, and said, I don't bother doing such things. If you don't trust me, then I'll take the remaining fried chicken. You didn't even get a chance to touch the chicken drumstick before Nyang Yi quickly slapped his hand down to stop you. Now Nyang Yi was confused, looking at the glowing food in front of him, thinking to himself how strange it was, clearly made from weak creatures. Without any aura of love, how can it emit such tempting aromas? The crispy skin of the fried chicken wrapping the tender flavor of the meat, along with those strange-colored spices, completely irresistible. This is, my earlier memory, indeed the food of a demon. Sora suddenly saw her hesitating and asked, Lord Ngi, aren't you the one who doesn't want to eat? So why won't you let me take the fried chicken? Lord Ngi, overwhelmed, shouted loudly, Shut up! I won't let food seduce me. I just want to prove it. Even if someone poisons the food, it won't affect me. Look, no matter how much I eat, I won't get poisoned. Then she continued devouring the chicken, and Somok thought, fine, as long as you're happy. At this moment, the system notification appears, reminding that Nyangi's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. The system notification appears again, increasing Nyangi's favorability towards the host by 1. Looking at the favorability increase on the notification panel, it seems the information about Nyangi displayed on the system is accurate. He can be fed anything and is very easy to raise. Just giving some fried chicken and pizza is enough to boost the favorability. The death of the hunters is equivalent to completely cutting ties with the Lai group. Their next move might truly threaten us, so we must quickly increase Nyangi's favorability to unlock the new ability. Suddenly breaking the silence, Wudong stepped in to break the atmosphere and said, Somok, Lithai Corporation has already taken action against you. Hearing that, Somok was a bit surprised and asked, Already? What happened? Wudong quickly pointed at her phone and said they put her on the hot search. Somok replied softly, Is that all? In a beautiful morning with bright sunlight shining across the building. At this moment, there are passers-by gossiping and discussing, as the introductory class for cultivation in the Malachim Secret Realm is now giving a recruitment lecture. Would you like to come with me to apprentice under a master? Did you watch the live stream on the phone? This cultivation course sounds untrustworthy. It's just a scam to steal money with cultivators and magical beasts. Those things are too far removed from us. I just want a peaceful and stable life. The other person immediately responded, I really hope that Somok, the savior, can end the danger that has been threatening us. Hearing that name, the other suddenly turned and said, Somok, that kid is completely untrustworthy. His rooftop was also broken into this morning. Humans' plans have collapsed without anyone noticing, and it even made the hot search. Hearing such words, the person next to him doubted it and said it couldn't be true. They continued discussing, and the other person dropped his phone, where the hot search was full of Somok's name. Then there was a picture of 2 people facing each other with a caption saying, If you don't believe it, check the hot search yourself. The footage from the Black Document video has already gone viral. Yesterday, just before the Secret Realm opened, Somok and his colleague Ha Tuman were seen on the company's rooftop. Now, there's footage of a girl falling from a high floor. A few minutes later, Ha Tuman fell to her death, even though the rooftop had no cameras. But it can basically be confirmed that Somok murdered her, and other employees of the company have made explosive accusations, claiming Somok embezzled company funds, causing a major deficit in the top amusement park. So he quickly forced his subordinate, Ha Tuman, to the ground floor, creating the illusion that she was afraid of guilt and took her own life. That friend still doubts and says, you rely on this one video to accuse Somok of murder, which is too much, right? Seeing that attitude, the person beside him responds, don't rush, there are more videos. Now, there's footage of Somok meeting a man, and he says that after the Secret Realm ended, Somok returned to the company and used his role as the savior to threaten the boss, CEO Tong Tu, to extort money. Then there is footage of the building exploding in a fierce fire. He continues, after being rejected, Somok killed Chutu and blew up the company to destroy evidence of embezzlement and murder. These short videos are all from a prominent senior executive who is extremely furious, aiming to expose Somok's true nature. Seeing those pieces of evidence, the dark-haired friend asked in confusion. The furious boss always speaks up for the disadvantaged community. But he then said, but Somok isn't an immortal cultivator, surely he's not that greedy. The friend next to him thought and replied, who knows, maybe Somok has a twisted mind, and others who know the situation said that Somok's sister was seriously ill before. It was Zep too who paid for her medical expenses, but even then, Somok was greedy, and now her condition is still critical. Thinking about his sister lying unconscious, he said with a bitter smile, so-called savior, yet he doesn't even care about her life or death. Even the kind boss who helped him is now killed by Somok, and now he still believes Somok is the hope to save the world. I never expected that Somok would be this kind of person. I was mistaken about him. I even gave him a bonus before. Now, in a company's office, two girls are talking. It's disgusting. Before entering the secret realm. So Mok was a cultivator pretending to be an ordinary person, exploiting others' kindness to scam more rewards. The girl next to Dongtin nodded and said, yes, many videos analyze that. Somok intentionally harmed many cultivators to boost the show's ratings. The cultivators from the second secret realm are truly pitiful, all played badly by Somok, who cheated them out of so much prize money, but how much of their fate can other cultivators share? At this moment, someone being interviewed said, this is a live interview, and their view of the savior. Somok is that I have nothing to say about this kind of scoundrel. In a chat, many people are discussing Somok winning the Best Actor award. Somok's editing is too excessive. Pretending to be an ordinary person suffering, relying on the internet, it's so hard to watch. Everyone is just pretending. It's obvious at a glance that they're showing off. I just sent a message to Somok's social account telling him to go die. I'm a bit scared he won't hack me from that Wi-Fi. I'm laughing to death. Let's see who will still pay him money in the future. Wait to die. Somok is just bluffing. In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man handed a document to Chairman Lee saying, the old man has finished his public statement. Now, there are only negative news about Somok online, and his reputation has completely fallen apart. He continued to report seriously, but is that enough for the old man? He is the assassin who killed young Master Litu, and the beast crossing over to Earth also refused to assassinate Somok, only defaming him online, so they can't avenge young Master Litu. Chairman Lilip looked dissatisfied and replied, this much is enough. Although the beasts outside have refused my request, they are still secretly gathering spiritual energy to control the army, thinking they can hide from our corporation's eyes and ears, but I'm sure they will act immediately. They hide information simply because they don't trust the Alliance group, spreading negative news about Somok, which is actually also their demand. He casually continued, his spirit shaken, and the strength of the cultivators would weaken, which also means they have already prepared the plan to kill Somok. At this moment, Vu Dong would shout in anger, damn it, are these internet users all brainless, just blindly following the crowd? You risked your life to save the world. And now you're being scolded. Does that make any sense? Somok calmly said, saving the world is not important, I just want to save my sister. A grand goal like saving the world is something I never considered. Vu Dong, feeling uncomfortable, asked, aren't you angry? Clearly those people know nothing but still speak about poison plants in front of strangers without fear. Somok replied indifferently, not caring at all. Right now, Somok chuckled without really smiling, crushing his phone in his hand and saying, and moreover, seeing her trust me so much. If I'm angry because of being misunderstood, I've already been very happy. Why should I care about how strangers see me? Hearing this, she fell silent. Vu Dong helplessly said, if you hadn't smashed the phone, it would have been more convincing. You're very angry, right? Somok pondered for a moment before saying, this rumor involving me is probably also manipulated by the Lianmin Corporation in Dong Sao Thao. My anger towards them has long reached its peak. I can no longer be angry. If the Lianmin Corporation treats my sister as a test subject, they will pay the price for it. I have made up my mind, starting with the biggest issue, the Lai Shui Corporation. At this moment, a mysterious blue light flickered in the room, and the system displayed an urgent notification that the second secret realm would open in 10 minutes, urging the saviors to prepare. So Mok was surprised and said, is this a ghost? What kind of treacherous secret realm is this? Didn't we just enter the secret realm yesterday? The rescuers shouldn't rest for a few more days. Vu Dong also exclaimed in surprise, only a day since the first time entering the secret realm. I thought it had been a long time ago. Thinking back carefully, a lot indeed happened yesterday when we entered the secret realm. Your rescue from the boss's hands, the demon beast Nai Ni suddenly descends to Earth, fighting against the Hunter Corporation. It's truly been a long day. If this is the mission of the secret realm, then there's no other way. So Mok stands before the opening secret realm. As a strong wind rises, he speaks, so consider them lucky. Let the Lythi Corporation live for one more day. Vu Dong spoke up, ready and standing with her arms crossed, glancing at Somok and saying, I've upgraded the concealment array. It works very well. I just ordered some takeout. The delivery person couldn't find this place. Hearing that, he replied satisfied. Yeah, I've also arranged Nyai Ni properly. Let's go. The ghost fox reverts to its skeletal form, trapped in the iron cage and crying out in agony. A blinding light suddenly appears, and then voices ring out. Why do we have to live stream the secret realm today? Wasn't it supposed to be different before? Did the plan suddenly change, disrupting my schedule? Today, I was supposed to have an important promotional event to become an ambassador, and you guys are doing this so you need to pay extra. Asai responded and asked, what did you say? The live stream has already started. At this moment, Deech Zwang appeared smiling and said, welcome to the Secret Realm livestream channel, Lu Li Tuong. Don't lead us. Becoming an ambassador isn't more important than the Secret Realm livestream. Lu Li Tuong said, Sister Deech Zwang, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm a VTuber. I can livestream both the promotional event and become an ambassador. Hearing that, Deech Zwang happily said, really, Lu Li Tuong is so impressive. At this moment, Kui Tenho suddenly spoke up. Let's watch the second group of cultivators entering the secret realm first. The screen shows the Jade code, and he's cooking without any comment. Quite impressive, I wasn't mistaken. This immortal cultivator is cooking hot pot in the secret realm. It's scary. He's putting beast meat into the hot pot again. Isn't he afraid of poison? The channel owner is too reckless. Usually money is more important than rules. Eating monster hot pot is nothing special. Go watch Lahalvu's live stream next door to see what real live recording while eating looks like. The channel owner isn't joking. Today I will eat it live. The comments will explode. What is this? Is that a giant chicken egg? This is the giant beast egg the channel owner just received, caught while fishing in the secret realm, and he said he wants to eat it raw. Raw. Truly bold. Seeing these images, Lee Twang helplessly said, I don't understand, this isn't a secret realm live stream. Has it turned into a food channel? Dich Swang was not surprised and calmly explained, there's nothing to not understand, they're just messing around in the secret realm. Filming while eating. To attract more attention and earn more coin rewards, she asked again, Elder Kui, do all the immortal cultivators follow this kind of trend? Hearing that, Kui Tin laughed and replied, these people are all casual cultivators from the 5th secret realm, with weak strength, only able to do this while eating and recording, to increase their fake coins and boost their fighting power. Although this behavior is not commendable, they have also tried their best to fight to protect humanity. Of course, I believe that the immortal cultivators of the Great Tongan sect will definitely not do things like eating and filming at the same time. Let's see which is the first secret realm. When we arrive at the livestream area of the first Lai realm, just as Minjiet is about to eat and speaks up, but as you can see, this is the most common beast in the secret realm, a big-eyed, tentacled creature that is said to be very good for health. Today, I will go and try it myself. Seeing this, Kui Tin frowned and exclaimed, Huan Tai. The scene shifts to Thak Tran Tan's livestream, where he happily laughs and says, everyone, guess what I just discovered? Suomok. It's you, Suomok. I think everyone is very curious about how today's hot search affected you, so I will go interview you now. Everyone follow me. He turned back towards Somok and Wudong, who were walking ahead loudly, and said, Somok, sorry to bother you for a moment. Hearing the call, Somok stopped and asked, you're looking for me. Is there something wrong? At this moment, Thak Tran Tan casually asked, Somok, before becoming a cultivator, I was a media employee, and regarding the rumors that you murdered colleagues and your boss this morning, do you want to do an interview with me? Somok coldly replied, those rumors are spread by Lythi Corporation because I have uncovered their conspiracy. Maybe it's not only the Lythi Corporation, but also other groups involved, collaborating with alien beasts that secretly infiltrated Earth. Their true intentions unclear, so I hope everyone stays alert. After hearing Somok's words, he looked skeptical and asked back with a smile, that alien beasts sneaking into Earth is truly shocking news. Regarding the deaths of Ha Tioman and Tu Tong, there is also footage of you at that time. How do you explain it? So, Mok Lien replied, the surveillance video only shows a short clip. In fact, Tu Tong wanted me to bear the losses of this project, so he ordered Ha Tioman to kill me. After hearing your explanation, Thox Tranthan was surprised and said, that's too much. Just two ordinary people who don't know their limits, trying to kill a cultivator. For you, before entering the secret realm, I was also just an ordinary person, which made Thox Tranthan wonder and speak up. Could it be that in just one day, your spiritual pulse became so strong that it truly makes us cultivators ashamed? Seeing the conversation between Somok and Thox Tranthan, viewers quickly commented, this is nonsense, and about the beast sneaking into the earth, just to boast about himself, daring to say anything. Surely no one really believes it, and one day the secret realm will become the place of the strongest cultivators. If it is really as Somok said, that a beast has already sneaked into the earth, it would pose a huge threat to our world. Elder Kui, what do you think? Hearing that, Kui Tin Vu took a moment to think before speaking. I will notify the sects to investigate the Lai Corporation, but there's no need to worry too much if there are indeed monsters sneaking into the earth. Our four great sects will definitely know about it. Dik Suong silently looked at Dan Chiu and said, hearing him say that, I actually started to worry. Looking around the city in the secret realm, Wudong spoke up. Your vitality is really strong. The cultivator who interviewed you was just trying to boost his popularity and didn't believe what you said. As for me, I already gave him a lesson, and now Dong Tian Tin Bean calmly responds, I know. I wasn't really talking to him with those words. In reality, any words I say online will be erased and silenced by the corporation. Only live streaming inside the secret realm is hard for them to control. I just want to do my best to let one more person see the live stream and know the truth, with some hope of survival. Suddenly there was a tremor that made the two of them stagger and exclaim, Strange, the secret realm is shifting. What is happening? A sound rang out. The secret realm announced that due to interference from the divine beings of the alien world, 5 secret realms would merge into one. At this moment, Somok's system also appeared, logging in the second secret realm activated, and upon receiving the sudden event, the login reward doubled. On the second day of login, the reward was the combat experience of the martial god specialty, which had been issued, and the owner checked and received it. Wudong spoke, the fusion of the secret realm is complete. It seems not much different from before. The system warned, be careful, there's a strange monster over there, possibly from the secret realm that crossed over here. A pink monster steps out. It calls out, "Bomi." Wudong exclaims, "Wow, so cute. Bomi, what does it mean? Are you talking to me?" The friendly Bomi approached Somak and Wudong, walking while calling out, "Bomi, Bomi, Bomi," then suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. So Mok swung his hand, a move that blew away the Bomi, and thought to himself that his body moved automatically before he even thought. This was the special combat experience of the divine warrior from the log and reward. He looked at his palm and silently thought that during an attack, he could also feel the strength within him. As the resonance intensified and the chaos erupted, 3 more super strong Bomi with muscular bodies and powerful waves emerged from nowhere, all shouting "Bomi, Bomi" together. Wudong warned, "Be careful, there are many more Bomi coming, and these are the supersized versions." She looked at Somak and asked, "Are you okay? Something seems off with you." Somak suddenly unleashed his power and said, "Really? I feel like I've never felt this good before." Somak wondered to himself that happiness, excitement, and joy were never enough to express his feelings. An image of that Bomi monster suddenly flashed in his mind. Yes, I understand now. Somak realizes that the joy is overwhelming, almost lost in the power. A stream of dark energy was released, splitting the Bomi monster in two. The force shot straight into the sky, and Somak charged toward the Bomi group, thinking to himself, "There's still anger." He clenched his fist tightly and thought, so furious he wanted to destroy this disgusting world. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, illuminating the entire area. The system appears and issues a warning. It detects the rebellious will of the martial god and begins rebooting, with the current progress at 5%. Master, please try to avoid fighting until the reboot is complete, or the combined power and violence could cause injury to your body and increase the risk of losing your will to fight. Wudong worriedly calls out, "Somak, Somak, Somak, ask, it's over." Wudong replied, "Bomi has already died. Somak, your expression earlier was a bit scary." Somak looked a little embarrassed and apologized. "I got a bit too excited earlier." He thought to himself that the system couldn't have given a warning a bit earlier so he could wake up in time. Wudong was already dead. Strange, the system said that excessive strength and violence would harm the body, but I only feel muscle soreness. The system alerts that the host is experiencing backlash from the Divine Warrior experience, activating the injury transfer function. Your ear is injured and bleeding, fading into unconsciousness. Somak, you really are messing with me. I'm about to get angry. Wait for me. Suomai heard that and thought, did I almost kill him with my own hands today? I must finish restarting the process before it's too late and try to avoid fighting. The scene shifts to another place. Deech Zwang asks Elder Kui Tin what was wrong with Somak earlier, and Kui Tin replies it might be due to the influence of public opinion. Somak's mind has been disturbed, so his power is also starting to spiral out of control, losing his reason in battle. In this state, he not only risks harming others, but also his body and mind will continue to collapse. He frowned and continued, I once witnessed a highly respected cultivator fight to the death in a state of loss of control, revealing the truth about Somak's killing spree. We still need to confirm, but he was hiding in a safe place. Yet Lukma was fighting as the savior for humanity. This isn't right. The scene shifts to the street, and the two immortal cultivators gasp as they speak to each other. Probably safe now. What is that kid, Somak's madness about? Beating a demon beast until it blows up an entire street. If we hadn't run fast, we might have died, that person said. And what's next? The crystal heart just exploded. What's with the so-called strongest savior getting scolded a few times and couldn't take it? Such a weak mentality. The black-haired cultivator frowned and said, the strongest. Isn't his strength also gained by scamming coins? With that many coins, he could become the strongest even in hell, but he never thought about that. He used that method to steal the coins that other saviors should have had, which could have killed so many people. The remaining cultivators nodded in agreement, saying that it was true. What would he do with so many coins? Cultivator body tempering also has its limits, wasting it completely on him. After passing 2 more secret realms and increasing the number of coins, maybe our strength can also surpass that sect. Suddenly, a cold voice rang behind the young man. Sect? You're talking about sect. I'm not hearing it wrong, right? The young man's back shivered with fear as he wondered if this terrifying breath was... He turned around and saw Udala, and he sighed in relief, realizing he had been bullied by this thing. She looked quite adorable, but her voice was strange. Ignore it. The black-haired cultivator stepped forward and said, Don't be agitated. He's the core disciple of Donghua Tianmen, the idol of the genius girl Yue Tianyan. We can't touch him. Udala asked, What are you two mumbling about? Tell me where the nearby Somak is. Our master is furious now, so angry that he wants to blow up. Somak, a wild cultivator in the 5th secret realm, and yet he's also the strongest savior, damn it. Over here, the assistant reports that Lao Jia's strategy was extremely successful. The Han looked at the report and said that Somak's spirit had collapsed and his strength was starting to spiral out of control. Once he left the secret realm, he would be a cripple unless someone helped him. Chairman Lai chuckled smugly. Hee, no one will help him. He continued, if Somak remains the mighty and revered figure, everyone will respect him. But if he falls, they will mock, belittle, envy, and rage, unwilling to become mere background. if someone truly wants to help. Somak, you know what to do. The assistant replied, Yes, Laojia, my online army is ready to wait for orders at any time. Anyone trying to help. Somak will be slandered unless it's a risk on the live stream. Chairman Lai said helping Somak will only tarnish oneself, won't earn any rewards, and even risk being killed if Somak loses control. Even though Somak saved a life, the cultivator Wudong will ultimately leave. Somak, this is human nature. The mocking comments on the internet appear. Yet there is a cultivator on Somak's team, Kanba. It seems they are of the same kind. Come on, everyone stop giving her rewards. She might get killed by Somak someday. It's all a waste. In Wudong's live stream room, the comments are lively, saving lives. Just watching the replay, this channel's owner also has a destructive motive. The first secret is that all her teammates died and only she survived. Besides relying on others, there's nothing else she can do. Please lock up your sister in Somak. Don't let her harm others anymore. Wudong's sister, quickly leave Somak. Just now when he lost control, he almost hurt you. Wudong read the comments, then sighed. Who is it? Somak asked. What's wrong? Wudong turned away and replied, I think you caused a big commotion earlier and might attract other monsters. Let's leave here quickly. Somak nodded silently, then sighed inwardly. Since earlier, Wudong hasn't been in a good state, always staring blankly. Turns out her power's outburst still scares her now. I feel like a ticking bomb that could hurt those around me at any moment. Suomak looked at Wudong's contemplative expression and thought, but Wudong might have already considered his feelings, making it inconvenient to say directly that she wanted to separate and act. As expected, it's better to be straightforward about the separation himself. After all, it's his responsibility. The two of them walked down the street, Somak pondering that it would be good if there was a suitable opportunity. Just as he finished thinking, the demon appeared and Somak secretly rejoiced. He found the right opportunity. You said, Wudong, go ahead. Let me hold back this beast. Wudong walked ahead. Somak looked on in surprise and said, Wait a moment, what do you want to do? Wudong replied, I'm really sorry, I didn't have the mood to realize it earlier. Wudong with a sad face said, Even though I always pretend nothing is happening outside, millions and millions of people keep doubting and criticizing how much pressure your help has endured. Even now, I still can't fully understand, so your power has erupted uncontrollably, Somak replied. Actually, it's not that serious, but my outburst of power is real, so it would be very dangerous for you to stay here while I fight. Wudong heard this and said, Then let me fight. During the fight, Somak was surprised and let out a sound. Wudong unleashed her power and retrieved her weapon. Wudong changes into her battle outfit, sword in hand, and says this time, Let me protect you. The monster charges, and Wudong rushes forward with her weapon. She charged to cut down the monster, memories flooding back, holding her sword in her hand. She asked, So that means I've passed the test, right? The man said that her strength and skills are more than enough to surpass the core criteria, but I don't want to take her as my disciple. Wudong wondered, but your father already paid the money. The man said, Wudong, you used to be a disciple of Donghua Tianmon, with quite good strength and talent, besides me. She can choose a top expert from the White Elephant sect to be her master, believing no one would refuse if I wanted to accept her as my disciple, but when? Wudong asked, More money. If you tell me the reason you left Donghua Heavenly Sect and why you chose me as your master, based on your answer, I will consider accepting you as my disciple. Wudong asked, I became a disciple of Donghua Heavenly Sect because I once believed that the ultimate goal of cultivators was to become an immortal. But do you really think there are people who have achieved immortality? The man replied, an interesting question. There has never been any evidence to prove the existence of true immortals. Wudong wondered then, what is a fairy? Is it eternal life that can control the laws of the world, or create the power of the world? Or is it pure intelligence, good virtue unaffected by the mortal world? Free and easy. The man replied, Heaven and earth and I coexist all things, and I are one. You are not wrong in describing and guessing about the fairy. Overall, that is so. I also used to believe that. Until I truly encountered a cultivator, I realized everything was completely different from what I had imagined. Powerful cultivators colluded with high officials and nobles, demanding wealth and benefits. Wudong said, Disciples and apprentices compete and rely on their master, gaining more opportunities for rebirth and cultivation, acquiring greater strength and magic to strengthen their status, oppress their peers, and even the next generation, thieves, prostitutes, and those involved in mysterious magic, deceiving ordinary people because they are not sociable, so I ran out on my own. I was still scolded by my father once, but he wholeheartedly supported me becoming a cultivator, hoping I could help his career grow and make more connections. She recounted as she walked, saying that to maintain my identity as a cultivator, Donghua Tianmen could no longer stay there, so he brought me here. It's truly ridiculous. In an era of scarce spiritual energy, do people like us still have a chance to cultivate into immortals and truly become one? Whether called a madman or a wreck, there are always those who do not forget their original goal of becoming a cultivator and keep searching for a new path. Du Tianyun. Have you heard this name before? Wudong wondered. Du Tianyun, I mean the celestial. Du Tianyun, I am born from the heavens and earth. With such a trivial name, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? The man said there are a total of 8 ancient and powerful cultivation sects, 4 of which have had contact with Du Tian Nan. So now only the 4 great sects remain, Wu Dong sighed. Damn, there really are formidable people out there. How come I've never heard of them before? The other replied. Many records and histories related to Du Tian Nan have been erased, and here are my personal views. The Du Tian people have become immortals, or at least reached that realm. But due to the past genetic modifications being erased, uncovering their secrets is extremely difficult. I can only continuously study people or objects related to the Du Tian Nan in history, using these colorful feathers to trace back the path of Du Tian Nan's cultivation. If you want, you can join my sect and study together. Wudong was delighted, so he agreed to take me as his disciple. The man replied, yes, but you haven't explained why you chose me as your master. Wudong replied, because he heard others say he was very weak and that it was easier to stay by his side. The man spoke helplessly. Maybe I don't need to tell the truth now. Wudong thought to himself, in the end, I still successfully became his disciple, usually helping him with some useless research. She remembers the place where she once practiced, but her master was still very poor. After establishing his own sect, he could only use a small house in the suburbs as his retreat. Although her master was still weak, his integrity and pure research spirit continuously attracted new followers. The disciples came to study in increasing numbers, perhaps also because unlike other places, although it was free and relaxed, the atmosphere of cultivation remained strict. At this moment, everyone gathered around Wudong. Senior sister, here's the cold cola I brought you. Senior sister, this is the new land and the earth painting of the real person. As the earliest senior sister to join, I also gained the respect of many people. Wudong's memory turned bloodshot from this moment until that day when her master's dwelling was destroyed. Many people gathered at her master's residence, and Wudong recalled her master's master, the sect leader of the White Elephant sect, along with the sect leaders of many other sects and their disciples coming to borrow from us. They said that Du Tianyun's cultivation method was a scam, that their master used deceitful words to lure hundreds of immortal cultivators for personal gain, fame, and ulterior motives, and that these people argued with Wudong's master. They claimed that many cultivators had been deceived by heretical sects affiliated with her master's sect, delaying the sect's work and causing significant losses with a 40% reduction in business revenue, and demanded that her master admit fault and face disciplinary actions. The other disciples and followers, as long as they admit their mistake, can be forgiven. But Wudong retorted, I told them my master has no tricks. I remember clearly what those people said. Kids are easy to deceive. Look around you. Is there anyone else supporting your master besides you? All of my master's disciples and followers have left, leaving only me. I started to feel afraid. My master told me to admit fault, and I did. But my master refused to take responsibility, saying that the world needs people who won't admit fault, and Wudong's master held a sword in his hand. Wudong's memories are stained with blood. Her master is dead, and they laugh loudly beside his body. The others discuss, claiming he dares to call himself a researcher of Du Tiannan's cultivation method. He's gone too far. Truly shameless. He dares to say that, and there are even people willing to believe it. Even if he truly recovers Du Tiannan's cultivation method, it's not something ordinary people can learn. If he's just doing wrong himself, that's fine. But now he's involving our disciples and wasting our time. Truly a love that harms others. When they laughed, I just stood aside and watched without doing anything. My father had already changed me to another cultivation sect. I just lived day by day, indifferent, but I regret it deeply. Oh, I am so furious. Back in the present, Wudong's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. Wudong, a beautiful warrior, Ha decided. So this time I will not back down. I will not admit fault anymore. The system displays a message. Congratulations to the savior Wudong for killing the core boss. The boss of the second secret realm will appear in 30 minutes, with a difficulty level of a 500-year-old beast. Duong happily said, the boss is coming out so early this time, and it's only a 500-year-old beast. Looks like I can leave work early today. Wudong. I think the name of the immortal cultivator next to the Somok, the senior elder, is because she already killed the boss of the partition. Kui Tin replied, yes, this boss is probably a fusion beast. Suppose the boss's strategy this time is 2,000 years, surpassing the limit of the secret realm, and causing it to disable its operational mechanism. But after the main body and the clone of the demon beast separate, the strategy is only 500 years. This way, it can avoid the restrictions of the secret realm. Even if the fusion triggers a reminder, as long as the clone is kept hidden, it can avoid being erased. I guess that this otherworldly invasion is participating in the fusion of the 5th secret realm to trap this beast and catch all the cultivators. If Wudong had not already dealt with the beast clone, the saviors might have had to face a 2,000-year-old beast. Lu Li Tuong, host of the program, let's thank Sister Wudong, because the difficulty of the second secret realm has decreased significantly. The cultivators in the 5th secret realm are facing a 500-year-old demon beast, so even random actions shouldn't be too risky. Turning back to the secret realm, a purple beam of light appears. Someone announces that Trungan Song has arrived, but the teleportation point is too far from us. We need to be faster. The other cultivator replied, no rush, there's still 30 minutes left. Another group of cultivators quickly moved, and after merging the secret realm, their numbers increased. If we don't stay in the top position, we won't have the advantage. Maybe it won't be our turn to act. The boss has already been killed. The person next to him responded, exactly. Someone comments, wow, look over there. Even the cultivators who are eating, recording, and fishing at sea are rushing over to join the fun. Mangacap saw Leihao Vu and exclaimed, hey, I remember you weren't you, the young man clam digging earlier. You also want to go fight the boss. Leihao Wu sighed, only half an hour left. There's no point in clam digging anymore. There's not enough time to gather resources. Anyway, I already picked up a monster egg earlier. No need to talk about it anymore. Isn't it true that you also won't be doing any more digging?
Mangacap replied, there's no more time to prepare a big meal, so might as well go fight the boss. Even if we don't gain any benefits, at least we can enjoy the show, right? By the way, can you sell me the monster egg you got? I want to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Leihao Vu responded, you said monster egg. That thing I've already eaten raw. Mangacap exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? Eating it? Raw. Good luck, brother. You're really the king of cuisine, huh? You're so daring. Do you get sick eating that? Does it taste good raw? Vu Dong looked at the light pillar in silence, then asked, is what I cut really a boss's clone, or am I hearing things wrong? On top of a building, the shadow observed everything below and said everything was going according to plan. He laughed smugly, a bunch of fools, really thinking that the difficulty of the secret realm decreasing was a stroke of luck. Go happily into the tomb I've chosen for you. The purple beam of light remains in place, and Vu Dong looks at it, wondering if what she cut was really the boss's clone. Surely she didn't hear wrong. So Mok says, even if the secret realm's message is wrong, this central beam of light won't deceive us. Vu Dong, you're surprisingly weak. I haven't even used my strength, and it already fell down. So Mok praised, that's because you've become stronger. With you protecting me, I feel very safe. Vu Dong laughed and replied, so when I said I wanted to protect you earlier, who was that suspicious face of yours? So Mok quickly denied, you must be mistaken. Udala suddenly appeared and said, I wasn't mistaken. It looked at Somok and asked, are you Somok? Somok replied, who are you? Vu Dong replied, I am the boss, but before she could finish, he was slapped on the cheek by Vu Dong. Udala shouted, hey, what are you doing? Let go. Let go right now. Vu Dong said happily, are all new magical beast species this adorable Udala? Fur fluffed up. Sob, sob, don't pinch me anymore. Let go. I'm not a magical beast master. Come here quickly. Somok is here. Vu Dong wondered, master, someone is approaching. The girl spoke up. Somok, I've been looking for you for a long time. Somok asked, who are you? Somok, let's fight. Somok asked, a little surprised, you want to fight me, sister? Are you serious? Do we have a grudge? But I haven't forgotten you. Yue Tiangxin replied, actually quite the opposite. I respect you very much. This is our first time in the secret realm. The scene where you used your pure strength to defeat the 10,000 beast made me extremely excited, so... Somok, I want to challenge you. Vu Dong, while panicking, said, wait a moment. Nguyen Tien Tin, I know you, the strongest in the second secret realm, the core disciple of Dong Hua Tianmon. But in the secret realm, the beasts are our common enemies. Right now, fighting among ourselves, are you okay mentally? Udala shouted loudly. Softly, my head is about to explode. Its soul flew out of the body, crying loudly, let go, you bastard! Vu Dong quickly said, second, sorry, I was too emotional earlier and didn't control my strength. My soul almost left my body. Is little Ulin still alive? Is it okay? No, it only becomes Ulin after death. Ulin's soul leaving the body, this is double the soul leaving. Nguyen Tien Tin reinserted the soul into Udala and said, it's okay. Just put the soul back. Let's first address your question. There are two reasons why I challenged you, Somok. She listed, 1. Seeing your battle with the beast in the replay video of the first secret realm made me inspired. The urge to fight Somok is completely uncontrollable. So Mok doubts it really, but no matter what, her current expression has nothing to do with her fiery passion. Yu Tiangxin pinched 2 fingers and continued. The second reason is that a wandering cultivator, not belonging to any sect, has shown more brilliance than the 4 great clans. Your Somok has embarrassed the cultivators of the 4 great clans, and even our elders find it very shameful. Only by defeating you in front of the entire world can we erase the shame and prove that the Eastern Flower Celestial sect is the strongest. Nguyen Tien Tin doesn't care about the answer. So what? I don't really understand. They originally wanted to challenge you after I earned more money. But I think that's unfair, and I'm very eager, so I want to fight with you now. So Mok looked at Nguyen Tien Tin and said, thank you for your honesty, but right now I can only refuse. In the recent battle against the demon beast, I lost control of my power and even nearly lost my mind. Fighting you now would be very dangerous for both of us. Nguyen Tien Tin feels sympathetic. Is it because of public opinion? I can understand. So Mok, what do you think? Yue Tiangxin, I agree to accept your challenge, but the fight will be postponed until my strength stabilizes. Yue Tiangxin said, but delaying the match feels unfair to you, so Mok found it a bit confusing. It's not fair, why is that?
Guyet Tintin explained, your Somak is a body cultivation cultivator, right? And the maximum cultivation level for body cultivation cultivators is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demon beast. I can rely on coins to boost my strength, but Somak, your power has already reached its limit. Somak said, indeed, coins can no longer enhance my strategy. The maximum limit for a body tempering cultivator is truly only 1,000 years. Udala smugly said, that's right, Gamma. I can easily hang you with one hand and beat you quickly. Guyet Tintin continued. From what I understand, practitioners of the body cultivation school imitate a certain beast's training method to strengthen their bodies. But the human body has its limits, and the strength of a beast that has been 1,000 years old is the maximum that a human can endure. She added that another factor limiting practitioners of the body refinement school is their Tao heart. To control their powerful strength, their mind and will must also be pure enough. Even for the Orthodox cultivation school, continuous mental training and resonance with the outside world are necessary to break through the 1,000-year limit of their cultivation. Since ancient times, due to limitations of spiritual energy and resources, only a few with innate talent could become cultivators. And the body refinement school is an exception. Yue Tiangxin explains that in theory, everyone can become a body refinement cultivator, but the cultivation process is extremely painful. It can even be said to be self-destructive, as the percentage of ordinary people who can become body refining cultivators through cultivation is even lower than that of Orthodox cultivators. She continued, according to records from the previous invasion of the other world, body refining cultivators only played a role before the invasion. But as the intensity of the war increased, the training method of the body cultivation path was phased out. Udala said, it's too difficult, with a low maximum limit. The later stage is just trash. Only those with mental issues become body cultivation path cultivators. And in this era, there are still body cultivation path cultivators, which the four great families cannot understand. Wu Tong Ken Kao Xiao Ulin, do you still want to try to get your soul out of your body again? Udala quickly pressed the button after Yue Tiangxin and said, everything the four great families said is true. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Yes Tianting said, Sui Mo. To become a body cultivation cultivator in this era, even reaching the highest limit of strategy in the first dungeon mission, I deeply respect you. Yue Tiangxin affirmed that many cultivators only want to defeat your suture after earning enough spirit stones to prove their strength, so your suture can only be defeated by me. I will not let cowards shame your suture, and if other cultivators come to challenge it, I will take them all down. Udong asked, Sister, do you really think you're right? Do you believe you're so noble? Nguyen Tiantin replied with a question. Because the dignity of the four great sects will also attract cultivators to challenge Kao Somak, do you have a better solution? Wudong frowned and said, of course, if even I can't beat him, you have no right to fight for the pulse point, and all challenge words are mine to accept. She pointed her sword at Nguyen Tiantin. Starting from her, Nguyen Tiantin frowned and said, to confirm whether she has the strength to protect the owner of the vein, I will use all my power. Udala arrogantly said, daring to challenge the master, watch my hammer crush your dog's head. The insult you've brought to this great master, I will definitely repay tenfold. Wudong looked at the two and said, 2 against 1. Even the loyal servant wants to fight. I have no problem. Yue Tiangxin replied, Udala is a weapon. Although a bit troublesome, Udala has turned into a halberd. A large amount of energy was released. Yue Tiangxin slung the halberd on his shoulder and said, but it's very dangerous. You can still admit defeat now. Wudong sneered, you're getting too close. Now we're enemies. You should worry more about yourself. Nguyen Tiantin charged forward with the axe, so I won't hold back anymore. The two sides clashed head-on, energy and sparks flying everywhere. Dust filled the air and someone shouted, I just arrived. What's going on now? Have they already started fighting? Isn't there still half an hour left? Boss appeared earlier. Everyone gather around, someone exclaimed. How is that possible? This is more interesting than the boss fight people were discussing. I also heard others say that Nguyen Tiantin and Wudong of Donghua Tianmon seem to be fighting over a man. That's ridiculous. Someone actually dared to steal a man from the genius of Donghua Heavenly Sect. Lahao Wu wondered. Wait a minute. Wudong is the cultivator who killed the clone boss, mentioned in the previous Secret Realm announcement. She is also a core disciple of the four great sects, so why haven't you heard of her before? The green-haired cultivator replied with a laugh. Ha ha, you don't know yet. She's a cultivator from the 5th Secret Realm. The cultivators of the four great sects always look down on disciples from small sects like ours and wandering cultivators. But now, they can't compare to the 5th Secret Realm we have. La Haowu sighed in amazement, unexpectedly. Besides Somak, the 5th Secret Realm also has other powerful experts. The Secret Realm is truly fair. Ordinary cultivators like us, if we find a good opportunity, can also stand out. The cultivator said that only those who dare to fight and take risks can do it. Look at Tai Huyen Mon. No, the sect master Tai Tum Mon. The mission in the 1st Secret Realm even pretended to gather everyone to fight the boss. But in the end, it was just a battle with the demon beasts. He stood there stunned, then I watched the replay and almost died laughing because of him. The source of the sword from afar shouted, Hey, what are you two muttering about? Lahao Vu turned back and said, Huh, it's the Tai Huyen sect. Oh, we were just chatting, not saying anything. Nguyen Tin Kim, angry. Now you're not talking anymore. If you have the guts, try saying those words again, Lao Tiancheng bid him. The source of the news left, don't bother with them. Source informant retorted, but young master, Lao Tiancheng admits, they're not wrong. My previous actions really were those of a useless person. Even my father was disappointed in me. And yesterday when I returned, it was the first time I saw my father angry. Moreover, yesterday your father didn't sleep all night, deliberately using rare materials to strengthen the Divine Thunder Bottle. It was all for you. La Tianthun understood that he took back the Divine Thunder Bottle yesterday for this reason. The informant continued, yes, your father still cares about you, he just isn't good at expressing it. La Tiancheng looked at the Demon Lord bottle in his hand and said, so that's how it is. The bottle contained something, it seemed to be a dark spirit. Back to the fight between Nguyen Tin Tin and Vu Dong. Dust and smoke fill the air. Nguyen Tin Tin slightly praises her. She's stronger than I thought. Can't she admit defeat gracefully? She raises her axe and says, anyway, keep fighting. In the end, I will win. If I use Udala's true power and accidentally kill her, your family will be very upset. Vu Dong replied, is that so? I want to see the true power of the little spirit. Don't just talk nonsense like you. The two charged at each other. Something brushed past, and Nguyen Tin Tin didn't even have time to blink. Her weapon disappeared. She wondered what was going on. How could her weapon be taken away during the fight? No way. Nguyen Tin Tin looked shocked. Suomak holds both of your weapons and separates you. Hey, calm down. Just a normal match is enough. Don't really risk your lives. The system appears, reminding that the combat experience of the martial god is being reloaded. Current progress at 50%. Nguyen Tin Tin, Suomak asked, you're not angry, are you? He returned Udala to her and explained, I only canceled the fight because I was thinking about your safety. Yuichin Tin said, so Mok, I was too naive. In battle, you easily took away my weapon without me noticing. Your combat skills have reached the peak. During our first mission in the secret realm, you concealed your true strength, and we all were deceived by you. I am still far from being able to challenge you, ha ha ha. So Mok replied, you're too modest, it's just luck on my part. Udala has reverted back to Ulin. Nguyen Tin Tin said, Ko Somat, you're really too humble in situations like this. Even the strongest among the four great sects, the four cultivators, probably can't easily stop our battle like you did, I wonder. Can I follow you for a while and learn from you? Vu Dong suspiciously asked, Nguyen Tin Tin, you're a core disciple of Donghua Heavenly Sect. Is it okay to say such things, or are you planning something sinister? Nguyen Tin Tin straightforwardly replied, nothing like that. I greatly respect you, and whether I can become your teammate is your decision. So Mok's choice, not mine. A defeated subordinate like you, Vu Dong sneered. A defeated subordinate, I don't remember us having a clear victory or defeat just now. Nguyen Tin Tin confidently said, if you hadn't canceled the match earlier, I would definitely be the winner. If you don't believe me, you can ask the sect master. I completely trust his judgment. Vu Dong and Nguyen Tin Tin both turn to ask the sect master, so who really won earlier. The sect master hesitates, and then suddenly someone approaches. Jia is Ken Tin, he spoke up. Nguyen Tin Tin, your competitive streak needs to change. Stop causing trouble for others all the time. Nguyen Tin Tin irritably said, it's Kan Tien, disciple of Dan Dai. If you all like to set up a bunch of rules and act like you're trying to be good students, then stop using your rules to control me. If you want to teach me, then come and fight me first, and then talk. I really hate hypocrites like you. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Kan Tien didn't bother to pay attention and said, I have no interest in causing trouble with you. Miss Vu Dong, your talent and potential are unmatched. I want to invite you to join Dandai Beach Dong. Vu Dong gasped in surprise, and the others immediately invited her. Vu Dong, join Tai Nyat Hua Fu. We will give you the best treatment. Including me, I must also join our sect. Nguyen Tin Tin whispered to Vu Dong. Those small sects can just forget about it. The conditions of Dan Dai Beach Dong and Tai Nyat Hua Fu both make her a core disciple, with the chance to become a Taoist in the future. But in recent years, the overall strength of Tai Nyat Hua Fu has been declining. Moreover, there are only 16 non-Kot disciples, so it's not the best choice. But Dan Dai Beach Dong is different. With only one non-Kot disciple, if she joins Dan Dai Beach Dong, then in the future, the master of Kansan, the aspiring cultivator of Dan Dai Beach Dong, will definitely be her. Anh tiến lại gần nói, Nguyệt Thiện Tin, lời thí thầm của cô cũng quá lớn rồi dậy. Ta nghe thấy ca rồi, những ma có một diễm cổ nổi không sai. Cố vũ rộng, nếu cô gia nhập Dan Dai Beach Dong, tài nguyện ma chứng tới cung cấp cho cổ chắc chắn là tốt nhất. Vu Dong refused, thanking them for the invitation. I have made my decision. I currently have no intention of joining any sect. My talent and potential are not really related to demon beasts anyway. Vu Dong added, a strong strategy now is just that the sect has already given me many coins, she thought to herself. It's still not clear whether the four great sects are colluding with the demon beasts. And moreover, my own family is currently under the command of the demon beast lord. And even on your sister's body there is a hint of the aura of a demon beast. Joining the four great sects would only bring trouble to Somak. Kan Tien said, you are too modest. Even with many coins, without talent and effort, it cannot be turned into a strategy. If she changes her mind later, she can contact me anytime. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Everyone, leave. Disperse. We should also disband. I was hoping to find a talented person in our sect. What are you thinking? Even the 4 great sects can't invite her, so what chance do small sects like ours have? So Mock said, wait a moment, please don't leave so quickly. Since everyone has gathered here, I want to announce some news. The fairy scene turned to look back and ask, for saving the strongest hero of the 5th secret realm. So Mock, what do you want to say? The heart-colored gate earlier has turned blue.
Số mắc nổi là như này, hy vọng những từ tiền gia có năng lực có thể dị diệu tra chuyện cấu kết của tập đoàn và yếu thử. Bình luận của khán giả hiến lên, số mạch lại bật dấu rồi. Thật sự nghĩ rằng cổ ngôi sẽ tin cậy chỗ này của cậu ta.
Anyway, all the faults are on the monsters. You're just a pure white lotus. Even if the corporation colludes with the monsters, can you really stay clean? On Somok's livestream, someone comments, show some proof that you didn't kill anyone first. Everyone watches the livestream and wonders how the monsters could have sneaked into the earth. The secret realm is an absolute line of defense built by ancient cultivators. Before the savior fails, there probably won't be any monsters appearing on earth. After all, I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, Niantian Tingshin speaks up. I believe in you, Somok. Sumak responds with a sigh. Canteen listened and said, that's a very interesting point of view. Although I think it's unlikely, but it's worth investigating. After this secret realm ends, I will report to the sect and start investigating the corporation. Suomai replied, thank you. Canteen said, no need to thank me. Protecting the world and preventing the danger of monsters early is our duty. The issue with the corporation can wait until we defeat the boss of this secret realm, then we can discuss it. The gate is shining brighter and brighter. Everyone is amazed. What's going on? The boss's light beam suddenly widened. The boss is about to appear. No, wait, the light beam is still spreading. The gate is expanding more and more. Someone looks at the gate in shock and asks, what's really happening? The shadow standing on that tall building speaks, begins to move. In just a moment, the gate opens somewhere unfamiliar. Lahawu narrowed his fierce gaze and looked around, wondering where this place was. The other person said the previous beam of light had brought them here, but the other was confused. But isn't that beam of light the place where the boss appeared? Yet now the boss hasn't shown up and there's no notification from the secret realm. It's really strange. After taking a quick look around, Wudong cautiously said, this place is dangerous, very risky, and replied, yeah, I understand. The dungeon mission won't be that easy. Then he whispered, the first mission of the dungeon also mentioned the final boss as a 500-year-old beast, but now a 1,000-year-old beast has appeared. So what exactly is going on this time? At this moment, the green light is gradually shrinking. The system icon appears announcing that the second mission, the final boss, has appeared with the difficulty of the 500-year-old beast at the mission location. Suddenly, a 500-year-old demon beast appears, its muscular body and fierce red eyes full of hostility. Then, a musician speaks casually, not knowing what's going on, but pulling out this 500-year-old demon beast means the mission is basically complete. Thinking that way, it would be much simpler. There is only one thing we need to do. As he finished speaking, he drew his sword and ran forward to swing it wildly, but it still remained unharmed. A strong force from the sword sent him flying back, naive, joking around, with no injuries. How could it only be a 500-year-old demon beast? Not only unable to kill him, but even its skin couldn't be torn. His face turned pale as he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was not his attack. It was the spiritual energy. Immediately after, a fist struck him squarely in the head, and in an instant, his vision turned completely black. Seeing the scene before them, all three were panic-stricken. The man with his hair tied up shouted loudly, it's a ghost! That guy is a disciple of the Nongquak of Tai Nyat Hua Fu Ni. The person next to him was confused, directly killed by a blow from the beast. Then Halvu, the spiritual secret realm, is unstable. So is this really a 500-year-old beast? Seeing their panic, the celestial immortal suddenly spoke to clarify that it's not that the enemies are too strong, but that we are weaker. Haven't you realized yet that the spiritual energy here is extremely scarce, so our attacks can't unleash their true power? Suddenly, Bomi appeared with an adorable face. Bomi. Immediately afterward, it revealed a huge muscular body, with a large snake and squid beside it. The celestial envoy suddenly spoke, not only about the final boss, but also that ordinary monsters from the secret realm have been transported here. Truly hopeless. Not only are our powers limited, but we are also surrounded by monsters. Does the secret realm want to kill all the saviors here? At this moment, the system transported them to a place that looked cold and desolate, and a voice announced that this illusionary realm was not an illusionary realm. Suddenly, a mysterious person with horns on their head appeared, arrogantly announcing that all immortal cultivators, saviors, and viewers watching the live stream of this illusionary realm were welcome to Earth. The mysterious celestial scene, who is this person claiming that this place is Earth when the spiritual energy there isn't depleted to such an extent? Then the man replied, no, this is indeed Earth, or more precisely, the hotel of a small island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, with a large burial site nearby and immense spiritual energy controlling the square. He sneered disdainfully, this is a special trap prepared for you. And as for my identity, hasn't the savior you respect already told you that the demon beasts have long been brought into the earth? Where are the saints who doubted the divine vein earlier? Now that the time has come, why don't they come out and bow to apologize to the divine vein? Right now, everyone is watching Somok's livestream room, setting aside the truth. Even if the beast truly invaded the earth, Somok's suspicion still hasn't been cleared. Someone else is protesting. Stop arguing. The beasts are about to trap the saviors in a net. What's the point of debating whether Suamok is right or wrong now? Li Tuang asked from the observation room. Elder Lai, what's the situation? Tiu Xing replied, I just received news that the small island where the rescuers are held has been found. Hearing this, Lai Tuang secretly rejoiced and then ordered, That's great, then send people to rescue them immediately. Elder Kwai, with a worried look, has sent the search and rescue team ahead, and they have arrived at the location according to their report. The island has disappeared without reason, and now nothing is visible on the satellite map. There are no signs of any defenses. At this moment, Gialeth's figure appears, and Quitin's voice gradually loses hope. There will be no more hope at all. A mocking smile spreads on his face as he speaks to the cultivators. Enjoy your last moments of struggle for survival. Just use the live stream you like best to witness the destruction of the Earth's protector. Right now, Somok is standing in front of a beast twice his height, and he says if the rules of the secret realm still apply, eliminating a person should be able to return us to reality, right? Then a burst of energy emanated from him, so let's see. Immediately after, in the town inside the secret realm, a series of loud noises echoed and bullets pierced through its head, quickly bringing it down. A man with a bun, still aiming his gun, softly says, Beast, what does the scent of spiritual energy in the bullets mean? Then he walks over to the defeated beast and sneers. I knew bringing a rifle for this confrontation was the right choice, Aben. You even laughed before entering the secret realm. At this point, he suddenly stopped and called out the name, just as another cultivator was crushed by a different beast, Aben. Hearing the loud noise, he turned and softly said, Bomi. Its tall figure stands imposingly in front of him, as if smiling at the guy with the bun. He immediately raises his gun. Damn it, I have to cover him. Right after a desperate scream rang out, Bomi bent down and quickly subdued him. Then, it calmly raised one hand high while ignoring the frantic screams of the guy with the bun. Let me go! Let me go! Then Bomi opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, menacing teeth and dripping with saliva, shouting in despair, Don't! Meanwhile, inside the police station, Gialit was fighting with him, raising a shield with a steady stance and a calm voice. Did you hear that? The tragic sound of steel from those cultivators. It's truly silent now, little troublemaker blocking the way. So Max sneered. Ha! You think I will just let you attack Ngyun Yu? Gialit sneered. You are the most dangerous savior. If I let you easily eliminate Ngyun Yu, then all the slaughter I planned will be for nothing. Then he turned and ordered, Hey, Ngyun Yu, go to the grass field to graze. It will take less time. At this moment, you are deep in thought. What a bother. With that guy in the open field blocking the way, I can't kill the final boss. I can't end this secret realm early. Not only would it cause heavy casualties among the cultivators, but my power could also spiral out of control again. Suddenly, Gialit charged forward with a fierce and ruthless look. Fighting like that is not a good habit at all. Suddenly, someone with a fan stepped in front of him, and I completely agree with their point of view. The source behind pushed forward, causing Gialit to halt. The fan gently waved, and the surrounding space of the ferry burned like fire, igniting the Emperor's fierce blood. As soon as the voice finished, flames immediately surged, beginning to burn fiercely. The fierce heat makes Gialet let out a faint cry, relying on superficial tactics to disturb my leisure time. Surely Yu Tiangton used her staff to fly toward him, but that's not something you can just say. Gialit sneers. This kind of reckless attack. No matter how many there are, it's useless. At this moment, a sword emitting a purple divine light appears, and a voice says, Not yet finished. From behind him, the warrior raises his sword high in the air and then strikes down with a powerful blow. The smoke gradually clears, but Gialit remains unscathed. You still don't understand that based on your strength, you can't hurt me. Then the man holding the gem in front of him continues. Where have the beast and the beast's vein gone? At this moment, the fairy scene speaks. You probably guessed it. He's chasing the final boss now. Ga's eyes still show the usual questioning expression, so that's it. This is your strategy, huh? Even risking your lives. How long can you stop me? Nguyen Tin Tin is ready to fight him to save the earth, and Vu Dong is the same, prepared to stop him to save the hope of the world. Suddenly, around Kantian, a trap circle appears. Then he uses a fan to control the flames, and unexpectedly, the fire rushes to bind Gialit's body, immobilizing him. In the sky, a dark shadow is rushing down towards him. It's Nguyen Tien Tin, with eyes full of determination. At the same time, Vu Dong is also rushing forward, and both strike the shadow simultaneously, which begins to dissolve shortly after. Seeing that, Nguyen Tien Tin softly said, We've won. It's too easy. I feel something strange, Vu Dong said. That's not right. Canteen predicted that what we killed is probably just his clone, if I'm not mistaken. The purpose of that beast, from the beginning only. Somok, you've already tried it, right? The barrier protecting the grassland. Now the secret realm is surrounded by a purple circle. Gialit calmly passes through the barrier. Even with his strength, he cannot break it in a short time. At the same time, a hand holding Ngyun Yu's head appears. It's Somok deliberately luring me here to kill the boss of the secret realm. And trap me here, you're really putting in effort. Hearing that, Rata suddenly smiled in a strange way. No wonder you're the most dangerous savior. Even when caught in a trap, you can still remain calm. Let me guess what you're thinking now. You've clearly killed the boss of the secret realm, so why hasn't the realm disappeared? Because this barrier blocks the realm's observation and assessment, so even the realm itself cannot determine Gyungyu's death. You, Somok, are the most beloved hero of the beast on Earth, fighting to save the world. But you were misunderstood, insulted, and hated by humans, which is truly pitiful. Don't you see that your efforts are worthless? Join us, and you will be treated fairly. Your talent and worth will surely not be buried. Ra keeps talking non-stop. That's right. Rest assured. Inside the barrier, the live stream of the secret realm will be interrupted, and now no one on Earth can hear our conversation. The viewers commenting on the live stream are saying, "Huh, is this beast stupid? The secret realm live stream is clearly fine." Others are watching, "You're the fool here. That beast clearly deliberately tricked Somok, aiming to make him betray humanity in front of the whole world." On Somok's live stream, comments keep popping up. Somok remaining silent doesn't mean he's acting suspicious. Could it be that he wants to betray mankind? That person retorted, "Mokthan hasn't said anything yet and you're already imagining things. If I were Mokthan, I would just let the beast in and be done with it. People like you aren't worth saving." Suddenly, the system notified that the legendary martial god combat experience was at 70% progress. You still stand silently with a contemplative look. Still not finished uploading, must try to buy more time. Even though Giolate has done his best to transfer Somok, you remain silent and the impatient man speaks out. "Somok, my patience has limits. Tell me your answer. Trust me, if you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will definitely not treat you badly. If you refuse my good intentions, I will have to kill you here." In the end, Somok finally replied, "Cooperation, our partnership has already ended, with the controlled spiritual energy block coming from the precious relic of the Ichi continent. You collect a large amount of spiritual energy blocks. Do you think you can hide from the alliance of corporations and kill the saviors without warning us? And still have the face to talk about trust?" Hearing this, he sneered and chuckled. "Haha, you claiming to be from the corporation? This is the funniest story I've ever heard." Despite Giolette's sneer, Suomo continued to ask, "So where is the failed appearance of the Spirit Beastmaster? Do you really think it was just a coincidence?" The man's smile suddenly faded as he looked down and said, "Humans, what are you trying to say, you fools? The appearance of an important figure like the Spirit Beastmaster cannot be a mistake just by coincidence." Your gaze and smile reveal your mockery. You still don't understand, do you? No wonder you're a brainless beast. If you wanted to hide from us and set a trap, we can only fight back in return. The Beast Lord is just a test subject. That's right. We've been using the Beast's essence for experiments all along. Haven't you realized it yet? Immediately, the family training's core erupted, and the man shouted out, "Humans are so cowardly!" It all started with your alliance actively seeking our cooperation. Is this your sincerity? Your eyes show clear contempt. Do you think our corporation will willingly become dogs for your beasts? Our cooperation was broken long ago, you fool. He must have laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I said earlier that the barrier could interrupt the Secret Realm's live stream. That was just a joke. Somok, your deep facade as the Union Corporation has been exposed to the whole world. Now who is the real fool?" Suddenly, a notification appeared, the system reminding to update the combat experience of the martial god legend. Current progress at 99.99%. After reading it, you froze in place, and seeing that, "Somok," you chuckled happily. "Come on, talk already. Where is that relaxed attitude you had earlier?"
You're not stupid, are you? Because of the great savior, it turns out you were all colluding with our beastly creatures. Then he continued without stopping. Not only that, you even revealed the human experiment of the corporation, which I only guessed about before.
Ha 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 ha. Betraying your words and the corporation, there's no place left on Earth for you to survive. Somok replied to him, "Too bad. It seems you really don't know about the human body experiment, but I still have to thank you. Just now, you openly admitted the relationship between the beast and the corporation, so my bad reputation can also be completely cleared." Giolite's face changed when he heard your reply. "What did you say?" Suddenly, he exploded in anger. How could this be? Now, Somok's gaze towards him was full of contempt. It seems you have understood now. The fool who exposes himself to the whole world is you. He kept arguing, "Stop deceiving yourself. If you weren't part of the corporation, how would you know so much information knowing that the live stream would expose you, so you wanted to change your image?" In contrast to his agitation, Somok calmly replied, "Is investigating enemy intelligence such a strange thing for you?" Lian then listed the evidence, starting with a man sitting on the floor in despair, then a boy helplessly watching over a child, and finally a girl sitting in a wheelchair. And Somok asked if he still wanted more proof. Lian continued, causing his expression to harden. "After this secret realm ends, the first thing I will do is destroy the Lie Corporation, even though you won't be able to see it anymore then." Xiao's face darkened as he said, "I knew from the very beginning that the barrier couldn't stop the live stream." Sora casually replied, "You've explained too much about the barrier surrounding me. Your treasure is hard to break, and it can also prevent the secret realm from witnessing the boss's death. All these are meant to deepen my impression that the barrier separates everything." Then, he implied that the barrier could cut off the live stream with me, a subtle trick from someone too cautious. The notification displayed comments, "Everything just happened. Honestly, I don't know how to describe it. I was so surprised I could only say that. Somak is truly amazing. Another person quickly said, I know that the foolish image of the Divine Pulse has always been fake. This is his true face at the live stream room of the Divine Pulse comment notification, Divine Pulse. This title has been changed. Not only is he powerful, but also discreet in his thoughts. Let's honor him as the master of the Kuijia, another person cheers. Even though all the saviors are now trapped by the beast, with Somak here, I suddenly feel at ease. The system display flashes and a notification shows that the experience for the Divine Warrior special stage is being updated, with the current progress at 100%. Then he looked down at the notification and thought to himself, finally the combat experience progress has reached 100%. The timing is perfect. Wait a minute, why is the progress still increasing now? A notification appeared. The system reminder is updating the combat experience of the Divine Warrior. Specialization, current progress 101.5%. So Mach looked confused and asked the system, am I the player? So the progress bar should be full at 100%. And what does 101.5% mean? The monster in front of me seems extremely angry. It looks like it's about to attack me. But the progress isn't full yet. If I only fight halfway, I might lose control again. It hurriedly explained that the system notification was due to the host's increased compatibility with the War God, and exceeding 100% progress grants the host new skills. After reaching 100%, combat ensures the host's power remains controlled. Gia Liet looked at the energy-absorbing hand with a scheming smile. So, Mach, I underestimated your cunning and treachery. This was my mistake, but it was within the secret realm I created. Then he clenched his fist and charged at you, shouting that the fate of humanity depended on strength. He threw a powerful punch, but Somak remained still, forming a barrier to block it. Hanyu was stunned, secretly thinking that his attack had been blocked, but no. He couldn't sense the attack coming from the entity. He raised his hand to hold the other's hand move aside. As soon as Somak finished speaking, he gently pulled the guy, and when lifted, he pondered, completely unable to understand the attack, feeling like a torn, worthless rag about to fall to the ground. Then Gialiet landed on the ground. A loud noise echoed, flames engulfed his body, and now in a room, Deech Swung covered her face in embarrassment, exclaiming that, Somak's cold and ruthless attitude truly pierced my heart. Her IQ and strategy crushed, playing with magical beasts at will. This must be the real deal. Li Song helplessly reminded her, cough, cough. Dish Swung's sister, hold back a bit. The title of the strongest savior of Somak is well deserved. Also, I want to say many people in front of the screen are sorry to Somak. At the same time, smoke appeared outside and a voice rang out, still alive. You're really tough. Open the barrier and tell those monsters to stop attacking the cultivator. This dungeon mission is over. Suomai looked at Sa Li and continued, maybe I will spare your life. He collapsed after taking many hits. Humans, I knew long ago that your strength could surpass my expectations, so I was prepared in advance. 2 dark, sinister figures appeared, and you asked him to summon 2 more black demonic beasts to join the barrier and attack me. Then Somak calmly asked, try it. Is this your plan? G-Elite once again generated a powerful source of energy and said, no, they are my peacekeepers. They can sustain the strength transmitted to me, allowing me to avoid restrictions by spiritual energy and temporarily restore all strategies. The previous appearance of weakness has vanished, replaced by pride, and your excellent combat skills make me deeply admire you. To show my respect, I will use my strongest power to destroy you. At this moment, a hand is pounding hard on the shield. Wudong is helpless. It's a ghost. This shield is really tough, Yue Tianxing said. As long as we keep attacking the shield, we will eventually be able to rescue the nearby vein. Hey, Shenjing, keep fanning your fan. Don't stop. Canteen, behind suspects and guesses. The demon beasts are suffering great pain. The howling of the beast is in agony, using the final boss's bait to lure the last of the inner veins. Why don't they stop us from attacking the barrier? I think there are 2 reasons. The barrier is already very strong, and even the internal channels are hard to break through, so our destruction is insignificant. The second is that those monsters are now busy with more important matters. Suddenly, a noise sounded, and everyone looked up and spoke in unison. The sound of the bell, whispers, and panic blending together in the air. The giant bell is floating in the sky. Don't look anymore. Run quickly or Pommy will catch up. Wait, when did that beast appear? Then a giant black shadow holding a bell appeared, shaking the bell as he spoke. The time has come, humans, saviors, cultivators, after 1,000 years. The saviors gather here. The chance for the 2 worlds to merge again begins now. During this break, I sincerely send my regards to everyone from another world. Everyone was stunned, and one person spoke up. This is also a beast. Really huge, completely on a different level from the other monsters. Another kept wondering. During the break between rounds, all the surrounding monsters had their heads still. Could it be that they want to stop fighting? How is that possible? The black shadow at the edge smirked and said the war would decide the fate of this world. You are already defeated, and we have no intention of pursuing or exterminating you. Then he continued, abandon your role as savior, submit to our demon beasts, and I will guarantee the safety of all humans on Earth. That's all. As long as you submit to us and become our servants, you can live in peace. Trat La Tien Then said firmly, don't joke anymore. We will definitely not submit to these terrifying monsters. Don't trust them. The words of the beast are never trustworthy. Another person agreed and said, young Master Tai Huyen is right. This demon beast only wants to separate us and shake our trust. Hearing that, the black figure's contempt grew even more. No enemy is forever. Only benefits last forever. You cultivators could be our food or our cherished allies. Many cultivators have relied on us. And thanks to them carrying the token, we were able to bring you safely to this small island. Then he spread his arms and continued. Those with the token, come to me first. I have prepared rooms and food for you. The marked cultivators, after the break in the arena ends, I will protect you. La Tiancheng shouted in anger, stop lying. I didn't carry their token on me, so why do I have the symbol on my body? You're lying. He looked down at you and said, I remember now the thing called the Loi Bin on your person has a symbol carved on it, used for teleportation that was given to you by your father, even though you didn't actively carry a token. Your guardian told me to take good care of you and come to my place. Hearing those words, he held the bottle in his hand, unable to believe it. No way. His father had sought refuge with the monsters. The shadow replied, because he's a smart man. Your world has already been infiltrated by our beasts once, and many people secretly stand on our side. Facing reality, Earth has become our playground, and humans are already considered ours. At this moment, a barrier was broken, and I successfully escaped. A girl clenched her fists and looked down, not truly believing that she could be trapped by such a broken heart. I am the mighty leader of the demon beasts. Then she sneered dismissively. Who would want to be your pet? Do you really think I would be bought off with just some food? Demon of the Somok, I will make you pay for your evil deeds. As she spoke, she picked up a cake, but her strength was not fully restored, and she was no match for that demon. Then she enjoyed the taste of the cake and soda, could only hopelessly run away without strategy all the time. Her body was weaker, but her mind was still sharp. She was sure she could come up with something to threaten Somok. All right, I understand now. If I capture the sister that Somok cares about most, the demon will obey. That way, even if I lose my power, I can still complete my mission and save the vulnerable beast race. Then she went to her sister, Somok's sick forest. She imagined a huge black shadow frightening the tiny cat. I'm not sympathizing with humans. She gently lowered her head and thought to herself, I just hate the act of oppressing the weak. If I do something like this, I am no different from the high-level monsters. The corrupt and the humans over there. Then she quickly ran away, deciding to retreat for now, just leaving the demon's territory first. The system display suddenly appeared, reminding her that the host was under attack and activating the wound transfer function as the sound of slicing blades made her recall something. The girl fell face down on the ground and cursed out loud, You bastard! Somok! Waves of power converged toward the tiny figure in the distance. Gielite now smirked maliciously, his large hand emanating a purple energy as he said, When do you plan to run? This is a fair fight after all. No way, your combat skills are only that much? As long as you keep your distance, there's nothing to fear. Somok swiftly dodges the attacks with agile movements and quickly charges at Gielite, delivering a powerful counterattack straight to his face. Gielite was knocked back dozens of meters, but he still smiled proudly. Look up there. At this moment, Suo Mai looked up, and a huge energy sphere appeared. A loud explosion rang out, and the space was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Gielite slowly approached and said, It seems the injured person isn't lightly hurt. This is the first time I've seen someone vomit blood. Somok grimaced, clutching his wound, and replied, It's the same for me. Probably not feeling too comfortable either. Hearing those words, he smugly laughed and said, What are you talking about? I am in my prime. This little injury can be easily healed, and without spiritual energy to defend and heal, you will only keep accumulating injuries before my strength runs out. You will be shattered by me. Suo Mai saw through that arrogance and sneered, Do you still care about the fight and call this justice? Suddenly, a sound rang out. The system alerted that the host had been attacked and activated the wound teleportation function. Gielite is preparing to attack, as long as I can win and survive, even if I have to be ruthless. So what if I am? Do you see the lights on my hands? Do you know what those lights mean? The number of cultivators abandoning their roles as saviors. Our national beast, Somok. This is the last chance. Either the national beast or death. I no longer wish to continue fighting, but as long as I go inside, I will voluntarily give up my role as the savior. It's betrayal of humanity and the earth. Let's go. Who cares if we stay outside and die? So what if we're not the saviors? We've done too much already. Nai spoke up now. The break in the arena is almost over. What are you still hesitating for? You're our guest of honor. La Tien Tun's face darkened with intense anger, clenched fists, and I am determined not to let the evil beast succeed. Hearing that response, Nai said, If you refuse, you will die right here. Not only that, your father and your sect will also be completely destroyed by the enemy. He licked his lips and continued persuading. Truly unfilial, your father abandoned and paved the way for you, yet you refuse to destroy everything of the Tai Huyen sect. You should know what the right choice is. La Tientun, holding a mysterious potion, throws the vial to break it, releasing a surge of power, then shouts, "This is my answer." The immense force rushes straight at Nai, but he quickly counters Ithakitson with his own strength. La Tientun, standing there stunned and breathless, couldn't believe it. A calm voice echoed, "Wrong choice," and suddenly a giant hand with sharp claws appeared above his head. The hand then struck directly at where he was standing. The people outside, shocked, whispered among themselves, "Can we really fight back against that beast after taking such a powerful blow without any harm?" Nai and the group of monsters laugh eerily as the break time ends. The cultivator is ready to become our food, while a giant barrier covers a corner of the city, with Somak inside, holding his wounds and struggling to stand. A sound rings out. The system prompts that the experience gained for the martial god's combat has reached 150%. Synchronization at its limit. Skill acquired. Combat tactics, 3 times the normal strategy, actively use skills. Can increase strategy 10-fold, with a duration of 10 seconds. In 184 AD, a rebellion was launched by a vassal king. Taking that as an opportunity, the king's forces began to fracture, leading to chaos among the vassals and suffering for the people. Cultivators ended the era of chaos and sealed away all ancient evil alien species. Then, Dai La Thien, the divine realm's highest deity, was born. From the Tai Yi Yi Palace, Dong Hua Thien Gate led 8 major sects to dominate Dai La Thien, bringing peace after the suffering of the people. This is the history written in the book. A hand holding a money bag extended, "Take this winning money, 50 coins.
A man holding a bag of money from the magistrate hesitantly said, "Magistrate, I want to resign." The magistrate asked back, "Are you sure? With a good income and safety, can you find a similar job elsewhere?" The man replied, "I just feel a bit tired. I've saved up some money over the years. Just want to go home and open a small shop." The magistrate nodded without forcing, saying, "I understand. Do one more trip and you can leave."
That man is me. I've been a porter for 5.5 years. When the beasts appeared, they were terrifying monsters from another world. To prepare for the war against the other realm, Dalatian is building a secret prison where criminals from the Western Heaven will be confined. They will become sacrifices for the secret realm, but this time the sacrifices are strange. Young and old men and women in tattered clothes, seemingly ordinary villagers. There is even an old one-eyed man kept separately in a carriage next to a large fire and a wagon. An old man with one eye who is imprisoned there asks Xiao Huyen, "Aren't you curious?" The story involves us. The man sitting against the pine tree responds casually, "You are a criminal and a sacrifice. According to the rules, the transporter cannot speak to the sacrifice." That old man didn't care about what you said and started to tell his story. Our village is in the Kiankoi Sasoi mountain area, relying on harvesting crops and farming to survive day by day. Decades have passed, and we've all managed to live, but then monsters appeared. In that time, many people died, including my granddaughter and son. The survivors in the village want to seek protection from cultivators to prevent future attacks by monsters. The old man hesitated, then continued, "But we cannot bear the burden anymore." The man dismissed it without concern, telling him to sleep early as we leave tomorrow. The old man kept muttering without stopping, saying that to resist the demon beasts, we could only rely on ourselves, but ordinary weapons are useless against them. We also lack the talent to become cultivators, but luckily I found the corpse of a demon beast. I am also a doctor, and those without talent cannot become cultivators. So I wanted to uncover the great secret of the monsters. I dissected that beast, and the villagers agreed with my idea to experiment on themselves, hoping to gain power through merging with the monsters. In the middle of the forest, only the old man's storytelling could be heard. And sadly, until now, the survivors of the experiment showed no change at all. The man finally spoke, asking if his eyes were also lost during the experiment, and the old man replied that because of the research on the beasts, everyone in our village was considered a criminal. They call me a madman, feeling that everything is meaningless. At first, no one believed me, a villager who lost his eye, so I was separated and left alone. The old man chuckled and said, "Who says it's not true? I know it's crazy, but we want to survive. I want even those without talent to gain the strength to protect themselves." The next morning, a group of people in chains was led along the forest path, when a young man suddenly, in anger, shouted, "Don't touch my little sister," and was pushed aside, shocking everyone. Someone wondered what was going on, and someone replied, "A child was tied up, not only killing a transporter, but also causing a rock to explode." The old man inside the carriage suddenly laughed loudly and said, "I succeeded, ha ha ha, I succeeded, ha ha ha, please let the child go." Now he is the peacekeeper and the hope for the future. One of them frowned and said, "The old man in the carriage has gone crazy again." That's right. Is the communication symbol at that person's place? I want to report the abnormal phenomenon from earlier to the magistrate. The man presses his sword to the corpse's neck, making him stammer in fear. "So, are you chasing?" The Han questions, "You were already a madman, not just that child, but the old man in the carriage as well. And now you're releasing all the sacrifices. Do you know what your end will be?" The man replied calmly, "Maybe I am truly crazy. Or maybe this world is crazy after all. To build the secret realm, sinners have become sacrifices. I transported many sinners for gold. Some should die, some should not." The man looked up at the sky and continued, "These sacrifices are the ones that shouldn't die, because maybe they can make this world stop being crazy. 20 years later, in a small wooden house, the young man looked worried and said, "You're unconscious again." And he sat on the ground coughing for a few seconds before speaking with difficulty, "How much time do I have left?" The young boy replied that you had previously fused with the blood and flesh of the demon beast, which is continuously gnawing at your body, and you probably have about 2 years left to live. It's just that we are considered heretics and constantly hunted. Danger lurks everywhere, and with this situation, it's hard to say whether you can survive for half a year or not. The green-haired boy smiled softly and replied, "That's enough. A cultivator like you who is willing to help us, yet gets caught in danger. I truly feel sorry." The young man angrily scolded, "Don't act like I did this voluntarily. I was just deceived by you. Have some self-awareness." The young man calmly said, "Getting on the boat was also your fault. It was your curiosity that led to your exile from the sect." The boy with a helpless expression said, "Fine. I'll accept the consequences myself. If humans can grasp the power of the beast, knowing this, how could I possibly suppress my curiosity? But don't you feel dissatisfied under the guidance of a genius like me? You finally discovered a way to become stronger without using the blood and flesh of monsters. But as the first to wield the power of monsters, you can only suffer and die." The young man sitting on the ground sighed and replied honestly, extremely dissatisfied, "Weren't you the one who said you are a genius? Then quickly think of a way for me to keep living. I also want to see the new cultivation method you, the old researcher, have developed." The young man angrily shouted, "There's no such thing as a good deal. Because of the rejection reaction of the beast's flesh and blood, your lifespan has been significantly shortened. I need to find a way to restore your lifespan. Otherwise, if it weren't for a genius like me helping you recover your body, you wouldn't even be alive now." The young man looked at the boy sitting nearby and said, "I still want to live a little longer to see if the body cultivation sects can be recognized by the great lay heavenly stage. No longer considered heretical, they are all ones I picked up. Before these children grow up, protecting them is my responsibility." "All right, I understand. I agree with you. Those orphan children are the ones you picked up after you die. I will also take good care of them." A few wind chimes rang out on the fence, and the young man was startled, thinking it's over. The magic weapon alarmed, the reaction from the Great Lay Heavenly Cultivators team of 60. The young man reassured him, "Don't worry, weren't we just a few teams before? After that battle, everyone supporting us was killed, and you started to faint all the time. Now only the two of us and those children remain, and you say you don't know how to fight." The green-haired young man spoke. "After that battle, my body reached its limit. I discovered something. No matter how much the beast's flesh and blood gnawed at me, my mind fell into madness. But I could gain greater strength in a short time. Those cultivators handed me the children. You go ahead and take them away." The young boy angrily shouted, "You're going to die!" But the young man calmly replied, "Maybe so. If I die, remember your promise." The young boy called him back cautiously and asked, "Wait, do you still have any wishes?" "It's enough now. The younger generation no longer needs to use the flesh and blood of monsters. Although the cultivation process is arduous, they can become stronger safely. Unlike me, they can fight and die as simple humans. No longer prey for monsters, no longer a burden for cultivators, no longer material for the secret realm. Ordinary people can have other choices. Actually, I am already very satisfied." Years later, a voice echoed, "This is the last chance. It's still possible to give up now." The man sneered with a twisted smile. "Last chance? I thought Da Lathian would just keep me in prison." La Tiancheng calmly replied, "After all, you are now the strongest savior of the secret realm, and Dai Latian considered your influence so much that they gave you another chance. As long as you publicly admit that what you said earlier was manipulated by others, your charges can be dismissed. If you refuse, you will have to fight a decisive battle."
The man looked at his hand and replied, "So that's it, using a duel instead of a death sentence. I understand now, you can leave." La Tianqing wondered, "Are you crazy? Just admit you were wrong and everything can be forgiven. You made the cultivators of the main sect recognized by Dalatian and even became the strongest savior of the secret realm. But now you want to abandon your reputation and glory and become a criminal."
The man replied calmly, "I just want to do the right thing, and moreover, what I said is not crazy according to my investigation from decades ago. The spiritual energy is starting to run out, which has shaken the foundation of Dalathian's dominance. They have found the only way to reconcile the two worlds, to boost spiritual energy. So even if what you say is true, does it matter what Dalathian does? All to protect the interests of our cultivators. You have spent your whole life striving for the recognition of great desolate heaven, and in the end, you became a celestial in our cultivation world. Now you want to abandon everything. Do you want to betray your lifelong efforts?" The man stood up and walked forward, saying that the efforts of all practitioners of the body refinement school are to protect ordinary people without talent. "Maybe I have betrayed myself, but I will not betray their efforts." He said from the high wooden platform, no longer needing the recognition of Dailatian, no longer needing the identity of a cultivator. "Starting from now, I will become immortal and fight for the ordinary people in this world." The man resolved, determined to fight, and began. La Tiancheng spoke. He is very strong, but his strategy has reached the limit of the body cultivation sect. Faced with the spiritual artifact, he had no chance to win, but the man calmly replied, "Maybe so." La Tiancheng sneered foolishly. You're just wasting your life for nothing. The man just smiled inwardly, thinking that even if I die here, my sacrifice will inspire more people to resist. I want to give hope to future generations, just like my predecessors did. A sudden overwhelming pressure radiated from Somak. The person facing him felt anxious and wondered. Strange. This pressure makes one shiver. Could it really be Somak? So Mok asked as he walked, still not noticing, then cautiously asked again, what should I be paying attention to? Suomai wiped his hands and coldly said, he's already dead. The scene shifts to an uninhabited small island where despair spreads and continuous loud explosions and fires rage everywhere. There are two people hiding behind the wall. The man in yellow tells his companion that it's probably safe here for now, but inside his mind, he's worried about those powerful cultivators who were easily killed by the monsters. The man in the blue shirt was so scared he turned pale and thought to himself, you understand, right? Even if we keep fighting, we will only become corpses, dying meaninglessly. Why? Why didn't you choose to go through the hotel's main entrance then? Seeing that person's strange behavior, the man in the yellow and black looked back, fear making him speechless, wanting to say something but hesitating. Stop what you're doing. Don't go outside. We'll be discovered. That creature stepped forward into the street, helplessly surrendering with a bitter smile. I want to surrender. We can be friends, right? Behind him was a giant mouth with blue eyes and sharp teeth, and in just a moment, the mouth opened wider and directly killed that person. The man in the yellow shirt stood between two giant monsters, only able to lament himself. That fool, the monsters he summoned here are all gone. The green frog prepared to launch its long tongue at its juicy prey, and he couldn't react in time, thinking to himself that he was about to be killed. But just as the tongue neared, a thick purple light streaked across its mouth, and a sword cut the green frog in half. The man glanced over and quickly assessed. The beast was too strong, saved for now. But then he realized it was not right. He still couldn't let his guard down. There was still a monster behind him, and as he turned back, he saw it also being cut down by a divine strike. The man slightly furrowed his brow, wondering if it was because he suddenly let his guard down that his body relaxed. Turns out, another hidden green monster launched a deadly strike that pierced through his abdomen. The Fairy King stepped forward, sighing and shaking his head, appearing before them with a gentle smile and teasing words. You three are truly different from ordinary people. Not only breaking out of the encirclement, but also saving people everywhere. Geniuses like you should not die so easily, or I will give you one more chance. Surrender and avoid wasting your lives. Tiangxin looks displeased and sharply responds, go ahead and laugh now if you want. Xiao Mo will defeat them quickly. He shows no worry and even smiles brighter as he announces, Xiao Mo, you are still hoping for Xiao Mo. It's been so long. He still can't break free from the barrier. If he's still alive, then he's already betrayed. Inside the hotel room, Hao Vu was complaining and still fighting. The noise was deafening and the screams were so annoying. Lam Bin sat there complaining, just let the beast eat quickly. Wasting time. I just want to go home soon. He laughed loudly in response, showing them a bit more respect. After all, they chose to fight as saviors for humanity. I think they are just a bunch of fools. And even the strongest savior, Somak, is being held captive. It doesn't matter if they live or die. Even if they perish here, what value does it have? Humanity has already lost. No one will thank them. The scene shifts to Nei's area, where a blue light descends. He looked down at the celestial being kneeling there and asked if he could still stand up. The person could only cough a few times without speaking. Seeing the two girls lying there, Na reminded him that only one breath remained for his two teammates. He then issued a threat, refusing to repent and rejecting my kindness. Now I will punish you all, unfortunately death penalty for everyone. Just then, a dazzling golden light burst out from the prison, and cracks appeared. Nei looks a bit worried and asks herself, what was that sound? Canteen, clutching her stomach, despite the pain, still clearly recognizes that the barrier has been broken. When the cage was destroyed and shards flew up, revealing the figure of Somak standing before the dazzling light, he raised his hand to cover his face, feeling bewildered inside. How could this be? It can't be. Seeing your powerful charge, Nei wondered if the barrier had been shattered and if the Golden Age had been killed by Somak. He immediately used the kneeling seal technique to increase his form, thinking that direct confrontation would be unwinnable and that he should hide before he gets close. But at this moment, Somak rushed forward with a fierce look in his eyes, unleashing a wide-range attack and shouting, no way to escape! Aizen's body disintegrated before he could speak, eyes wide with horror, silently blaming the body cultivation school for using large-scale attacks, which was truly against the rules. With his disappearance, the sky became clearer and brighter. Canteen looked over and sensed that the breath of that beast had completely disappeared, yet it was so easy. Somak approached, looked at Wudong lying there, and asked him if he knew healing magic. Canteen immediately replied, I know a little but can only barely keep Wudong and Nuit Tianyuan alive. After hearing that, he stepped past and said, enough, please stay here to treat their wounds. Once the mission in the secret realm is over, their injuries will automatically heal. Somak confidently declared that it would end soon and that he would kill all the remaining monsters. Everything at the hotel had become peaceful. Inside, everyone also realized that the fighting outside the forest had already ended. Lam Bin sat there calmly. So what's the point of the stubborn ones outside struggling all day? The outcome was decided long ago. The remaining fragment of Nai's tiny shadow near Lambin's shoulder, he thought to himself. The entire family probably died at the hands of Somak, and those beasts outside have likely been wiped out already. If I also die, this trial in the secret realm will fail. Luckily, I prepared 8 identity tokens in advance. Nai frowned, realizing no, the young master of Tai Huiyan sect had crushed the Loi Bin, leaving only 7. As long as one talisman remains, I won't die. The secret realm can't be passed, on this island drained of spiritual energy, after being trapped for months. Even Somak's power would run out and kill me. I can't let Somak discover this before then. At this moment, his 5 punches were thrown, directly smashing the main door, which was knocked into the interior. They hurriedly stood up and asked each other what that sound was, suspecting it was not a beast swallowing its words, but trying to kill them all. And Lambin, looking grim, replied that the situation was even worse. Outside the door, the divine pulse radiates with overwhelming power as it steps inside. Havu quickly steps out, flattering and explaining, "Divine pulse. No, divine vein. The beasts outside have all been cleared by you, divine vein. We are truly too weak, so we surrendered." Lambin also briefly looked worried and agreed, yes, actually we all pretended to surrender, preparing to find an opportunity to defeat the Vu Yu beast. So Mok scolded them angrily. "Shut up, the beasts outside are all dead, but the mission of the secret realm is not over yet. I have someone I must save, and no matter what it takes, I will kill the remaining beasts to complete the secret realm mission. The beast is among you, but I can't tell who it is. Unfortunately, my only option now is to kill all suspicious targets here." Trungbin anxiously held the spirit stone and said, "Wait, I know it's not the beast. It's the token, the beast mark. This is it. The beast's breath is definitely here, and you all quickly hand over the token. The beast gave you before entering the secret realm to the divine pulse." Hawu, panic-stricken, clutching his stomach and shouting, "No way! For safety." I swallowed the token. Now I plan to go to the bathroom to retrieve it, but dark aura has already appeared beneath his feet. The spiritual energy of the deer and the seal started to surge when exposed, causing Hawu to cry out in pain. 2 words. Save me. The crystal in Zhang Bing's hand was similar. He also shouted in horror, "Beast, don't come over." The fragments of the shattered soul within the seal gradually gathered together. After forming, the deer looked at you and said, "Somak, you are truly ruthless, to find me and then kill your own kind without hesitation." He coldly replied, "No matter what, they are also cultivators, saviors, and important allies of mine." So, Mok looked at him with a cold gaze and continued, "The threat to kill them earlier was just a show, trying to deliberately provoke you into revealing yourself. I didn't expect you to be easier to deceive than that fool with the exposed face. You appeared in an instant after I forced you out with a blink, but unfortunately, I couldn't save them." Nee shouted back sharply, "Cut the nonsense. Your anger just now was real." As he finished speaking, your hand already grabbed his face. Suomai directly crushes and confirms, "Of course, I must avenge the cultivators who were killed by him." From outside the hotel, looking in, the atmosphere is gloomy and 3 shadowy figures fly out from inside. Nai thought to himself, the moment he escaped from the Grand Hall had destroyed 4 of his clones, leaving 3 more. But just 1 second later, he suddenly realized, damn, only 2 remain. Nai tried to move at full speed, thinking to himself that there wasn't enough time and he had to finish his last task. As he was lost in thought, Somak appeared in front of him, and he despairingly thought, "I'm definitely going to die." Nai, terrified and with a gone smile, thought to himself, "This guy must have teleported here instantly, no matter what. I have to run away and buy some time." Not giving him a chance to counterattack, Suomok directly threw a punch to crush him. You continue to sense and realize that there is still 1 more. On this side, the remaining shadow of Nai is quickly escaping from the hotel. He is using all his strength, flying at his fastest speed. Tian stands in front of where Wudong is lying, thinking to himself, while that beast is dodging Somok's pursuit behind. He quickly realized that it was just fleeing, not necessarily coming here. The Celestial Guardian still stood there watching, preparing to attack us, its weight divided into 3 parts, and it had hidden its divine foot. Hiding the real attack target, I've used up almost all my strength to heal Wudong and Nguyen Tin, and a wave of despairing darkness appears along with his thoughts. Even with all my power, I can only protect 1 person temporarily. If I lose completely, both myself and the other person might have to die. Wudong is still lying there motionless, and the faint presence of dark energy is gradually appearing. A circle of fire instantly appeared around her, blocking Nai's attack, while on another part of his body, he transformed into a sharp-edged form. Canteen immediately used his remaining strength to wave his fan and block the attack. He now realizes that the target is not Wudong, who is also pretending to attack him. Unexpectedly, Canteen was wrong. The hostage he chose is Nguyen Tin. Na uses his power to gradually take over her. He looked smug, claiming I had already lost, and you arrived too late. At this moment, he stepped forward, exuding dominance, and coldly responded to Nai. Is that so? Then killing you now is not too late, he challenged loudly. Go ahead and attack. I will not resist. I am now merging with this girl. If you kill me, she will die too. Nai looked at Wudong and continued smiling, thinking it's very advantageous, but there's one flaw if you want to save your teammate. if you want. You can't afford to kill first in front of the whole world watching. What will you choose? Tian says with self-blame, So Mok, it's my fault. Let me kill the beast. You put your hand on Tianjin's shoulder and replied, There's no need. You can't stand anymore either. Don't worry. No one will die. So Mok immediately used his immense strength to shake her. Nai's body also deformed as a result, and he still stubbornly said, Are you doing something foolish? You don't think you can kick me out just like that, do you? Wait, I was just joking earlier. I was wrong. Don't kick me anymore. After a while, the last remnants of divine power drifted out of the celestial envoy's body. So Mok gently spoke up, all cleaned up now. He clenched his fist and declared coldly, I will now crush you to pieces. With those words, a powerful punch was unleashed, causing Nai's remaining body to shatter instantly. And with a final assertion, it's over. Truly finished. Before completely vanishing, he left a challenging smile. What are you so proud of? Look, there are still a few cultivators left in the secret realm. Our mission is complete. Your strength truly exceeded expectations, but only because you used techniques, or perhaps because you abandoned simple violence in combat. Being forced to use techniques, as a body cultivation cultivator, your strength can no longer be improved, and future victories will belong to our beastly creatures. The mission is complete, and the surrounding space begins to transform from the system back to its original form. The weather is clear and sunny at the hotel now. Everything has been restored. Inside a room, a broad voice announces, The results are in. After the second secret realm, only 706 saviors survived. Li Tuang sadly said, The cost of victory is truly devastating. Ditch Swang turned to ask, Elder Kui, are you leaving so soon? He stood up and replied, Sorry. Among us cultivators there are traitors who have caused great casualties, like Tai Hun Man. I must attend the meeting to deal with the traitors. She understood and responded, no longer holding him back. Let me and Lai Tuang finish the live stream. Those traitors are truly the biggest concern right now. Kui Tin's expression showed he was thinking, and perhaps the most worrying thing now is the impending conflict between the Somok and the Lai group. Chairman Lai. I've tried everything. All the sects of cultivators closely related to us are refusing to contact us. Those guys have benefited from us so much before. Now they're running even faster than rabbits. Chairman Lai chuckled and replied, I don't have high expectations for them either. It was always just a relationship of mutual benefit. At the same time, someone's footsteps entered the room, sighing that not only had they offended the sect, but they also revealed their relationship with the demon beasts. Chairman Lai, you can maintain your composure so easily. Truly admirable. But perhaps your home security system needs to be upgraded a bit. Boss, you take a moment to hide. This freak has handed me the task to deal with. Chairman Lai stroked his beard calmly. There's no need to overdo it. This is a messenger from the Union of Corporations. I will help the Lai group get through this crisis. The Han man smiled and replied, Chairman Lai, you are quite confident. I am here to inform you of the final decision of the Union Corporation regarding you. As you know, many chairmen of the corporation want to see you completely destroyed. After hearing that, he voiced his conclusion. So that's it. Everyone voted together to decide whether to help the Lai group overcome their difficulties. Let me guess. 20 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The storyteller nodded in admiration after hearing this. I'm convinced now the votes are completely in line with his thoughts. Old Lai smiled proudly. Rather than removing me, they simply cannot forgive the existence of the Somok, or collaborating with the beasts. We all have a part in this. The more worried they are about the Mok, the bigger the trouble they cause me. So, tell me, what are you planning to do? He smiled and replied, Invite him to a safe place to take a temporary leave, and also announce that he has gone missing. At the same time, the government will officially investigate the Lai group. The sensitive and important files will be destroyed promptly with the help of the Alliance, but the investigation into Lai group's missing files and delays will continue for a very long time. Old Lai calmly said, I must be honest, I don't want to be imprisoned on some nameless island forever. The spy immediately reassured him. Of course, just a few months delay in the investigation. The people will naturally forget about the Lai Corporation, and after a year, the otherworld and Earth will be merged, allowing you to live peacefully and happily outside. He revealed his true intentions and directly asked, You still haven't addressed the most important issue, how to resolve the Somok. The narrator affirms that the enemy of the corporation only has one way out, death. Transitioning to that night at Somok's villa, a table of food is laid out, and he looks at Mr. Ni and says, So these are all apologies. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much before. Please don't worry at all and just enjoy your meal. You immediately shouted, Do you think that just by offering these trivial dishes, you can satisfy me? I almost got killed by you. Is that all your apology is? I want to eat lobster. Somok hurriedly calmed her down. I'm out of money. If you want lobster, you'll have to wait until Wudong wakes up and ask her to treat you since she returned from the secret realm. She is already asleep. We need to wait a little longer. This is a recording of the second secret realm. Maybe it can help pass the time. Ngai Ni picks up the iPad, temporarily satisfied. A recording of the secret realm? Fine. Just to kill time. As I said, you'll have to invite me to a big lobster later. Ngai Ni, can you help me find the remaining 12 demon beasts? Because the system's pet binding function exposed Ngai Ni's inner thoughts, she was panic-stricken and wondered why. Somok didn't know about this, This guy is too terrifying, yet I still acted arrogantly in front of Somak. I'm really tired of living. The young assassin then asked again, "Isn't it true you wanted to eat lobster?" She immediately dodged and said no more. Chicken thighs are enough. I really like eating chicken thighs. The system reminds that Nai's affinity for the host has increased by 1, and the notification appears twice. Wudong steps out of the room and says, "I can also smell the aroma from inside. Is it dinner time already?" Seeing Wudong approaching, Somak asks about her. "Wudong, aren't you going to rest a bit more?"
Wudong replied somewhat hurriedly, "How can I sleep when the hotshot from the Lai group is missing? The president of the Li group is missing. And while the group is under investigation, it's obviously dragging things out, having committed treason against humanity and harmed so many saviors, yet they aren't punished. It's truly infuriating."
Ngai Yi, holding a drumstick in each hand, said with shining eyes while chewing, "I don't have any lobster or lobster." The room fell silent, and Somak asked Ngai Yi, "All her beast teammate friends are dead, but it seems like she's eating very well." Ngai Yi heard that and muttered, "No, they are not my teammates. Those high-level monsters are all reckless and do as they please, often bullying weaker beast races like ours." Somak replied to Ngai Yi, "That's true, but I want you to help me find the beasts on Earth. Are you really not burdened by anything? If you find it difficult, I won't force you." And Ngai Yi replied immediately, "Really? In that case..." She paused, a thought flashing through her mind. This is a test of my loyalty to him. Ever since he returned from the secret realm, he clearly saw that I had ruined my own heart, but said nothing, even buying me a bunch of food. She reminisced about the past and then concluded in her mind that it was all just to make me give up and pretend to be guarded. "If I don't obey, there will definitely be a very tragic ending." Ngai Yi confidently shouted, pounding his chest with his left hand, "Rest assured, master, I will help you find all the magical beasts. I won't betray your trust and care for me." Wudong asked Somak if he wanted Ngai Yi to help him find the beasts, and Somak without hesitation replied, "Well, only when there is concrete evidence can we completely defeat the Li group and uncover the truth behind my sister's coma." Wudong skeptically responded, "But once the relationship between you and Ngai Yi is exposed, it will surely raise suspicion, so for the Li group matter, it's better to let Yue Tingxian or Kansan handle it." Somak replied to reassure Wudong, "I'd rather take the risk and help Ngai Yi escape. Honestly, I don't trust the two Tianjia of the Great Sect." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Wudong, do you know about Dai La?" Wudong nodded and said, "I've heard my master say that Dai La Thien was once the strongest Tutian sect, and it built a kingdom belonging to Tutianjia, but after the spiritual energy weakened. The cultivators have abandoned worldly dominance. Dai La Thien has become the headquarters of the cultivators, but that was in the past. Dai La Thien has been destroyed." Somak said with a hint of disappointment, "So why? But as far as I know, the invasion of the demon beasts 1,000 years ago and the construction of the secret realm are both related to Dai La Thien." The secret realm was also very strange, clearly a defensive barrier of the immortal cultivators, but it was easily infiltrated by monsters, as if it was deliberately set up for the savior to be killed. The previous secret realm mission cost me my fate coin, and this time I didn't even get any reward at all. Wudong suddenly asked, "Somak again what? You are the greatest hero who foiled the demon beast's plot and saved everyone, yet you don't get even a single destiny coin reward. That's really unfair." Somak replied, "Although I trust Nguyen Tien Tien and Kansan, I don't trust the 4 great Taoist sects behind them. I'll investigate the suspicious points of the secret realm later. But for now, I must prioritize taking down the Lake Corporation first." In some luxurious kitchen, the chef holding an unopened tray of food nervously asked, "Great Beast, today's dish doesn't suit A-Day's taste," and the Great Beast, stroking its fat belly, replied, "I'm hungry." The chef, hearing this, was a bit panicked, trembling as he held the tray of food, stammering, "Great Beast Lord, I'm sorry, I will redo it right away." The Great Beast Lord forgave the chef's mistake kindly and said it was not necessary. "You are also very good." Hearing this, the chef's hands shook uncontrollably and he was trembling with fear. A seemingly heavy black bag is placed on the floor, and a blue uniformed staff member picks up the bag and asks, "This is the chef's body." "It's quite light," another staff member in white advises. "I suggest you better not open the bag. I vomited once while cleaning up the corpse." The blue uniformed employee's face darkened as he said, "This is already the 3rd corpse today. The Great Beast Lord has struggled to keep them peaceful for a few days because 2 of their leaders died in the secret realm. He's gone crazy again," he sighed. "Chairman Lee doesn't know where he's enjoying himself, and soon will be facing punishment from the beasts." The white-clad employee turned around and warned, "Stop complaining. Don't you think about it? We're both over 35 now. It's been hard to find good jobs before. The Light Corporation pays us well and has us in a tight spot, so let's work together honestly." The green-shirted staff member nodded in agreement, then took the black bag and said, "I'll go throw this trash away first." As he stepped outside, he was suddenly stopped by a voice saying, "Excuse me, is that the beast you mentioned in the room? The underground passage here is too tricky, like a maze." The green-shirted employee impatiently replied, "Huh, are you the new staff? Don't bother me. Go to the marketing department to get the electronic map." After a while, the green-shirted employee realized who the young man in front of him was, his heart pounding with fear. "Wait, you are..." Suoma knows what this green-shirted staff member is thinking and calmly replies, I came to deliver food. At a luxury resort, the blonde-haired, rabbit-eared waitress softly says, Chairman, you've been waiting a long time. According to your request, this is the best quality item transported by air from the wine cellar over 1,000 kilometers away. The blonde-haired, rabbit-eared staff member impatiently asked, Can't you see we're giving the chairman a massage? The chairman, lying relaxed with a big smile, said, Take your time. Take your time. Are you leaving after bringing the wine? The mischievous blonde-haired female staff replied, Of course not. I am the gift of the wine. The shop manager nervously looked at the image on the tablet and shouted, Chairman! The chairman, seeing his panic, immediately asked, What's wrong? Isn't there another gift as well? This time, the hall manager shouted, Hall manager, something's wrong. Somak is at the door. The hall manager, upon hearing this, turned pale and a disbelief crossed his mind. What did you say? In the room that sounds like a hollowed-out chamber, the crisp footsteps echo. The beast, hearing the footsteps, impatiently speaks out, I told you already, don't bother me an hour after eating, or maybe you're here to prepare a snack for me. Suamak stopped and replied, My food isn't good enough. It seems you've already eaten many people. The beast looked at Suamak and said, Do you have any objections? Lowly creatures like you can become my meal. It is an honor for you. Suamak sneered and replied, Is that so? I originally wanted to keep you as evidence, so it would be more convincing. After a pause, he continued, But never mind. Without you, there are still 11 others. The terrified beast could only think quickly about who was in front of it. Suamak, coming so fast. While the fat beast was still pondering, Damn it, could the humans have betrayed me? Suamak kicked the big-mouthed beast, covering it with a yellow light. The big-mouthed beast roared angrily, Let me finish first, you bastard. Suamak turned back, sighed, and continued. There's still a second phase, then struck the beast with one hand. Suamak reluctantly said as he raised his hand after hitting the beast, angry enough to use too much force. Luckily, he still kept a bit of the beast's appearance, which should be enough as evidence. Explosions suddenly erupted in the room. Suamak sighed and muttered, Looks like my infiltration has been discovered. They're blowing things up to cover the evidence, truly lacking in creativity. The room is filled with explosions of various sizes, and now a reporter is waiting outside, holding a microphone and saying, Viewers, I am reporting from the explosion site on the outskirts of the western Andong city. According to your reports, the explosion center was in the Lai Thi Corporation premises, and the exact cause of the explosion is still unclear. Suddenly, the reporter shouted, Wait a moment, turn the camera over there. Someone is coming out of the rubble. It's Suamak. Suamai calmly walks out holding a magical beast in her hand, and the female reporter immediately points her microphone at her and says, Hello. Honoring your rescue, Mr. Suamai, may I interview you for a moment? Was this explosion caused by you attacking the Lai Thi Corporation? Lai Thi Corporation is under investigation, and you seem eager to provoke conflict. More like anger than justice. Suamak looked at the woman in front of him, then stepped on her, noting she is a journalist and the explosion just occurred. You said you misunderstood. We just happened to be interviewing nearby when the tragic explosion occurred. Do you think that rushing into conflict could harm innocent people, just like the innocent employees of the corporation? Suomozi looked innocent and explained, I was only trying to help investigate the truth about the missing leader of the Lai Thi Corporation, so I wanted to communicate and understand their staff, but unexpectedly, a beast in this base suddenly attacked me. I was very scared at that moment. Reluctantly, I had to defend myself, and as a result, the base suddenly exploded. In fact, I am just an ordinary victim. At a high-end shopping mall, the lights shimmer brightly. And after news about Lai Thi Corporation was published, it received many comments from the online community. Who, a subsidiary of Lai Thi, was blown away by Suamak. Well done, Lai Thi. Die already, always causing trouble. Who would have thought this day would come? Isn't Lai Thi suspected of being under investigation? These comments are mixed with others, yet you still believe. They say it's an investigation, but they're just deceiving others. Mok Than is still impressive. Whenever there's a problem, he's the one to step up. Mok Than is the war god of ordinary people, a superhero. There are still 1 million people live streaming, so isn't the secret realm already over today? All the related terms about Lai Thi Corporation have been removed online, so we can only discuss here. If it's still good, the corporation should also ban the secret realm live stream app. Has anyone seen Suamak being interviewed by reporters? I was just defending myself. Suamak looked emotionless. I was very scared at that moment. While Somak's revenge can be understood, his rude actions are too selfish and could hurt innocent ordinary people. Is there no one left to protect that bastard anymore? He's been betrayed and is still helping others count money while they've already betrayed Earth and joined the monsters. I hope you get eaten by monsters and keep working for that old man Lee on Earth. The Lee Group's stock has dropped and will probably go bankrupt in a few days. 2 familiar images from the recent dwarf incident imagined by the online community appeared on the newsfeed. President Lee asked Suamak loudly, how much longer until the Lee Group goes bankrupt? And Suamak replied. He asked again, what is 5-5? Suddenly, the Suamak started counting down in months. 4. The story ends here, and the comments start to flood the main screen again. I see that Mr. Lee said he went missing. You haven't been silenced yet, have you? Haha, serves you right. I heard his eldest son died suddenly not long ago. The little son is also a playboy. This is karma. At the resort, the lights shimmer brightly. Chairman Lai throws the glass he's holding onto the ground, singing to those around him to get out. The lively little bunny girls just looked at Chairman Lee with angry eyes and exclaimed, "Chairman, you don't care about the beauties and just sing. Get out of here, all of you." Chairman Lee's hand slammed the table and he panted heavily, furious. His eyes nearly bloodshot, teeth clenched as he shouted in anger, "Damn these cowardly dogs, daring to betray me, even the Somak." Why did he find the hiding place of the beast so quickly? An informant? Isn't there someone in the Alliance or the corporation trying to play us? In Nuo City, the bright lights shimmer and the streets are bustling, but the captured beast gazes pensively at life. Mr. Ngi sits on a chair, laughing loudly and chatting with Somak. This hunter likes to bully the weak where we are, and always causes trouble for his subordinates. Since it's such a tragic fate, Somak saw her smile happily and asked, "Lord Ngi, thanks to your help, you found the hiding spot of the beast so quickly. Do you want a reward?" Lord Ngi, hearing that, looked even more excited and asked again, "Anything you want? I want lobster with butter." Somak, with a resigned look, replied, "Do you really want to eat lobster that badly? Fine, I agree with you." Nyai Ngi was so happy he jumped up excitedly. The system sound rings again, reminding that Nyai Ngi's favorability with the host has reached 30 points, unlocking the achievement reward. The cohabitation immortalization reward allows the host to share their power with their pet, increasing the pet's maximum combat strength by half of the host's. Suddenly, footsteps sounded on the deserted street. Somak turned around and said to Nyai Ngi, "Nyai Ngi, someone is coming, hide quickly." Nyai Ngi immediately transformed back to his original form and hung around Somak's neck. Somak looked at the two of them and replied, with white hair, "I remember you. Yesterday you ran away when we were halfway through the fight, and today you brought someone else to help. Do you still want to fight me?" Lai Ham Lin now smiles and says, "I am very sorry yesterday. Hachu had an unnecessary conflict with you to completely cancel the cooperation with the demon beasts. We want to cooperate with you. I am Lai Ham Lin. I think you have probably heard my name before." So Mok replied to Li Ham Lin, I know you. So the uselessness of the Lai Thai group, you have betrayed your own class fine, then let's cooperate. I know you might not trust me that easily. Wait a moment, you realize something's off, and nervously ask what? You agree to cooperate, wasting my effort coming up with a bunch of opening lines. So Mok responds hesitantly, "No, I don't trust you at all. If you're lying to me, I'll consider you a hostage. President H of Lai Thai Corporation is fine. Maybe it would be more comfortable that way." Lai Ham Lin reluctantly said, just a couple of steps away, "But my father is not easily threatened. He has never cared about a useless person like me. Your nature is really terrible. Actually, I am a loyal fan of yours. I didn't expect that at first sight your image would collapse." So Mok parted ways with the two of them and said, "I see. I only believe that sincerity is the prerequisite for cooperation. So let's have a pleasant collaboration." Hachu interrupted, "Wait a moment. So Mok, I have a request before that about the previous match. You deliberately concealed your true strength, didn't you?" So Mok didn't answer immediately and thought to himself, "Actually, I didn't." Hachu, with a fierce look, continued, "If we are already allies, teammates fighting each other wouldn't be appropriate anymore. I want to fight you one more time, this time. I hope you can seriously use all your strength." Upon receiving the challenge, Somak reluctantly agreed. "Fine, if you insist on fighting me, I will fight you. Come on." After hearing this, Hachu quickly charged forward with a determined look and 5 punches already filled with energy. But what he received in return was a simple hook from Somak, knocking him straight back. Hachu sat slumped against the wall, feeling as if his soul had left his body. He stepped over to ask him if he was okay. "I controlled my strength and didn't cause too much damage to you." Hyun Ning stepped forward with a triumphant smile. This is what truly hurt him. He used to be a cultivation immortal looking down on the four great sects, very arrogant, but unexpectedly, he met a genius even more bizarre than himself. Hachu's face turned pale as he muttered to himself, unable to react in time, losing again for no reason, just one day, and the gap in strength is so huge. It's not that I got scolded, right? It's that system thing they often mention in the manhwa. So Mok looked over and asked, "What are you talking about? In reality, there's no such thing." Han Nin interrupted, "All right, let's get to the main point. We can provide intelligence for you, like the movements of the corporation." At the document transfer site, So Mok waved it off. "No need. I just want to find the beast that the Lethai Corporation is hiding." Hearing this request, he immediately replied, "I can't help much with this. The company's information security regarding the beast is very high. At most, I can help you identify the city where the beast is hiding. But isn't it something you could find out yourself?" Sopo responded honestly. "It's just luck. I can only sense the beast's aura within a certain range. Before destroying the Lethai Corporation, I didn't want to create too many enemies, so I only planned to attack the beast that Lethai had captured while other corporations let go. I hope you can investigate the list of alliance groups colluding with the monsters." Han Ning smiled and replied, "That's a clever idea. So my father will also suspect that he has been betrayed by the alliance. As long as he wavers, we can easily force him to reveal the entire list of the alliance." He looked at his phone and added, "I just killed a demon beast, and now the Lethai Corporation is urgently relocating the other demon beasts. The specific locations of the city, I will contact you tomorrow." So Mok quickly interrupted, Wait a moment, can I borrow some funds from you to carry out the plan? Hamnin also honestly replied, Indeed, I forgot to consider your financial situation, but right now I am a bit short on money, so I can only give you 300 million for the time being. Hearing that, he felt a bit embarrassed. No, I just don't have enough money for food. I want to borrow a few thousand yuan to buy a shrimp dumpling. The system is reminding me of your favorability with the host. Transition to 20 days later. At the mysterious city, the hidden beast nervously thinks, What? My movements have been discovered by Somok. What are you humans doing? Immediately after, a large explosion occurred at the city's main building, and a message was announced. Please stay calm. A helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes. Somok's figure appeared with deadly eyes. It's a pity, beast. You can't leave now. I heard you've never killed a human. If you surrender, I might spare your life. It looked at you and replied, What are you joking about? I die on the battlefield. I will never become a prisoner. Somok then raised his hand to praise, truly heroic, so it shall be as you wish. At Lisa's hideout, Chairman Li was a bit annoyed. His fourth son had already had 4 demon beasts killed by Somok. He turned to ask the puppet, how could he help with the mission? Has he not yet found out the whereabouts of the demon beasts? He quickly looked at the report and replied, Chairman Li, we found the cause. Someone inside the company leaked information to Somok. Chairman Li was furious and said, Who the hell did this? I must kill him. The one-eyed messenger straightforwardly replied, He is your youngest son, Lai Hamlin, and he's acting quite well. Only now have we found a clue. The person who previously sneaked into the underground base and secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the 2 worlds was also him. After hearing that, he turned pale and, unable to believe what he heard, asked again what was said. How could it be relying on a useless kid like Lai Ha-lin? The envoy added, It seems you don't understand him. He has secretly done a lot of harm to us. He's a villain. This set of documents records several actions he took over the past few years. Please review them. The chairman hesitated, puzzled as to why he did this, and immediately proposed a plan. That doesn't matter. If we've identified the traitor, we can use him to turn the tables on Somok. According to the intelligence I have, the 5th demon beast will definitely pass through this city to reach the new base. Immediately, you sense the demon beast's aura. It has appeared. Sensing something unusual about the car below, Somok realizes that the beast is heading toward the city center. Inside the vehicle, the beast orders the driver to stop, as their goal this time is not here, and he responds. Great beast, this is the end for you. According to our plan, you will be killed here by the Somok. He calmly said, continuing to drive. Then revealed your plan, or I will kill someone now. The driver put a weapon to his head and replied, You don't need to worry. Master Beast, according to the plan, I must end my own life here so that my daughter can survive. The beast then stepped down from the car, sighing, Those damn humans. I roughly guessed their plan. It enters the city, and when the residents see it, they run in all directions while shouting monster. It reveals its sharp teeth and mutters to itself, Indeed, that is a plan only monsters could come up with. If that's the case, I'll follow your plan and go all out. With that, it activated its skill, and the beast's body immediately shot out huge spikes. Along with that, long, thick vines directly attacked the civilians, causing them to scream for help, with sharp-tipped vines shooting out. When one vine suddenly stopped in front of a man, he was so frightened he fell backward and exclaimed, then paused. So, it turns out the demon beast was defeated and lying collapsed at Somok's feet. He looked down in confusion, wondering if the union of corporations had gone crazy, allowing a demon beast like that to kill people freely in the city center. It responded by killing those weak humans, and I didn't feel any joy at all. The beast said with a hint of meaning, It's a pity I can't see the moment when you are completely destroyed. Somok, my mission is also complete. As soon as I finish speaking, I will detonate myself, causing a large explosion with a sickly green light. Somok quietly observes and assesses, not resisting at all, but instead self-destructing, with the purpose of this moment being a blue aura enveloping the city. It carries a faint ominous aura slipping through the narrow streets. The people affected by this toxic gas immediately clutch their throats, foam at the mouth, and then collapse. Somok continues to walk silently, with many questions in his mind. On the TV, a frontline reporter reports the latest update that Somok and the Beast are fighting fiercely in the center of Ren City. After the monsters died, they released toxic gas that killed hundreds nearby. Let's mourn those who lost their lives. The scene shifts to a beach on an island, where the latest news reports the appearance of the Lethe Group chairman, who finally makes a public statement to clarify. He is sitting in the room facing the camera, beginning. I want to apologize to everyone. For the past half year, I have been controlled by monsters and have done many unforgivable things. Chairman Li looked distressed as he explained that those monsters had lost control of their thoughts and minds. I betrayed humanity, betrayed the Li Group, and also betrayed the workers who trusted me. Today, the mental control of the beasts over me has been completely lifted, and I have gained my freedom. I say these things not to be forgiven. I know that everything I have done over the past half year has hurt many people, but I need to see someone. With that same pained expression, the leader looked at the screen and stated his purpose. Somok, I want to apologize to you in person, and then I will accept the judgment of the law. Somok, I am waiting for you on Campbell Island. After the chairman's speech, online opinions and news spread claiming that Somok and the monsters are fighting fiercely in the city center, with hundreds of deaths. Don't you really believe the government reports? I heard from someone in Ren that 3,000 people have already died. Images of Ren appear, claiming only 3,000 dead, but I'm from Ren, and the entire city center has been destroyed in many districts. At least over 10,000 people have perished, and compassion is starting to show. The crying is overwhelming. Is Somak now having issues? Why are they fighting the monsters in the city center? There are also people who defend him, but he never cares about the feelings of ordinary people, and every time he kills a monster, it causes huge damage. It's just that before, fewer people died and the news was suppressed. Clearly a murderer, yet Nguitreng becomes a superhero, and the supervillain is still tolerated. The true face is still unclear. Have people been spreading false rumors, claiming the Divine Pulse saved the world and that you all took credit for the Secret Realm's achievements? Now there's still fighting from the Somak, and just seeing the words Mokthon makes him uncomfortable. Does anyone beg him to save us? Go die, murderer. Inside, the one-eyed envoy looks pleased. So perfect. Now the whole world is opposing Somak's brutal and tyrannical actions. Everything is proceeding according to our plan. Chairman Li Lianhui, have the 4 great sects of the cultivators been restored? He smiled and replied, the cultivators are also on our side in case there is a superhero. Outside the law, freedom could cause damage to any business at any time in any city, leading to falling stock prices, rising unemployment, the freezing of more professions, major companies beginning to cut back, and the incomes of cultivators decreasing significantly. The chaos spreads, and with the large number of deaths in the city center this time, Somak has even tarnished the good image of cultivators in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own benefit, the cultivators won't just let Somak continue to act arrogantly. But Lao Li still has some worries. He speaks lightly, knowing that the one about to meet Somak is the old man who has me tightly bound. If Somak wants to kill me, I don't think those useless cultivators can stop him. He quickly reassures them, don't worry, your meeting is just a formality. Also to let Somak see the reality clearly. If he harms you even a little, he will become a common enemy of the sect and the cultivators. No, to be precise, an enemy of the entire world, and his only choice is to reconcile with our alliance. Despite his threats, he still hesitated to respond. Not bad. Then you and Somak will live in peace. Only I will accept the punishment of the law. The frown asked again, Chairman Li, what else do you want me to say? Your good son Hamlin has caused us a lot of trouble, but letting him take a few months leave in prison is already a generous treatment. Of course, the punishment for the Li group is not limited to that. Old Li snapped, what are you saying? This isn't like what we discussed before. He quickly announced that this is the final decision of the alliance. You can continue living, but the traitor Lai Hamlin must die. After all, you have many illegitimate children. Losing one rebellious son shouldn't be a big deal. The head of the alliance now seemed to understand the situation, lowered his head in slight displeasure and replied, I understand now. This is indeed a reasonable condition. Traitors to the alliance deserve to die. Switching to another city, looking down from above, Somak stands there, deep in thought as he looks at his phone. Ngai Ni beside him, munching on chicken drumsticks, asks, so, Mak Chunyan, aren't you still angry about those Nero people? She laughed loudly and said, it's still funny, unless the owner of Somak had broken through the deadly fog in time. The number of casualties could have been in the tens of thousands, although in the end, only about 100 people died. But there are those who never knew to be grateful to you. So, Mak calmly replied that I only do what I believe is right, and what others think doesn't matter. The real trouble is that the meeting with the head of the Lai Organization Alliance to deal with me has probably been well prepared, and they might even be collaborating with cultivators. Lord Ngi said with some disdain, the great hero saving the world being betrayed like this is truly unreasonable. Perhaps this is what they call deceiving people's hearts. Lord Somak, why not join our beast faction instead? That statement made you grimace, your expression turning cold as you glared at her and asked, what did you say? Lord Ngi quickly explained. I was just joking. Then she suddenly looked panicked and begged, wait, I was wrong, please don't do this to me. In the blink of an eye, her body reverted to its original form, being stuffed into a rolled-up tube. The scene shifts to Campbell Island where the attack is happening, and Somak's familiar footsteps step down. You stand there and say, surprisingly, I didn't expect to see you on the small island of the guild leader. Have the 4 great clans already allied with the alliance? Kantian immediately replied, Somak, we came to deliver a message from the 4 great clans, asking you to stop attacking the alliance. The alliance has done wrong and will face legal punishment. If not, you will become an enemy of the 4 great clans. Meanwhile, Tiantin is speaking to protect you, clearly indicating that you, Somak, haven't done anything wrong. Somak listened but was somewhat dissatisfied, wondering if the 4 great sects knew the alliance was colluding with monsters and still decided to proceed, which was truly disappointing. Kantian continued to stand firm, apologizing, but said the decision of the sect could not be changed. The more I don't want to become an enemy of someone who was once a hero, justice does not follow rules and will destroy social stability. Please consider the greater good. So Mok directly walked past him and coldly declared, I am the greater good. Thank you for your concern. I will take responsibility for my actions. Nguyen Thien Tin quietly followed behind Kan Tin, and after a moment hesitated to ask, shouldn't we go inside Somak together in case the Alliance tries to harm him? Kan Tin calmly explains the situation, and in fact, it is the Alliance and the corporation that need to reconcile with Somak the most. Starting a war with Somak now, even if they win, will only lead to heavy losses. I just hope Somak won't act irrationally. The elders of the four great sects are all quite unhinged. Now they're teaming up with the corporation to threaten Somak, who is now the strongest savior of the secret realm. And our war with the other world has already been lost. Kan Tin also quickly responded, and on this point, I have also advised my master, but it seems he completely doesn't care, he said even without Somak. We have other safe ways to handle things. Our secret weapon to turn the tide, in the battle of the secret realm. Somak's existence means nothing to cultivators or this world. Finally, we meet Somak, from a superhero to a supervillain. How do you feel about that? Somak didn't care much about that attitude and replied, hero, great hero, those are just titles others have given me. I am just an ordinary person. Chairman Lee was not satisfied with Somak's answer and immediately spoke. Ordinary people wouldn't want to pursue and destroy the Alliance. As an ordinary person, your sense of justice is also too intense. Somak replied again. Who told you to hide so well? I just wanted you to face me. My sister was turned into a divine tasker. Everything I do is to seek justice for my sister. I hold no grudge against you. I just want to find the mastermind who hurt her. Liang immediately burst into laughter. Not because we colluded with the monsters, but simply because of your sister. The chaos caused by the Alliance and the corporation was all in vain. So Mok couldn't help but ask, who do you want to cooperate with? It has nothing to do with me. Can I know? Regarding my sister's case, he suddenly asked if I knew about Yichu. I quickly replied that I didn't know much. I think it's an island that was submerged, so does it have anything to do with my sister? Hearing that, Chairman Lee said again, it's not surprising. After all, that part of history was deliberately hidden and cut out. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent emerged from the sea called Awakens, where ancient ruins of great danger existed, containing treasures that could grant ordinary people supernatural abilities, along with strange mutated creatures. The scene shifts to a bright oceanic space under sunlight, revealing an island where two young men happily embrace bags filled with gold. During the Awakens exploration, some people's physiques changed, granting them powerful abilities, and they are called hunters. The scene shifts again to the rooftop of a tall building where a person with light blue hair appears, with a monster below on the street. According to our research, the power that hunters possess is related to the monsters in Awakens. Those beasts are actually evolved demon creatures. The strength of hunters is not perfect. The more powerful the hunter, the shorter their lifespan, and some even gradually transform into monsters. Over those 100 years, only one person could selectively fuse the power of monsters and even freely control all the monsters on the island. She is Than Haida. We have collected her queen cell to nurture, so even after Awakens was destroyed by the demons, our corporation could still create hunters. But the biggest flaw of hunters remains unchanged. Their lifespan is still short. The chairman explained further. But after the true monsters appeared, one corporation saw hope and also united other corporations to cooperate with the monsters. If we use the queen cells and fuse them with monster cells, could we create hunters without flaws? That way, people like us in charge of the corporation could also possess powerful strength safely and have a long lifespan. After hearing this, Suomo understood part of it and asked, so they conducted human experiments and went after my sister. Tell me the name of the corporation. Chairman Lee smiled softly and slowly said, then it's not allowed. Next, I have to take a fee for the content. I am such a valuable information merchant. How could I casually tell you?
Sở mặt cốc can nói, ông già, ông muốn cái gì hỏi Chung Lee dập vốn ven vai tử hay kết liễu cuộc rối tối? Sao mặt thoáng kinh ngạc nghi ngờ hỏi, này, ông nghiêm tức giận chứ?
Seeing your doubtful expression, Chairman Lee had to explain further. My rebellious son, Lee Haman, is working with you. Against the corporation, right? Soma quickly intervened. Even if his son is going through a rebellious phase, there's no need to seek death. Chairman Lee said straightforwardly that after this meeting with you, the legal trial against him would only be a few months of prison life, but Lee Hanning would not survive. As a member of the corporation, that is the price of betrayal, and he would not accept such a result. He continued, Suoma, I can't see through you. I don't know how many of what you said earlier are true, nor do I know if after your revenge you still protect my son. But as long as you're sure to end me, you'll completely stand against the conglomerate before overthrowing the Alliance. My son still has value to you, and the Alliance will prioritize seeing you as an enemy first, so Lai Ham Nin will be safe. If what you want to say is about these things, it's complicated. If you're not willing to say it, then I'll go find someone else to ask. Chairman Lee refused to give up and continued. Only a few top executives of the Alliance knew about the human experiment intelligence. Since you couldn't find anyone else, you came to me, right? The list is on my desk. I've already prepared it. No need to carry the psychological burden. The law can't judge me. I've done many bad things, and even if I am punished 50 times over, I won't understand. He has successfully convinced Somak, and now your body is emitting that golden energy. You ask him one last time, I understand now. Do you have anything to say to Lai Himnin? Chairman Lee calmly said a few words. I don't fully understand my son, but Lee Hannon is truly a son I am proud of. Our choices are different, but I'm happy to see him live the way he wants. That's all.
After finishing, he looked up at Somak seriously and said, "Go ahead and end my life. Then become a true hero outside the golden energy." From the room where they were can be seen clearly spreading out. The entire building suddenly collapsed into ruins. Gap Kui, witnessing the scene before him, asked in shock, "Somak, what did you do? Where's Chairman Lai?"
Tớ mặc đùng chuột mặt anh ta dập, rất tiếc, hỏi xuống, Lý nghĩ mình ra phạm tội lớn với yếu thù và yêu cầu tới kết liễu ông ấy. Gặp Quỳ không tin lời rồi, anh ta nổi giống nồi bay nữa do diện này, muốn chính thức khai chiến với Liên minh tập đoàn và tù đài tông môn sao?
Suamak didn't want his children to turn away and leave, then replied, "That's the truth. I have nothing to explain. If you want war, I will fight with you, Ap." Kui sneered, muttering, "This is the final attitude of Suamak. Tell the crimes of him to the four great sects." Canteen and Nguyet Tin Tin, who had been listening from behind, both felt uncomfortable after hearing Gap Kui's words, and Kantian suddenly spoke to warn them. "This is a matter within the realm of cultivators. It's not your turn to command us, Nguyet Tin Tin. Let's go," she said to Gap Kui before nodding and responding. "Okay." Then the scene shifts to another tall building. Lai Ham Tin stood above him and asked, proud of his son, did he really say those words? Somak, standing in front of Lai Ham Tin, replied, "Under the pressure of the corporation, your father chose for you to live, but I am the one who ended his life. If you want to cut off our cooperation, I can understand." Lai Ham Tin solemnly replied, "I hold no hatred towards you," he continued, "as long as I can stop the evil plans of the Alliance, prevent the invasion of the demon beasts, even if it costs me everything. I'm also willing to accept it all. To stop the corporate alliance, many soldiers have lost their lives and loved ones. Now, it's just my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on yourself. You've now become an enemy of the corporation and the cultivators." So Ma calmly declared that he was prepared and asked if I knew all the remaining locations of the 7 beasts on the earth. "Surely you've investigated that." Lai Ham Tin replied softly, "Of course, I won't make the same mistake as last time. This intelligence has been thoroughly verified." So Mok nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then it's good. The war has begun, and I won't give them any more time to prepare." Below, there are reporters and professional cameras. He stands in front of everyone and makes a speech, welcoming the media present and invites everyone here to deliver some sad news during what was supposed to be a friendly gathering. So Mok has cruelly attacked the leader of the Lethe Corporation through contact with the 4 great immortal sects, and we have reached an agreement. Although Somok is a savior with outstanding achievements, his recent unruly and malicious behavior has exceeded our tolerance. The entire group of reporters froze as they listened, so the 16 corporations and the 4 great sects would only begin to hunt down Somok the next day. We will offer a reward for Somok, with his face appearing on wanted posters, offering a prize of 5.5 billion. His voice remained steady as today we invited a master from the 4 great immortal sects. The sect leader of the Bishdong Alchemy sect, Ku Tien Tam, please say a few words. After speaking, Gap Kui stepped over to Ku Tien Tam, and the reporters surrounded the two of them. Ku Tien Tam softly declares, "Somok, this is my final advice to you. Surrender immediately, accept our punishment and control. Due to your achievements, we will show mercy. But if we do not receive your response today, we will unleash our full force to destroy you." The crowd below suddenly became noisy with whispers. "No way! He's too arrogant. It's ridiculous." Hearing those words, the demon shouted loudly, "Silence! The sect master is still speaking. What are you whispering about? Are you tired of living?" Suddenly, a male reporter loudly announced that Somok had responded and was currently being interviewed live. The scene shifts to the chaos, with Somok standing amidst scattered animal bones on the ground, flames burning everywhere, and thick white smoke. The young soldier calmly said, "The remaining 7 demon beasts are hidden by the corporation, and they are all here. All gone now." Besides colluding with the demons to invade Earth, the corporation also exploited the demon treasures to conduct human experiments. So they deceived many ordinary people into being test subjects, and as a result, the experiments caused great harm, including my sister. So Mok looked directly at the cold face and continued. Everything was for the high-ranking officials of the corporation to gain long life and strengthen their position. The main task was completed. I can also start my revenge now. The initiator of the human body experiment, the former president of the Pre-Tribulation Alliance, are you watching live? This is a declaration of war. From today, we will be enemies fighting to the last breath, and other corporations along with cultivators should also listen carefully and hear this clearly. So, Mok's eyes show determination as he warns, "I will crush all obstacles on my path of revenge ruthlessly. I only say this once, stay out of my way quietly." In the dark cave, the faint blue glow from small lights creates a cold and mysterious scene. Master Kian followed behind Cook Tien Tom, who kept talking, saying, "Teacher, please reconsider the matter of Somok. Somok is an essential strategy in the Secret Realm War. Collaborating with the corporation to encircle and eliminate Somok is not beneficial for us either." He complained immediately after hearing that, "Senior Khan, your weakness is that you're too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cave?" Senior Kana gently touched the cave wall, hesitating as he said, This cave is strange. The spiritual energy here is also too high, especially deep inside the cave. The concentration of spiritual energy is even close to that within the secret realm. The deeper you go, the more vast the cave appears. He asked, "Where exactly is this place?" Puat Tien Tam calmly explained that 20 years ago, when he sensed the shifting space between the other world and Earth, he predicted the invasion was imminent. The leaders of the four great clans gradually took parts of the secret realm space, which I then integrated into this cavern, serving as the training ground for the Daozi of the sect. Kan asked curiously, "What is Dao Tu?" Hearing that, he turned around to look at Kan and explained, "There are 4 Dao Tu in total, the true inheritors of the position before the current sect leader of the 4 great sects. They are truly the saviors we have chosen." "Why? Are you really that surprised?" Kan exclaimed in shock. "So, a core disciple like you, what are these saviors of ours really fighting for?" "The immortal cultivators sacrificing themselves in the secret realm. What are they ultimately fighting for?" The Heavenly Heart Bureau calmly replied, "Last time the foreign realm nearly invaded and the monsters sneaked into the earth to assassinate potential saviors, so this time we prepared bait in advance. It was the 10,000 immortal cultivators chosen for the secret realm, an indispensable price to ensure victory." And as he spoke, the images of those 4 figures gradually appeared. The celestial scene quickly retorted, "So shouldn't we be more grateful to the Somok, who not only destroyed the beast's trap but also found and eliminated all the lurking monsters on Earth?" The Heavenly Heart Bureau coldly replied, "But he's no longer effective." He said that the essence of the Destiny Coin is to gather trust and the mental strength of live stream viewers, so the Destiny Coin can enhance the power of the immortal cultivator. Based on our observation of the secret realm, the Destiny Coin can no longer boost the power of the Vane. His potential has been exhausted, so we stopped activating the Destiny Coin for the Vane before the secret realm began. Kan is not easily defeated, and he continues to oppose. Not only the Somok, but also the Dongvan men of other saviors has been cut down. If they could use Dongvan men to increase their combat strength, perhaps more saviors could have survived the previous secret realm. Ku Tin Tam added, "Kan, you truly are a disciple. I am proud of your sharp intuition. The secret realm, which took 70% of your destiny, has already been shared with the 4 Dao Sons, providing them with a better cultivation environment. Now, the strength of the 4 Taoist disciples in the secret realm is no longer weaker than the Somok, and they will surpass him soon." He added proudly, "So we no longer need Somok. Now he is just an unstable factor for us. Next time he appears, the sect masters of the 4 great clans will work together to deal with Somok." Kan, disappointed and hesitant, wondered why they were telling him this when they could have kept it hidden, especially since after 2 battles in the secret realm, his and Nguyen Tien Tin's strength had been recognized. After the joint decision of the sect leaders of the 4 great clans, you will receive treatment equal to that of the Dao child. Kan listened in silence, then asked, "Why are you still hesitating? Do you not want to become stronger?" Kan finally lowered his head in gloom and said, "I will never accept power gained through other sacrifice. I also will not fight to repay my debt of gratitude, and Master, you really disappoint me." The scene shifts to another place bathed in sunlight. On Lai Hamnin's phone, an image of Tian Lian Son appears, and his voice echoes steadily. "Suo Mai, I am the president of the Qianjun Group, Qian Lian Shan. I am just a humble businessman, a beast slave, a human experiment completely meaningless. I don't know why you're spreading these lies, but if you want to start a war to challenge the dignity of the Qianjun Group, I won't back down either. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you in the suburbs of Kaisan City." Hearing those words, Lai Hamnin picked up his phone and burst into laughter as if he was about to fall over. "So, Mok, you really have guts to offend both the alliance of the corporation and the 4 great sects of immortal cultivation at the same time. Only you would dare do such a thing, even forcing the president of the Tianquan Corporation to step in. But when the Union of Corporations and the 4 great sect cultivators gathered their forces against the president, you had a different plan, right?" Sor Vane stood in front of him and calmly replied, "No, my plan is to crush them openly and honestly." Lai Hamnin looked straight at him and asked, "Really? Are you serious?" He then added, "According to the intelligence I have, the 4 great sect masters are at least 2, along with more than 20 elders present. The alliance has prepared over 10 rank hunters." Li Hamin quickly stands up to dissuade. Wasn't he very cautious before? After this, he acted impulsively again. Somok replied, "Because we no longer have time, we must quickly resolve the internal issues of humanity. Please explain further. It seems that something major has happened within the secret realm of the 4 great clans, with many loopholes, which is why the divine beings from the other world can repeatedly disturb it, causing heavy casualties among the saviors. So Mok is worried that if things continue like this, the secret realm could fall at any moment. And after the battles during this period, I have come to realize that cultivators and the alliance are very weak. Defeating them is not a problem at all." Lai Hamnin also couldn't help but worry and spoke up, "I know you're very strong. Your top strategy is equivalent to a 1,800-year-old beast. But facing the Union and the 4 great clans, which are already at a disadvantage, the clan leaders of the 4 great clans,
Each have strategies comparable to 1,000 to 1,300-year-old beasts, and the S-rank hunters of the Union don't have high strategic capabilities. Their mysterious artifacts in hand grant them strange powers.
Their actual combat strength is also very strong, with only a few hunters approaching the strategies of the 4 sect leaders, plus the elders of the 4 great clans. The elite hunters of the Union can also pose a threat to you as long as they have numerical superiority. Somak stood still, half like a shield and half as if contemplating something, then said, "Your judgment was wrong from the start. I never fought with all my might. The sky and the yellow light singing from the small house amidst the silent trees create a peaceful yet mysterious scene." So is still lying quietly on the bed. Somak looked around and then asked, "Is my sister still not awake?" Wudong replied, "Her physical strength has already recovered. There is a beastly aura on her that can't be completely removed, which is also the reason she's in a coma. All because my healing skills are not enough." Somak whispered softly, reassuring her that she did very well, truly grateful, and that he would obtain research data from the forward base to help with her treatment. She quickly replied upon hearing that, "Are you really planning to declare war on the alliance of corporations and the 4 great sects? If so, I will go too." "You try to stop her. No, you can't. That would be too dangerous. If I fight with all my strength, I could level this entire area and might even hurt you." Wudong anxiously continued, "But if you go alone and something unexpected happens, what should we do when we need to pull back?" Guy Ni, in his childlike form, nibbled on the piece of cake in his hand and laughed loudly, saying, "Is there a problem with your head? Master Somak seems to have declared war on the whole world. With our strength, going there won't help, so we just need to stay at home and wait for him to return." Somak smiled and gently patted Ngai Ni on the head, saying from the night, "Wudong, you're right. In danger, I will take Ngai Ni with me." Hearing those words, Ngai Ni looked stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" But she immediately changed her expression to a clearly smug look and said, "Master Somak, have you forgotten? Since coming to Earth, I have lost all my strength and am now just a very weak snow fox, unable to do anything. Then, do a test for me first." And after saying that, Somak grasped the radiant golden energy around him, spiraling outward. When your Ni's favorability reaches 30, the system will unlock a new reward, the Coalesced Fusion, which can grant your Ni a new battle strategy. First day login reward is the power of a 1,000-year-old demon beast, a strong energy enveloping her, and I say this is what? My strength is beginning to recover. Then, the second day login reward is the passive state of the victorious battle technique, with a 3-fold increase in strategy compared to the normal state. That energy continued to envelop him, and she exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, what is this? This skyrocketing power feels endless." Finally, the active skill of the Battlethan Law, with a 10-fold increase in strategy, and at this moment, a giant tail appeared. She thought to herself, who said spiritual energy on Earth is rare? Isn't she breaking through the 1,000-year strategy easily? And yet, it can grant her such immense power. How strong must the owner of the Somak be? After witnessing the transformation process of Lord Second Long praised it, the effect was very good, under the normal increase of the battle spirit technique. Lord is equivalent to a 1,400-year-old beast after using the active skill, and his strategy has reached 50,000. Equivalent to a 2,000-year-old beast, the situation is optimistic, and he himself can now overthrow the Alliance and the 4 great sects. The next day, the scene shifts to a testing room, where Qian Lianshan tells the ghost, "The mineral vein is coming soon. Can I leave now?" He immediately spoke to stop him. "President Qian, don't be impatient." He added that the intelligence source near Somak La Hamlin is a very formidable talent, and if Mr. Bai acts now, he will definitely be discovered by him.
Then the plan to hunt down the source vein will fail. Today is our best chance to eliminate it. We absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. Qian Lianshan was furious. "You bastard. You clearly said otherwise. I have contributed so much to the League of Corporations."
"You all probably know very well. You want me to become a human shield, like that old man Li."
The demon quickly responds with a smile, calmly explaining he completely understands the situation of Chairman Li at that time.
The Sectmaster of the 4 great clans has arrived, and the Alliance has already secured more than half of the S-rank hunters, including the elite assassin squad. This base is now arguably the safest place in the world, and no one can harm him. Pre-Lion Mountain feels a bit more at ease, and asks if all the hunting squads have already arrived. Gap Kui quickly responds, "Yes, that is the special hunting team recently formed to carry out the mission to eliminate the sect leader of the 4 great sects from the past of the Alliance. The one who holds the light can control it, create illusions, and attack using rays of light close to the sun's outer temperature." Meeting the demon, he continued to introduce the destructive sound, using ultrasonic and infrasonic waves to seal the opponent's senses and directly attack their internal organs. He also proceeded to introduce each person in turn, mentioning the giant and the Huyu. The giant, though short in stature, could control gravity. It can be said that the Destroyer, believed to be the most powerful in violence, the Stag, holds the power of the original word, able to cause opponents to fall into various negative states without contact. He sneers, "Sora, for now I'll praise your courage a little, but you dare to go alone against the Alliance Corporation's battle. Too bad. The strongest savior is about to be destroyed by us." The scene shifts to another place, where the 5 people just introduced by the demon world are facing Somak. He looks at them all and sneers. So what? I see you haven't even managed to fight back the fox I raised. One day before the light bearer stood before him unarmed. The first attack was the most dangerous. Just leave it to me. And he immediately pressed forward. Your close combat skills can only be described as tragic. If I hadn't moved your position in time, Somak would have torn you apart in less than a second. The holder of the light declared with unwavering determination, I am mentally prepared, and you can definitely save me in time, right? If not, I am also confident that we will return to reality. The light bearer charged straight at Somak, his body enveloped in green energy, holding a sword forged from blue light. Somak remained unwavering, staring straight ahead. The light keeper suddenly looked terrified. At this moment, Somak coldly looked at him, with a powerful golden energy blazing on his hand. Now, the two are facing each other. Somashi suddenly threw out a punch, and the light holder disappeared, leaving the light sword. The explosion was enormous, seemingly capable of destroying everything. The bright explosion, binding the crazy light beam in the chaos, was the strongest attack move of the light controller, unleashed after condensation. So, Mach was unaffected at all and still stood firm amidst the thick smoke. The hunters did not expect the impact of the beam of light to be able to harm Somak fundamentally. Their target is the side effect of the bright explosion. The powerful beam reaches its peak, yet the core remains motionless and unmoving. Even Somak, after the bright explosion, would at least temporarily lose his sight for 5 seconds, 3 seconds, or even less, so Quit couldn't waste the opportunity to launch a life-threatening attack created by the light. At the moment of the bright explosion, without hesitation, the giant rushed into the center of the blast, followed closely by Kong and Hu. The light of a narrow escape route and the sound of destruction also reached the building closest to Somak, providing distant support as she helped him up. However, a serious mistake occurred. The giant who first charged into the battlefield hesitated for a moment, showing a hint of fear on his face, while in front of him Somak was wide awake, as if the explosion earlier hadn't affected him at all. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of murderous intent. Mixed feelings stirred in the giant's heart as he silently thought, it's over. The plan failed. What should I tell my teammates now? It's really over. Then, in less than 5 seconds, the emotion that followed was unparalleled regret, and the giant realized it was Somak's gaze. He wasn't looking at himself. His eyes were just open, pretending as if his vision wasn't damaged. Suddenly, the giant stomped on something, and he panicked, thinking it's over. The sound, what did I step on? While the giant was thinking, Somak's attack had pierced through the giant's illusion. In his mind, a building. The destructive sound distorted the direction of the noise, and the giant's light created hallucination. Creating a second chance for the giant, he rushes forward, with blazing red energy spreading out, breaking the sound barrier and delivering a gravity strike 30 times stronger. Temporarily losing sight, the sound is now unreliable, Somak ponders. The attack must be faster than sound, and the only thing he can trust is his body's last line of defense, his instinct. Last month, when Somak knocked the giant away, the giant thought that his final line of defense had been used on me. While Somak knocked the giant back, Hu moved behind Somak and used his hand to hold his back. The dark energy continuously radiates, requiring dozens of primal words to be cast on Somak's body in less than a second, which must be done through direct contact to complete. If not completed in time, you and I will leave the battlefield. They appeared at the building where the one wielding light and sound destruction was standing, and after a long, endless second, the plan was successful. The primordial words are wise, the ancient words are old, the sick words are diseased, the unlucky words are cursed, and the tired words are exhausted. Under the dozens of primordial spells cast, Somak hadn't felt the sensation of being choked in a long time, so he calmly reached up and rubbed his neck. Now, on the rooftop of the building, no one spoke. That's good, but now, Somak is affected by a primordial spell, so attack the next wave. Hugh stood to the side, trembling all over. Seeing this, he immediately asked her, Who? Are you okay? Hugh looked extremely frightened and said, Don't dream anymore. You basically don't understand the moment I used the primal energy on Somak. I have come into contact with Somak's power, so deep and terrifying that it's frightening. That guy's strength is beyond prediction. She remembered the terrifying aura of Somak and continued, How can we fight against a monster like Somak? Hugh gently patted her on the shoulder and softly reassured her, Hugh, composure is important. Strength alone does not determine the final victory. The enemy is strong and their power is still unknown. But haven't we faced many like this before? He thought of the team members and added, At the brink of life and death, fighting with all we've got is how we earned our status and strength. Have you forgotten everything? Hugh responded calmly. How could he say such things casually? He has space abilities, he can hide safely, and attack from a distance with ease. So, after that, did he still fight face to face with the enemy? Ignoring those harsh words, he fell silent. The giant saw the situation was unstable and spoke up to diffuse the tension, saying, That's enough, Hu. That's a matter our squad forbids. We agreed not to mention it again. And if you don't want to fight, you can stay here. We'll do our best to cover your part. After saying that, he calmly jumped out of the building, leaving the other four to look at each other awkwardly, the person holding the light trying to reassure himself that he was okay after the previous burst. Hugh remained silent, not saying anything more.
The second wave of attack, led by the giant, was relentless. He swung with all his might, wielding a 1,000-pound hammer made of specially alloyed metal, increased 30-fold in weight, and shattered Suamak at 3 times the speed of sound.
The hammer swept through at an incredible speed, seemingly capable of destroying everything, dust flying everywhere. And after the core held the hammer, the giant's most important task was complete. The core gently supported the hammer with just one hand. His hand reaches into the hammer. The giant's task is not to attack but to mark the area, a different style from fighting when the giant's hammer contacts the enemy. Gravity pulls in, creating a powerful suction that secures the enemy within the zone. Before the battle begins, the one holding the light and destructive sound mark the position on the hammer first. In the targeting state, the brilliant beam of light can converge into a single point, achieving maximum destructive power in theory. In all previous battles, no matter how strong the material channel was, it would be completely destroyed in one direction. Destructive sound could pass through the hammer to attack the infrasound waves and the enemy. Low-frequency waves and the most fragile internal organs of the enemy will generate a counterattack, destroying the enemy from within. Extremely powerful assaults unleash blinding energy waves that tear through space. A massive explosion was triggered, ending the attack as planned without needing to transfer the destructive sound into the giant, leaving the battlefield. To restore the state before the third assault, that was the intention. But then an unexpected situation arose. No opening his mouth, the person in front of him was not. Somak, how did he dodge the gravity hammer? This doubt only lingered for a moment in Kong's mind before Somak rushed forward, ready to strike him with a punch. The feeling of horror drove him to elevate himself more than 1,000 meters above Somak. When he finally regained his composure, he realized he had made a terrible mistake. It was too late. There was no time left to teleport his comrades, to let them face Somak head-on, like newborns directly challenging a grown lion. He was extremely worried, as if time had frozen. In the distance, in Kong's eyes, the scene seemed to move in slow motion, with Somak gathering strength, preparing to unleash a wide-range attack. The aura surrounding Somak was overwhelming, and there was no doubt that after the attack, he would forever lose 3 friends. Until he was no longer visible, who had already given up fighting and appeared on the battlefield, was stabbing his ceremonial sword into his own back, using himself as a substitute, with the narration describing the evil turning him into a malevolent spirit. Afterwards, he changed his mind, and I lost 4 friends forever. 13 years ago, a tragic murder occurred in an ordinary residential building in Donghai Market, killing hundreds at once. A rescue team of 20 people went to the villa to search and save, but only 1 survivor was found. Over the next 3 days, 32 of the 50 rescue team members died in various accidents, and 18 went insane and took their own lives. Cultivators intervened in the investigation, revealing that the cause of the incident was the survivor, Hu, the heir of Thong Yukak. Tung sect, before being destroyed by the heavenly dregs, was a powerful and renowned cultivation sect known for commanding evil spirits, on par with the 4 great sects. The surviving disciples of Tung sect have taken in a child with a special physique to restore the glory of the past. They poured all their strength into transferring thousands of evil spirits into Hu's body during the final inheritance ritual of Thong Yukak. Hu was in excruciating pain. The ritual failed, and the evil spirits within him merged into a single uncontrollable monster. The greed of the disciples of Thong U Pagoda disappeared along with their lives, making Hu the last heir of Thong U Pagoda. The evil spirits turned Hu into a shooting star. Anyone who touched him would meet with misfortune, and no cultivator wanted to accept Hu, even wishing to eliminate him to prevent future trouble. Hu was taken by the corporation, which desperately wanted to exploit him to awaken his potential as a hunter. The only luck was that Hu was tricked into joining the hunter squad. He was not the first to part ways in front of her. The special uniform from the corporation can block some of the evil spirit's power, but still causes misfortune to those nearby. Yet no teammate has abandoned Hu. The entire hunting squad is made up of abandoned girls, but they are all family. As a result, Hu became a hunter, awakening his source spirit ability, and he began to suppress the evil spirit within him. Traveling together year-round, the evil spirit has become a part of Hu's body. Controlling the evil spirit will cause Hu to feel immense pain, but Hu has endured it. Hu has tried his best to bring misfortune to his enemies, not his friends. Until today, Hu has not fully confirmed what it means to actively use the power of the evil spirit, as it is not a power that humans can control. Perhaps the first thing the evil spirit wants to do after breaking the seal is to destroy herself, and she might completely lose herself, becoming a slave to the evil spirit. But none of that matters, Hu shouted desperately. If the evil spirit is truly that powerful, then take my body and save my friends. This is my only plea. Somak paid no mind as he slowly approached the glowing yellow energy in his hand. Hu quietly thought to herself, as long as she can defeat this monster, Somak's power will continue to spread. Now she roared loudly, swallowing me whole, all of Somak's attacks. Hu unleashes her incomplete technique, and the sinister soul behind her appears in an extremely strange form. A strange energy emerges and an unfounded spherical barrier forms, completely shielding Somok's attack. Compared to the light bear stunned by the scene of destruction and the giant, it was even more shocking that Hu, after being hit by Somok's attack, seemed to have exhausted her strength while still being able to freely control her evil spirit. The body of the evil spirit is surrounded by a strange purple energy. Whether it is due to enduring years of suffering or the will to save comrades, it has gained the recognition of the evil spirit. The formation of this monster, created by thousands of evil spirits, was originally an illusionary plan of the wise disciples, and today it has finally been realized. Somok chuckled softly and said, "You guys do have a few surprising tricks. I'm getting really excited." This statement from Somok is not only directed at Hu, but also to praise Kong, who is about to appear in front of Thon. It is also the strongest attack of the Void. But for the Void, it is also the most dangerous skill, as the dimensional slash must be used together with the Void's hand. Only when life is put aside and efforts are made to approach the enemy can a fatal blow be delivered. So the Void has not used this move for a long time. After this battle began, Somok retreated for the first time to dodge the enemy's attack. This was also the first time Somok felt a hint of threat, a powerful strike looming before him. Somok secretly thought that the opponent's primal slash might even tear his clothes apart. This coat is something he really likes. Now the evil spirits are growing stronger, and on Earth, spiritual energy is depleted. Human strength is limited. But within Hugh's body, thousands of evil spirits have merged, and even the first-generation ancestor of the Dark Fog cannot comprehend its ultimate limit. It is comparable to a 3,000-year-old demon beast, a 5,000-year-old demon beast, or even a 10,000-year-old demon beast. As long as Hugh's body can withstand it, the merged evil spirits will continue to grow stronger. Hugh prepares to unleash his move. As long as he can destroy the source, blocking this battle, even if his body collapses, it's worth it. A drop of red blood falls there. That is the Blood Abyss. It immediately rushes towards the place where the Meridian is standing, completely a mental attack. Whether the opponent is strong or weak, it traps the enemy's mind in a prison reserved for evil spirits without discrimination. The blood vessel stands tall in a vast space, initially an endless white expanse. Then countless evil spirits gather, revealing terrifying, demonic entities. As long as the beast releases its grip for a moment, it will be drained until its soul is exhausted, but this evil spirit is an illusion. Even if destroyed, it will immediately reincarnate, and the Blood Abyss itself has no one nearby, so there is no way to attack. In the Blood Hell, the mental attack from the evil spirit lasted 3 days and nights, and the first to be exhausted were Hugh's spirit and physical strength. The Blood Hell is now dispelled. Hugh was too exhausted to stand and collapsed to the ground. In contrast, Somok's spirit was almost untouched, but this was also part of Hugh's plan. In the real world, the Blood Abyss lasts for 0.5 seconds. This is the time Hugh has set aside for you. The spirit of the pulse remains silent, unaware of what it is planning. When the blood vein recovers, the giant's gravity and the dazzling chain of light trap the blood vein, binding you tightly. Everything is to prevent the nullification of the dimensional suppression from hitting them precisely. The Void Devourer simultaneously created the giant and the chaos explosion of the dazzling skill. Simply put, it was a deadly blast. So before the explosion occurred, No and your friends moved into their own space, and the scene shifts to a different room. Dian Lianshan watched everything unfold, and seeing the explosion before him, he said satisfied, "They still have some effect, and it's not a waste that the corporation provides so many resources to these hunters every year." The ghostly figure behind immediately responded, "The hunting team is even stronger now. I didn't expect that. They seem to have broken through their limits while fighting the Somok." Dian Lianshan excitedly shouted, "No matter what, quickly eliminate Somok for me." He laughed loudly. "The so-called strongest savior still dares to challenge me by name. Now isn't he just like a dead dog being beaten?" "What, you lied and attacked like that?" None of Somok's belongings were damaged. Somok emerged from the rubble completely unharmed. Dian Lianshan, seeing this, grew even angrier and shouted, "Hey, where did the hunting team go? What are you all doing lying around? Weren't you running away?" At this moment, inside the private space, there was a small floating island in the middle of the air. The giant's deep voice echoed, "That's not right. It shouldn't be like this." He muttered, "I don't believe it," in front of him, lying on the ground with various wounds. The sound of destruction was also shocked, tears involuntarily streaming down her face as she despairingly said, "It won't be that easy to leave. Come back to life. We still have many things left undone." Hugh then spoke reassuringly, "Don't say such foolish things. He has already left. It seems it was when he took us away. When the pulse was struck back, all we can do for him is one thing: revenge." The giant nodded in agreement, then shouted, "Hugh is right. Get up. Stop crying. We have to destroy that bastard." Suddenly, the one holding the light finally spoke, realizing something with a hint of fear, saying, "Hey, I think you all forgot something very important. This is Kang's private space. Only he can come and go freely. Now that he's gone, maybe we'll never get out again." 4 months later, in Kang's private space, the light bearer looked at what was in front of him and happily said, "We did it. We succeeded." He proudly stands in the garden and says, "All our efforts were not in vain. We finally grew corn." The sound of destruction happily responds, "Great, we won't starve anymore." But the giant looks a bit unhappy and reminds us, "Hey, what are you guys celebrating for? We still need to find a way out of this space and take revenge. A year later, the giant sat bored on the chair muttering, tonight's dinner is grilled corn again. No other options like popcorn or something.
The holder of light carefully explains in front of him that they can make popcorn and white sugar. Although the corn they planted has already been harvested. Sugar can be produced, but butter is a problem. Vegetable butter made from corn contains sharp fatty acids and isn't healthy. The dairy cow at East Farm won't produce milk until next year.
At that time, we will be able to use cow's milk to make healthy butter and live a happy life. In a place without war and suffering like this, they have already lived a happy life. The ceremony also took place with the holder of light and the destroyer of sound and light being a pair, and the other pair being Hugh and the giant. Then came the first major event worth celebrating. The first child born in the village was the child of the holder of light and the destroyer of sound and light. Many years later, by Kong's grave, Hugh with a cane stood there, and beside her was a little kid following. Asking Hugh, tell me more about Earth. A line of text appears, achieving world dominance only when Kong is unscathed. Time returns to reality. The scene shifts back to the previous house where a group of people armed with various weapons rushes towards Somak, shouting loudly and charging together to kill him. He still stands tall as before, his hand gently rising as energy gathers in his palm, growing more and more. The destructive ground troops. Somak has broken through the defenses and entered the base. Everyone pay attention to the guard. Somak gradually entered the base, having defeated countless enemies along the way. The scene shifts inside the base. Gokui A-Day reports that Chairman Tien, all the hunting squads have lost contact. Tien Lin Sun, upon hearing this, immediately scolds angrily, calling them a bunch of trash. Where are those immortal cultivators? Aren't they running away too? We should retreat now. Suddenly, a voice from behind them says, I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere anymore. He fearfully turns around and sees that Somak has been standing there all along, his whole body filled with murderous intent. You said, President Tien, at last, we meet. Tien Lianshan suddenly looked terrified and stammered, Somak, wait, I give up. We can negotiate. Suddenly, bubbles appeared out of nowhere, floating all around the room. Somak carefully observes everything around him. Then suddenly, a bubble floats over and touches his shoulder, causing him to startle and turn away. Before he could react, the bubble had already swallowed Somak and made him disappear. Tien Lianshan was also caught off guard and exclaimed, Ha! He directly asked, Somak, then disappeared. Cook Tien Tam revealed himself, and the bubble was created by his hand, then looked at Tien Lianshan's puzzled face and said, President Qian, you surrendered so quickly. Tien Lianshan hurriedly replied, Clan Leader Cook, I wanted to ask you. All the hunters have already been taken down. You cultivators standing there watching the show, why are you only arriving now? What about Somak? Where did he go? Cook Tien Tam heard those complaints and immediately explained, you misunderstood. To prevent Somak from escaping during the fight, thousands of cultivators arranged a formation around him so he couldn't move. As for Somak, I have sealed him effortlessly beyond expectations. The previous preparations were indeed pointless. The power of space is especially effective against Somak, which is what they call the Space Hunter. But their skill in manipulating space energy is too crude. Suddenly, Cook Tien Tam stopped speaking, revealing a look of shock and disbelief at Tam Mai. What? Behind Ku Tien Tam, an explosion erupted. A blazing golden energy beam swept past him. So, the Somak has destroyed the space that held you, standing indifferent in midair, and asked, shooting out energy, Is that it? It seems your space ability is indeed a bit weaker than his, but not by much, Tien Lianshan muttered from a corner. Cultivators are just like that. All talk and no real effect, he asked nervously, worried about the demon. Secmaster Cook, do you need help? Cook Tien Tam, fearless, replied while using his power. No need. You just need to stay here and wait. Let's leave now. After being transported outside, Tien Lianshan clutching his stomach and begging, That bastard, bringing us out without a word. My blood is boiling, still a bit nauseous. Moving through space is so uncomfortable. Here, encountering demons is already a failure, he reminds us. Don't blame the Hall of the Past. Surviving is already good enough. I hope the immortal cultivators have a way to resolve the defect. The building from earlier suddenly exploded, and Ku Tien Tam dodged the blast, muttering to himself, It's too slow. Isn't the barrier spell finished yet? The vein on his back, he casually put his hand in his pocket and said nonchalantly, I'm used to your defensive language besides the childish hugging actions. Do you have anything else up your sleeve? Ku Tien Tam refused to give up and quickly replied, You are indeed arrogant. Let me show you the true form of a cultivator. The divine net of heaven and earth was activated, and the surrounding space became somewhat strange. The scene shifts to another building where immortal cultivators are setting up a formation, standing in a line within the mystical space they are creating, generating powerful streams of spiritual energy. That's the gathering of energy into a shape, with the airflow shooting straight up to form a strange circle. So Mok stands inside that circle and says, Oh, I was just thinking that you secretly arranged many cultivators around. What powerful technique are you going to use? Is this all there is to trapping us in this circle? Are they just sitting outside watching? Cook Tien Tam sneered and said to himself, Don't worry, your only opponent is me. The aperture you see is a formation created by thousands of cultivators, releasing their energy simultaneously. This formation is a binding contract that restricts your escape, and only when one side fights to the death can they leave the formation. So Mach, hearing that, also chuckled and replied, "It seems like they are helping you to end yourself, but there are still 3 sect leaders left. Call them out here, that would be a fair fight." He replied, "This is not a shooting range, but a matter of righteousness, executing you. So I will be the only one to fight, a fair one-on-one duel." Quat Thien Tom added, "By the way, the fight here is being broadcast live worldwide. So Mach, your heroic journey begins with a live stream and will also end with one." The scene of the two of you appears on the live broadcast, with countless comments left behind, such as the hunter from the corporation being killed, fierce and tiger-like. Just by looking, you can tell the score isn't 5. The corporation is here to make us laugh, yet they want to destroy. So Mach, everyone is arguing fiercely. Are you seriously sick upstairs? Are you happy if a twisted person like Somak wins? The corporation isn't any better either. I can only say, destroy it well and open the way forward. There are still many other comments like, "I'm dying laughing," already beaten into this strange shape. That immortal cultivator dares to show off in front of Somak. I bet he won't last more than 10 seconds, or at least until now. Only the cultivators from the 4 great clans seem a bit more reliable. I hope they can win. Tianlian Shan is hiding somewhere else, watching the live stream on his phone and scolding. Strange, how dare these cultivators do that? How dare they secretly stream the battle situation? Our company's reputation is completely ruined. Gapqui quickly explained that although what they did was not proper, we never banned live streaming before. If there was a real conflict, we would just endure it. It was a clever plan, turning our corporation and the sect's resources into pawns, while he himself played the hero. Tianlian Shan was so angry that they had to win for them. That useless sect master, do you really think he can win against Sama in a one-on-one fight? Gapqui looked up at the circle imprisoning the 2 others and said with a gentle smile, "A one-on-one duel is just a way to fool outsiders. My eyes can see the energy forms of all things. Besides the sect master of the Kutong, the other 3 sect masters are now hidden inside the formation." The figures of the 3 sect leaders also gradually appeared. Somak glanced at Kuk Tiantum and then asked, "Before the fight, I have one more question. Is the secret realm controlled by the sect leaders of the 4 great sects?" He explained without any suspicion. "Even you don't understand this, the secret realm is a defensive barrier against demons created by ancient cultivators. It operates according to its own rules, and even we can only intervene a little." So Mach chuckled softly and said, "Thank you for clearing that up. Now I feel at ease." Kuk Tien Tam was a bit surprised and asked, "What do you mean by feeling at ease?" So Mach confidently said, "Even if you eliminate the 4 of them, this world won't be affected. That's what makes me feel at ease." A dark red bus is parked by the roadside, standing out under the sunlight. A person excitedly speaks up. "Hello, did everyone also get forcibly evacuated?" A man there replied, "Yes, today everyone in our city was forced to evacuate. A group of tall men forced us onto a vehicle to bring us here, and the rescue management staff told us to wait here, saying they would arrange accommodation for us later." After hearing what the man said, he angrily cursed for a long time. "Damn it, rescue management team what? A bunch of blood-sucking devils from the corporation. I am from Kaisun City. Yesterday, our city was forcibly evacuated. Yesterday, I slept with hundreds of people at the stadium. If you want to stay somewhere nice, you can pay for a hotel yourself. But as for meals, we still have to buy our own lunchboxes they give us." The green-haired man suddenly sneered. "This is too much. When will we be able to go home?" The bespectacled man replied cluelessly that they have to wait for the battle between the sect and the corporation to end, hoping they won't destroy his house because he still hasn't paid his rent. The green-haired man reassured him, "Don't worry, the battle is happening at the suburb of Kaisan City, at least 15 kilometers away from the inner city. Your house will definitely be fine." And then he sighed with relief. "I really don't understand. Our Kokdian city is about 100 kilometers from Kaisan City, but we're still being forcibly evacuated. This isn't a world war or anything. A black bird flying in the sky, a few feathers falling. The scene signals that something unusual is approaching. The sky is clear blue, but contrasted with the black color of the birds, creating a sense of hidden danger. Suddenly, the bespectacled person asked the other, "Did you hear that?" "I think I just heard something." A boy nearby pointed up at the sky. "Birds. So many birds." In the outskirts of Kaisun City, at Tiovu Mountain, rain hurriedly falls on the tall peaks, along with blue flashes from the sky and strange crystal shards raining down like ice as a brave person holds a tree in the storm, live streaming on their phone. Han shouted to everyone watching on their phones. At this moment, Kaisan City has been completely buried under falling rocks and birds. The city is being devastated by a massive landslide. Skyscrapers are collapsing under the weight of rocks. Strong winds are blowing everything away. It feels like witnessing the apocalypse live through the stream. Han stands in the storm, debris flying everywhere hitting his face. It's absurd. Everyone saw it just now, right in front of me. That mountain suddenly disappeared. A giant tornado forms, sweeping away dirt and rocks, destroying everything. You can see its terrifying power with the naked eye. Today, for the first time, the whole world realized that the so-called implication represents the strongest strategy on Earth. Everything was almost completely destroyed, from a lush, beautiful city, Now only scraps of metal and thick dust remain. The aftermath of the battle between the Sectmaster and the immortal cultivators, the catastrophic scenes continuously transmitted through the internet for everyone to see, making everyone sweat profusely as they watch. The whole world falls silent. This is the quietest moment since the invention of the internet, as everyone remains silent to witness the scenes in the video. All respect, hope, and fear are disasters caused by one person, as the city is engulfed in flames, black smoke rising everywhere, creating a vivid scene. This happened during a 1-minute battle between Somak and the 4 great Sectmasters. Quat Tien Tam stands inside a bubble cage, facing Somak. He speaks with a contemptuous tone, capable of easily changing the weather and terrain. Your skills are not bad either, probably very suitable for planting crops in the land. One of the 3 hidden sect leaders unleashes a technique, surrounding himself with violet lightning that looks extremely dangerous. The technique called Heavenly Child's Divine Thunder, all the lightning strikes aimed at Somak and the heavens. He reacted quickly, easily avoiding the dangerous lightning bolts. Meanwhile, another masked sect leader summoned blue-winged flames. Ku unleashes fire. The attack erupts powerfully, rushing down from the sky at lightning speed. But Somak reacts faster, dodging the strike in front of Kuk Thien Tam. He was stunned, with sweat already forming at his temple. Suomo launched a move onto the ground, strong and decisive, with eyes unshaken. So, Mok's attack aimed at the protective shield of Kuk Thien Tam. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, gritting his teeth against the pain. Yet this attack from the fairy truly pierced through his defensive space. Someone stepped forward, emitting a blinding green light around them, with 16 broken ribs, 2 of which were bleeding internally. This cost was truly heavy. In a cycle of rebirth, they said as they dropped the magic wand in their hand and healed Kuk Thien Tam. In the city of Utoy, a light appeared, illuminating the buildings and the sky. Somak watched but did nothing, looking somewhat surprised, as his injuries had completely healed. Even the clothes were restored to their original state, truly an ability that seems like cheating. As he was about to speak, he heard Kuk Thien Tam, now healed and back to his original appearance, say, "This should be my turn to speak. After so many attacks, you still haven't been hurt at all. I have to admit, we really underestimated you." So Mok let out a sigh. "Not that you want to give up, right?" Kuk Thien Tam looked at him with a sad expression and said, "The previous leaders of the Great Darkness sect were called Dao Seekers, because they pursued forbidden techniques rooted in magic. The inheritance of the Dao Seekers is both a blessing and a curse. With it, we can rapidly enhance our strategies and infinitely transform our magic. But we believe we are fully prepared to ascend to immortality and begin our journey through the Dao." Disaster struck, and all the practitioners of the Way of Inquiry perished tragically. But the weakest practitioner in the history of Tai Harmony Palace discovered a different way to use the Way of Inquiry. He continued speaking and created energy spheres of rainbow-colored light surrounding him, gazing into one of them with a distant look. Kuk Thien Tam continued. His name is Thuong Ao, to strengthen his own power and make himself worthy of the title of Taoist. He has discovered a method to convert lifespan into strategy, forcing the withdrawal from the Tao problem, and entering the semi-martial state. These 3 hidden sect masters appeared before him with full strength. Kuk Thien Tam said confidently, "Somak, you should feel honored. This is the era after Du Tien Yan, the first time a Taoist has used the semi-wuhua state to kill all enemies. To be precise, 4 of the cultivators used the semi-martial transformation at the same time. So Mok spoke calmly, not minding the reduction of lifespan, but still wanting to deal with me.
Then let me see how big a surprise you can give me for paying such a high price." Kuk Thien Tam said boastfully without knowing shame. "Now I will deal with you."
Suddenly, the system appeared, warning that the 3rd secret realm would activate in 5 seconds, and the saviors should prepare. Kuk Thien Tam was confused and helpless but couldn't do anything. The 3 sect leaders also froze for 5 seconds, displeased, Sora's hand in his pocket, disappointed and regretful. "He gradually disappears. Wait for me to come back, then I will destroy you all." Kuch Nguyen Tom roared in anger. "We cannot let Somak fall, or else we will all suffer the backlash of the formation." He and the 3 sect leaders gathered to create traps aimed at Suo Miao. He shouted loudly, "Suo Miao, come out to me." Suo Mai calmly looked at them. "You can stop the secret realm's movement, but it seems like it's taking you a lot of effort." Kuk Nguyen Tam grimly clenched his teeth. "The path is about to close. Come out. Our battle isn't over yet. You're not planning to run away, are you?"
"So Mok, do you really think fleeing is an option? If we fail in this secret realm battle, monsters will invade the Earth. Do you really believe our victory or defeat matters more than the danger to humanity?"
He snapped his fingers. "Someone like you is considered the head of the 4 great sects? How embarrassing." In an instant, Somak disappeared, and Mak Kuk Nguyen Tam shouted in anger, "Trash! I must destroy you." In the cold square, he stands tall with his long hair gently flowing in the wind, blue sparks erupting fiercely from beneath his feet, spreading like a web of ice tearing through the ground, with a radiant glow enveloping everything, making the space seem frozen in time. Someone spoke, "It's over! The backlash of the formation has begun!" Mao, who is resolving the formation, said with a hint of fear, only to see strange objects emerging from the black smoke. "No, the magic circle's contract is from the battle. Now the vein has fallen from the previous fight. We must pay the price. A scream of agony as black smoke dwarfs invade his body, causing him to scream in pain. His eyes were bloodshot, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he silently thought that luckily he could share the damage caused by the backlash of the formation with the disciples activating it. Strange, the damage from the backlash was not as severe as expected, and suddenly he realized that it was over. The three of them had also shared the damage. The black smoke swirled like a tornado, covering the entire area, and the three sect leaders hiding nearby were also trapped and surrounded. The true form of the decisive battle is about to be revealed. Looking at the screen, the comments are popping up. Everyone see that. Besides the sect master in the sky, there are three other figures. Another comment says, it's hilarious, they said 1-on-1, but it ended up being 4-on-1 so cowardly. On the screen, all you see is a thick black smoke covering everything. Wait, where did Mokthang go? A comment responds, hey brother, are you watching the live stream? Did the spirit of the veins enter the secret realm? No, I didn't see Mokthang in the secret realm live stream either. What's going on? After entering the secret realm, Somok arrived at a desolate place surrounded by dirt and rocks. I suspect this might not be the real secret realm. Suddenly, one day, Ni from nowhere rushed over in a panic. Master Suomo, this is the White Cloud Greatland. We're doomed. I wish I hadn't come. Why did I come to join the fun? Isn't it better to stay home eating delicious chicken drumsticks? So Mok asked, is this place very dangerous, Shungbai Dadi? She looked terrified. It's extremely dangerous. This area is affected by temporal and spatial disturbances, where powerful beasts once explored the White Cloud Land, but all were wiped out and vanished. Even our world's deity lord wouldn't dare enter here without crossing stones. Suomok let out a sigh. It seems the portal to the secret realm was tampered with, causing the mistake that brought us here. 3 large stars of different colors appeared above his head. I asked her, so the 3 stars above my head must represent our world in the secret realm? As long as we can reach them, we can return. Tears welled up in my eyes. The red one is the world of monsters. The blue one is the human world. And the one in the middle is the secret realm. But they are all just illusions. All of them are projections of the past timeline. We must find the real space entrance to return. She said, the White Land of Commerce has many entrances leading to different dimensions. But 99% of the entrances are traps leading to dangerous and mysterious worlds. Moreover, there is only a 1 in a trillion chance that we can find the real entrance and return to our world. While they were speaking, the system appeared, the 3rd day of the secret realm. Login unlocked, login check failed, login reward received. Then another message appeared, 3rd day login, reward of the golden eye of the stone monkey, a monkey born from condensed spiritual energy within the magma. And at the moment of its birth, the golden light in its eyes pierced through heaven and earth, awakening the gods, as Dumak looked at the system screen while Nyani was crying. The system continued to display text, the nameless stone monkey, capable of seeing through the true nature of all things with its golden eyes. Let me explain the golden eye skill of the stone monkey. It can either see through an enemy's weaknesses or analyze the information of all things. So Mok's face darkened. Roy Khoi Dai Thoi, Ngai Ni, Dung Kukna. Master Ngai Ni hesitantly grabbed Somok's sleeve. Master Somok, please don't wander off. The danger in Thuong Bach Greatland is not just the entrance to the Di Kong Gian. Anh trấn an, yên tâm gì, đi theo tôi, rất an toàn. Ngay như càng sốt ruột hồn, anh vốn không hiểu được sự giang số của Thuong Bach Giai Dia, quái vật ở thế giới sau bên trong, cũng với cuồng giả ở đi không gian. We might be coming here. The weakest monster inside is at least 5 million combat power. We could be wiped out in an instant. Even the powerful beasts that reach the White Bien land must be cautious when choosing their path, unlike you who casually pick a direction to go. Xiaomai walked away with a cold voice. If you don't believe me, stay here. Nian Yi was stunned. Going like this? Really? When you encounter the deep sea monster, you'll realize how foolish your current confidence is. She suddenly realized something was wrong here. It wasn't right. If I stayed here alone, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Ngai Ni ran after Somok. The owner waited for me. Don't leave me alone. Somok looked at the large rock in front of him and thought that they had already taken the side path so quickly. Ngai Ni pointed ahead and said that the main owner directly told me that the right path was not quite right. There was no dust or debris at all. It would lead to something strange, definitely a trap, and the left path seemed quite safe. The system suddenly displayed that the deep monster is Karamai. The main force is the sleeping male warrior. The self-defense color is the path, swallowing the eternal creature invading. So Mok saw this and said, no, we go to the right. An hour later, Yenny couldn't believe it. It's strange. We've been walking so long but haven't encountered any danger. Where are the monsters, the space-time experts, the terrifying relics? Could I have been fooled? Suomai looked at Ngi with helplessness. This place is very dangerous. Speak softly. She will lure the monster inside here. Wasn't she very careful before? She said, danger? The monster inside doesn't exist at all. If there's some delicious food, it's just a normal game. A chicken leg appeared out of nowhere, emitting a delicious aroma. Yan He froze instantly. Chicken leg? Why is there a chicken leg here? It's suspicious, but the smell is very tempting. The fragrant smell spreads everywhere, making Nai unable to resist. So delicious she wants to eat so badly. She is drawn in, moving toward the chicken leg. but somehow she can't see it anymore, and instead the scent comes from the bones.
Nghi vấn tiến về phía trước, lẩm bẩm rụi ga, rồi một cánh tay kéo cô ấy lại. Rốt nhiệt, khúc xuống gió bay lên trời, tỏa ra những mũi huống dãi dạc, chứng tỏ lớn nhu có thể nuốt chửng bạn bất cứ lúc nào.
Fortunately, Somak managed to pull Nikaini away from there just in time. After waking up, she was so frightened she was on the verge of tears. What is this? I almost got eaten.
Nyanyi was knocked out by an anonymous monkey and only a single bone remained. But even that bone held great power and a soul. So Mok was a bit surprised. This is the appearance of the White Bone Lady. Nyai Nyai, have you heard of this name before? Nyi, hearing Somok's question, was like a thunderbolt. Bye, Cot Lady. She's a legend in our world. She is a 70,000-year-old demon beast, standing just behind the strongest ancient beast of the Divine Lord, and disappeared after exploring the White Land. During the prosperous Fragrance era with over 60,000 battles, just how deep inside is the monster that could have killed her? Sumak calmly said, it wasn't some inner demon that killed her. She was beaten to death by a damn stone monkey with a stick. Nyai opened her eyes wide and lied. I don't believe it. Even our Lord of Gods. When fighting the White Bone Lady, she seemed so tiny, how could she be knocked out by a stone-throwing monkey? Lon, with a faint scent of perfume, suddenly spoke, hiding her snow, her cold expression unflinching. A woman appeared from that bone. I truly was beaten to death by a damn monkey. But that was 5,000 years ago. I never expected someone would still remember the secret. Humans? I am a bit curious about your identity now. So, Mo, I am just an ordinary person. I accidentally learned about your past. So are you alive again now? Oh, a bit disappointed, I reply. Resurrected, still just a little short. Oh, continue. For the past few years, I've been swallowing living beings on the street to restore my power. Just 2 more people, and I'll be fully restored. So Mok shows no fear as she provokes, if that's the case, then I'll have to destroy you once more. A faint swirling light falls, 2 people facing each other, creating a moment both tense and mysterious. Lady Whitebone speaks. I can't remember how long it's been since humans dared to speak so arrogantly in front of me, so Mok responds. It's been thousands of years since she was struck down. I'm older now, so forgetting is normal. Don't worry too much. Lady Whitebone's face darkened. Being older, you say I'm old. I originally wanted to swallow you whole and let you sleep peacefully, but I've changed my mind. I must devour all your flesh. When Nyai heard that, he shivered and trembled as he tried to comfort her. The Bone White Lady is that bastard insulting her. It has nothing to do with me. I am also a magical beast, and magical beasts don't fight each other. I really am not tasty. The White Bone Lady smirked cunningly. After many years wandering the White Land, I finally found a comrade, and it truly feels very familiar. Although there's little flesh, it's still very tasty. Little Snowmound, you will become my nourishment, a great contribution to the revival of the demon beasts. Nyai helplessly collapsed on the ground, still wanting to eat me. So Mok watched her hold back. Even the White Bone Lady wondered why she suddenly lay down, at least try to resist a little. Nyai opened her eyes wide in shock, tears already streaming down her face. She's grown up, don't think I don't see through it, even if you only have 1 joint left. Now I have at least 300,000 troops or more. You just want to toy with us before we die, thinking we and that damn human are easy to deceive. I will definitely not let you have your way. And Gai Ni continued, surprise. This is my way of resistance. Nonviolent and non-cooperative, breaking the game. She points at Nyai Ni lying on the ground, speechless, and says she is very curious. Are all your beast pets like her? Lady Bai Gujin, helpless, raises a fist and punches both of them. Shut up and go to sleep. About 10 large bone segments with sharp claws pointing directly at Somok. Seeing this, he chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with his golden pupils, breaking through the illusion. Amid the golden sky shining like molten gold, a giant eye appears in the void. Lady Whitebone stands beneath the copper-colored eye, her power causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The bones she created with her eyes have shattered, her eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what she sees. The Whitebone Lady grits her teeth. Why do you have the eyes of that monkey? The system reappears, with the Whitebone Lady disguising herself as the White Bone Master by transforming her broken bones. And it seems that after the destruction of the White Bone Master's spell, she enters a weakened state. She coughs painfully, collapsing, and I have waited thousands of years, struggling to accumulate enough strength to revive. The two face each other in a silence so tense it's frightening. Then she suddenly speaks. My luck is truly terrible, Soramote responds. Even after death, I can still gasp for life for thousands of years. You should know when enough is enough. Lady Whitebone gently laughs. I will not die. Wait for me to devour you all to replenish my strength. Then sleep for 100 years, and I will awaken once more. Master Nyai, who had been watching the show from outside, suddenly leapt up, so Mok told the owner not to waste words on her, but now attacking her bones. That is her true form. Her eyes turned fierce. Go ahead and try. Even a 10,000-year beast couldn't hurt me, and relying on you, what can you do? Suddenly, Somok lunged forward, his arm passing through her body to grasp a piece of her shattered bone, her remains. Actually, here, although the disguise is very convincing, the bone burning underground is just an illusion created by someone. The White Bone Lady is no longer as fierce as before. Indeed, those eyes can't be hidden. Sora's skill forcefully applied pressure on the bone piece in her hand, causing it to shatter. The system reappears once again, analyzing the weaknesses of Lady Whitebone's remains. The body is broken into pieces, corrupted, and must be destroyed. At this moment, Ngaine's heart was a bit anxious, thinking to herself that it was the mist of Lord Whitebone, shattered again with a single strike. Humans are truly terrifying. I really have the ability to defeat him and complete the task of the Lord of Gods. I never thought I had this capability. Then suddenly she remembered something. Wait a minute, the monkey that the Whitebone Great Master mentioned earlier. Its eyes, isn't it? Actually, touching the Master's pulse is probably some powerful ancient beast. Turning into a human form must have a significant purpose, so I am sure that following the Master means I am not a traitor to the beast. Ngaini affirmed in his heart, yes, it must be so. At the same time, on the mysterious battlefield, a huge beast stood tall. Someone threw a kick with a sword in hand. Another person with white hair threw a punch using their staff. The comments keep jumping rapidly on the screen. It's too fast, just one sound, and all the monsters in the secret realm have been killed, giving the feeling that the savior is even stronger. Another person uses the fan in his right hand to strike, while the monsters are burned in pain. The comments continue, but where is Somak? Why hasn't the Divine Vein appeared yet, and his live stream has always been a black screen in a room? Deej Swung walks in. So where has Somak gone? It's really worrying. Bai Tin replied that during the teleportation within the secret realm, Tu Tong of the Dan book was agitated and used spatial powers to pull Somak, which might have affected the teleportation process, and Somak could have disappeared into the chaotic space. Lu Li Tuong was furious, yet he still went live without writing a single word, as if the four great clans and others weren't causing obstacles. The sect master of the four great clans all teamed up to fight, and yet they dare to say they are hiding their tricks. Well done, well done. Kui Tin said calmly, I do not agree with their actions at all. It truly makes people feel ashamed and disappointed. But I do not deny their leadership and the legitimacy of their actions. I deeply respect a certain immortal cultivator who just joined the Tai Harmony Palace. After today, I will resign as elder and leave the Tai Harmony Palace.
He won't be broadcasting live here with us, and with such powerful spiritual energy, even in chaotic space, he can't be confined. The saviors are stronger now, and even if Somak isn't here, the beasts will be wiped out. Maybe when the secret realm ends, Somak will be able to return.
Chujing spoke up, haven't you noticed? There are no notifications this time in the secret realm. The beasts inside are all gone, but the realm isn't over yet. The real danger might just be beginning. In the city inside the secret realm, Vu Dong asked, can you also sense it? The uncertain aura that constantly envelops the entire realm. The three of them stood at a corner, gazing at the city before their eyes. Perhaps this time we truly have to fight. They sighed, if only. Somak was here, then suddenly something flew past. An 2,000-year-old demon beast, blood and sweet scent. Have you already taken care of the expert's weapons? Not bad at all. It stands tall in the sky, unleashing a powerful strike down on the three of them. Tren Pham swiftly dodges the attack. This force at least belongs to a 1,500-year-old demon beast. The Heavenly Trust person struggles to turn around. You are naive. This is clearly the strategy of the 2,000-year-old demon beast. The demon beast smiles cruelly. Do you only know how to run away? I heard there is a cultivation immortal named Somak, who is very powerful. Is Han not coming? Then today this will just be a boring fight. Someone's techniques lightly brush past its hair. Cultivator, that person hasn't awakened yet, dreaming of a false paradise. Daozi, Nam Han Chuk, and the ferocious beast biting with its teeth. If they can hurt me, perhaps their strength is not weaker than that, Somak. So why have they never spoken of you before? Nam Han Chuk raises his hand because I have never appeared in the secret realm. And the beast suddenly. So that's it. A coward has no strength. I will eat him first and then tear apart Somak. Suddenly his voice rang out. Your chance is gone. In the secret realm I have surpassed Somak's level. Then a powerful punch struck the beast. He was confident. I am the true savior. At Somak's place, a space portal opens up. In front of it, a sparkling, luminous crystal. Lord Ni asks, Somak's owner, is that the moving gate of the secret realm? Suamai replied, yeah, we will be able to return soon. Hide inside my belongings first, but before we go back, I still have an important thing to do. The sparkling, starry crystal before my eyes, the system suddenly appeared. The ice room of the space built at a great cost by the divine to supply it. It is possible to transport world beasts into the secret realm, currently able to transport 3,000-year-old beasts. As for the beasts fallen inside the secret realm, humans returning here only means a successful ambush once. Do you think that's the end? Nam Han Truk said, a surprise attack, do you really think that? My assault has already ended. My only sincere advice is don't mess around. It will help you sleep more peacefully. The demon beast roared, humans are so insignificant, yet they still try to command me. Look at this, the blood boiling fiercely. Suddenly, the 2,000-year-old beast exploded, turning into black mud. Nam Han Trut glanced at it, thinking that if you hadn't been so reckless, at least you could have survived. Someone approached gently. It was Nguyen Tien Tin. She skillfully avoided the mud and asked, disgusting, everywhere is black mud. Your sex and mountains still have such powerful magic. Why have I never seen you use it before? Kan Tien replied. Binding technique. This is a spell used to punish newly initiated disciples who are playful, especially when they are sitting in meditation practicing static energy. The body moves wildly. You will feel your comrade's pain and suffering. That's all. This is just a minor spell with no offensive intent. Nguyen Tien Tin is disappointed. As expected, the disciples are all extraordinary geniuses. Fairy Jing looked at her and asked, Doesn't your master tell you the origin of the coin of fate for the disciples? Nguyen Tien Tin hesitated a bit and said, No, what is that? Nam Han Trick speaks. 70% of the predestined fate that the saviors gained in the secret realm is secretly deducted and transferred to the 4 disciples. This is my biggest secret. Kan Tien mutters to himself. This guy, when did he get so close? He says with his mouth that he's really shameless, confessing his crimes to the whole world. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Nam Han Truck glanced and said so. I see no reason to hide anything, after the secret realm ended last time. My master once told you and us that we understood it the same way, Kan-sun, so why did you refuse your master's proposal? Kan Tien's face darkened. I hate injustice. Nam Han Truck replied, Kid, to defeat the alien, what you need is absolute strength, not fairness. He continued, secretly stealing rebirth in exchange for strength gained from others' sacrifice. What does that mean? The immortal realm looked down with sarcasm. I despise you all. Nam Han Truck turned his back and walked away. The outcome is everything, just like the pus cloud from earlier. The enemy is coming soon. Even the smallest things are useless as bait. Stay away from me. Don't block my fight. A hazy fog envelops the city, as if some powerful beast is hiding behind it. Passers-by who breathe it in immediately find it hard to breathe. Some hold their heads, some clutch their hearts pounding. Too fast, too uncomfortable, about to suffocate. Wudong breathes a sigh of relief. Is everyone still okay? Over here, Celestial Khan told Nguyen Tien Tin that he couldn't fight anymore. No, not now. The enemy this time is at least a 5,000-year-old beast. Just the mental pressure alone is enough to crush many cultivators. She replied, Isn't that the disciple Nam Han Truck blocking our way? Just let the enemy deal with him. A dark purple tornado rose up. A person with white hair appears and says, How interesting. You are the last backup plan of the cultivators. Huh? You can quickly defeat the snake man. Your strength is not bad. Nam Han Truck was surprised and puzzled how a 3,000-year-old weak beast could be so powerful and appear on the field so early. She is Master Ha, she spoke, kneeling down, then called out her 3 teammates. Han Truck screams as the poisonous purple air surrounds him. Lady Ha says, The beast is 3,000 years old. You are mistaken. It is 3,000 years old. Back in the room, a voice exclaimed, What is this? What is this? Liu Li Tuang was shocked. Is it really a 3,000-year-old beast? Qiu Ting said, I'm not sure. Based on the live stream, it seems she might not be lying. Lai Tuang was stunned. We still have 4 Dao children in the Somak. There's still hope. Qiu Ting replied, If that weak beast is telling the truth, a 3,000-year-old beast, my strategy must be over 1,000. And the 4 Dao children, according to calculations, are only comparable to a 3,000-year-old beast. So the strategy should be around 10,000, 100,000, 10,000. This is no longer a battle of strength. Even with Somak and the 4 Dao children, we cannot turn the tide. Dick Sung was a little scared. Humanity is about to be destroyed. There's nothing we can do. What else can we do now? Hui Tin replied, Everything happening in the secret realm can't be interfered with. We can't do anything, only watch the final outcome. Returning to the city within the secret realm, space gates appear. Master Ha crosses his arms, looking at Nam Han Ju with disdain. It seems your teammates can no longer wait and are ready to step onto the stage. That's great. Let them finish this boring secret realm war quickly. Nam Han Truck shouted angrily, Shut up, all of you. Go back for me. It's not yet time for you to act. Master Ha let out a sigh. Those 3 teammates of yours won't stand a chance without appearing. Or do you hope the saviors I scared into submission will come to your aid? Nam Han Truck's face darkened. Help me, do I need help? Also insulting others must have limits. Lord Ha was surprised, wanting to fight me alone, maybe brave. But under the suppression of absolute strength, you can't even stand in front of me. Don't you find it very amusing?
Nam Hàn trực nói với giọng khang dinh, ta khác với những kẻ nhát gan mặt y chi chiến dầu dỗ. Sau khi cảm nhận được áp lực tinh thần của ngươi gần ta ra hiểu rồi. Có lẽ ngươi thực sự là yếu thứ 3 năm, nhưng vậy không phải là chân thần của ngươi.
Fake, he said quietly. No matter if your true body is here, I will not submit. The secret realm, savior, 4 great sects, other worlds, gods, you are all stepping stones for me. He straightened up, clenched his fists, and dark mysterious smoke began to swirl around him. The strongest foothold. Then he said, Only Shichthian, and he rushed forward like a gust of wind. That blow on Lord Ha in the smoky, foggy city. Nam Han Truck stopped, stunned, realizing it was only a spiritual illusion of the person descending into the secret realm. Lord Ha has now turned into a phantom mist. Interesting indeed. I didn't expect him to be seen through so quickly. I thought only that man with the divine bloodline was worth paying attention to. The path to the secret realm has been completed. We will meet soon. Nam Han Truck gritted his teeth. I've had enough of your tricks. Suddenly, Master Ha returned to his old appearance. Although the shortcut still couldn't withstand my power, moving a 1,000-year-old male beast is still easy, isn't it? Use your own eyes to confirm it. A giant clown appears behind her. Before I truly show up, try to be more gullible and keep living. Hero loves to boast. Nam Han Truck was stunned. It really is the male demon beast. It's over. Lord Ha is suspicious. Strange, it's not here yet. We're stuck. What's going on? At the same time, Shang Bai, Dottie, and Suomo grabbed a part connected between the two space doors. He realized this was moving the demon beast. It looked strange. Anyway, let's catch it first. The 1,000-year-old male beast growled, then was pulled into the space door. Nam Han Truck was stunned. What? What is happening? Is that beast resisting something? Could it be that the transportation has failed? The scene of the immortal and the martial artist witnessing this. The demon beast seems to be trapped in the teleportation door and the clown is being pulled in forcefully. Master Ha is stunned. How is this possible? The transportation of the male demon was clearly successful before. The comments keep jumping. Oh my god. Is it the divine pulse again? Has the divine pulse been blocking the demon's transportation? Watching the divine pulse on the big screen, the comments keep jumping. Those useless doubters who questioned the divine pulse earlier, come out and see who the real savior is. That so-called Tao child is just useless trash, wasting so many fake coins on corruption. It's useless. In just a moment, he kneeled before the demon beast, still relying on the divine pulse, then returned to the room. Liu Liangtuang exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's truly astonishing. Wasn't the divine pulse lost in the chaos of the time rift, yet it suddenly appeared again, blocking the movement of the demon beast?" Hyo Chin Huang was terrified. The Whitebone Great Land. That's the Whitebone Great Land. How could it be? How could the sensing spirit reach there? That's a forbidden zone. Extremely dangerous even for demons. Breaking through the deep abyss's encirclement, finding the precise location of the secret realm, and even blocking the movement of the demon beasts, this can be called a miracle. Dick Suong was just as surprised. Perhaps there is still one more possibility. This is not really a miracle. Maybe everything was part of Somok's plan. Even the space power of Kuk Tong Chu was exploited by Somok to help him reach Thuong Bak Dai Dia. Despite opposition from the entire world, he is still the Somok I like the most. Hui Tin replied, perhaps her prediction was correct. Somok has given us too many surprises. The schemes of the four great sects and the Alliance group are like child's play compared to Somok. Inside the secret realm, the 5,000-year-old beast roared as it was pulled inside. Lord Ha spoke, "Clown, don't be so easily deceived." She clenched her fist and said, "I won't let you show off that brave face in front of humanity." Looking at the beast before her, she thought her mission was to enter the secret realm and kill all the cultivators. Master Ha said, "The plan has changed since he wants to move forward. Forward, then just go to the White Land and eliminate the pulse. Go ahead, the last hope to destroy humanity." The beast roared and disappeared. On this side, Somok pulled Mok. "Come out for me." The clown charged forward, causing Somok to be thrown away. Through the screen, it rushes towards Somok. Lord Ha looks on confidently, pulling the clown to Thuong Bak. Great Land was your biggest mistake. There's no denying it. Your power. Your wealth has exceeded our expectations, but your strength isn't enough to fight the 5,000-year-old beast. You saved those useless ones, but couldn't save yourself. Switching to Somok, you say it's interesting that there are no other monsters in this world. Even the armor has moved here. The clown's fierce eyes approach. "Somok, die now, I will deal with you." You look down on others and sneer, "Clown. Earlier I threw someone out, deliberately choosing a perfect drop point for you. The system jumps out. KPI demon. Unknown strategy. The demon's origin from some world, born from humanity's most basic fears, possessing absolute power, law of control, KPI domain. Creatures that enter the field will be forced to complete random tasks. Failure means being erased and deemed useless, unworthy of living. Sensing the beast before him, the clown, the person can no longer reach me." The 5,000-year-old beast looked at the strange pieces of paper in front of it, confused and not understanding what was happening. The papers fluttered everywhere, drifting past creepy, somewhat dark statues. Those papers seemed to have taken over the world. Somewhere, a creature with a human-like body, and a head like a small TV, with writing on it that says "Complete the mission or die," looks very mysterious and dangerous. The beast is a bit scared. What mission? What task? So Mok picks up a falling paper and looks at it. Something so important, yet you don't recognize it. The giant clown standing behind the steel shield shouts at me, "Give me the mission now!" I check the pulse and look at the creature in front of me. "Didn't I tell you, clown, you and I are no longer in the same dimension. You can't reach me anymore. You keep calmly saying that I'm a good-hearted person. But who told you that? Your task is to do 10,000 push-ups in 1 minute. No, only 5 seconds left." The clown exclaimed in shock, "Doing push-ups? Are you chasing me?" So Mok looked at it challengingly, counting down 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Through the mirror, Ha saw it collapse to the ground, growling. She didn't ask in surprise what the pulse check had done, yet the clown was so terrified again. She wondered why. It was strange. Nothing unusual was seen in the mirror's reflection. In the mirror, the huge clown was doing push-ups right in front of the pulse check. Everyone's comments keep coming. I wasn't mistaken. That 5,000-year-old terrifying beast is doing push-ups right in front of the divine mage. Celestial and false heavenly trust look at the scene before their eyes with disbelief. The commentary continues. It seems the clown is being trained by the divine pulse in some strange military drill. How impressive the divine pulse is. Passers-by watching the scene also tear up. It's very strange. But the 5,000-year-old beast is now under control. We have survived. Ha looked at them and spoke, "Humans, what are you happily doing? I already understand everything." So, Mok used the tools of Thuong Bok Dai Dia, or the trap set by the demon earlier. Clearly this is a two-way blockade. The clown's actions are restricted, and Somok cannot harm the clown. Meanwhile, the clown was desperately doing push-ups, with Somok counting down. 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. You've already clenched your fist 4,763 times. Faster, even faster. I believe in you. You can do it. The beast was exhausted, gasping for breath. So Mok smiled and looked at it, really managed to do 10,000 push-ups. Impressive. The clown was exhausted, collapsed on the ground. Amazing, still alive. Suddenly, a voice rang out, warning that the deadline had passed and the mission was incomplete. A 10,000-meter-long distance run was starting to erase it. The furious beast ran long distance. So Mok, I must deal with that bastard. So Mok calmly replied without fear, "Clown, stay calm. The mission says to do push-ups. I'm not mistaken, or are you negotiating with Apamani?" A bright energy source descends, beginning to erase it. Everyone watching the screen was stunned. Wait a minute. What just happened? The screen showed the back of Somok with a foggy, smoky scene ahead. Everyone's opinions continued. I didn't see clearly either. The paper in front of the clown was still doing push-ups, then it disappeared in an instant, not even a fragment left. Lord Ha was even more surprised. Was the clown that simple? But what if a 5,000-year-old demon beast had been sleeping? The material of the glass layer ranks just below the transcendent stones. Even a 10,000-year-old beast can't break it easily, let alone Somok. She has absorbed energy from the space door, and as long as the glass layer remains, I can keep mobilizing my forces. But she didn't expect that Somok had destroyed it. The shattered glass scattered across the ground, just like what she saw in the mirror. The Celestial said, "I finally started to understand his reasoning. To save the world, perhaps an absolute powerhouse is truly necessary." Nung Han Truck beside him also spoke up, saying, "You've always been like this, like an outsider," calmly commenting, "You've lost the will to fight beyond me, beyond Somok." Watching Somok in the mirror, he continued, destroying the clown and shattering the glass layer. Somok might be exploiting the tools of Thuong Bok Dai Dia, or perhaps a demon lord. Of course, if he relied solely on his strength to defeat the beast, I would also find a way to surpass him. Nam Han Truck kept talking non-stop. Only when reaching his limit would humanity truly become itself and face the unexplainable. He gave up, faced opponents so strong they made him despair, and then gave up fighting. He had done his best, so he decided to let go, because there are still others who can take his place. Only an ordinary person would trust themselves like that. That's why my master chose me as his disciple, not you. Kung Tian was speechless at his words and returned to the secret realm. So Mok stepped out from the White Jade Land and faced Lord Ha, who looked at him with a hint of sarcasm. Freely roaming in the White Jade Land, dealing with the clown, destroying the glass layer. "So Mok, we underestimated you." Lord Ha gritted his teeth and said, "Next time, no matter what it takes, we will definitely deal with you." Sui Mochin looked at her coldly. "So you're playing tricks, always sending the beast into the secret realm? Now I will deal with you." Lord Ha, so you're confident and challenging me, huh? I am a 3,000-year-old demon beast. Try to deal with me if you can. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wait. I don't know where the hateful man suddenly appeared from," he said. "So Mok, don't be fooled. That guy is a spiritual form, just a projection from the other world. Even if you break the spiritual form, it won't harm the true body, so absolutely don't attack. Don't reveal your true strength or your ace card in front of the beast." Suamok nodded seriously. "I understand, but I still want to deal with her. Nam Han Chuk is helpless. I think you completely don't understand. Is your mind only full of flesh?" Suamok happily said, "Thank you for your kindness and advice, but I don't need it." Master Ha beside me asked, knowing I am a spiritual being, "Do you also want to make a move?" Suamai looked at her with a sharp gaze and said, "I have confidence." Suddenly, the system reactivated. The love fairy in purple is a spirit beast of the 3rd and 5th levels, born from love in the purple light, leaving behind spells and mental magic. As a result of missing memories, her unstable spirit, and the high frequency of spiritual energy attacks, both can cause fatal injuries to the core entity. Suamok immediately swung her fist over, and Lord Ha here also hadn't woken up yet, so it was hard to tell who would win. She sneered. "What a fool, truly attacking my spiritual body. Come on, show me your strongest attack so that next time we face you, we'll have a better chance." Master Ha looked at the fist heading straight for her and suddenly felt something was wrong. This was her heartbeat, a sense of fear so intense, it was her intuition warning her the next attack from Somok would be deadly. A powerful vortex of energy shot up like lightning directly at the tall building, knocking a Lady Ha far away. On the top of another building, Somok quickly wiped his sweat, clenched his fist, shouted loudly, "Escape route!" Below, her face tense, thinking it's over. She's about to be caught. Master Ha hurriedly turned around, forming hand seals as a purple magic circle erupted around her, and she shouted, "Reverse the world!" Immediately, the sky darkened, and black energy like tentacles poured down from the void, covering the entire city space. Zomak stands alone beneath the giant black energy, ready to swallow everything in an instant. He falls into pitch darkness, thinking to himself, is this darkness, and is the space frozen? In the distorted space, her eyes shone brightly, like a being from another dimension. The loud roar echoed, reversing the world. This was the true plan prepared to devour the scene. Goodbye, Suomai. Then suddenly it all ends. The killing to save the city. Night falls over the city, swallowing all light, leaving only the spread of dark energy. A moment of death that engulfs the entire space. Shouts echoing loudly, "Captain! Captain, wake up quickly!" Anxious calls reverberate into the void, piercing into the unconscious mind. The scene shifts to an ancient place, a tranquil landscape like a painting. Everything peaceful, completely contrasting with the chaos and destruction just experienced. So Mok gazed into the distance, pondering how to reverse the world and what that beast had done to the secret realm. Law then hurriedly said, "Captain, I almost lost you just now. The day suddenly wavered. No matter how I called, you wouldn't wake up, and you remained lost in your thoughts." Breaking through the wall is genuine emotion. Wudong, Kansun, Nguyet Tintin, and even other cultivators have come to this world. The information Kim Dong can see is too limited. Then the system suddenly displays a message. The land of the lost, a forgotten chapter of history, and an illusion of demons about to emerge. Lothan saw that you didn't answer, so he called again. "Team leader, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Then continued. "Maybe I should go back and report to the boss. Change the patrol team leader." So Mok replied quietly, "I think I just got a bit dizzy from the heat. I was feeling faint, but I'm fine now. Don't delay. Let's head to Lura." In the modern world, Deech Swung hurriedly asked what was going on. The live stream of the secret realm suddenly changed, then wondered about the background of the ancient city. Where is this place? A town with the appearance of ancient Japan, the faint light revealing each eve, the villagers bustling with fire, but the image is somewhat blurry. Lei Tuang shouted loudly, "What's going on with all the rescuers?" As if everyone has lost their minds, turned into ancient characters like Lang Trung, Taokek, Teo Nyi, and Tuanbo. Is this a real role-playing game? Then he continued to shout, "Lu Van City! This is Lu Van City!" "How could it be?" Quitin said. 1,000 years ago, the first contact between the demon beast from another realm and our world started from Lu Van City. But wasn't Lu Van City already gone? The scene immediately shifts to a calmer place, viewed from above, revealing a massive blackened crater at the center of the ancient city. A voice echoes, saying that in the southern region, all the saviors have been assimilated into the residents of this city. The blonde player is sitting cross-legged in midair, surrounded by glowing communication devices. His voice rings out, "How are things on your side?" One of the communication devices responds, "Same here."
It seems that all the immortal cultivators who were transferred here have gone crazy. I heard Nam Han Chuk is also insane now and is selling divine artifacts in the shop. The blonde player laughed loudly, losing control, and La Dao too said that he looked down on us, trying to attract attention, and this is the result. He brought it on himself.
The communication device reminds him not to be careless. Even the base has lost its mind. Now it has become a chaos. This place is truly abnormal. The blonde player still calmly says, "There's nothing to worry about. As long as we don't leave the hiding place, the world's rules won't affect us. From now on, we have to rely on ourselves to save the world and show those fools who the real savior is." Suddenly, strange black and red mists like fiery snakes appeared, and he thought to himself, his face turning serious. Strange. Has the hidden place been infiltrated? A mysterious black and red energy suddenly erupted, covering the surrounding space. Leonine covered his face and cried, "Lord, please uphold justice for me and punish the culprit severely." Then the old man continued, "My poor child, he was only 6 years old. This time I truly lost my last hope." Suamak asked, "Does his son only tilt his head once?" Lethan whispered in reply, "Captain, 2 days ago Liu Nian's eldest son was by the water. This time the one tilting his head is his youngest son Liu Huangvan." Hearing that, he expressed his condolences to Lao. "Liu Nian, please tell me honestly how your youngest son tilts his head. Has anyone recently made enemies with your family?" Liu Nian tearfully replied, "Huangvan was beheaded by someone. I have never had enemies in my life. I don't know who could be so cruel, attacking a 6-year-old child." Then the old man earnestly begged, "Please help me. I must find the culprit." So Mok politely replied, "I will try." Then asked Liu Nian where Liu Huangvan's body was. Liu Nian lifted the cloth beside the family and reported, "Under the white cloth." But when the cloth was lifted, there was nothing underneath. He asked Liu Nian, "Where is your son's body? I can't see anything." Liu Nian shouted in panic, "How could this be? Right here, can't you see?" Then he pointed at the cloth and yelled, "Look, look, my Huangvan, he's here." The old man gently said, "Liu Nian, calm down, there's nothing here. Next time, don't report a false alarm." Hearing this, he angrily ran over and grabbed his collar. "False report, false report," then laughed loudly. "I get it now, you all are the same. You not only killed my son, but now you want to kill me." Liu Nian roared angrily. Why did you have to kill my son? What did he do wrong? Lao then pushed his hand away, causing him to fall to the ground. Liu Nian let go. Fake report officer, are you trying to get imprisoned? Liu Nian laughed loudly, not pretending anymore. You not only killed my son, but now you want to kill me. Suddenly, Liu Nian's wife ran out shouting, Get out, why are you going crazy? Get out. Liu Nian roared, Don't come here. These two officials are with the traitor who used Huang Van. You better go outside and find someone to help. I'll hold them back. She gently advised, Pathway out. Don't say anything more. Huang Van has returned. Then she walked over with a boy in her arms. Huang Van is beside me. It's okay now. The old man kept shouting in madness, nonsense. There's clearly nothing beside her. She's also deceiving me. Huang Van's face was emotionless, his eyes slightly lowered. Liu Nian's wife said, Gentlemen, sorry. After the young warrior fainted, the escape route was heavily blocked. Today Huang Van went out to play, and he started to go crazy again. Thinking that Huang Van had been dealt with, she paused for a moment and then said with regret. After a while, Huang Van returned. I thought his delusions had also gone away, but I didn't expect he was still the same. The clear blue sky and the blazing sun shine through the window as Lord Law walks away, sighing endlessly, feeling his trip was all for nothing. Captain, why are you so serious? Are you still angry? We're all unfortunate people and not worth it. The system reports that the main storyline has ended. Hu Vongyu's vision disappears and there's an additional reminder to quickly destroy the main storyline. Find and correct the reincarnation of the Void Dream Demon to prevent him from invading Lian Lin or the Master, and the Luvan city will be assimilated, lost entirely in the cycle of history. At the Lu family, sunlight shone through the air in the courtyard of the houses. Liu Nian's wife's voice sounded, Dongjia, he's gone now. Stop pretending. Liu Nian nodded at Huang Van and said, It's good he's gone. Huang Van is fine now. He wasn't scared by his father earlier, right? She blamed him, Dongjia. Don't blame me for telling you. Why did you do such a careless job? Wasn't it my warning not to report it? If the coffin incident had been discovered, we'd be doomed, the old man replied. At that moment, Huang Van's head had fallen. I was also frightened. Who would have thought Huang Van would come back to life? I had no idea the old man's coffin was so powerful. The old man muttered to himself, No matter what, as long as Huang Van comes back. Then he saw the boy point and asked, Huang Van? Standing silently on the wall, Somak stood there quietly, then softly and coldly asked, Old Lu, are you crazy? In the courtyard there is a coffin placed horizontally in the middle of the yard. Somak looked at the coffin and sighed. Indeed it is here, then asked Liu Nian. This is the coffin of your eldest son, right? Liu Nian's wife rushed over anxiously. Stop, the case is closed. What do you want to do? The young man replied gracefully, What do you mean? Of course to save people. She stood blocking the coffin and shouted, No one here needs saving. If you want to touch the corpse of little warrior, then try me first. Unfazed by her threats, Somak responded, As you wish. If you try to stop me, I will deal with you. He said, then quickly stepped past her and went to the coffin, kicking it open. The coffin toppled over and inside, a man and a woman fell out. You are truly cruel. Digging up a girl buried with your son and using a living person for a ritual, this is the first time I've seen such evil. Liu Nian's wife and Lao panic as the coffin is opened. A loud explosion echoes in their minds. It's over. So Mock's cold gaze flicks over the two of them. You're truly to be feared. Kidnapping women and plotting murder. These are serious crimes. Liu Nian scolded him. You fool. You know nothing. The old man's words about the coffin are absolute. It must not be opened. She argued back. Why didn't you stop him earlier? Old man roared. So now you're blaming me. Wasn't it her who was in front of the coffin just now? As if recalling something. Wait, it's gone. The direction of the writing. The writing is gone. A stream of black and red light appeared in the courtyard. Above their heads, a black and red vortex swirled around. It's so unfair. I am so wrong, the voice echoed, then continued. Why am I the one who died? Amid the dark red swirling vortex, a white shadow appears. My wife. My wife is no longer here. Liu Nian's wife, confused, asks, Xiaowo, is that you? That white shadow seems to be casting a spell. So Mo Mai rushes over and knocks it away, singing out, Get out of the way. She kept shouting, Xiaowo, I am your mother. Don't you recognize me? Smooch turned to her and said, Stop being foolish. That's no longer your son. He will destroy us all. We're doomed. I don't want to get involved with you guys. Just tell me what you've done. Maybe we can still find a way to solve this and save your youngest son. Hearing this, Liu Nian immediately said, It's Quan Tai Lao, the new coffin shop owner in the East City. He's the one who told us to do it after Xiaowo's death. At night, strange sounds began to appear. On the second day, all the chickens in the house went missing. Bloody footprints appeared in front of Huang Van's bed. We were too frightened. We begged Quan Tai Lao. He said Tuvo's resentment was too heavy. Wanting to lead Huang Van away, the funeral, the bride, and the coffin were all things he gave us. Around the old man, the swirling vortex has gradually disappeared. And he continued to speak. I only know this much. I beg you, save Huang Van. In the air, tiny sparkling lights filled the space. Liu Nian's face was pale with fear. Speechless. Gone. Tuvo's vengeful spirit, gone. So Mok was retracting his spell into his palm and asked Liu Nian, "Do you really think that was Chiovo's vengeful spirit? I didn't expect just a little scare to make you reveal everything." Then he spoke to someone. "All right, the act is over. You can come out now. Your performance earlier wasn't bad." Under the white cloth, the deity stepped out with Huang Van, the captain, so heavy and powerful, still using the magic of a skilled person, not inferior to those old masters of cultivation. Liu Nian's wife saw this and rushed forward. "Huang Van, give Huang Van back to me." She hugged the boy tightly. "It's okay now, no one will hurt him." The god beside her laughed loudly. "I never intended to steal her son." Suddenly, Huang Van disappeared, leaving only the boy's clothes in her arms. The clothes and shoes are lying abandoned on the ground. Liu Nian's wife, pale and frightened, said, "Huang Van, where did you go, my lord? I and the villagers know our mistake. Please return my son." Suo Mok turned away and said regretfully that her little son never existed from the beginning, then pointed in a direction. What she saw was just that monster using illusion magic. The ghost was climbing up the wall to escape, but Suo Mok's words still echoed. Now that the illusion magic is lifted, it's just taking the opportunity to run away. A large explosion erupted from Liu Nga's yard, so Mok defeated it and said, "I know where the creator is and what your goal is. This is the last chance." The Quan Kui made a clicking sound as the system announced that the evil phantom collects human desires and fears to create a clone. So Mok sneered at it, still refusing to speak. "Then you're useless." He kicked it hard, breaking it in two, and the phantom exploded into pieces. Liu Ngan clasped his hand sincerely. "The jailer has already reported to Huang Van. I remember everything now. Huang Van was indeed eaten by this coffin monster. The person who avenged Huang Van. This money is just a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it." Liu Ngan's wife immediately said, "Maybe Xiao Wo was also harmed by them. This human-eating monster was sold to us by the old coffin. It's all Han's fault. Catch Han quickly." So Mok crossed his arms and replied, "I understand, Lathan. Look at Liu Ngan's wife and husband again. Take them back for questioning." Lathan obeys the order. "Yes, Captain." The old man exclaimed in panic, "Magistrate, what are you talking about? We are the victims. We were all deceived by that coffin demon. You pointed at the girl earlier. The victim, and yet you still dare to say you are the victims, trafficking people, using a girl alive as a sacrificial offering for a wedding, and buying off dozens of officials to escape punishment. If I don't arrest someone, who else can I arrest?" Liu Ngan hurriedly knelt down and begged, "We were also too scared, and our 2 children were harmed and died. Please, sir, have mercy on us." So Mok said nonchalantly, "Lao Shen, take Liu Ngan and his wife away. Lock them up for questioning and bring the unconscious girl here first. Wait for her to wake up so we can find her family. Is that okay?" Han replied, "No problem, Captain." Then asked again, "Captain, why aren't you coming with me? With such strange things happening, we probably need to report to the senior cultivator. Then you walk away. The report work is assigned to you." "I go find the old coffin master," La Shen hurriedly said. "Captain, that old coffin master might be more dangerous than this monster. Our bong lock only has so much money. There's no need to risk our lives." So Mok replied, "If that old coffin master escapes, he will harm more people," then reassured La Shen, "Don't worry, I won't go down that easily. Han calls after your back, so Captain, don't act rashly there yet. Go back to the government office and call for reinforcements immediately. You must wait for me." The system reports that the main historical event, the demon and ghost, have been destroyed, raising the vigilance level of the demon illusion to 1. When the alert level reaches 10, the evil spirit will locate your position. So Mok arrived at a small house late at night, and the surrounding atmosphere was quite eerie. You call out, "Old coffin, do you have a house?" Han Chuk comes out to ask, "Master, are you planning a funeral? We're now open for business. And buying a coffin gets you 20% off." Yem paused for a moment before asking, "Are you the old coffin maker?" He smiled and said, "Sir, are you looking for the boss?" What a coincidence. I usually come to the shop in the afternoon. I work here. If there's business, I could even become the boss. So if you need to find the owner, please come in the evening. So Mok still insisted, "No, you are a cultivator we met in the secret realm," he replied with a distorted face. "Secret realm cultivator. My lord, don't call me that. I am just an ordinary person. I am male. No, I am Thak Han. Thak Han sells coffins. Thak Han." Suddenly, Han Zhuang's eyes widened in shock and he shouted, a voice echoing in his mind saying, "I am Daozi, Han Zhuang." You turn to ask if he's awake, and Han Zhuang gently nods and asks, "Sopo, are we tied up?" Sopo replies, "It seems so." The cultivators in the secret realm, just like us, were given new identities and memories in this city. You keep saying that to leave here. We must find the beast controlling this city.
But the difficult part is that we must not do anything inappropriate for our identity, or we will be detected by the beast and it will hide even deeper. Hearing this, he said, "I didn't expect there to be something that could trouble you." Then he continued, holding the communication device between the players, "Don't underestimate the big sex bag."
We still have contacts. The 3 Dao children are hiding in the non-movement zone, and the monsters can't detect them. They weren't given new identities and can help us. So Mok asked Huntruk what's wrong. Seeing his pale face, he finally replied that the amulet has no signal, and those 3 Dao children are all dead. In front of the house, Han Ju sat absent-mindedly, and Suomo stood beside him, offering condolences before asking if he had a good relationship with those 3 disciples. He gradually recalled that he had many conflicts with them in the past, but only because of their strength. Once again, I leave reluctantly from here. I still find it hard to accept. I want to find the beast that pressed me within the city. We still need allies. So Mok crossed his arms and leaned against the pillar, saying, Wudong, Kanson, Tianyan. Although they are very worried, I can't find them right now. Han Trick asked again if he was the same, that my sensing ability was also blocked. This city is truly too strange. Not only my sensing ability, but my strength has also weakened significantly. He was silent for a moment, then asked, Just a little left. Forget it. This place is very dangerous. You should find a hiding spot. He immediately retorted, even though his strength was now only a little, I can still help. Don't underestimate Somok. All right, Somok replied. If you persist like that, there is indeed a place where you can find help. The house in the dark, eerie night, with only 2 lanterns hanging at the door still lit. The old coffin returned. Thach Han, hey, Thach Han, where are you? Come out here for me. As he spoke, the old man was leaning on his cane, thinking this young kid probably ran out to play again out of laziness. I was just out for a banquet, coming home a bit late. Don't you know how to watch over the shop? Lao's eyes are hazy, his face flushed from drinking too much. In front of Lao's coffin is Han Ju suspended in the air, and a thought flashes through Lao's mind. Has Thach Han been lost? The old coffin throws down the wine jar and shouts, Traitor, come out here for me. I know you're the one doing this. What do you mean, hanging my staff in this shop? Giving me eye drops, claiming confidentiality. All you know is secrecy. I just came back a little late. Do you want to punish my cleaning staff? Han knows nothing. Old man hurriedly walked away. The coffin turned back and shouted, Who's there? Come out. So Mok laughed again. Old man, tell me, who is the corpse, and what secret business are you hiding? The old man quickly responded, You are, then exclaimed, Kwanra, sorry, I was drunk and talking nonsense. I don't know anything. I didn't just throw a party earlier. I saw my staff hanging in the store and got a bit panicked. Stepping forward, you continued to press the old man, asking if I inquired about Thach Han, Lu Da, or the Lu Nian couple. Do you remember? The old coffin maker hurriedly replied, Yes, I have an impression. A few days ago, Lu Nian bought a coffin from me, and so Mok asked what happened next. The old man nervously asked again, and after selling the coffin, I haven't had any contact with Lu Nian since. You approached the corpse and said that Lu Nian and his wife had confessed they bought a girl to get married. Quan Tai Lao continued to deny it, saying, I really don't know what you're talking about. So Mok coldly replied, So you are involved in the murder of Lu Nian's 2 sons, plus Thach Han, an employee of the deceased hanging in your shop. You hesitated, thinking, Are you really planning to bear all these crimes alone? Using your sacrifice to buy your accomplice's freedom? Truly touching. Old man Quan Tai said firmly, I've said everything. Not long ago, a person with the nickname Quay Tu came to see me, and it seems he has a whole organization involved in human trafficking. He wanted to cooperate with me, and I was momentarily blinded by greed, but I truly did not kill anyone. Lu Nian's family lost a child and bought a coffin from me. K2 woke me up with Lu Nian's fire, making strange noises near Lu Nian's house, mixing into his home where he kept animals, then used chicken blood to mark footprints outside his youngest son's bedroom. Old man leaned back from Somok and continued. Lu Nian was so scared that I took the opportunity to kiss him. But the girl was Quay Tu, and burying her alive was also done by Lu Nian himself. I just handled the transactions. Suo Mok crossed his arms and asked further, Is there anything else? What is the real story behind the monster in the coffin eating Lu Nian's youngest son? The old coffin master stammered, Monster, what monster? Officials, I really don't know about this. In a dark prison, only the light from the lamps on the legs and in front of each cell casts faint illumination. The girl still unconscious in the cell remains in a coma. Sitting in another corner, Lu Nian's wife asked what the officials were thinking, how they could lock the bride of the young warrior with us. Lu Nian replied irritably, Ah, the bride. You still see her as the bride of the young warrior. It was you who told me to organize the engagement for the young warrior. Now even the direction of the ceremony is ruined, and we are also imprisoned. She scolds, That girl was bought by him himself, and now she blames me. What is your expression when you say that? Suddenly a pair of legs appears, along with streaks of purple light. Lu Nian's face turned pale with fear as he shouted, Monster! Monster! The body of the bride suddenly moved, her head turning completely to one side, surrounded by strange purple beams of light. Lu Nian and his wife hurriedly ran away, shouting for help, help, help! Where is everyone? Old Coffin was so shocked he couldn't believe the coffin master was the one who did it, even killing Lu Nian's youngest son. If he really had such power, he wouldn't be watching over this small shop. No matter what business I do, I'm not respected. I sold the coffin, but now I say I don't know anything. And the captain asks about my coffin. The old coffin maker stubbornly refuses to admit K2 did it, claiming he killed his worker first and then came for him, with K2 wanting to kill him, pointing at that ordinary rope. Old Coffin suddenly jerks as Thach Han disappears from the rope, standing behind him with a sinister look, teasing him. Old man Guantai firmly denies owing anyone and claims he did not kill Thach Han. You stop chasing him and calmly tell him to stay calm. Suddenly he was startled as the coffin suddenly shouted out loud, causing Thach Han to look at him with a blank expression. The captain thought maybe Thach Han scared him to death, so he just needed to stay still and obediently hang on the rope. Thach Han frowned and gently reproached the team leader, saying if it was that easy, he wouldn't have hung there so long with a sore neck. Besides, the reaction of the old coffin was clearly not just from being scared. A cloud of purple smoke billows around the neck of the nearby coffin as someone opens the lid, preparing to step out. Someone who looks like the old man's coffin mutters softly, opening their mouth wide, chanting a spell. Thach Han was stunned because this monster had no face. It stood on the coffin, still speaking in the language of the realm, Chichi Bak Thap. Thach Han, alert, lunged at the monster trying to reach the old coffin's body, punching it straight on but unexpectedly passing through its body. The monster grabs the old coffin's body, chewing and sucking out something blue from it, then chews and says, "Welcome." It is the midnight owner of the coffin shop. Old Coffin, tonight it wants to invite you two to witness its ascension ceremony. Captain Bright Eyes asked seriously, if it is the old coffin, then who is that person? The monster recounted that a month ago it had an accident in the mountains, and just before dying, it met an immortal who taught it how to preserve its body. Then it split its soul and spirit into two parts, one soul hidden in the coffin to cultivate, active only at night, and the spirit to maintain its former body, which operates during the day, while it pounded its face with its hand, its stomach holding the body of the old coffin master. The spirit that Thach Han and the captain saw earlier was its leftover soul, both discarded remnants meant for becoming an immortal, but still needing to consume and absorb nutrients to finalize the transformation. This is something the monster did not want, because if it ate the soul fragments, its appearance would revert to what it was before, and it desperately reached out for its own face in the mirror. It kept saying this body is so ugly and dirty, immortals shouldn't look like this. This part is a bit smaller, and there's some excess here. When it took its hand away from its face, the original human form of the old coffin was now just a single large eye in the middle, with no nose or spine, and its ears were all over the place. Now it looked like an immortal. The captain looked at Thach Han, whose real name is Nam Han Trus, and said, "This is a cultivator you want to become a star." He definitely denied it. Who would cultivate such a fairy? He looks like a monster no matter how you see it. The monster, furious, veins bulging in its giant eyes, is a fairy. It growls as it slams its hands down, its mouth snarling that it is a fake immortal. The exhaustion caused Thach Han to fly away, and the captain told him to run first. Then he turned back to tell the fake immortal that his junior had left, and that he and him should talk, as he looked at the person before him with a cold gaze. You look at it sharply and ask why it sold the coffin to Lu Da and who told it to become a fake immortal. It is furious, a true immortal, and immortals do not fear fire. Its cultivation method is correct, but they must be targeting it. It has seen a real immortal with its own eyes, and an immortal looks just like this. While the fake immortal was talking to the captain, Nam Han Truk appeared from behind the exhausted monster, clutching his stomach. It was my mistake. I didn't expect its strength to be like that, not a beast indifferent from a cultivator. The roar just now directly broke through my defenses. I almost shattered my bones. I really can't accept fighting this kind of monster. I think cultivators have the advantage. Nam Han Truk said nervously, seeing no movement ahead. Could Somak be that strong, or is the situation worse than he thought, shouting loudly towards the old coffin house to ask if he was still alive? A voice from inside the house suddenly said that Nam Han Truk was safe and sound, making him wonder if Somak had already defeated it. Somak's doubtful voice then responded, "There's no such monster. Just go in and see for yourself." Nam Han Truk stepped in, and in front of him were two people sitting and chatting. Seeing that he was still stunned, Somak told him to come in and sit down. Seeing Somak call Thijia Tien in a familiar way as Guan Lao Hu, Nam Han Trus was surprised that the two didn't fight, but instead sat and talked. Somak smiled at him, saying everything was just a misunderstanding, as he always admired the immortals and learned that Thijia Tien took a month to become a true immortal, which made him jealous and distracted. So Ma, after a moment of speaking to flatter Thijia Tien, hopes for his forgiveness. Thijia Tien, with a joyful expression, says that if Somak can see through the demonic chart in his heart, it means he has the potential to become a celestial, which is very promising. Nam Han Truk also sat down and apologized to the fake immortal for what happened earlier. The fake immortal looked at the two of them proudly and said that having the sincerity to become an immortal is what matters among fellow cultivators.
Tớ mặc thạch long nổi rằng nếu không phải nội danh thực cầu thì cậu vẫn sẽ luôn nhận ra minh gia lắm ruộng trong con ruộng thanh tiên. Cậu hy vọng thì ra tiền cổ thế giới thiệu cậu dễ gặp ruột tiền nhẫn gia truyền thụ phập thuật tiền cho nọ.
The fake immortal kept waving his hands, saying that love and effort are hard to find, and that he could only help after he becomes an immortal and meets his master. But he also said that if they meet by chance, he would pass on the Yang technique to Somak. Nam Han Truk, sitting nearby, found it strange that becoming an immortal is so precious, yet he was so easily taught. As far as I know, sects that cultivate immortality have very strict conditions for accepting disciples, and even after joining, disciples must serve the immortals. Only by offering great land or contributions to the sect can one have the chance to learn true secret techniques. If the divine methods are widely spread, wouldn't everyone become immortals? The fake immortals sneer and mock, laughing loudly and saying that 1,000 gold can't buy the way, giving it away on the street corner. How can the path to becoming an immortal be measured by worldly value? Furthermore, if those people all achieved immortality, would they truly be immortals? If I attain true immortality, I should naturally spread the immortal teachings widely to save and benefit people. The officials are even further from the darkness than before, and the cultivators only chase after power. Many powerful factions that don't care about the lives and deaths of mortals also seek to become immortals, and after it becomes an immortal, it probably won't stay in this mortal world for long. It wants to pass on the way to becoming an immortal to the Somok, so he can teach those suffering and enduring hardships to no longer be oppressed and to be free and at ease. Somok looked at him with doubt, but he also told him that he is a government official, so can he trust him? The fake immortal just smiled and nodded, as an official. But your reputation in Vanthon is that of a good person, known for your fairness and impartiality, which is why it trusts you. As for the righteous cultivator beside Namhan Truk, the fake immortal said that achieving enlightenment might be difficult, so he advised him to pass on the immortal techniques and rely on the pulse to save and help people. Namhan Truk then contemptuously told the false immortal, and it said, saving the world and helping people. What about the deaths of Liu Jia's children and the bride of Tan Nuang Min Han? It angrily jumped up and stomped on the ground. Isn't Liu Jia worth it? Liu's unfaithful and ungrateful couple, seeking to connect with the officials. How many people have been harmed and destroyed only to end up living in comfort and luxury? Those who deserve retribution, it's just divine justice in action. Her soul is hidden in this coffin. When her spirit merges with the divine body structure, she will become his partner. The false immortal approaches the coffin, revealing a girl dressed as a bride lying inside. This terrifying scene says that when one yin and one yang celestial body are simultaneously completed, the final step of the yang ritual must be achieved for it to become a true immortal. Otherwise, it will die, and the girl in the coffin won't live long. It turned back and looked at the two of them. She will join it and become an immortal. How could she be harmful? The ritual time is almost here, and her body is also about to return. Under some prison, a girl with cloudy white eyes keeps banging her head against the iron bars. Liu and his wife couldn't sleep because of her actions and had to tie her up. But Mr. Liu was scared and unsure what the monster would do if restrained. The fake immortal sat cross-legged, teaching the Somok how to use low-level spiritual seals to imprison the coffin, and Somok kept praising him. But you have a suspicion that the most important thing in keeping the wedding vow of Min Han is the special requirements for the birthday, and importantly, among the vast crowd, the fake immortal Min Mong Thi managed to find this special person. Turning her into my Dao companion isn't easy. How could an old woman find a suitable Dao partner in just a month? The fake immortal smiled and said that in Luvan City, there was a group of human traffickers whose clients could be gods, demons, or like him, about to become an immortal, and they also provided Dao partners. Nam Han Triktrum II asked where it was going to find that group of people. The fake immortal scratched his head and said they only look for clients who are destined for them, so it's hard to meet them. If the two of them wait at this coffin shop, maybe they can meet it and see each other. Otherwise, they just have to wait for fate to bring them together. Suddenly, it realizes that its partner still hasn't returned. They moved to the prison where Liu and his wife were held, and a sound echoed in the room, still filled with pain. The girl in the wedding dress kept hitting her head against the bars. The fake fairy hurriedly ran out of the coffin shop, constantly asking why. Could it be that its bride was locked up? If so, it might become a fairy soon. Now, a vein appeared behind it, expressing condolences for the unexpected happening. You calmly said that becoming an immortal and practicing cultivation would face many trials. Maybe this is its destiny. The fake immortal still refused to accept it and pointed to Nam Han Truk, indicating he was her backup plan, and he would come to be her partner. Nam Han Truk thought that since he's a man and would be her partner, the fixed birth date requirement was very special. She aggressively stepped forward and grabbed him. Believing that to become an immortal, perfection was necessary, so complex demands were justified. But now she couldn't afford to worry so much. Tricking a little was enough to become a semi-immortal, as men and women are the same in darkness. Nam Han Truk angrily clenched his fists and asked why it didn't choose Somok. The fake celestial believed Somok would be the one to teach its divine law and make it famous. So he had to stay in the mortal world. Now he couldn't go to the celestial realm, so only he could do it. Nam Han Truk was unhappy, and the fake celestial looked embarrassed as he said that once they become immortals and surpass the mortal realm, there would be endless happiness. After saying this, he looked at Nam Han Truk and then fell silent. The fake fairy covered her hand and looked at Nam Han Truk, increasingly convinced that he was too ugly, thinking that living with him might make her so angry she would die, so she might as well die first. The face of the fake fairy darkened as she told Somok that it seemed her journey to become an immortal could only end here. Passing on her cultivation of the corpse-damaging spell to him and seeing her resolve, Somok let her go. The fake fairy disappeared with a burst of purple light, and it was gone. Somok watched the fake fairy leave, feeling a bit regretful and sentimental. Even though it was a bit strange, it truly cared for people. If it really wanted you to kill it, I wouldn't have the heart. Nam Han Truk is lucky to have me here. It ended itself. The purple mist swirls around the coffin shop, and the system reports that the main coffin has been destroyed. increasing the false illusionary beast's alert level. Currently, the alert level is 3. When it reaches 10, the false illusion beast will lock Somok's position. Nam Han Truk didn't expect the old coffin master to die like that. He turned around and asked what Somok's next plan was. Suomok looked ahead and sighed. The fairy that the old coffin encountered in the mountains might actually be a demon beast controlling this city. But the clue has already been cut off. The only remaining lead is the human traffickers supplying brides for the old coffin. Just the Kui-Tu. Nam Han Truk remembered that the fake immortal said capturing the traffickers was easy, and that cultivators in the secret realm were probably brought here too. So it's better to find them first and support each other. So Mok thought there was no time left, and the demon beast wouldn't let them act freely forever. Ask Nam Han Truk to stay at the coffin shop and inform you if he encounters the traffickers. So Mok's identity in Lu Van Tin is the head of the gang. When you return, use the power of the official's office to investigate. If the traffickers continue to trade women and children, it will leave a clue. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in the city when suddenly a soldier named Het Thathan chases after a thief. It turns out to be a mischievous street kid running with a bun in hand. Then suddenly, behind a wall of a certain house, it gasped for breath, chasing after a bun for so long, truly daring. As it looked around, something strange caught its eye. A shimmering object appeared in the distance before its sight. It turns out he's the sugar artist. The maltose candies are shaped into tiny living animals. Seeing this, the sugar artist asked if he wanted to try blowing sugar. The child's eyes widen in curiosity and ask if those animals are made by hand. The sugar artist rolls out the taffy and says it can be shaped elsewhere, but his way is different. The sugar artist smiled mischievously and coaxed, saying that his sugar is not maltose but titch sugar, a rare and valuable ingredient. As he spoke, he took the titch sugar from the jar, shaped it into a hand, and told the child that if he just blows on this small piece of titch sugar, it can turn into whatever he desires most. The child eagerly approached, eager to try. He blew forcefully into the small hole while the sugar artist shaped the candy. The titch sugar slowly transformed into the shapes of a sausage bun, fried chicken, and Coca-Cola, leaving the sugar blower stunned because he had never seen these things before. The more the child blew, the more he insisted, his face turning pale, asking what the sugar artist had done to him. Only then did the villainous face of the sugar artist fully reveal itself. This is a normal phenomenon. For Duong Tich to be able to transform, it requires a lot of energy. So of course it will feel exhausted and fall into a coma. To transform Duong Tich to this extent, this little girl would be the most suitable to become the bride of the king of hell. It couldn't believe it and fainted. The words of the windblower echoed in the darkness, promising a bright future when it wakes up. Now in the prison. The couple followed the guard, and although they bribed him earlier to let them go, they are still here now. He told Lu Nian that it was the order from the head of the bureau, so Mok had detained them here, and he didn't want to take revenge on him. Lu Nian's face turned pale, trembling as he said that So Mok was an associate of the officials, so he dared not offend him. He laughed and said that So Mok's boss was different from him, always pretending to be noble and arguing with superiors. The head of the headquarters has long wanted to eliminate him, but hesitated because of So Mok's influence, so he didn't act. Now hearing that the new subordinate led the couple here, and rumors about coffins turning into monsters killing people, there is a shop selling monster coffins. This is really a terrible story, or a lie. So Mok is definitely going to die this time. Lu Nian was terrified and nervously told him that the coffin monster was real, that he saw it with his own eyes. He sneered and said, "What does it matter? The headquarters already sent someone to invite a cultivator to eliminate So Mok. If Lu and his wife cause trouble, then the ones who will disappear are them." Right now in the system, someone is commenting that the Divine Vein is begging him to kill all the monsters and wipe out Luvan City since no living people are inside. Or maybe if the secret realm fails, they are the ones who will die. Or perhaps someone is asking if the channel behind the live broadcast app is too lazy to go in because the time jump on the vehicle's timeline has already disappeared. Liu Lisheng appeared in a panic, telling everyone to stay calm, although most of the saviors are in trouble, but the Vein is figuring out a way. As for the chaos in the live broadcast timeline, it's because Lu Vancheng is now in the Lost Land, where time flows differently from reality. Specifically, the Elder will explain everything to everyone, mentioning Lili Tuong and introducing the Elder, but no one knows where they have gone, and the red-eyed Lili Tuong looks around in panic because she can't see anyone. At this moment, Deech Tuong appeared and said that the senior Elder had told her earlier that he had to leave first, but she suspected he might have gone ahead on his own, moving to a corner of the upper floor. Someone shouted angrily, and it turned out to be Tian Lian Dan, who was cursing someone for breaking their promise. The envoy from the alliance behind them saw President Tian's anger and asked him about it. He shouted that all the cultivators had left, saying they would deal with the mine together. But those guys ran away, and now that he's returning from the secret realm, what are they supposed to do? The messenger just told him he had already requested reinforcements from the alliance, and he added that the cultivators leaving was also part of the plan. Anyway, the secret of Liu Vancheng is the final limit that the four great sects absolutely cannot touch. Therefore, they killed many people, and the alliance of corporations once tried to investigate Liu Yuncheng, nearly causing a full-scale war between cultivators and the alliance. To cover up this truth, the four great sects will do whatever it takes to make Liu Yuncheng disappear forever. In a certain mountain cave, two people are walking forward. One with long hair is the elegant Beach Dong Lord. Cook Tien Tom, the other person, is asking about his injury. Huang Tung, the sect master of Tai Nyut Hua Fu. Cook Tien Tam warns that using the semi-violent state can be very dangerous, and right now he has only recovered half of his strength. Huang Tung was a bit angry. He should have called the other two sect leaders here. Destroying the secret realm is a matter that must be handled carefully no matter what. Cook Tien Tom saw that this was a moment of life and death danger, as those two were diving to the bottom of the sea to awaken that person, and they had already destroyed the secret realm without concern. As he spoke, Cook Tien Tom raised his hand, now targeting Hach Tom of the secret realm, his palm gathering a faint, colorful aura. At the moment Hach Tom appears, Huang Tung should use lightning magic together with him to destroy the secret realm. Hach Tom gradually emerges, and above the sky a massive force swirls. Cook Tien Tam told Huang Tung to attack. Turning to Huang Tung, he clasped his hands together, raised a barrier, and used the innate divine thunder. Lightning bolts and swirling energy spheres rush towards Hach Tom. Both combine to create a massive explosion, but it seems Hach Tom is still there. At this moment, someone from somewhere suddenly set up a mountain range barrier to trap the two of them. Cook Tien Tam was surprised that someone had blocked their attack, while Huang Tung seemed to have foreseen it, revealing that the one blocking their attack was the esteemed elder. He appeared to stop them, and if the secret realm is destroyed, all the cultivators inside will sacrifice themselves, and the earth will lose its last line of protection. How many innocent people will die as the monsters invade, yet they don't care at all and still dare to do this? Huang Tung mockingly said that if the war fails, Earth's protective barrier will become a stepping stone for the demon beast to invade, causing even greater casualties. Now, the three Dao ancestors are blocking the way, and Nam Han Truk's strength has diminished, making other cultivators lose themselves and become puppets in Liu Van Than. Although the veins can now operate freely, this secret realm war has confirmed defeat, and destroying the secret realm was the best choice. The Elder's words clearly indicate that they only want to hide the truth about Liu Van Than's disappearance. They just don't want the world to know that the initial male demon beast was retrieved by the cultivators of the four great clans. Huang Tung's eyes sharpened with a sudden surge of hostility when the Elder knew the secret of the four great clans. Could it be that Shang No or Du Tianyan told him? The Elder is furious that Huang Tung still dares to mention those two, knowing full well what they have done for this world. He questions if saving the reputation of the four great sects is truly what you care about. As the current head of the Tai Chi Harmony sect, he only brings shame to others. Cook Tien Tom saw the Elder keep jumping and signaled Huang Tung to stop talking nonsense. For him, with the chaos in the Lost Land causing the truth about Liu Yanqing to emerge at any moment, if the Elder wants to end it, just eliminate him. Huang Tung prepared to strike and said that winning this secret realm would definitely fail, and now canceling the realm is to save more people, not forcing them to kill him. At this moment, in this magistrate's residence, Commander Lu Fi-tin pointed at Somok and said that he had mistaken the person. And because of his teasing words, he now caused such shame to the common people. Lu Fi-tin remained silent. Not only that, but Somok also said that monsters, evil spirits, or those guilty of deadly crimes have appeared in the city, and this time no one will be able to protect you anymore. As he spoke, he smiled contentedly, revealing that it was all just a premeditated act by the old man to rehearse and deliver such lines in front of Somok. The officer next to him strokes his horse's hoof and says that he scolds people too much, and that Somok is hypocritical and pretentious. He looks down on everyone, and the younger brothers have long been displeased with him, but this is an opportunity to eliminate him. Below there is a person tied up and kneeling on the floor. That person is not Lu Fi-tin. Captain Somok is risking everything to hunt the monster, but he was stabbed in the back and betrayed. Lu Fi-tin is not happy to be the head of Lu Van City's headquarters. Lu Fi-tin is reminiscing about Nya, and Lathan A, the head of the Somok in Labandak City. You know how many people he's responsible for. If it weren't for an uncle working as a secretary in the court, he would have lost his life long ago. You should also thank Lathan for bringing the evidence of the evil source to light or delivering it into your hands. The one who killed the source was you, not him. Lathan angrily said that the coffin monster is real and there may be more than one monster inside the city. As he spoke, he casually asked without concern whether the monsters would kill more people. Do they not care at all? Lu Fi-tin pursed his lips trembling as he said, "How could there be monsters in Lu Van City?" He looked into the distance where Liu and his wife told Liu Nian to answer whether there really were monsters in the city or not. Liu Nian insisted it was because the Somok deceived them, and when he failed to fool them, he and his accomplices locked them in the prison and asked him to uphold justice.
Là than vội quay lại cứu hai người trong tay yêu quái. Giờ hai người đã chết rồi mà còn nói lắm nhầm. If Fi-tin continues to agree that there are cultivators from the Manhwa sect in the city, how could there be monsters?
They are cultivators guarding the city to maintain peace. If monsters really start killing people inside, it will damage the reputation and achievements of the cultivators. Is it true that Vane Thon didn't believe the treasure map and sent 10 people from Lian Huadong here to check if there was a monster or not? They can tell just by looking. Luffy Teen couldn't help but be annoyed by Law Thon's disrespectful behavior. Does he think that seeing a 2 Tianjia means he can save the Vane's life? The people from Lianhua sect even want him dead more than he does because he broke the rules, interfered with the affairs of the cultivators, revealed the monsters without permission, and slapped the face of the cultivators. Luffy Tin's cold gaze seemed to say that the treasures and resources of the sects are divided among them, regardless of whether monsters appear. So they can only say no, and Lothan still doesn't understand why, that a peaceful society is one where people don't interfere in official matters. Labine can't believe he actually heard such a harsh command with his own ears. Luffy Tin angrily shouted, Lothan, who is young and naive, so Mach Han understands but truly doesn't know why he's so foolish. So there's no need to offend others and risk your own life compared to bandits, droughts, monsters that only kill a few people. What's the big deal? Suddenly the door of the mansion opened, so Mach stepped inside with steady footsteps, and at that moment he saw Lothan tied up. He shouted for Somak to run immediately. They want to trap the approaching cultivator.
Luffy Tinh, vui mừng vì số mạch ra gen, giữ chạy cũng giả muốn, ông hồn mọi người bắt lấy cậu. Số mạch nhịn dậm ngồi bày vào trước mắt không mấy ngạc nhiên sau một hồi công phu. Cả dẫm ngồi của Luffy Tinh cũng ông ta ngã lăn xuống sàn.
He threatened you for daring to attack the deputy governor, which is an even greater crime. Sormak coldly replied that he was in a hurry and asked where the chief inspector was, that he came to find him. Lo-Fi Tin stared angrily, thinking that Somak was joking with him. He is the chief commander Luffy Tin of Luvan City. Somak naturally smiled and said, That's great. Luvan City is about to face an unprecedented crisis. From now on, he is your dog, including himself, and all the subordinates of the county office must obey your orders unconditionally. He said that no matter how strong Somak's martial arts are, he is still just a mortal, and if he acts on his own, the cultivators from Lian Huadong won't let him go. Somak also thought for a moment, oh, the cultivators of Than Liuvan, he's almost forgot about them. Once the affairs of the county office are settled, Luffy Tin will take you to find them. As a local, he should be effective in locating them. At this moment, Luffy Tin smirked confidently and told Somak that the cultivators from Lian Huadong are on their way, and see if he can still smile then.
Sợ mặt bình tĩnh nói vậy thì cậu khổng can chạy qua chạy lại tôn cổng. Lúc này, một binh lính dạy của Phong chay vào, hoảng hốt bảo tin.
Luffy Tin, just as he was about to rejoice, heard the soldier say with a horrified and disbelief-stricken face that all the cultivators had left, abandoning them, and suddenly a long river appeared outside Luvan City, surrounding it. Whether human or beast, anyone who touches the river water will turn to ashes. When the common people outside the city come into contact with the strange water, their bodies melt away, and they cry out for help as they run away. No one can leave, so everyone in Luvan City will die. Luffy Tin went outside and saw the terrified, disbelief-filled faces while the soldier reported that this was the sea of chaos surrounding Luvan City. There is no way to escape. He watched the strange water flow, causing everyone to vaporize, and asked where the cultivators were. The soldier was just as silent, saying he had passed through Lianhua Cave, but found no one inside. The cultivators had abandoned them. Luffy Tin sweat profusely, muttering that it's not right. The flow can dissolve ordinary people, but for cultivators, it's no problem. He still believes they will find a way to save everyone. Suomai walks to the flow, calmly narrating a terrifying event. What if this flow was caused by cultivators? Luffy Tin refused to believe what you said. If Liuvan City is in danger, the cultivators guarding it will also be punished. This isn't something that can be hidden just by losing 1 or 2 people. Somak's eyes shimmered with a mysterious golden hue, and he thought this might be the reason they destroyed the city. The system revealed that you are using the Death Gold Hole tool for an important matter. The Lianhua array was originally used for refining pills, but if someone enters the hole, they turn into a corpse in an instant. By modifying it with the formation to amplify its effect, Liu Van was placed inside the hole. Breaking the hole would immediately attract the attention of the Void Demons, so Mach told everyone that we are inside a hole, a statement of certainty. Luffy Ting followed behind, still not understanding what was happening, why he said they were inside the hole, and was surprised when he saw Somak put his hand into the water. A golden light shone through the water, and beneath the ground, a small snake was sleeping peacefully. The system shows that Habak-Ao is sleeping, and has the ability to control the flow. When attacked, it will awaken part of Habak's instincts and seize the entire flowing current. So Mach pulls back his hand, turns around, and tells Luffy Tin to lead him to Lian Huadong to see if there is any remaining information. Luffy Tin couldn't believe that Suoma didn't do anything when he put his hand into the water, but nothing happened. Suoma didn't want to argue and told him to shut up. Although frightened, Luffy Tin angrily scolded Somak for dreaming and told him to do whatever he wanted since he only had that much ability, trying to intimidate him into obeying his orders, while Somak entered the cave with Luffy Tin's battered face behind him. In Lianhua Cave, Somak was amazed at how thoroughly the immortal cultivators cleaned up, leaving nothing behind, and he ordered the chief to check around for any missed items. Luffy Tin then turned back and told his subordinates to follow Somak's orders and get to work. Everyone was searching around, and after a while, a soldier found a mirror whose purpose was unknown. Luffy Tin took it and said this is a magic tool used by cultivators for communication. He has seen them use this before, and the sect master asked if he knew how to use this mirror. Lu Faiting wasn't sure, only recalling that pressing the floral border of the mirror like that. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror rippled. A figure appears from the mirror, claiming to be a signal from Luvan City. Is there a communication mirror that fell there? That person guessed. Lu Feitin suddenly realized it was Kim's sect leader. Kim Jiak, he begged the other to save them and recounted how the strange water surrounding Luvan City melted everyone's bodies. But unexpectedly, the cold voice of Kim Tong-chu echoed from the mirror, saying it was his doing. Lu Feitin's face froze in shock as Huang nervously asked again. Kim Jiak stroked his beard and said that the foreign beasts are plotting to invade Luvan City, turning ordinary people into monsters as their weak point. As long as the mutated monster remains alive, the beast can strike. If the monster comes, it will threaten the entire world, so we can only make a small sacrifice. Kim Jiak's eyes coldly looked down on the mutated monsters inside the city, preventing their escape. He can only use his magic artifact to cover Liu Vanthane and turn it into a sea of corpses, leaving only the hope that Lu Feitin and the common people can be buried together. Lu Feitin knelt, face filled with fear, clutching a mirror and crying out for help. He agreed with Kim Jiak's plan to sink Liu Vanthane, but insisted they save him first because he was definitely not a monster, recalling their past friendship. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Jiak told Lu Feitin that he had indeed helped him make a lot of money, but unfortunately, he couldn't save Lu Feitin. The magic spell to dissolve Liu Vanthane, even if only for a moment, could cause the monsters to escape the city, and then over 100,000 people would die. So Mok, hearing Kim Jiak's hypocritical words, asked if he could stop their plan to destroy Liu Vanthane if he could eliminate all the monsters in the city. Lu Feitin, overhearing Somok's words, looked like he was desperately trying to save himself and kept shaking his head. They have found a lead, a human trafficker named Kuei from E, who is believed to be the source spreading the mutated monsters. Once found, they can track all the mutated monsters. Please give Kim Jiak some time. Kim Jiak says 3 days, only 3 days for them to resolve it. If they cannot eliminate the mutated monster within 3 days, he can only give up. After saying that, Kim Jiak disappeared from the mirror. Lu Feitin couldn't believe they had to deal with the monsters within just 3 days. It's really too short. He kept calling out for Kim Jiak as if he had disappeared. So Mok looked at Lu Feitin, who was listening to the calls, and assigned him the task of searching the city for the monster. Lu Feitin was worried, believing they wouldn't find anything, and wanted to check the criminal trafficking in all of Luvan City, but 3 days was too short even if all the officials acted together. So Mok, with a clear and rational face, said that if the officials weren't enough, they should mobilize all the officials of Luvan City, including the city lord and the chief of the treasury. If there aren't enough people, pull out the city lord's letter and make them work. If you want to save your life, there's no price too high to find the monster. Lu Feitin was startled and obeyed Somok to send people to search. At this moment outside, a disciple of Kim Jiak, following his instructions, has adjusted the Kim Holo to its optimal state. Is it true that Kim Jiak wants to give Luvan City 3 more days? Kim Jiak crossed his arms and still said to destroy Luvan City immediately. He only wanted them to die in a beautiful illusion. This is his final pity for those pitiful worms. As Kim Jiak spoke, he withdrew from the Kim Holo, and in front of the safety of the entire world, he would not risk it for a small Luvan City. More importantly, maintaining the magic of the Kim Holo required a large amount of spirit stones. Those lowly scoundrels are not worth wasting your treasure on. Then he shouted from the Kim Holo, giving the command to completely swallow the Luvan. A surge of water rushes out from the Kim Holo, revealing a small glowing figure at the bottom of the river. The huge wave was about to hit the city wall, but suddenly it disappeared. Outside the water surrounding Kim Holo, the disciple next to Kim Jiak asks if he has succeeded. Kim Jiak, furious, turns back, and the stormy waves suddenly calm down. Everyone followed his command to gather their spiritual power and attack once more. They channeled their energy from the Kim Holo as Kim Jiak issued his orders again. Time passed, Kim Jiak tried 6 times, all failed. He angrily grabbed the communication mirror and shouted Lu Feitin's name. He ordered to pause all investigations along the river to see if anything unusual appears for him. At this moment, Somak's image appears in the mirror, and he tells him that the chief has gone after the monster and cannot reply. So Mac nyin him through the mirror, smiling mockingly and saying it's a pity that Kim Jiak's Kim Holo has run out of spiritual energy. Kim Jiak roared in anger, asking who he was and how he knew. Before he could finish speaking, So Mac said that in order to mobilize the extreme urgency of the chief hunter chasing the monster, he was already useless to him. Then So Mac forcefully broke the mirror into pieces, telling Kim Jiak not to contact him anymore, the last thing So Mac left for him. Kim Jiak glared angrily and charged forward, daring to speak up against the small head like So Mac. He ordered everyone to use all the spirit stones as fuel to burn the Kim Holo, destroying the Luvan City and all evidence, so that arrogant head would have no place to hide. The disciple holding the communication mirror nervously reveals that it was a new request to contact. Kim Jiak angrily demands to destroy the evidence immediately before Dai Lathian finds out about what happened in Luvan. The disciple stopped Kim Jiak's words and said the communication was from Dai Lathian. At this moment, Kim Jiak's face turned pale. How could Dai Lathian be contacting him now? They probably don't know that quickly. Kim Jok told his disciple to give him the communication mirror and continued the contact. A person appeared in the mirror, saying it had been a long time since they last met Kim Jok and asking about the situation in Lu Van Thon. Kim Jok respectfully asked about the long journey, claiming that everything in Lu Van Thon was fine, with the people living and working in peace, and that there was no current unrest, though he was lying without blinking. The person in the mirror frowns and realizes the problem. After so long, Kim Jok still hasn't destroyed Than Lu Van. Kim Jok is suspicious and doesn't understand why the steward said that. Why would Than Lu Van and Than Lien Hua's forces need to be destroyed if they are guarding the city? Min Quang eerily recounted how 10 years ago, in his attempt to revive Kim Jok's daughter, he began experimenting with spatial soul bonds, consuming the energy of the world of monsters, and from that moment on, their people started paying attention to Kim Jok. Sensing something was wrong, Kim Jok claimed he didn't understand, saying, "Isn't the spatial soul bond forbidden by the Great Heavenly Decree? So why didn't the officials stop him if they had known all along?" Ming Guang sneered with a sneer. Because a large number of mortals had died, Da La Tien specially issued this ban to comfort the people. But when the order was just a tool to deceive the weak, to make them feel safe falsely, surely Kim Jok could sense it. In recent decades, the spiritual energy of their world has been depleting, so extracting energy from the beast world has become a major research focus for them. Kim Jok's research achievements surpass even the most skilled space-shifting experts of the 8 great sect masters. Lu Van City itself has become a testing ground, and his boldness and imagination are worth praising. Kim Jok anxiously said that Lu Van City is now out of control and relying on his strength alone might not be able to destroy it. They said they would send someone to inform Kim Jok to be assured that he can handle this kind of matter, as they have a lot of experience. Moving to Somak, at this moment, he and Lathan are standing in front of the Hak Long Bang territory. Lathan said that the local authorities are the organization that can mobilize the most people, so Mok turned around and asked if he had ever interacted with members of the Black Dragon Gang before. Lathan honestly said that their people had previously dismantled the criminal activities of the Black Dragon Gang, and most of their members harbored deep resentment towards them, especially the gang leader of the Black Dragon Gang, who held a strange obsession with Somak. Lathan believes that the Black Dragon Gang will not help, so Mok entrusts Lathan with the life and death of Liu Yun City, trusting that the gang leader of the Black Dragon Gang will make the right decision. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind replacing the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Walking into the hall of the Black Dragon Gang, a very imposing girl sitting on a chair looked surprised at the visitor in front of her. So Mok looked at the girl in front of him. The boss of the Black Dragon Gang was her, Vu Dong. He had a favor to ask her for help. Vu Dong smiled softly at Somak. "Isn't it true that you always act so noble? Who would have thought that one day you would come to her for help?" Suddenly, Nguyet Tien Tin appears and accuses Somak of coming to their territory to cause trouble, insulting the face of Hak Long Bang. Somak, seeing the situation, tells them to focus on the main task. He is now the representative of the Bin Quan government, requesting Hak Long Bang to cooperate in rescuing Than Lu Van. Wudong cheerfully told Somak to stop talking and ordered her subordinates to catch him. A group of followers appeared behind Nguyet Tien Tin. She smiled mischievously, saying no one will be able to save him this time. So, Mok seriously told Wudong that Lu Van is now isolated and helpless, and he doesn't want to fight pointless battles. Wudong doesn't care how chaotic things become. This is the opportunity she's been waiting for, and no one can interfere with what she intends to do to Somak. She didn't joke and asked Somak if he wanted to become her gang leader's wife. At this moment, Somak's mind was filled with 1,000 questions, and Nguyet Tien Tin was surprised and asked Wudong if she was serious about marrying Somak. The little earthlings begged her to reconsider why she had to do this. Somak is not one of their people. Wudong pondered deeply, truly contemplating how to bring the greatest shame upon him, either hanging him on the city wall for 7 days and nights until death, falsely accusing him, or brutally turning him into minced meat in a dark alley. Wudong stood up inside, saying that Somak has a good uncle who knows how to handle things, and none of these tricks work on him. She then said, "Isn't it true that now his vengeful spirit is haunting him, trying to send her to prison, and now she's giving Somak this chance?" Wudong stepped closer, whispering conspiratorially that if they married, she could find evidence of the Hat Long Gang colluding with corrupt officials. Whether she drags Somak into trouble or Somak throws her into prison first, does he dare not? So Mok still insisted that saving people quickly was the most important thing, and that he didn't have time to play around with her now. Wudong looked directly at Somak, recalling that he once said he wanted to save Lu Van Than to uphold justice, even if it meant sacrificing himself, and that if he married her, she would help. Wudong saw that Somak was speechless and jokingly asked, "Do you value your reputation more than the lives of the people in the city? Is that all your conviction is about?" Somak looked at Wudong with suspicion, but he didn't care. Getting married wasn't an issue, as long as she helped him. Seeing Somak like that, Wudong couldn't help but feel a bit angry, as his attitude made her feel like her efforts were meaningless. So Mok still insisted that the wedding should wait until the danger was over, and in Than Lu Van, there was a human trafficking gang led by Kuei Tu. She had helped him find them. Wudong casually put his hand on Somak's shoulder and agreed. always prioritizing official duties first. This bad habit of his, she didn't know when he could change it. She could indulge him. It's just about finding someone. Wudong sternly ordered the Hoklong gang to mobilize everyone today using any means necessary, even if it meant turning Thane Luvan upside down to find Kuei Tu. She even joked that tonight she wanted to consummate her marriage with Somak. The underlings carrying out the mission, seeing Somak's reassurance, Wudong nodded in approval. She didn't comment on anything else but trusted that this matter was in the capable hands of Haklong's gang, who were much stronger than the palace. Somak thanked her and said he needed to go find Kuei Tu first, then took his leave. Wudong brushed her hair and told him not to worry, just wait for her to organize the gang members to do their jobs. Now that she and he are ready for the wedding tonight, Wudong asked Somak if he preferred to wear a white wedding dress or a red traditional outfit. Somak avoids and says he needs to check on the status of the Luffy star before making a decision. Wudong tells him to forget about that useless guy. This kind of matter her gang can handle. Suddenly the door opened, and the junior brothers reported that they had found Kuei Tu, following a homeless person and claiming that all of them were Kuei Tu. Wudong looked at her foolish subordinates, who had just stepped out and immediately caught Kuei Tu. Could it be that they randomly caught a few people on the street to trap her? The scar-faced man seriously confirmed that what you said is true. Everyone in the city has joined the Kuei Tu. They are arresting high-ranking officials, wealthy people, and even gangsters like us. Many of our brothers have already been captured. One of the thugs shouted, "We're not crazy. We just want to survive. We haven't done anything wrong. We're just trying to earn a living. Why do we deserve to die? Why do cultivators want to destroy our homes and kill us?" The thug, desperately grabbing his hair, asked if the black gang didn't see that the river could turn people into water corpses. It will swallow us all. If the river god hadn't intervened to stop the huge waves, we would all be dead. So Mach captured the keywords and asked how he knew about the existence of the river god. The mad brat, with a crazed look, said that a true immortal told them that to awaken the river god, many sacrifices must be offered. Earlier, those people bullied us, took our money and food, and now the wealthy, powerful, and gangsters are sacrificing their lives to save others. Inside the city, the Phi Tin are now tied up by the thugs, who keep claiming they might be planning to rebel, which is why they dare to bind officials. Far away, an old man sat in front, with a giant snake behind him, its eyes glowing red and demonic. The old man asked the Phi Tin if they knew what a K2 was, explaining that K2 is what they want to catch, and if they try to catch Kuei Tu, they can't be sure that the old man won't catch them instead. The Phi Tin group half laughed, not believing the old man's words. Do they think the entire city is full of criminals under his control? The old man is the street vendor, claiming that the K2 could be farmers, bakers, bean curd vendors, courtesans, thugs, or laborers. Those who were oppressed by the upper class after the flood surrounded the city have become victims, and they still want to live. For survival, they can strike down the high and mighty, from the city lord to the head of the guards. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the snake behind him lunged forward, opening its wide mouth to bite the Phi Tin who were still tied up. It bit the head of the chief, and the snake grew even larger as the group of corpses repeatedly shouted praise to the water god, who was getting bigger. The street piper still felt it wasn't enough. The old man ordered more offerings for the water god, waiting for him to awaken so that the newly appointed temple master could be welcomed and the city would be saved. Beneath the old man's feet was the ragged girl who had asked at the beginning, the one he had lured and captured, and the entire city seemed to be shrouded in a thick gray fog. The leader of the followers suddenly released a dark energy, and the old man said, "It's still not enough. Not enough. Where are the sacrifices? We need more sacrifices. Are the evil tyrants in the city only this many?" The old man's subordinates pointed towards the Black Dragon gang and said, "There are still hundreds of gang members they haven't captured." The old man immediately ordered his subordinates to bring them here. His subordinates suddenly spoke in a deep voice, but the Black Dragon gang's defenses are tight and with many people, so it's difficult for us to break through at this moment. The leader of the Kai-Tu loudly ordered Tutuk to go with them, to capture all the Hoklong Bang members, as they were just ordinary people and not a difficult task for you. Tutuk responded with a nod upon hearing his master's command. Before he could act, another subordinate hurried over to inform Lao that someone from the Black Dragon gang had arrived. The leader of the Ki-Tu, with an expression of satisfaction, stroked his beard and said, "Well, perhaps the Black Dragon gang send an envoy to negotiate peace. It's foolish, but since the offering has come to the door, let him pass." So Mok approached and asked, "You are the leader of Kuei-Tu and specifically came out yourself, saving me the trouble of searching for you." The old man looked up, pointed at Dakwai, and said, "So Mok, the young head of Lu Van City. I know you, the one who destroyed the immortal ritual of the Quan Tai Lao. Using the power of the entire government to capture me, those are all your tricks. So why are you now with the Black Dragon gang?" So Mok replied succinctly, "Of course, to prevent you from destroying Luyan City." The leader of the corpse gang laughed loudly, mocking and saying that destroying Luyan City shows you don't understand anything. His eyes turned red, pointing directly at Somok. He shouted loudly that now he's sick, there's no hope left. You cultivators and officials, if you keep nibbling away, this world's end is near. Only the gods from this other world, Our God of gods can save us. Save Luvan City. Save this misguided world. If you want to stop me, you're too late. The old man called out to the river god, speaking with pride. Watch this. Just a little more sacrifice, and the river god can restore its true form. Getting married at Haba's place. After the wedding is over, the true gods will come to govern this world. The leader of the Kwaitu listened more crazed, sneered, and said that Somak would become nourishment for Haba and ordered it to eat him. Haba obeyed the order, growling loudly, its claws reaching straight for Somak, who simply crossed her arms and said, Ngaingi, easy to deal with. There, Ngaingi was tightly bound, her limbs restrained, and she slowly opened her eyes to wake up. Haba seems to sense that she has woken up, and it turns around loudly calling her bride. My bride. It shifts its focus. The old man is here to capture Lord Ngi, wishing to merge with her. A sudden burst of blue flame erupts, enveloping Lord Ngi's body, lifting her up. Haba clenched her tightly, while the old leader beside him smiled confidently. The wedding of Haba has begun. Your young master should feel lucky to have regained his life. But nothing can be changed. Let us witness the divine descent together. So Mok remains silently watching. The system is confirming the avatar upload, sharing the divine strategy, and transferring power. A blue light appears, and the Green Lord is surprised as the bride in its hands has transformed into a white feathered creature. It roared loudly. The bride, the wedding. The transmitted power made him break the chains, escape from its grasp. The leader sighed in amazement. Miraculous. It is truly miraculous that Lord Haba's wedding has changed like this. Even I couldn't have predicted that the snake was just a fake. The real Haba should have been swallowed by the bride. Alright, this transformation fits with the changes that created this world. Lord Haba, please lead the divine beings of the other world to descend upon our evil world. Lord Ngi ignored the old man's words and went straight to Somak. Lord Ngi knelt and bowed. Master, I am late. The townspeople of Lu Van witnessed what happened. They all shouted in unison like thunder, worshipping Somak as the descended deity, rejoicing in their salvation. Tuk Tuk and the remaining immortals also knelt down, bowing their heads and shouting the two words, Lord God. The leader sweat profusely and nervously asked why that person could be the divine lord. So Mok lowered his hand and ordered everyone to be silent, commanding the elder immortals and the chosen immortals to listen to his orders. The fairy disciples listened to your command. So Mok, with a serious expression, said, You are the privileged ones I have chosen. Those who are transformed into immortals can surpass racial limitations. The first order is to eliminate all humans. The blood sacrifice ritual is complete. The blood of mortals will open a gateway for my army of monsters. A new order will be reborn in this decayed world, where immortals and monsters will rule together. Everyone watching from the outside world is shocked, unable to believe that Somak is the true god, the one who said he was just acting. The screen shows Nai standing next to you, asking a series of questions about why she is walking with you. Why Somak is not a good person, and that Somak is about to be destroyed. A green-clad fairy among the dense crowd of immortals protests, saying it shouldn't be like this, that we became immortals to save the weak human beings, to correct the world's mistakes, so why should we kill them? Are we being fooled? Seeing that guy act strangely, I was about to step forward to ask. Immediately, the fairy burst into 100 pieces without a word of warning. The townspeople of Luvan screamed and fled in terror, their admiration turning into deep-seated fear. They are terrified, wondering why the gods do not come to save them. Some immortals still rush forward to stop them, but that only increases the people's fear. They say they only want to protect them, pointing that way and saying, Go there, risk everything. We also have to stop the evil gods from other worlds. So Mok watches the scene, a faint smile on his lips. Truly interesting. I grant you strength and the right to continue living, and all of you choose to betray me? Right after that speech, a group of immortals charged forward, shouting loudly, We are immortals. Immortals should kill demons and evil spirits. Stand for justice. But a sacred golden flame burst around Somak, rendering all attacks useless, he sneered. Foolish. Then send you on your way. All the immortal cultivators rushed to attack Somak, but none could hurt him. On top of the pile of slain immortals, Somak grabbed the leader's staff and lifted the old man into the sky. A dazzling ray of light shot out from your hand. In an instant, the old man was reduced to a shapeless mass of goo. Namhan Truk stepped forward. So Ma turned to say, Namhan Truk, you're here. I can sense your resolve. Do you also want to kill me? Namhan. Truk didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked Somak, what exactly are you? Why are monsters calling you the master? Are you really the divine lord from below? Somak replied, Who would have thought that the demon insect invading the earth was subdued by me? Just now, I only used a trick to burn all the immortals like that old coffin. They are all just unfortunate people who were deceived. Because to prevent the false illusions of the demon beast from invading, they had to sacrifice their lives. Using their human forms to save others is my final respect for them. Do you believe what I say? Namhan Truk replied briefly, I believe you. So, Mok smiled faintly and said, Thank you. It's true. All the immortals in the city are here now. Why hasn't it ended yet? Oh, the immortal from Lotus Pond left the city earlier.
Maybe they also have a 1% chance left. The main system notification of the mission has already been destroyed by 99%. Nam Han Truk said with concern. So Mok, take a rest for a while. Adjust your state. The purge earlier probably wasn't easy for you, and you also look worried.
So Mok refused to say, no need, there's no more time. You and I stay inside the city to watch for unexpected situations. I will go find the cultivator of Lianhua Cave. At this moment, Lianhua Cave is more peaceful than ever. The brightness minister told Kim Ji-ok to rest assured that our magic could directly transfer the city of Liuvan to the Lost Land, preventing the beast from descending through Liuvan. Once this is done, you can transfer the experimental documents to Dai La Hien. Do you have any objections? Kim Ji-ok had no comment. He smirked, his eyes glowing red. Obeying the command of Great Lefairy, I naturally follow. The Kwang Min official holding the spiritless cloud calf, a treasure beast emitting a mysterious purple mist. Kim Ji-ok marveled, can this simple magic tool of the Kwang Min official really transform Liuvan into the Lost Land? As soon as Kim Ji-ok said that, he sneered and said simply that this unbounded spirit pearl was obtained by Dai La Thien after paying a huge price for 100 years, accumulating 3,000 formations and rare spiritual tools, making it a powerful but costly artifact to transfer to a city. Kwang Min looked at the void displacement spirit pearl and confidently said, luckily, the sect master Kim sealed Liu Van inside the death gold cauldron, saving us a lot of time. Just count 10 seconds. As he finished speaking, the death gold cauldron suddenly shifted and cracked, water flowing out in streams. Then it shattered into pieces in an instant. Xiaoming official paused for a moment, his voice cold with suspicion as he asked, Kim sect master, what is going on with this? Why did the lizard vessel suddenly rupture without reason? Could it be that you also colluded with the monsters? This is a serious offense. Hearing the deadly tone in his words, Kim Ji-ok hurriedly waved his hands and said, I really don't know. How could I dare do such a thing? Hearing his explanation, Kwang Min asked about the current situation in Liuvan City. Kim Ji-ok replied that the barrier had been broken and the mutated monster might have escaped into the city. Hearing this, Kwang Min's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and roared, damn it, if a mutated monster escapes and triggers the invasion of foreign beasts, even I will be held responsible. I will contact the sect to handle it, coordinate carefully, and eliminate all offenders in the 3 cities without leaving any survivors. Kim sect leader, you should also quickly withdraw and prepare. Kim Ji-ok sweat profusely, bowing and stammering, apologizing, and promising to do everything to clear his name. So Mok stands on the rooftop, smiling softly, blood flowing from his wound, viewing human lives as grass. You all boast about being cultivators. Kwang Min turns and says, Dai La Thien governs the immortal sects with law and order. Demon beasts are a great plague of the world, overcoming the calamity. What about translating people? He asked. So Mok, who are you? I am the guardian of the great Loa heavenly realm, following orders, and even if it's unreasonable, it's not your place to criticize. Recognizing the person standing there, Kim Ji-ok pointed and said loudly, this guy is a little boss of Liuvan City, and he's never been afraid of anyone before. He doesn't even bother to hide from Dai La Thien, and in an instant after he arrives, it's truly suspicious. So Ma quickly glides down, sounding disappointed, and says, is that enough? I've already sent all the monsters in Liuvan City to the afterlife, but there's also a monster among the cultivators of Lianhua Dong. I came here to stop the demon beast from invading, and you, some kind of sect leader, you're not even from Lianhua Temple, so get lost. Ming Ming challenged, what if I refuse to leave? Do you think I'm not aware that you're a cultivator of the Luyan the Lu sect? An outsider who allows you to survive has already shown great kindness, yet you dare to attack Dai La Thien. The Golden Horn clasped his hands and bowed, the mutated monster hidden discreetly, and it's impossible to wipe out all the monsters in half a day. Surely it was this guy who broke the Death Gold Gourd. The main goal is to prevent us from transporting the city of Liuvan to the Lost Land. This person must have his own motives, perhaps even surrendering to the monsters. Guang Ming's face darkened. It makes sense. As an outsider practicing body cultivation, his cultivation method is related to monsters, which is why over 10 years, Dai La Thien has been hunting down tens of thousands of external body cultivators. It wasn't until recently that they acknowledged their cultivation territory. But how could 10 years of blood feud and hatred towards Great La Heaven be resolved in a day? Joining the demon beast is also possible. So Mok exclaimed, if reason can't prevail, then let's destroy everything. Kim Jang ordered his subordinates to attack So Mok. The subordinates charged forward, but he simply used one move to easily take down all of Kim Jang's men. Kwang Min uses the power of the Void Spirit Pearl on So Mok, and once the purple darkness envelops him, he suddenly disappears into the void. Kwang Min smugly says, cultivators who focus on body cultivation do not cultivate the mind, a brave human bloodline without law. Anger of the skin, blood flowing 5 steps, no concern for the overall situation. Ruthless and heartless, you could say it's crazy to fight you directly. Truly foolish. I will send you to the lost land between life and eternal reincarnation. But he didn't expect that at this moment, the cold voice behind him was actually So Mok's, that disciple or whatever. I'm back. He suddenly turned back, panic-stricken, and said, how could it be? There's no way to survive in the lost land. So Mok said, how ridiculous. Ordinary people always think everything is under their control, but they are just wasting their time. This is the lost land from 1,000 years ago. You all perished here, and the entire righteous steward's body began to distort strangely. He exclaimed in panic, "Is teleportation ineffective? If this is the lost land, what are we competing for? I don't believe it. I am a steward of Great Law Heaven. If I fall into the lost land, Great Law Heaven would surely save me." Shalmak calmly crossed his arms and said, "Maybe it's because those who are powerless have to rely on the expansion of space-time transfer, and you are also caught in an endless cycle inside the lost land along with Luyun City. After 1,000 years, only 4 of the 8 great sects remain. Da-La-Thien no longer exists. The authority of the mortal world belongs to ordinary people. The Da-La-Thien you hope for will never come to save anyone, not even at the moment of destruction." Han's alcohol slips. His eyes widen as he watches his hand gradually turn transparent, vanishing into nothingness. "You talk nonsense. Am I fake? Did I die already?" The system reports Han's matter, his shattered soul torn apart. Half remains in the lost land. The other half returns to reality. Because the soul is incomplete, half of the time, each day, the soul in reality repeats the feeling of being torn apart in pain. So Mok reacted quickly to Kwang Min's attack and said, "So should I say you're lucky or not? You only have half a soul trapped in the lost land, constantly reincarnating and listening to the words from the pulse." Han is furious beyond measure. The pulse sneers, "The other half of your soul has hurried back to reality. But every day it suffers torment. Perhaps it's better to go see your ancestors and get some blessings." Kwang Min furious, Han's face trembled. "Don't talk nonsense, I really didn't." Before Han could finish, Kwang Min's body was torn in half like a thin sheet of paper. In the end, Han's body completely vanished, and his subordinates all wore expressions of helplessness, each gradually disappearing. Kim Jiak shouted out, his voice trembling with fear, and he ordered the remaining subordinates not to be deceived, for they had been set up to kill Han and avenge the Guardian of Light. So, Mok with the cold face said, "No one can help you, the final mutated monster of Lu Van City." Kim Jiak was startled and guilty, he denied. "Using the flesh of tens of thousands of commoners from Liu Van, my experiment has made a breakthrough progress. Even if this achievement deserves the greatest recognition, is it necessary to turn oneself into a monster just to gain a little humble power?" So Mok calmly asked Han, "Why did you start the experiment?" Kim Jiak laughed, a crazy cat-like laugh, as Han began to transform, and I have to ask, of course it's because of that. Han's emotions were a mix of laughter and tears, unable to answer why he started the experiment, his face shifting from fury to pain. Han's body begins to mutate, bones and flesh twisting and swelling, and from his stomach a small red demon slowly emerges. "I am the head of the Kim Jiak sect of Lanhua Dong. I do whatever I want. There are not that many stars." The story system reveals that the reason is because the resurrection of Kim Jiak's daughter, Ngan Jiak, was corrupted by a demon's temptation, opening a portal between the other world and Earth. So Mok appears right above his head with the cold gaze. Has he forgotten? He would rather sacrifice tens of thousands of lives to save his daughter. Han suddenly exclaimed 2 words, "Daughter." The little demon inside Han's stomach suddenly shone brightly, and a pleasant sensation spread through him. Kim Jiak struggled to cry, calling out his daughter's name, Ngan Jiak. So Mok simply nodded and gently waved his hand. With a single move, simple and unadorned, Kim Jiak vanished into the silent space like dust. Amidst the swirling fog, Somok's figure stood tall, yet the mountain remained unshaken. His appearance leaves the others outside in awe and admiration. Suddenly, the screen goes completely dark, leaving them puzzled. The system displays an urgent warning. Within the smoke, the figure of a man appears. It's La Than. The system warning of the false love has descended, and La Shen kneels after Suomai. Suomai asks why he is here. "Vain love, Lord." La Shen bows to the Lord of Gods. "According to your orders, the grand plan to conquer the human world has been completed. You should wake up now, as the entire sky is filled with dark purple clouds." An old man excitedly twists his body, his eyes full of illusions. "Reborn after 20 years. My memory's finally restored. What is this world really like? Why is it filled with such intense magic power?" And he dreams of becoming a legendary mage, or even a fairy seller. Others are crying and recognizing old friends. But his illusions made him mistake a cabbage for someone familiar. The factions are fighting each other, another person holding his face mutters to himself. He dreams of being a true Red Dragon hero, but he's just talking to a chicken. This chaos in the city leaves Nam Han Truck and Ngai Ngi speechless. Ngai Ngi hurriedly says, "What are these guys doing? Are all the people from Lu Vandian City gone? Why is everyone talking nonsense like this?" Nam Han Truck coldly said, "This is the power of the false demon, and it hasn't even manifested yet, causing chaos throughout the city. I wonder if Somok can stop it." When it comes to the master, Lord Ngi's face brightened up, feeling reassured that the master is so strong there's no problem. If an enemy appears that the master cannot fight against and we can't do anything for him, then we might as well give up struggling and peacefully wait for the end. I never expected the false demon to be always by my side. Lathan chuckled, placing his hand on his chest with an arrogant tone. "My body doesn't carry any of my power." Of course I can't develop anything abnormal," Sothan asked. "You really are quite bold. Not afraid I will kill you." Sothan confidently replied, "Why should I worry, Your Excellency the Lord? I am your most loyal subordinate. Why would you want to kill me?" A cold flash crossed Somok's face as he said, "Enough, stop pretending. I once called myself the Lord of Gods to lure all the mutated monsters in Liuvenza City. You should have figured this out by now, so what is your true purpose in front of me?"
Lạc Thành hoảng hốt, có phải thần chủ già nhằm rồi không? Chẳng lẽ ngôi thật sự nghĩ mình là Sở Mạch, một phạm nhân gen từ thế giới loại người ngàn năm sau lạc vào bị cày. Người nghĩ kỳ dị, một phạm nhân sao lại lạc vào chiến chuồng chỉ dành cho người tứ tiện, không những sống sót mà còn có giúp sức mạnh lớn.
Why does someone who keeps wandering in the Lost Land know about what happened 1,000 years later? Suomo silently listened as he continued. Lot Shin said, "You once told me that in previous secret realms, you would lead the cultivators to victory, but also deliberately reduce the number of cultivators inside. And now how many are left in the realm? Around 200 or less than 100. Suomo crossed his arms and calmly said, "Illusions and false hopes. Your true ability is deception, and just relying on that, you still want to sway me. So what if I used Somok's identity to enter the secret realm? My goal was to protect my sister, so do you still remember her name?" Somok smiled. Why can't you answer such a simple question? Suddenly his heart skipped a beat as he searched his mind. What is her sister's name? Lord Law clapped and laughed, not remembering correctly because your sister is a fake. She doesn't exist at all, Lord Sovereign. Do you believe me now? Somok, angry, grits his teeth, his face turning pale, convinced this is the magic of the one who messes with his mind. Somok uses his information reading skill, but the results of the illusion magic are hidden and cannot be accessed. The system asks, "Great Lord of the Spirit Realm, do you remember your sister's name?" It displays the words, "Somok's life is just a lie." Capturing the teleportation light of the demon beast from the sky down into the clouds, each house was destroyed by it. Nam Han-chuk still stood firm against the powerful shock, realizing that this was the demon beast's teleportation light. When consciousness is full of chaos and destruction, it seems the false demon is about to descend, and the focus shifts to the survival of Somok. Ngai's face turned pale, as if sensing something, and she said, "The energy within the host's body is now in turmoil. So it seems the actions of the master are being restricted. This is the first time I've seen such a situation." Nam Han-chuk said she knows he wants to support the Somok, but she must stay here. Hearing that, Lord Ngi looked worried, but she refused, causing Nam Han-chuk to feel a bit confused. Lord Ngi panically said, "I don't want to go to the owner to help. It's too dangerous. This is the first time the owner has fallen into a fierce battle. If I go there, it would be like sacrificing myself, staying in Luyun to block them. The teleportation is the best way to support." At this moment in Lianhua Valley, the absence of the spirit-refining chariot is causing chaos, and Lan Shen is proudly holding it in his hand. I said that the foolish cultivators in Great La Heaven and Lianhua Dong thought the mutated monsters in the city were the coordinates I set up. And I, the false demon, can use these coordinates to infiltrate the human world, so they hurried to use the tearing spirit beast. I wanted to send Liu Yun to the Lost Land, but that was just a lie I deliberately told them to believe. Sora still stood still, his eyes vacant as if he had lost his soul, and he didn't respond at all. The Demon Lord continued, "Even if I open the passage, powerful beings who have surpassed the demon beast for 2,000 years cannot pass through. What meaning does such a passage have? I originally intended to use the cultivators. When they used the non-dimensional spirit orb to open the world of the beast realm, and the space powers of the two worlds twisted and contorted, I was able to use my stance perfectly. All the strength of the beast realm for 5 years was sent to the human world, but unfortunately, the action at that time went wrong, and both Lu Van and I fell into the Lost Land. The more I gain, the more he speaks. Repeating over 1,000 years, history keeps repeating itself. I can only keep recalling the pain of failure until you arrive. Only then can I break free from the constraints of history. Hey, the 1,000-year plan is finally about to come true, using the power of the Void Spirit. I will go directly to Earth. I really want to share my joy with you, but unfortunately, you have fallen into an illusion from which you cannot escape. So mắc Phan Đông giọt không phật ra tiếng rong gì. Hắn giọt tay, chuẩn bị tung ra giọng trí mạng. Suddenly, he froze. His smile vanished completely, no longer confident. At this moment, the deity realizes that he has used his innate talent on Somok to extract a fragment of information from his consciousness, causing him to become anxious contrary to his previous confident appearance. Lạc thần tiếp tục nổi. Rượu do cổ nghĩa lạ bản dâu, hắn dùng thất lạ ngối lắc vào bị cảnh. Nhưng mỗi lần vào rổ, hắn dễu nhận ruột sức mạnh lốn hồn. Con số mạch vận dụng do khống phản ứng khiến hắn càng thèm lo lắng chỉ sau 3 lần bị cảnh. The number of cultivators in the secret realm has dropped from 10,000 to less than 200, and Somok's past is completely blank, not even remembering her own sister's name. Lat then bites his finger nervously, encountering a ghost. So many sinister secrets. Could this person really be the incarnation of the Lord God? This is just a coincidence. It can't be real. At this moment, Lot Than's mind is in chaos. Nothing seems right. It doesn't look like the incarnation of the Divine Lord. It's over. He covers his face, ruffles his hair in fear, only hoping to succeed in reaching Earth so that the Divine Lord won't punish him too harshly, while the jade on his waist continues to emit a purple flame. In the city of Luvan, it was still being fiercely destroyed, as the 10 beams of light attacked Nam Han-chuk and Ngai Ningyi. Han-chuk blinked in surprise. He didn't expect those things could attack on their own. Ngai Ningyi realizes there is no more time left. The teleportation is about to complete. Nam Han Truk asked her to hide and form a defensive line for him to attack the 10 beams of light. Ngai Yi was startled by the request. She said, "You don't want to rush into the light beams. Teleportation is about to end, and that's when the energy is strongest. If you approach the light beams now, you will destroy it." Facing the attack of the light beams only makes Han Truk more certain of his thoughts. He looks into the past, and now, I don't know how many cultivators have fought and died bloodily. Only through their sacrifice did they establish the privileges and status of the Tungmon of the cultivators. I am the disciple Dan Dai Beach, inheriting the grace of Tungmon, receiving resources for cultivation, facing inevitable death in battle. This is the rule of Tungmon cultivators, and a vow to this world. Surrounding the core is a black energy. The system reports, checking the secret realm. Fourth day check-in, rewards. Male Han Truk rushes toward the light pillar to defend Ngai Ni. Master Ni shouted loudly, "I understand now, those annoying tentacles disappear for me." She used her powerful magic to dispel. A golden barrier enveloped her body. That defensive line blocks all attacks from the light pillar. Seeing the strong front, Nam Han Truk clenched his fists, pushed aside all hesitation, accelerated to the limit, and charged straight into the center of the light pillar. As he touched the teleportation core, a burst of bright light exploded, releasing dozens of beams capable of summoning the demon beasts of the abyss, enough to bring forth the 10,000 evil beasts. Its center contained energy so volatile and destructive that even though Nam Han Truk was mentally prepared for the danger, the reality was more hopeless than he had imagined. At this moment, his calf muscle was torn, his left arm bone broken, his internal organs bleeding, and even worse, large areas of burns. Nam Han Truk was in pain. Just standing inside the light pillar had already nearly broken his body. He thought about how much his body would wither if he fought against the energy of the light beam, but that didn't scare him. Nam Han Truk clenched his fists, and a surge of black power radiated out. It and the power of the light pillar merged together, witnessing the scene where it becomes the god of laughter and the rage of Truk. Han smirks and says, "Even if I exhaust all my life force, I cannot stop my true form from descending. A few more seconds of delay are meaningless." Gradually, a blue flame approached Han. Lot Than recognized its presence, but by the time Han turned around, it was already too late. As the blue flames engulf Han, the system announces that it is the 4th day and grants the 3 Mui-foot fire. The flames spread like a pandemic, covering the Lianhua realm and expanding across the Lost Land. Then, it continued to spread, and now, at the coffin shop, a celestial being was completely consumed by the flames, and Han cried out in pain. It screams wildly in panic, unable to understand why it has been pulled back from the underworld into the mortal world. In Lu Van City, other immortals are also reborn, crying bitterly as their nightmare finally comes to an end. The leader of the doomed sacrifices helplessly embraces his fate as the villagers scream to end their suffering. The flames still rage fiercely at the Alliance Hall. Lathan suddenly sensed something, asking if these lifeless puppets had suddenly awakened. What is happening? What is this fire? The flames surrounding Somak are shown on the system display as blue flames. Lathan, with a coaxing tone, asks Somak why he is preventing him, as his body is about to fall into Lu Van. "Then we can borrow the power of the 10 lights to enter the secret realm and reach the earth," Somak replied. "I am not your god. And besides, didn't you notice that your 10 traditional lights have disappeared?" Hearing that the 10 rays of light have disappeared, the god of time panicked and turned back. He realized that awakening the useless puppets meant the 10 rays of light would vanish. Suomak looked up at the sky and said, "What I awakened is not only the ordinary people of Lu Van City, but also the consciousness of Lu Van's small world. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, it also has its own consciousness, but its awareness is too weak, so it has always been trapped in the cycle, even unnoticed by others. You smile contentedly, for I have awakened the consciousness of this world and made a deal. I will take all the living beings of this world away from the Lost Land. Except for you, who will remain in the Lost Land, forever repeating your smile's act. And this world will become your eternal prison." At this moment, Lord Law was trembling with fear and couldn't believe what Somak said. He still thought you were lying to him. But Somak only crossed his arms, speaking calmly as if reading a predetermined verdict, and said, "Whether you're lying or not, experience it yourself. Farewell, illusory love." That surge of energy, like a giant blade, pushed Lord Law back. He shouted, raising his hands to cover his face against that force. That explosion of sunlight spread out like a burst of dawn, and now the peaceful cityscape is calmer than ever as Law then appears. Han suddenly wakes up as if nothing happened and calls the captain. He walks into the void and softly calls the captain, but there is no response. At La Shin trembling, Han punched himself directly. Now he has regained his composure, growling fiercely, finally alert again, and once more the history repeats itself. The pulse is not here. There is no one on the street. It seems what I said was true. Now I am the only one trapped inside Lu Van City. The sinister look on Lathan's face makes me think who could lock me in here if you have already opened the way out. There must still be traces left behind. As long as I investigate, I can immediately leave this damned place. Once again, Lord Law wakes up and repeats what he said earlier, panic-stricken as he realizes something is wrong. The world resets once more with only 10 seconds left on the timeline. Time is about to reset again, leaving Law then no time to find clues, and once more that light appears. Law then becomes helpless. collapsing, unsure if he has returned for the 2785th or 2786th time.
Lão thần trở nên diễn dại, không muốn quan tâm nữa. Hệ thống thông báo lần lần hỏi thứ 2787, Khúc Thiện Tam thở hổn hển vì mất sức.
In front, Qui Tin and Huang Tung are still fiercely fighting. Qui Tin is faster, counterattacking to seize Huang Tung. Cook Tien Tam ambushed him from behind, shouting loudly, yet he didn't fall down. He was worried, thinking his strength was about to run out. The Tai Nyat Hua Fu. The Jade Altar of our two sects resumed their fierce battle, even though the opponent was only a single elder of the sect. Qui Ting, exhausted, spat blood. Cook Tien Tam shouted, Qui Tang, stop being stubborn. The beast can invade the secret realm at any time. Descending to Earth, you keep stopping us from destroying the secret realm. You are cutting off hope for humanity. Get out of the way. Qui Tin ignored him, frowning as he said, I've said many times already, don't even try. The urgent red emergency talisman kept beeping continuously. The Jade platform was startled and said, only in extreme emergencies would communication be initiated. Huang Tong shouted loudly, It's over! This is the red emergency transmission talisman. Cook Tien Tam was excited. Qui Tang saw it too. Is this the result you wanted? The secret realm is about to end. The demon beasts are about to invade Earth, that despicable traitor of humanity. The emergency relay talisman hurriedly explained, Lord Huang and Lord Cook, did you hear that? The secret realm is over. The battle is about to end. Humanity has won. The system announced the completion of the third secret realm in 10 minutes, and the fight is returning to the real world. Everyone has returned to the current world. Wudong looked around with a fierce gaze and asked when the third secret realm mission was completed. Guet Tien Tin looked a bit pale. His memory was too vague. It seemed like he had a very long dream about a strange place. Wudong furrowed her brow, recalling that they had arrived at Lu Van City, but couldn't remember what had happened there. Guet Tien Tin, feeling that it was strangely familiar, realized that the mission was completed because Somak had slain all the demon beasts. Wudong was unwilling, furious, saying, I can't accept this. I was about to catch up and shoot, but I was left so far behind and gained nothing. And Guet Tien Tin replied, Master Somak is a genius beyond the heavens, a monster beyond the ordinary. Don't let hesitation swallow you. Doing what you can is the best advice. Forcing yourself to compare with monsters only leads to collapse. Below, a pool of dried blood remains, Namhan Truk's blood, and now he is just a cold, lifeless body. Those who returned in joy, some recognized Namhan Truk's body, while those who once looked down on him and called him useless now chuckled softly and whispered to each other. The scene's immortal shouts loudly, silencing everyone. Do you not feel ashamed knowing the wounds on his body? He is a warrior son. He continues, in the city of Luwen, caught in a beast's trap. What have you done? I fell into chaotic memories and couldn't do anything. He bowed his head, voice choked with emotion. Maybe now we can live, all because of his extraordinary fight. On the rooftop of the tall building, Somak silently watched everything. Ngài Nhi dùng cảnh, giọng có chút buồn trạch nam hàng trực, có gì chứ, rồ rằng yếu ớt như vậy. Dừng là tên Ngọc, số mặt tiệc nối, chen dối là ít đi một người tin tối. Cậu nói tiếp, nam hãn trực, cậu giúp tôi kéo dài thời gian, tối nợ cậu một ăn tịnh. Nếu các tông chủ của tù giai tống một ăn phận chút, tôi sẽ khống diệt họ. Cook T and Tom shouted in disbelief that the secret realm had been passed. Somak had survived and returned. Qui Tin laughed loudly, because Somak had won. As Qui Tin relaxed his guard, Cook T and Tam suddenly struck from behind with a thunderous blow, smashing him into a large rock. Qui Tin spat blood, his eyes rolling back in fury, and was about to strike another blow. Huang Tong stopped him firmly enough. The secret realm has ended! There's no need to fight anymore, Cook T and Tam shouted loudly, addressing the sect master. Are you still trying to protect your clan's elders, all because of this guy, exposing Commander Chung Luvan and letting Somak survive and return? Qui Tin is furious. At this point, Huang Tong Chan, what good is pretending to be a good person anymore? Both of you kids get up now. I still have plenty of strength left. Ignoring that provocation, Kook Tangson grew even angrier. But Master Xiang remained calm and unmoved. Master Xiang released his grip and said, what has happened cannot be changed anymore. Don't waste time on Kui Sheng now. I must go to the deep sea and awaken that person with the other two sect masters. Kuk Tien Tom, overwhelmed with excitement, said wildly, That's right. As long as that prince returns, the energy vein is nothing. You should be glad to have narrowly escaped with your lives. Kui Tin was stunned. The deep sea. Are you all crazy? That was the place designated for sealing by the great demon heaven. The talisman shouted loudly, Lord Huang, Tong Chu Kuk just received the latest information about the Financial Alliance, which has placed several large energy bombs in the diplomatic area of Kisun City. It seems the Finance Alliance has made up their minds. We don't need to hesitate. Elder Kui, just stand there and you'll soon become nothing but shattered flesh in the explosion. Transition scene. Qian Lianshan clenched his phone in panic, kneeling down. There are only 5 minutes before the Somak emerges from the secret realm. How long do you plan to imprison me? The envoy of the Alliance Group is a bit proud. President Qian, we are now 5,000 kilometers below Kisan City in a safe place. You wouldn't want to run elsewhere, right? The sect master of the 4 great clans standing together is no match for him. What else can I do? The envoy of the Alliance suggested using bombs to eliminate the source of the pulse. The envoy of the Alliance continued. President Tien, the chief expert, and all 15 leaders of the financial group have agreed to use bombs in the outskirts of Quezon City, at the headquarters of the financial group. All personnel have been evacuated, and civilians have been moved over 200 kilometers to the Don Mu market. If there are any assassinations there, just consider it their misfortune. Tien Lianshan hesitated for a moment. But if they bombed the core to attack the Meridian, it was very likely they would avoid the explosion center, so they probably couldn't cause too much damage to him. Seeing through his mind, the envoy leaned forward, speaking convincingly. Chairman Tien, are you still hesitating? This is the best opportunity. Somak and the Secret Realm are fighting the four great sect masters, so when he returns to reality, it will definitely be at the same location. Therefore, the alliance of the treasure sects is at Somak's teleportation point, with 7 large bombs placed around the area. The moment Somak returns to reality, there will be no time for him to react. Boom! I will blow everything up. The envoy of the alliance group then turned to the black bag and continued. This black document bag contains a bomb trigger. Chairman Tien, the opportunity to deal with Somak is yours. Seeing their plan clearly, Tien Liansan glared and shouted in anger. So this is your plan to make me bear all the consequences after the explosion. The envoy of the alliance group holding the bag threatens Chairman Tien. Do you think you still have a choice left? Don't forget that you used Somak's sister in experiments. That led to a major conflict between Somak and the alliance group. And with everything you've done, you think Somak will forgive you. At this moment, Tien Lianshan's whole body stiffened. After a long while, like a well-behaved dog on a leash, he reached out and took the bag. The secret world alert system is offline, and the abyss begins to return. Somak is transported back to the Quezon diplomatic zone and notices something unusual. At this moment, Somak seemed to face a dangerous force. Tien Liansan pressed the red button, and a deafening explosion tore through space. The ground trembled, and each floor of the building collapsed like paper. Tien Liansan went berserk, frantically pressing the button repeatedly. Every place started to explode, and the entire city seemed to be engulfed in a massive blast. The envoy of the Union of Corporations watched and then crossed his arms, saying, President Tien, that's enough. I forgot to tell you that the detonator only needs to be pressed once. Tien Lianshan gasped for breath, his eyes frantic as he repeatedly asked if Somak had gone to wait for the heavens. The envoy of the Union of Corporations surely replied that this was the extreme of human technological science, and in theory, no cultivator could survive such destructive power. But the performance of the Meridian is indeed often beyond our expectations, so to ensure safety, the hunters will come to the explosion center later to investigate. Facing the 7 bombs directly, even if he survived, he would surely be severely wounded and near death. I will not give him any chance to survive. Amidst the city turned hellish with ruins and flames, a sudden blue light burst forth. Within the blue flame is the core, completely undamaged. The system notification confirms the received impact from outside, warning that the energy level has reached its limit. Master Nai transformed into a fox and stood on Somak's shoulder, asking with concern if the owner was okay. The system continued to notify that the host was resting, and excess energy was beginning to strengthen the host's body. People outside on the street are watching their phones and chatting. Oh my god, a nuclear explosion happened at the Quezon Diplomatic District. Is it real or fake? I'm in Dan Mu City. I just saw black smoke online and there's a clip. The alliance of financial groups bombing. How could they dare? And of course it's written as Somak. These lunatics don't even bother to hide their faces, Tien Liansan said angrily while watching. Even if he's proud, he might as well go live. This time, a long-tailed demon beast appeared beside. Somak. Maybe he has betrayed Earth. In the final moments of the live stream, the screen went dark, and only Somak knew what happened inside the secret scene. Everyone watching was terrified. Could it be that Somak eliminated and slaughtered Namhan Truck? In the office, he was talking to Tien Lianshan and said, No wonder the President Qian has arranged the Navy so quickly in such a short time. The online public opinion is gradually shifting to doubt Suimo's identity, and he nodded confidently. This is nothing. The important thing is whether Somak is alive or dead. Only when that guy is truly gone can I sleep peacefully, he confidently said. A total of 600 hunters, divided into 10 reconnaissance squads, have entered the blast zone and will have results soon. Is this really a nuclear explosion? It's devastating enough. Just the outer area caused this much destruction. Another team member asked, Can we really find the 2 remains of the target? The 7 nuclear bombs. Somak might have already been vaporized in the blast. Ho-On replied, Please don't talk about such unlucky things. I'm not here for the reward from this investigation. If we can find Somak's body, we'll be rich, and even if he's still alive, he's surely badly injured. Catching him would bring a bigger reward. The team, radio crackled with the captain's voice. Everyone pay attention. We're approaching the dangerous central zone of the explosion with 30 minutes of protective gear remaining. If no target is detected in 15 minutes, we must retreat immediately. Over here, everyone still thinks about going home, about eating grilled chicken thighs, but the master still wants to sleep longer. The system reports that the progress of the 3-pronged fire body's body modification has exceeded 50%, causing current damage to the body. She looked at you in admiration, then suddenly the system suggested checking and detected You were attacked, activating the damage transfer function. She changed from a stunned expression to anger and said, "You're cursed. I've been wanting to ask from the start what kind of strange power this is. All the suffering is mine to bear, but every time, it's just too much." Squad leader of Team 3 reports. The target has been located. No injuries observed outside, suspected to be in a coma and unresponsive. The beast next to the target is kneeling on the ground, showing signs of great pain, suspected to have been caused by the explosion. The current location coordinates have been synchronized, requesting backup. Ho-An ran ahead, calling for backup to meet the kneeling enemy. The team leader shouted, "Ho-An, turn back. Do you want to disobey orders?" "I choose to stay unconscious, so I won't miss this good opportunity. I want to seize the moment to take all the treasure." The others in the team also rushed forward, apologizing to the captain, saying they didn't want to miss this chance either. The team leader helplessly said, "Damn these bastards, blinded by the money. Just go ahead." Ho-An smiled, realizing that even the team leader couldn't resist and charged forward while Ai-Ni was still kneeling in pain, clutching her chest, facing the enemy. She kept repeating, "Suffering, suffering, the enemy suffering," just in time. She shouted, "Free sandbags. You also come feel my suffering." A flash of light burst out, a loud noise, and thick smoke filled the air. From afar, a member of another squad angrily said, "Those damn third squad said they would surround and capture the Somak, but ended up attacking first themselves." Someone replied, "It's definitely because Somak was badly injured and they wanted to seize the reward first. We need to speed up so they can't take all the credit." The scene shifts to the ambassador's basement of the Alliance, where the report is coming from the communication device. The third squad has lost contact and shows no signs of life. The second squad has also lost communication, followed by the fourth and fifth squads. After hearing this, Qian Lianshan angrily said, "Enough already. Your useless hunters have all been taken out by the undefeated Soramak? Is that what you mean?" He was still listening to the report. Squad 7. This is Squad Leader Hua Shu reporting to the General Headquarters. "We arrived at the third squad's designated point and found signs of battle on the ground, but no trace of the Somak target or any human remains, just like the other dozen or so hunting squads." Qian Lianshan suspiciously asked, "Buhoi, could they be allied with the Somak, or have the Somak been seriously injured and fled?" He angrily said, "Chairman Qian rarely acts like this, capable of destroying over a dozen hunting squads in an instant, and it's possible that Suomai was not even injured. Even humanity's strongest weapons, nuclear bombs, are nothing to him."
He frowned. If he wasn't injured, why did he have to leave, making the remaining hunting team look up to him? Wasn't that just a trivial matter? He turned and walked away. Who knew? Maybe he had something more important to do than chasing after those hunters.
He asked suspiciously, "What did you say?" The messenger stopped and turned back, replying, "Perhaps he might have already prepared the corpses of the union leaders at the guild. Or maybe he dealt with the one causing trouble for him first, which is me. Of course, the most likely scenario is catching the one who hurt his sister, because he made her a test subject after all. Lian-san, I'm scared. Wait, are you really leaving? Didn't you say you'd protect me? If you go, what am I supposed to do?" He turned and walked away, saying, "You might try praying not to the gods, but to the Somak." The scene shifts to the ground where passers-by are talking, saying there's a ghost. The subway has stopped running. The roads are blocked. What's going on here? Someone else said, "Brother, haven't you been watching the news? The Alliance at the base threw 7 nuclear bombs, but couldn't do anything to Somak because we're too close to Kaisan City. Now around Kaisan City, everyone is frantically retreating, or they'll fall into chaos. We're still okay for now, but some places have lost power and water, and nobody knows when they'll recover." This person sighed and wondered what would happen to this crazy world next. Could it be that the beasts haven't even arrived yet and the internal conflict has already begun? Someone else said, "Do they even deserve an internal war with Somak?" The price of the alliance at the guild has also hit rock bottom, and the 4 great clans of cultivation are like dogs, too afraid to say a word, just whining and complaining, truly useless. The 4 great clans in Somak and the guild are not good things either. I hear Somak has colluded with the demons to betray our world. Uncle said that your information is outdated. Online rumors now say that Somak is the president of the Bright Society, which has always secretly sabotaged the world's economy and finance. It wasn't until the catastrophe of the demon beast invasion, caused by the chaos from the destruction of the financial and cultivation worlds, that Somak finally appeared. Someone else responded, talking nonsense. "I have exclusive evidence that Somak is a person from the deep universe. A Tochuk Balve Dongvat who secretly infiltrates the human world to become a famous politician like a merchant. Behind the scenes, the Tochuk Balve Dongvat and Somak have long viewed our world as their property, which is why they stand up against the monsters." The girl didn't believe it. Isn't Somak a metamorph? She's also a member of the Animal Protection Organization, only gaining her powers after being bitten by a spider. Everyone laughed at her, saying if they believed that, could she really believe it too? The girl didn't listen, saying your stories sound so credible. The scene shifts to a remote city, and Han Ling tells Suo Mai that everyone on Earth is watching your movements and your next plan for the Tai Dawn. Who would have thought you'd come to this remote city? You look at your phone reading about the Light Society, the Pangolins, the Animal Protection Organization, and your naval troops seem to be writing something interesting. You're laughing, and there are also mutants, Han Lin replied. Don't blame me for this. The alliance of the treasure team is now spreading rumors about your relationship with the beast. To prevent ordinary people from believing their gossip, I can only spread more confusing information. Suo Mai Kiao nodded seriously and said, "All right, no more jokes. Have you managed to investigate and retrieve the information?" He replied, "Do you look down on me, Han Lin? The intelligence I want is absolutely obtainable." Suo Mai, this is where you and your sister's story began. The scene shifts to the girls' nursery, where you walk in with the innocence of the children around you. "Is this it?" they shout. Suo Mai is Suo Mai, and to think I could meet him. So cool. The kids look excited and happy. "Can we take a group photo together? I want to give the photo to the wall. We all watch your live stream, and we support you despite the bad people online." The boy looks confused and says, "Everyone please calm down. Each of you ask. The kids ask if I want to become as powerful as you. Do you have any tips? I really like your windbreaker. Can you give me one?" So Mock smiled. "So you like my windbreaker? Such a good taste. If you want it, just take it." Everyone is rushing to take. It's amazing. I want one too. It feels so good. While the kids are excited, Director Thatch clears his throat and says it's rest time. Why haven't the stars gone back to their rooms yet? The mischievous pink-haired girl says, "Old man, the tomb keeper is here, and I don't want to sleep." He called out, "So Mock," and you stood up, looked at him, and replied, "It's been a long time since I saw the director." The two of you went into the director's office to talk, and he opened the conversation. "I never expected our small orphanage to produce such a hero and great talent like you. During this time, you are the focus of the entire world. So your sudden visit to our impoverished girls' academy must be for something important, right?" So Mach said, "That's bien trung. I just want to ask a few questions without causing trouble for everyone. I want to know my background." He started to think and then replied, "More than 10 years ago on a rainy night, you were abandoned in front of the orphanage. Now after all this time, finding your parents is even harder." I said, "If you can't find them, then forget it. Honestly, I don't care much. Do you know anything about my sister?" The director's tone becomes anxious, and he says it's about, "So Van, you probably know more about her than I do. Could something have happened?" So Mock looks at him and says, "The less the director knows, the safer it is for you. Just tell me what you know." He began to tell that after a fire, the entire family was lost. Only So Van survived and was taken to this orphanage, and despite the disaster, she remained optimistic and showed strong leadership. Since childhood, she has been respected by other children, but what makes people suspicious is that she cares deeply about you. And although you have a lonely personality, you are also very unusual in not rejecting So Van's closeness. Later, I roughly guessed that perhaps she saw the shadow of her missing younger brother from the fire on you, and she considers you as her younger brother. But her demand was very strong. If you wanted to adopt her, you had to adopt him as well. But at that time, he was quite rebellious and emotionally resistant. So in the end, the adoptive family gave up until that criminal family appeared. You looked at him and continued, "A family that eats people, yet you still handed the two children over to such criminals." Director Thoch sobbed and apologized, saying that since that day, I have lived in hatred for not seeing the true face of the adoptive family. The cruel madman who murdered over a dozen children? I only discovered the truth when the news reported the case. I tried to find the two of them, but had no clues at all. Thank heaven you two are still safe. He stood up excitedly. Is So Van still okay now? He replied that she has been ill for 2 years, but I've found a way to cure her, and she will definitely get better. The scene shifts to the remote city at night. Ha Ju asks Han Ling if it's over. He replied, "Somok left long ago, so why? After being beaten by Somok, you don't want to see him anymore? Your personality really is full of twists and turns." Ha Chu is asking about Somok. "What are you talking about? I didn't intentionally avoid him. How is he doing now?" Han Lin replied, "How is Somok doing now?" The Pulse and the director talked for half an hour before being surrounded and disturbed by the kids from the orphanage. He turned to ask again, "Are you happy? That orphanage stopped operating 10 years ago because they used children as products to sell. Its director also ended his life here, and no one wanted to renovate this notorious place. So it has been abandoned ever since. There can't be any children here anymore. The two of you push the door open and dust billows into your faces. Hamlin asks if you can sense anything, like spiritual energy, magic, or something else. He pinched his nose and said there's nothing here. This place is just an abandoned nunnery that has been left unused for a long time. So why would Somok lie?" He wiped his hand on the table, feeling a thick layer of dust, and replied, "Why would he lie? I don't think Somok is lying. At least, he doesn't need to tell a lie so easily exposed right in front of me." Ha Chu followed and asked, "Do you really think the director is dead and the orphanage doesn't exist?" Hamlin said, "I have a rough idea but need to verify. And compared to Somok, So Van is the one with more issues." In the nunnery's classroom, Han Lin continued, "We can't confirm So Van's dormitory location at that time, so we have to use this classroom as a substitute. She probably lived here long enough." "Did you bring the red trance fragrance with you?" He took out an object and replied, "This is the red trance fragrance, which can reveal So Van's past images here after 5 minutes of activation, but it requires her beloved item as a source of attraction." Ham Lin said that So Van liked to burn Hong Tron Huang before entering the girls' dormitory. Ha-Chu lit it, and the smoke began to rise in the corner of the classroom. There was a little girl sitting and drawing, Hamlin saw and said, "It seems that So-Mak is still alive now." Ha-Chu was surprised and asked why I would use the precious Hong Tran Huang for such a thing. He then stroked his chin and said, "I think next we also need to go to the real demon cultivator's house to accept So-Mak along with the house where So-Mak grew up, and use Hong Tran Huang 2 more times." "Do we have enough Hong Tran Huang?" he replied. "There is still enough Hong Tran Huang, but it can't be used. Hong Tran Huang can only be used if the place where it is used is fully preserved. The house of the real demon knight, So-Mak, has been destroyed after fleeing, and the house where So-Mak used to live was also severely damaged by the investigation of the Alliance and the cultivators." "Is So-Van being in a coma on that bed really that important?" Hamlin laughs. "Everything's already been destroyed." "What a coincidence. I investigated So-Van, and before she and Ko Ni-Vian left, there were many traces of her living there, like handicrafts, avoiding painting, and a diary. Her relatives also have a fairly clear impression of her, but after being taken in by the real person demon, her image became faint, with no school records, no work history, and it seems she always relied on odd jobs and selling goods at stalls to sustain her large So-Mak life. I asked someone who used to sell with So-Van, and their impression of her was very vague. The old woman selling fruit said, "So-Van, I remember her as a very hardworking girl. She would come to set up her stall before 6 in the morning every day to sell small items. I don't know if it's about learning to make yourself look good or about cutting your hair short." "Wait, is it about cutting your hair short? I don't quite remember." The old man also has vague memories of So-Van. "She sold things at our market for 2 to 3 years. What exactly did she sell again?" Han Ning picked up the wooden horse and continued. "Do you understand how bizarre this is? Clearly, there is a tragic background combined with an image of determination. So Van should be an existence that draws attention wherever she is, but no one can clearly describe what kind of person she is, including So-Mak, who seems to have lost most of his memories of So-Van and asked me to investigate her and her sister's abilities." Ha-Ju asked, "Have you told So-Mak about this intelligence?" Han Nin smiled. "How could I forget? Previously, So-Mak Tuan-Wan fought against the Financial Alliance, and she said that her sister was the only reason he fought in the secret realm to save the world. After So-Mak learned the truth, we were filled with hope and even fell into madness. So who will save the world next?" Ha-Chu folded his arms and expressed his suspicion. "So you think So-Mak has gone crazy?" Hamnin handed him an iPad and said, "Here is the police record related to the Demon Realm house. On the night the real monster was destroyed, a rescue worker found a child too scared to speak. The rescuer intended to keep him and find out what was going on, but the child ran away in panic. He was the only survivor the police found at the monster's house. Next is my guess that the sister So-Mak loves dearly was the one who risked herself to save him. Maybe she disguised herself as his sister to support him, or perhaps her sense of duty was so strong that she became an illusion that felt too real." Ha-Chu asked suspiciously, creating a real illusion. "With So-Mak's strength and talent, it's not impossible to let go, and there's no need to overthink it anymore. At least keeping this secret from So-Mak, from us, and from the world is a good thing." "Hamnin, you really are too naive. The statement I made earlier was just the simplest hypothesis. If So-Van really was kidnapped that night, and So-Mak's body is normal, then who is the sister currently in a coma for So-Mak?" The scene shifts to a house still lit up where Wudong is treating So-Van, and she speaks up. Strangely, So-Mak then asks, "Is my sister's condition worse now?" She replies, "No, quite the opposite. Earlier I said that her body had recovered well, and the reason for her coma was that the aura of the demon beast on her couldn't be removed. But my previous hypothesis was wrong. It's not that the aura can't be removed, but that inside her body she's continuously producing demon beast aura, which causes the false demon beast aura phenomenon that can't be removed." Suomai asked again, "My sister isn't being corroded by the aura of the demon beast, but is actually creating it. Doesn't that mean I'm worse off?" She replied, "No. Compared to previous treatments, the rate of demon beast aura formation has decreased by about 30 to 40%, and the transformation occurred after the 3rd trial of the secret realm. So that means if we can win the final battle in the secret realm war, my sister might fully recover and wake up from her coma." Wudong replied, "Each victory in the secret realm gradually weakens our world's connection to the other world. If we achieve the final victory and cut off that connection, your sister could wake up." "No, maybe it won't take that long. I already have a way to cure your sister. If we can find more victims of the Alliance's human body experiment, the mutations happening to them might help us cure your sister." Suomiao turned and left. "I understand now. I will go find them." She said, "I know you care about your sister, but this is too exaggerated. Going out at night to find someone." When we get to the living room, he replied that Han Ning just sent me the address of the former guild leader, and once we catch him, we can hang him up and force him to reveal the details of the other victims. Ai-Ni was sitting and looking at the computer when the owner was in a good mood. Then he finally looked up and asked her, "Ai-Ni, when did you wake up? Are you feeling better?" "Thank you, sir, for your concern. I only suffered minor injuries from the explosion 6 times and am completely fine. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. I'm truly touched." So Mak said, "Seeing you in such good spirits makes me feel at ease. You're just in time. And since you're free, help me deliver a package at midnight tonight." Ai looked bored and annoyed. I was so happy after helping someone injured in the explosion that I ended up chopping more than 100 Union hunters. I haven't even had a chance to eat a drumstick, and now I'm immediately taking on a new mission as a reward. That's really great. Wudong patted her head and said, "All right, you can handle the knife work again. Little Ai has tried her best. Go rest at home. Wait until I get back with your favorite grilled chicken thigh. What are you watching?" Ai responds, "A live stream of a secret area in Luvan City. I lost consciousness for a long time. I need to confirm whether I said anything I shouldn't have in the live stream. Oh, just in time, I reached your part. Do you want to watch?" Then Ai turned her iPad to Wudong, showing her as the gang leader singing Long Bing, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and get my pulse back. Team leader of the pulse. I must make you my gang leader's wife." She blushed and stammered, then shouted, "Did I really say that and do such things?" Ai pretended to be surprised and praised, "You're so impressive." And then she did something even more outrageous than her owner. Wudong, angry and blushing, said enough, "Stop and don't broadcast anymore." Ai said, "I don't want to. I still need to see the rest to confirm if I said anything inappropriate." She jumped to grab the iPad, but Ai dodged, and the two kept wrestling back and forth. Seeing this, Suomai quickly ran over. "I'll go outside first. Remember to send the package for me later." The scene shifts to the frontline group where the wall suddenly explodes, and Qian Lianshan is already waiting there for you. Sima, finally, you've arrived. The hard drive on the table contains all the experimental data on human bodies from the frontline group under the directive of the Alliance, including all your sister's data. I think you will need it. You walk in casually and say, "Not even a guard in sight, cooperating so well to deliver the documents I need. Do you think I'll just let this go?" Qian Lianshan laughs maniacally, hoping for your forgiveness, but I never considered that. After all, I am the one in charge of conducting the experiments. I am the enemy who hurt your sister. Somak, I hate you, but I hate the entire Taidoan Union. The beast hybridization experiment was their entire plan, but they deliberately revealed my whereabouts. When you came to find me, the hunters from the Taidoan Alliance had already arrived in Donghai City. They lacked the courage to face you directly, so they planned to corner your sister and the immortal cultivator helping you, using them as hostages. I can die, but if I help you, you also have to do one thing for me. So Mok has brought all the members of the Taidoan Alliance to meet with me. The scene shifts to Donghai City, where Lloyd Truck and a group of guards stand behind you, angry, saying, "Over 100 hunters are entering Donghai City at the same time. The Alliance of the Finance Guild wants to declare war on us. I repeat, go back to where you came from." The envoy of the Finance Guild replied, "Lord Lloyd Truck, you're joking. We have always respected the Dongvan Taidoan and do not wish for conflict with you, but I believe you understand our intentions. Our only enemy is the Somak." Lloyd Truck sternly told him that the combat staff of the Financial Alliance would never enter Donghai City. This is the agreement between the Financial Alliance and our Dongvan Tai group. The envoy smiled and said, "To be precise, this is an agreement between the Financial Alliance and the strongest hunter, Chiu Hai. But Chiu Hai is already dead. Without Chiu Hai, does the Dongvan Taidoan still have the right to speak on equal terms with us?" Lee Truck asked back, wasting time talking about fighting again. He replied, "No one is mistaken. At least we won't face off with the Dongvan Tai clan, because for now, Chiu Hai is still a hero idol in the hearts of many hunters." Lloyd Truck looked with a contemptuous gaze, as if to say, "Whether to fight or not, just make it clear. If you don't want to start a war, then get out from where you came. Haven't I already said that earlier?" One of the hunters there said, "If you still don't understand, our mission in these hunters is just to keep people here. As long as we do nothing, surface peace can be maintained," he continued. Even though thousands of hunters are quietly entering Donghai City at the same time, it doesn't concern the Alliance. Rest assured, we use the guild leader as bait to lure the enemy away, leaving only Somak's sister and the immortal who always supports Somak here. Maybe there's a demon beast with him, so the destruction of Donghai City will be kept to a minimum. Lloyd Truck was speechless with him. If he couldn't fight face to face, he would take a hostage. This guy really is hopeless. He roared like a naive person. Leader Leija, the Alliance of the Financial Guild, will never forget this lesson. The monster, relying on its own strength, has disrupted the balance of the entire world. So we will not allow another uncontrollable monster like him to exist. The scene shifts to another part of Donghai City. Wudong places the package that Somak Dao gave him on the ground and mutters to himself. Based on Somak's note, I should be fine, but this package is strange. Leaving this stone here at midnight. Nothing happened. Did I leave it in the wrong place? Suddenly, a purple light shot down from the sky, and Leiji said, "That's great, I finally found you." She asked blankly, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "That's right. Could it be that you're here to take the package?" "You're angry and asking what the package is?" "No. Forget about the package for now. Those thugs are coming soon, and not only her, but also Somak's sister are targets of their attack. Is Somak's sister at your house now? But it seems there's a spell preventing entry. I'm not sure if those thugs used brutal methods to directly destroy your house, but if they did, Somak's sister would be in great danger. This place is also very unsafe. Come with me." She was stunned and said, "Wait a moment. You speak too fast. I can't even breathe. I don't understand what you're saying right now." Then you finally put your hand on your back and said, "Sorry. This is a side effect of my power. I am temporarily out of the accelerated state. My body's timing will get messed up and my speech will speed up. Forget it. Let me introduce myself. I am Lei Jia, the leader of the Dong Van Guild. Wudong's face darkened. The guild members, while Somak was away, came to me asking if I would hand over her sister. Dream on. Please try to explain, Miss Wudong. Please stay calm. Our Dongvan Taidon is not with the League of Taidon. Have you forgotten? After the first secret realm ended, Somak's sister was captured and we withdrew to find her. Tonight, the hunters from the Alliance of Guilds are invading Donghai City, targeting her and Somak's sister. Please let me lead you to Sovan. I will provide protection for both of you. I was about to act when I said that. Dongvan Taidon. I remember you did step back then, but the situation now is completely different. I couldn't fully trust you at that time, and the hunters from the guild couldn't harm Somak's sister. Luoji nervously explained, I know there is a beast beside Sui Miao, maybe protecting Sui Yun, but this time there are at least over 1,000 hunters entering Donghai City. Even if that beast is strong, protecting Sui Yun from so many hunters will be very difficult. Suddenly, the stone emitted light. Luojia asked, puzzled, what is this? The monsters crawled out laughing and said, this must be the fairy realm. I finally ascended to become a fairy. The old leader of the monsters laughed and replied, no, this is Luyun City. Luyun City, 1,000 years from now. Suddenly, people dressed like those from 1,000 years ago appeared, looking confused and saying, my last memory is of a white light fearing the death of Luvan City. I nervously asked, are we really doomed to die? The other replied, do you mean we have become spirits? That can't be true. I can still feel my body and breath. Wudong, worried and puzzled, wondered how many people the ancient elders hiding in the spiritual stone had actually concealed. Luojia said, normally weapons in the secret realm cannot be brought back to reality, including humans and monsters from Luvan City. This has broken the rules of the secret realm. She sagged, do you mean they all come from Luvan City? You explained, don't you remember? It's understandable because almost all the survivors lost consciousness in this secret realm. These ancient people were ordinary citizens of Liuyun City thousands of years ago. These monsters are unfortunate beings corrupted by the fiery illusion, believing they have become immortals. Luojia was explaining when the sea god appeared, and he added, looks like I was overthinking it. Suo Mai must have anticipated the attack from the treasure team, which is why he released these monsters to deal with them. So Mok truly is the strongest savior. The people are terrified at the sight of the monsters. The monsters are cursing Somak as they search. Is that treacherous trickster the evil spirit from another world hiding in this city? Deal with him. Deal with him 100 times. That bastard is not enough. Not only do our flames turn us into monsters, but they even force us to kill humanity and become Luvan. Everyone panicked and ran away shouting for help. Some monsters came to the rescue. This is truly madness. Why is the monster from the live stream here? Tsutsu asked. Don't hide it anymore. I hope to tell you where we can find Somak. The old man next to Haba said, this city has the scent of Somak, but it's very faint. He's not here now, but I'm sure you still remember there's a beast like a white-haired girl next to the vein. The monster laughs while clutching its stomach. Of course it remembers. That delusional Ghost King still wants to marry it. As a result, the Ghost King was shattered by the beast, and I couldn't help but laugh to death. The river god screams. It's because I am afraid. Who would have guessed that the little girl suddenly unleashed such incredible power? I will definitely not lose again. The street paver said, your chance is coming. That monster is on the street ahead. I can still feel many people gathering around that monster, and they also possess corrupted beastly power. The monster roars, what are those damn beasts trying to do to our world? No, this is not our world. Does this world still need us? The old man said, don't think too much. Just focus on revenge. Although the city of Luvan I want to protect is no longer, the monsters still remain. The monsters are still ravaging our world, and the only thing we need to do is avenge the monsters and the demonic lineage. The monsters all shout together to avenge the beasts and the evil spirit of the vein. Inside the city, chaos begins to erupt as the security team of Leja stands ready, and someone asks, it's over. The fighting inside the city has already started. Do we need to return to support the leader of the Thunder Society? The other replied, no, the leader of the Thunder Society ordered us to hold these hunters here. We must not disobey the order. Why rush? The location only of Somak has been confirmed. The leader of the Dong Van Guild is also preparing to stop our actions, so do we really have to wait here for the result? He replied. Over 1,000 hunters launched a coordinated attack, and even the swiftest leader of the Thunder and Lightning Society couldn't do anything alone. The outcome was already decided. Suddenly, an object was thrown, hitting a person, and the two confusedly asked what happened to squad leader Team 13. He replied, the monsters, the secret realm livestream, and the monsters in Luvan are all here. They are attacking us. This is a trap. Somak's trap. The scene shifts to Wudong's house. Hamnin tells Hachu that the hunters from the Taidon Alliance are coming soon. Are you ready? He replied, more than 1,000 high-level hunters. Even the beloved pet of Somak is here, and I can't guarantee Somak's safety. You see, I told you, your only task is to assist the beloved pet that Somak keeps. Do you really think you can handle 1,000 hunters? Surviving such a dangerous fight is already impressive. Hachu asked, Can't we take Somok's sister now? There are too many secrets hidden on So-Van's body. Before confirming the truth, it's better to avoid unexpected issues. Hamnin explained that leading Somok's sister away a few hours earlier would only increase Somok's suspicion of us. Why didn't we tell him our prediction of the Alliance's actions? And now leading So-Van away is pointless? Surrounded by 1,000 people, no matter where we run, it will be a fierce battle. The important thing is not the flowers on the brocade, but what touches people's hearts is the timely help. Now I realize, so you knew all along. Wait a minute. Could it be that you deliberately arranged the hunters from the Financial Alliance to ambush So-Van? If Somok finds out that everything was arranged by you, wouldn't that be very bad? You explained that gaining Somok's trust makes this risk inevitable. Well, only by risking our lives to save Somok's sister did he allow us to get close to So-Van. Only then could we investigate So-Van's secret. Haju said, even so, 1,000 high-level hunters is too many. Can't you let fewer of them come? What do you mean? Do you really think the Finance Alliance will obey my orders? The Alliance is indeed reckless. They've used up all their resources, but this number of people is within my plan. You take out your phone and say, they're here, he responds. Got it. Now hand it over to me. Hamnin panicked and said, wait a moment. Hachu needs to answer. Why again? Is there something that can't be said all at once? You saw Haba and the monsters passing in front of you heading toward Wudong's house, and you were panicked. Monsters from Luvan City. Why are they here? He worriedly said, it's haunted. You never said these monsters would also come. I remember during the live stream, those monsters were definitely unfriendly towards Somok. If hunters and these monsters attack Somok together, he asked. Hamnin nervously replied, I know this is also part of your plan. Hamnin's face darkened. Who would have thought that monsters from the secret realm could appear in the real world? I'm terrible. Truly terrible. If something unexpected happens to So-Van and the Somok Suisukve collapses, this world will be doomed. The monsters and hunters are fighting, making Haju wonder what's going on. Hunters and monsters fighting each other. Han Ning said, it seems like this is no longer our concern, he replied. Probably so. Captain and Hawaii Dot ran away. Han asked, is it okay for us to directly rush into Donghai City like this? We're not breaking the secret pact between the Dongvan Guild and the Guild Alliance, right? He replied, it doesn't matter anymore. The operation to capture So-Van must not be interrupted. While fighting and speeding up, Huaidak, we're almost there, he turned back and called out. And Huaidak, unable to believe his eyes, was being held in the mouth of the sea demon below. And the thief of the path asked again, Huaidak, are you talking about this person? Captain Kinjang said, you monsters are so disgusting, yet you silently stand in the shadows of history. Why do you have to interfere with me? He pointed at you and asked again, are you trying to stop me, or should I ask you directly, why do you humans have to follow the same path as the beasts and become my loyal dogs? I'm confused. The dogs of the clan? So, are your targets also the clan? Are you here for revenge against the clan? The thief of the path laughed. Do you mean to say you're also preparing to attack the clan? Do you think I'll believe you? The corrupted beast aura on your bodies. I could smell from thousands of meters away, the messenger tried to explain. No. We are allies. We are truly allies. Just need to work together. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. He clutching his throat and said in a choked voice, stop. They're powers now. We don't need to fight. Please listen to my explanation, the old man said. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. At this moment, the light passed through all the hunters. They all lay on the ground crying out for help and didn't understand what had happened. Their bodies unable to move. So Mok appeared and said, you guys are really having fun fighting. Who allowed you to disturb my sister's rest? In another corner, a hunter was channeling his power. The barrier was already open. He stared intently at Somok, thinking, great, just one more step to catch the target and the reward will be mine. Move now, move for me. Why is my body not obeying? You appeared behind him, surprising him. I have been restraining myself all this time to keep the world stable. So Mok decisively knocked him out and then said, regretting the fear of the hunters, that this seems to have caused some misunderstanding with me, even leading you to secretly attack my sister. You used your power and then said from now on this world only needs to obey one voice. The entire city fell silent. The hunters froze in place, and before the fight even started, nearly 1,000 hunters had lost all will to fight out of fear and couldn't act. One of the hunters tried to use his ability, but failed, as if he had encountered a ghost. His power was nearly suppressed to the limit, and he couldn't imagine how strong Somok was now. Yukim tries to use telepathic connection to reach the captain. Can you hear me? He seems to stand up as if he heard it. Is the telepathic link your ability, Yukim? Yukim replied, it's me, so what should we do now, Captain? He said to use your ability to inform all the hunters and launch a final desperate attack. Unless the Somok completely disregards civilian casualties and uses a large-scale attack, we absolutely cannot afford to be caught off guard all at once. And besides, we only need one person to capture the Somok, then we win. This is our only way out. Yukim still nervously replied, Captain, but the hunters are all affected by the fear and can't act. He still used his power and then said, use your psychic link to transfer my power and the collective violence to 1,000 hunters. Yukim, you can do it. Yukim hesitated and replied, Theoretically, yes, but the captain's body can't withstand linking so many people. He might collapse before the collective violence takes effect. He roared, "Be quiet and follow the order." Yu Kim had no choice but to obey and proceed with the connection. Under the flames of the captain's power, they stood up and shouted. He clenched his fists and said, "The army and the chaos." At that moment, Somok's footsteps approached, mocking as he struggled and kicked at the ground. He laughed maniacally. "You're too late. My power has already been unleashed. Somok, in this world without gods, do you want to become a god of mankind? The Alliance of the Treasury will not allow it. Humans will not allow it, and neither will this world." He ordered, "All hunters follow the command. Even if the next chain is raised, continue to act for me." He turned to the sea god and the street performer and continued giving orders. "And you all, the spirits of Luvan City, listen carefully to me. If you still want to avenge Somok, withdraw and let us handle it. Our target is Somok's sister." You said nothing, then raised your hand and snapped, causing the captain to run over and meet the same fate as the hunters. Somok put his hand to his mouth to signal, "Because a loud sound would disturb my sister." Old Toy Doong was not yet able to grasp what had just happened, and suddenly everything changed. He looked at the scattered hunters with fear, their bodies twisted by the demonic bloodline of the traitors. Using methods I can't even imagine, Somok made them all turn against each other. Aren't they my Somok's divine dogs? So why does he have to attack his own subordinates? Somok said, "This is Donghai City, built on a pile of ruins, and in your era, those ruins are what used to be Lu Van City. There are purple aura fluctuations around you that surround the monsters." The Lost City not only experienced the passage of time, but also gained its own consciousnness. Since the Lost Land has returned, I and the Lost City have exchanged. This city cares deeply about the lives born here and wants to save you so you can return to your original world. Lao Shua was so frightened that he asked if we had gone mad to dare challenge beyond our limits, no longer even at the level of a primordial being. Somok stood before Lao and said, "According to the promise with Than Lu Van, I have led you back to reality and fulfilled the contract." Lao looked at you as the one who saved us. You look at the old man, sympathizing with your tragic lives. I initially intended to set you free, but you dared to team up with the hunters from the Treasure Guild and disturb my sister's peace. The old man turned pale and knelt down, saying, "Hunters? Do you mean those with fierce destructive power? We are just passing by and have no relation to them. Not only that, we also fought against them. We absolutely have no intention of opposing you." Somok looked at the old man. "No, the one lying. Do you want to choke again?" The scene shifts to the meeting room of the Alliance, where Chairman Thok slams his hand on the table and shouts loudly, "Worthless trash, a bunch of useless people. It's been a day since the attack on Donghai City. Can anyone tell me where Somok is and what he's planning to do?" Under his command to capture Somok, more than half of the high-level hunters in the Union had no objection to surrendering the city of Donghai, receiving no results in return. Chairman Thog replied, "Chairman Ma, you didn't expect to become the new leader, did you? Right now, the greatest threat we've faced since the founding of the Alliance is looming over us. The counterattack from the Pulse Department could cause heavy losses for us." The guild leader agreed, and guild leader Thok was right. Now is not the time to blame each other for internal conflicts. We must unite and cooperate to develop the best defense plan. I will share the intelligence I have first. Monsters in Liuvan City are walking through the streets of Donghai City. They live peacefully with the residents of Donghai City, even actively helping locals in trouble. But once someone tries to investigate information about the base or approaches its location, they will be attacked by monsters, and almost all the spies I sent have been captured, losing contact. Those monsters are powerful and completely obey the orders of the base, turning Donghai City into its backyard. Chairman Lam spoke, promising that Chairman stop talking nonsense and fire the nuclear bombs, no matter how many, to level Donghai City. The black-faced analyst pleaded, "Please don't joke anymore. We've already checked. Nuclear bombs won't cause much damage to the Somok, even if it destroys Donghai City. Destroying the monster army won't save us from danger. The bullets will kill the Somok, and we will face a Somok that is no longer holding back, eager for revenge." Chairman Lam smiled and said, "You're not seriously thinking about how to deal with Somok, are you? There's no more chance left. All I want is to make the people of Somok drop dead before he does the same to us." Suddenly, Chairman Lam's side grabbed him tightly and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you here? Get out of here." Chairman Hua called to ask if Chairman Lam's side had any issues and if they needed support. The projector hadn't displayed the image yet, but a voice was heard. Unfortunately, he couldn't reply to you for now. The image hasn't appeared yet. Clearly, it's the latest projector model, but it's so hard to use. The image finally appears. Just as you said, Han Nin, the image is finally here. "I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore," Chairman Thok said. "Han Nin, the traitor of the finance union, also causing trouble for others. You have a good father. He sacrifices himself to forgive all your sins. Are you in such a hurry to die? You said there's no need to be so agitated. I am only here to deliver Somok's order that you must submit to Somok within 3 days. If you refuse to follow his command, the Tai-Don Alliance will no longer need to exist. And somewhere, two shadows are talking." The monster-like guy said, facing directly forward, that only dying would be pointless. We must pretend to obey the Somok to find an opportunity to kill that traitorous god, then sneered disdainfully and pointed at the old man selling candy. So that's what you said, right? Hearing that guy criticize me like that, I sweat and pretend to stroke my beard and say, cough, cough. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Didn't you also watch the rebroadcast of the Secret Realm livestream? Lord Somok is wholeheartedly saving the world, doing his best. A great savior. The monster looked suspiciously at the old man and said, Somok, Lord, your quick change of voice is really impressive, the bandit muttered, blaming you for not hesitating to sell us out. Now, we not only patrol the city of Donghai every day, but also have to cooperate in health checks, which are very dangerous. The old man saw him mention Master Somok and thought it was too much. But regardless of feelings, Master Somok cares about our health, which is why he provides health check benefits for us. No matter what you have to complain about, at least we survived. As long as we work for Master Somok for 3 years, whether we leave or stay. The old man turned back and said, if you have such an opinion, go find Lord Somok first. Lord Somok is generous and certainly won't blame you. The man, hearing that he should find Somok first, immediately showed a resentful expression and said self-pityingly, you want me dead, don't you? I don't want to face that guy alone. He's really scary. Cut to Somok's side. He is looking at a 3D model of the experiment master and then turns to speak to the steward of Dongvan Corporation. Such a large experiment master, you intend to sell it to me for 1 coin. I thought you would give it to me as a gift. He replied that the gift was naturally given freely, always matching unreasonable demands. So this is a fair and voluntary exchange between our Dongyun Corporation and Mr. Somok. So Mok responded that a fair exchange requires no repayment, and you should think carefully. He confidently said that in the laboratory headquarters, all research staff salaries have been paid for 30 years, and there's no need to worry about equipment and resources. Fully supporting Mr. Somok to save the world is the most important mission for our Dongvan Corporation right now. Then talking to me here must mean that Chairman Lloyd Trock of the Dongvan Corporation is the one you should be speaking with. Most of it I handle myself, acting as the chief steward of the Dongyuan Corporation, assisting him with his work, which makes me the most suitable. Seeing him stammer and explain like that, Somok grew annoyed. Enough, I don't need an explanation, I don't care. The documents I obtained from the former chairman have already been shared with you. Have you gained anything? Hearing Somok talk about the matter, his expression became serious as he explained that the staff of Dongvan Trading Company are fully engaged in decoding and analyzing those documents. The current progress is only halfway due to the short time, but I received some astonishing information. I was about to report to you that, including this secret war, the alien world and our world have been connected multiple times. Not twice, but 3 times. Suamai calmly recalled that if he remembered correctly, the secret war only happened twice, once 1,000 years ago, and once now, then wondered why the cultivator was saying otherwise. The steward of Dongvan Consortium continued. The secret war indeed only occurred twice, but it wasn't a cultivator who lied. It was the Consortium Alliance. They have hidden important information from us. Thousands of years ago, humans developed scientific and technological levels beyond our imagination, invading other worlds, taking beasts as hostages, and even domesticated them as pets. Over 100 years ago, an island continent called Yetchao emerged from the ocean, and on that continent, the Alliance of the Treasure Consortium received technological achievements from the ancient era and also discovered monsters, tamed and transformed beasts. Countless gold, silver, and treasures were found on the island. Driven by greed and the desire to seize scientific relics, many people and monsters fought, seemingly as a result of the historical scientific experiments in the blood and flesh of the dead monsters. They will disperse strange energy particles, and a few people with the right talent can absorb these energy particles to enhance their strength or gain special abilities. This is the origin of hunters. It can be understood that hunters belong to the Financial Alliance, and body mutations occurred, which the residents of Liu Yun 1,000 years ago believed to be caused by the spiritual influence of corrupted demon creatures. But the price of power is high. Most hunters don't live past 35, and the monsters in Luvan City have harmed not only people. Based on the recent health check, their maximum lifespan is only 3 years to ensure safety while gaining great strength. But with a longer lifespan, the Union of Wealth exploited the ancient technology found in the ruins to conduct human body experiments. Duomak quietly said that if the ancient technology could be fully restored, it might be able to cure my sister. The steward of the Dongvan Finance Alliance expressed that not only him, but the entire alliance also longs to obtain the complete ancient technology. But unfortunately, Zhou Yi has sunk. No, that's not quite right. That continent disappeared from the surface without a clear reason. But just a small portion of the documents obtained from the ruins allowed the Financial League to advance rapidly in a short time, which is also why they are not afraid of the beast's descent. Mr. Somak, according to Ms. Vu Dong's theory, as long as you achieve victory in the secret war, your sister will recover, so there's no need to rush like this. Somak replied, what I need is not uncertain theory. The secret war will last a year. I can't wait that long. Maybe during this time, my sister's condition will worsen, and perhaps even if we win, she won't recover. I won't give up on any small possibility. Do you think the members of the Financial Alliance can hide important technological information from each other? The steward of the Dongvan Financial Alliance saw Somak keep talking more and more strangely. Mr. Somak, what are you trying to do? Ignoring his question, Somo continued speaking. By now, Lee Ham-tin had probably sent out its final message to the 4 great clans and the Financial Alliance. In 3 days, they could choose to become my dogs or become history. Hearing that, Somak wants to start a total war. Sohai couldn't help but sweat as he looked at Somak. Crazy, he's gone mad, hasn't he? A full-scale war will throw the entire world into chaos. Around Somak, a dark aura emanates as he coldly says, "Those fools only know how to waste manpower and resources, engaging in pointless civil wars. It's time to end this laughter. The world only needs one voice, one will, money, power, and status. I don't care. All I need is to win." Dongyun Troop, a leading organization. Is this all the appetite you have? Don't settle for small investments. Use me for the greatest benefit. After a while, there was a knocking sound at the door. So Mac politely said, "Come in." Lai Ham-lin walks in, points behind and says, "The members of the Dongvan troop just ran out in a panic, looking like they saw a ghost. What happened?" So Mac calmly replied, "Probably because my appetite is too big." "I scared him, Lai Ham-lin. Report the situation first." Upon hearing that, he chuckled softly and announced that the 4 great sects were very stubborn and refused to accept your leadership. They have made their choice to go to war, and based on their attitude, it seems the cultivators still have hidden cards. So Mac didn't show surprise, hiding his true strength not to fight the world but to strategize with his allies. That's exactly what they would do. What is the response from the Tai Doan Alliance? Lai Ham-lin gestured casually and continued speaking, saying that the alliance leaders need to think it over and won't give an immediate answer. Senja simply wanted to buy more time, so Max sneered confidently and said, as expected, then stoked the fire further, and the scene shifts to a meeting room. Chairman Thok clasped his hands together and said, "The latest information is that the chairman of the Dongvan Loi Truck Alliance will fully support all of Somak's plans in the future." Chairman Ma slammed the table angrily. "Damn it, making us regret it with only 3 days left before Mac's deadline. Tell me your thoughts." Chairman Hua looked around at the other chairman and then gave his opinion. "First, we must confirm the intentions of all the chairmen."
None of you here are willing to hand over your company to Senja, are you? Chairman Ma slammed the table and stood up angrily. Of course, none of us would agree.
Lying on the head of Somak and speaking softly like a feather, we have already achieved the goal of 4 generations of our family. The other members hearing this also started to murmur, "Yes, I will not surrender to Somak." Chairman Hua raised his hand to signal everyone to stay calm and explained that the first thing to consider is how to keep ourselves alive, based on previous analysis documents. Even in fierce battles, the Mac faction will try to avoid the death of innocent people because he is compassionate towards ordinary people and wants to survive. So we need hostages, a large number of hostages. At this point, he cleverly raised 2 fingers and said, 200 million people. At least that many hostages are needed to negotiate with Somak. Chairman Ma shouted, 200 million people. Are you joking? Where am I supposed to find so many hostages? Chairman Hua, with a terrifying expression, said that during this time, to ensure safety, all chairmen are in hidden locations, underground bases, unmarked islands, or even outside the universe. But one day, we will be found. So from now on, each of us must be in Opal major city with over 1 million people, carrying enough explosives to blow up the city, which means we already have over 200 million hostages. Chairman Lam nodded in agreement, suggesting we could also manipulate public opinion and spread rumors about Donghai City, such as ordinary citizens being enslaved by the Maxsec monsters. Chairman Hua stood up, spreading his arms and saying, "Yes, creating the image of a ruthless dictator of the Mach Department to make him the target of everyone's blame." Chairman Lam stroked his chin and said confidently, "The ruthless dictator of Mach Department has lost all humanity, making the people of Donghai City live in fear and despair. And now he even controls the Financial Alliance. The other cultivators of the 4 great sect clans have let the world fall under his dark rule." As he finished speaking, he burst into laughter, saying that everyone would then stand with us. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the classroom, and a shadowy figure drew a gun and shot at Chairman Lam. Things happened so quickly that no one had time to react before Chairman Lam collapsed. Chairman Hua recognized the person who had killed Chairman Lam and shouted, You're Chairman Lam's younger brother, Lam Bei. Do you know what you're doing?" Lam Bak grinned and said to Chairman Hua, "You're wrong, little dwarf. I am now the Chairman Lam." Chairman Ma angrily said, "Do you think we would allow this kind of thing, you useless fool with an empty head? Even if you kill your brother, you still can't become the chairman." Lam Bak held up his gun mockingly and said, "See? It seems you still don't know that at this moment, Somak declared to the world that because of your conspiracy and harm to his life, as a punishment, if the Lincoln Taidon does not surrender in 3 days, then all your family, relatives, friends, and subordinates, including ordinary supporters of the Lianmen Taidon, will be considered enemies and can be killed." Hoi Chuang Tak cast a contemptuous look at Lam Bak and said, "It seems you are not only a useless waste, but also a coward, because you are too afraid to die and killed your brother." Lam Bak, with a terrifying and crazy smile, said of course not only that, the death of the Mach personnel is not enough to cause too many deaths. If the leaders of the Lianmin Taidong are stubborn and refuse to surrender, then whether it is relatives, friends, or subordinates of the leaders, as long as you kill them, you can take their position as leader. Now, the useless person I am, who was looked down upon by you, has received the approval of So Ma and become the leader Lam. This time, even you are afraid, at the house of leader Ma. He hurriedly told his wife Trondon to put away whatever she was holding. Forget about the luggage or anything else. Those things are not important. Come here quickly. The helicopter is arriving soon. We should leave now. This place is no longer safe. Trondon stammered as she apologized to him, holding up the knife and pointing it at her husband. I can't go with you. Chairman Ma realized his wife's intention and burst out laughing. I understand now. You also want to seize my assets, to take what belongs to me. Then he put on a look of mockery and said, You're killing me with laughter. You don't even know how to kill a fish. How do you plan to kill me? Where do you get the courage from? He laughed maniacally, and suddenly Trondon rushed forward and stabbed the knife into his stomach, crying, I don't care about the assets, your infidelity, or you raising a star. When Hoi Trong Ma was stabbed and blood was flowing from his mouth, he angrily grabbed Trondon's hair and shouted, You bastard! Snatching the knife out of Chairman Ma's body, Trondon pushed him back and shouted angrily, But why did you have to offend the Somok? Why risk my son's life? With a pained expression, Trondon said, Do you understand in the Somok, our whole family has to die? Chairman Ma, terrified, reached out to Trondon. I know, I surrender to the Somok now. Trondon pressed the knife against him and said, I won't believe you anymore. What you just heard is that 4 alliance leaders have been brutally killed under the terror of Somok. Having been killed by my butler, my brothers, my wife, and my children, we don't have much time left to wait. Cook Tien Tam then appeared and said, Isn't it true that you always manipulate public opinion and want to create the image of a demon king for the Somok? This time, it's finally happening. Somok has truly become a tyrant. If you want to surrender, you wouldn't have come to the Arctic to see me. Do you really have a way to deal with Somok? Chairman Thok glanced at the polar bear and said, Are you trying to save face by fighting the extreme cold? That's very much like what you would do. This place now is the transpolar ice, and it's a polar bear. Do you really want to use the polar bear to defeat Somok? Kuk Tien Ham just said as he led Chairman Thok and Chairman Hua to a yin-yang shaped teleportation gate, a true weapon. Located 4,000 meters beneath the deep sea under the ice, we did nothing. It took 3 days of collaboration among the 3 sect leaders to open this gate. He stepped forward, then looked back and said, If you still have some courage, follow me. Chairman Thok confidently replied, I've been through 4,000 meters deep in the ocean. Nothing to fear. Kuk Tien Tam clasped his hands behind his back and reminded them that space teleportation magic cannot be used here. So this passage can be seen as a long jump of 4,000 meters. As he finished speaking, the passage was activated, causing Chairman Thok and Chairman Hu to shout out, Why didn't you say this earlier? Kuk Tien Tam led the 3 of them down the passage, forming a beam of light. When they arrived, Chairman Thok was lying on the ground trembling, saying, Come on. What exactly are we going to meet? Kuk Tien Tam calmly replied that 5 years ago, more than 50 million people were killed. The criminal destroyed the great heavenly spirit kingdom underground and was also the strongest savior in the previous secret realm. His name was not recorded, and the cultivators back then, was it Swang Ho Han? Tian Ming, Chairman Thak said with discomfort. Tian Ming, the criminal who killed 50 million people. We have to cooperate with this kind of lunatic. Chairman Hua also questioned with doubt, is the most important issue whether the one called Heavenly Fate there can really deal with the ancestral vein? Thien Tam looked back and answered, 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Fate was the strongest savior, capable of fighting the 30-million-year-old demon beasts. Chairman Thok looked in disbelief and said that the 30-million-year-old demon beast also had a combat power of 10 million. Are you serious? Even for that demon beast, based on the latest data, its highest strategic value is only 10,000. Tien Tam explained with understanding. 1,000 years ago, Earth's spiritual energy was abundant, but now the situation is incomparable. Even those with heavenly destiny cultivation or weaker immortal cultivators surpass others. But even the world's united cultivators cannot defeat heavenly destiny. You are about to face it with a mysterious power that makes him invincible in the world. Huo Zhaoxi looked disgusted and said, That's why I hate you cultivators. In this critical moment, you still pretend to be gods and ghosts, acting mysterious. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind the 3 of them. Are you hiding here? And immediately, a beam of light shot down from the sky, hitting the 3 people. So Mok put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Are you the 8-year-old god who became the leader of that group? You look older than you seem, he stammered in fear. No, don't kill me. A warning voice sounded, and closing his eyes, the distant leader knelt down, gently patting his head and asking what had happened earlier. I've already died once. Was it an illusion? No, that's not right. I think I really died. Tiangxin explained the situation with his eyes closed. No, this isn't an illusion. It's fate. You can understand, at a certain point in time, you had already died. That was a very unlikely timeline. Generally speaking, Somok almost never appears here suddenly, but if you keep observing with your eyes, you'll end up with a fate sealed by Somok's death. Chairman Hua still sweatily said, This is a divine power that can manipulate others at will. No matter how low the probability, destiny can still turn fate into reality. After a moment of calm, the guild leader Thok said, "As long as you don't look with your eyes, you won't be affected. This kind of power can't be called invincible." The heavenly heart slowly ascends, and within this demonic path, countless divine branches exist, created by immortal cultivators from 1,000 years ago. Powered by immense earth strength and profound spiritual energy, they built this labyrinth of divine statues. They could not kill the heavenly mandate, only seal it here. The maze of mirrors shards the soul of destiny into countless fragments, placed within the divine mirror, each fragment representing a different fate of the world. In those worlds, we live different lives, and the countless soul fragments of destiny continuously negate each other, reaching a balance of sealing. At this moment, what you see and feel is only the divine fate sealed, with emotions fluctuating in your subconscious. You can interpret it as the divine fate in the seal sleeping soundly. You are just a careless worm caught in a dreamscape. When he actively uses his power, even if you don't see or hear it, the entire world falls into a true nightmare. Hearing Tian Tam explain, Chairman Thak looked terrified and shouted, "It's just emotional disturbance in the subconscious. Sect Master Cook, are you crazy? After killing Somok, are you planning to release an even more terrifying monster?" Tiangxin calmly replied, "I will release the heavenly fate when I decide, even if it is sealed, as long as I can use its power to kill Somok. The path ahead leads to the place where the heavenly fate is sealed, and I can only say it is very dangerous. Do you still want to follow?" The guild leader Hua nodded with a slightly surprised expression and said, "Of course, guild leader Thok. Lead the way, we are mentally prepared." As we go, Tian Tam reminded us that the celestial destiny cannot be looked at, cannot be understood, and cannot be described. To survive and leave here, remember these 3 rules. Deep inside, in front of the 3 people, was a person sitting on a chair, emitting an invisible pressure, muttering nonsense. The Sectmaster Dandai Beach was so agitated he didn't even dare to lift his head to look at me. Tian Tam calmly said, "Heavenly Mandate, Your Excellency, I want to ask you for a favor." "I understand now. I see now the Master will destroy Somok and wipe out all of you under his rule. The legacy of the cultivators will be completely eradicated, heading into darkness, death, and extinction. No one will survive. I have foreseen that in the future, Somok will no longer exist. Rest assured, I will kill Somok very soon." Transition to Dongvan Financial Group, Nuclear Station 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Inside an energy machine, Somok is standing inside it. An explosion occurs, and energy beams shoot out around the machine. The system voice echoes, initiating the check-in, accepting energy attacks from outside. The 3-mouthed foot fire activates automatically. The intense heat is overwhelming, and the host's body is undergoing enhancement. Ha Chu nervously said, "Use nuclear reactions to cultivate." "Does Han no longer want to live?" Hamlin calmly replied, "Do you remember when we returned from the secret realm? The Tai-Don Alliance attacked the Somok with nuclear bombs. Han gained benefits from the nuclear explosion, so now Somok is occupying the 6th nuclear power station of the Dongvan Alliance to continue upgrading his strength." Ha Chu worriedly said, 10 years ago, a group of cultivators also tried using nuclear reactions to aid their cultivation, but everyone suffered from adverse reactions. "I once advised Somok." Han said, "Even if he only has a year of life left, it's enough. The difficulty of the secret realm is increasing wildly, and all the pressure is borne by Somok alone. Even he would feel hesitant, but he can't even clearly express his feelings to others because he has become the only hope to save humanity and the world." Ha Chu sympathetically said, "Lai Hamlin should tell Somok the truth about her sister. He has sacrificed everything to fight. We shouldn't hide it from him." Hamlin was so angry she snapped, "Stupid idiot. Those condescending sympathies of yours. If he finds out, all his efforts might have been in vain. Maybe his sister has already died. You all said Ha Chu was panicking and thought it was over. Somok, why did he appear here?" Hamlin was also shocked, staring at Somok in horror. Somok grabbed Han Lin's collar and threw him to the ground, asking, "How is my sister?" Han Lin, panicked, quickly replied, "Somok, calm down. It's not what you think." Behind Ha Chu, Somok rushed toward Hamlin and gathered a surge of energy in his palm. He charged to punch Somok in the back, but Somok didn't turn around and punch toward Ha Chu coldly. "Get out."
Sao Hà Chu lại dám hành động qua mạnh rộng như vậy? Somok, chuyện liên quan diện chỉ của cậu, tới con chưa xác nhận.
Suddenly, Somok coughed up blood and collapsed in pain. Hamlin, rubbing her neck to soothe the pain, reached out to Somok and said worriedly, "Somok." Footsteps sounded from behind as someone entered. "So that's the destiny," he said from behind Somok. "Somok, you trained at the nuclear power station, and sensing the imminent danger, you left the station and returned to the main base for testing. Coincidentally, you overheard Lai Hamlin and Ha Chu discussing your sister's death, and you strangled Lai Hamlin to force her to reveal information, while Ha Chu, in her panic, launched an attack on you. Unfortunately, Ha Chu's cultivation technique can cause the attacked person's power to become uncontrollable. So, with Ha Chu's strength, he originally couldn't deal any damage to you, but you absorbed energy and rage at the nuclear power station earlier. Because he couldn't accept his sister's death and felt uneasy, Ha Chu became the last straw that broke the camel's back. His power spiraled out of control, causing severe internal injuries. Tianmen, holding Yangi's sword, said, "Oh, I missed a crucial point this time. I will kill the beast that can help you share the damage first." So Men, looking puzzled, turned to Tianmen and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Tianmen casually threw Yangi in front of So Men and forgot to introduce himself, saying, "I'm Tianmen. This is our 143rd meeting." He provocatively gestures towards So Mok and speaks softly. This is also the beginning of your destiny's self-awareness, as the scene shifts to an Arctic cave. Chairman Thok happily said, "So you agree to kill So Mok?" Chairman Hua was excited. Really no other requests at all. "Wait a moment, lords. Rejoice too early. Lord Tianming, I am very sorry. I hope you can understand. We cannot lift the seal so you can leave here to deal with Smooch." Tianming revealed a terrifying aura and said, "It's over." Tian Tam suddenly looked terrified and shouted, "What?" Tianmen calmly continued, "So Mok has been executed by me." Hoi Chuang Thak looked in disbelief and said, "So Mok is dead. So fast." Hoi Chuang Hua smiled proudly and said, "That arrogant guy finally got his comeuppance." "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible that the seal isn't broken and I can leave this cave, let alone killing So Mok." The Men calmly replied, "In a timeline with low probability, you break my seal, I meet So Mok 143 times and kill him 143 times." Yem paused for a moment and Chairman Thok said, "Does this mean So Mok is still alive?" "Congratulations," Thien Tam quietly said. "Lord Tianmen, I sincerely apologize. Even if you say so, I will not lift your seal unless the strength of the 4 great clans and the Alliance of Wealth exists the possibility to defeat So Mok." Tianmen calmly looked down at the 3 people and replied, "After 143 battles, no one in this world understands me better than So Mok, whose eyes can see illusions. His body is harder than any immortal cultivator, combined with superb combat skills and extraordinary growth speed. Master Han has never revealed his full strength in front of you all. Your chances of winning are 0. Honestly, I am also reluctant to start a war with So Mok on Earth." The guild leader solemnly promised, "Lord Tianmen, what do you mean by that? If you are 100% sure you can kill So Mok, why are you still unwilling to fight him? Is there some secret we don't know?" Tianmen explained. "Even if I could kill So Mok, the battle would cause enormous destruction and the death of many humans. This will cause Earth's energy to weaken significantly. The secret realm will disappear. And afterward, the demon beasts will directly invade Earth, a situation I do not want to see." Tian Tam sighed in resignation. "Is that right? Once the strongest savior, now helpless before the So Mok, though unwilling, we can only fight So Mok." Tian Ming said softly to Tian Tang, "Master Cook, I only say that killing Suo Mai on Earth is impossible, but inside the secret realm, the situation is completely different." Tian Tang hesitated and replied, "The secret realm." Chen Ming continued, "No need to fully lift the seal, just open the left-hand seal. I can only enter the secret realm again, and the 4 great clans must have secretly kept a large amount of bad luck. Because of the bad fate given to me, I can restore my original cultivation level and use my overwhelming advantage in the secret realm to quietly kill So Mok." Thien Tom smiled as if he had guessed Thien Men's intention and said, "Lord Thien Men, so this is your real goal. As long as there is a gap in the seal, soon you will be free from your constraints." Master Tien Men said proudly, "Probably so, but if you entrust me with the bad fate to kill the So Mok in the secret realm, do you have any other options?" Tien Tam confidently said, "Lord Tien Men, if I'm not mistaken, you have a way to quickly deplete the huge bad fate. And if you use that method on another savior, that savior will kill the So Mok." Chen Ming continued to explain that this method was not without its drawbacks, as forcibly absorbing a large amount of bad luck would cause the savior to die within 3 days. After hearing Chen Ming's words, Tien Tam fell into silence and anger, while the guild leader Hua stood aside and advised that sacrificing 1 cultivator to eliminate So Mok Han was an excessive price to pay, and surely Tong Chu Kuk wouldn't object. "You mean what?" Chairman Shock at this back advised Kuk Tong Chu he is just a disciple. But before he could finish speaking, Thien Tom waved his hand and shouted, "Be quiet!" Thien Men sneered and said, "It's very hard to decide, isn't it? Khan Sun has always respected him like a father, but the person above him has long felt no kinship, and now he is also the only heir of that person. Don't let Thien Men finish speaking." Thien Tom, furious, shouted, "Enough! Thien Men, I accept your plan." As soon as he said that, Thien Men smiled provocatively and said, "That's the expression I wanted to see. Indeed, it looks more vivid in reality." Thien Tam sternly said, "The relationship between Khan Sun and So Mok has never been bad. Are you sure that accepting Thien Men means Khan Sun will definitely kill So Mok?" Thien Men calmly replied, "Of course, this is the future I have planned." At some point in Thien Men's timeline, Khan Sun stands coldly in front of So Mok's body, looking down at him sitting on the ground. After leaving Tien Men's seal, Hoi Truong Tuk shouts loudly. Tuk Don yells, "You bastard, damn you! How dare you order me to betray So Mok?" Thien Tam also stepped out, speaking as he walked, saying this is the necessary patience. The 4 great sects will also show their allegiance to So Mok. The next secret realm, and 5 days later, according to Lord Thien Men's prophecy, will be So Mok's day of death, and Hoi Trong Thok shouted at Thien Tom with a furious tone. He spoke softly, but compared to cultivators like you, our alliance has offended So Mok too many times. He looked serious, even almost threatening So Mok's life, and even if we surrender, So Mok won't easily forgive us. Thien Tam placed a hand on Chairman Thok's shoulder and calmly considered, but to protect her honor. At least, So Mok won't kill you immediately. In 5 days, what we lose can be regained. Thien Tam calmly replied, I don't need reminders. I've already made my decision. Anyone, including myself, can be sacrificed, but only the sect is eternal. Cut to the East Cloud Energy Station. Lo Zake indifferently says, please come in. The scene shows Chairman Thok and Chairman Hu along with Thien Tam's teachers and students entering. So Mok was surprised and said, I didn't expect that given your clingy nature. You would fight to the end. Chairman Thok nervously and defeatedly said, Lord Somok, we have lost. Whether in strength or wisdom, you are above us. Today, the world is so vast that there is nowhere for us to seek refuge. Please, esteemed sir, do not hold a grudge against us and accept our unwavering loyalty. Somok indifferently replied, Chairman Thok, Chairman Hua, I do not need your loyalty. Chairman Thok, frightened and angry, said, what do you mean? Somok? Chairman Hua also looked at you and said, we have already surrendered. Do you still want to pursue and kill to the end? Somok remained calm and replied, no, I just don't trust you. Please hand over the main management rights of the company to the Dong Van Asset Group, and you can rest in peace. Relax and enjoy your life as a wealthy man. Lei Tao sneered and said, Chairman Thok, did you ever think about today when you oppressed Dong Van Group before? Chairman Thok looked frustrated and replied, win or lose, there's nothing more to say. Transferring the plastic company is not an issue. Before the Van East Consortium takes over all operations of the Hada Company, I will do my best to cooperate. Lord Somok, I hope you keep your promise and spare us. Somok chuckled softly and said, if you all live peacefully from now on and give up your opposition to me, then everything will be over. I will not intervene. Oh, and one last thing, return my overworld stone to me. Chairman Thok retorted, the Transcendent Stone belongs to you, because possessing the Transcendent Stone allows connection to other dimensions. Our alliance of financial groups must pay a heavy price, and the ownership of the Transcendent Stone cannot be decided by just one financial group. Somok looked at the old man and said in a threatening tone, I think the other guild leaders probably have no objections either. Hoi Trong Tak, what do you think? Kangson is so biased towards Chairman Thak. Chairman Thak, do you want to ruin the hard-won peace? Then, Second Leader Ku, what is the attitude of the four great sects? Heavenly Heart gritted his teeth and replied, from now on, the four great sects will obey your orders and accept your command. Kang Shan also said, everything within the sects will be open to you, along with the Dongvan convoy, to support all your scientific research projects in preparation for possible war. So Mok looked into Thien Tom and said, Sect Master Kook, I have a question. Why are only the two sect masters here today? The other two sect masters must have different opinions. Tiangxin quickly explained that they are trying to maintain the defensive mechanism of the secret realm to prevent further invasion by foreign entities, so they cannot meet with people. Now the secret realm is vulnerable and nearing its limit. Sormok, not believing, said, right, thinking about the safety of all humanity. If you cannot properly care for the secret realm, then give it to me. Tiangxin hesitated. This secret realm is very delicate and fragile. It would take at least 5 days to safely relocate it. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded from behind. No, just 1 day is enough. Thien Tom quickly looked towards the voice, shouting out, who is it? Solmok extended his hand to introduce, this is Elder Kui. Oh, you must know him, an old acquaintance. I finally managed to contact him through the Dongvon financial channel with great difficulty. I entrusted him to become my advisor and shopkeeper. Kui Tin clasped his hands behind his back and said, Lord Kuk, give him a day to prepare the scene here. Or do you need my help? Tiangxin, furious, rushed to attack him and shouted, Kui Tin, the traitor who dares to come before me. So Mok quickly said, Kuk Tongchu. Tiangxin, still angry, had to stop his attack but kept glaring at Kui Tin with an angry expression. This is the true form of the secret realm that the four great sects just brought here. Truly marvelous. Duo Mok stepped forward and told Han Nin that the Alliance had brought the Boundary Stone yesterday, and next to him, the Boundary Stone was what he had been searching for all along. Do you want to go take a look? Ham Nin replied, before that, I want to discuss with you about the attitude of the Finance Alliance and the four great sect masters. So Mok asked suspiciously, their attitude, Ham Nin calmly responded, their surrender is too suspicious, everything is too convenient. So if they choose to go to war, what then? So Mok nonchalantly replied, then beat them into submission and forced them to hand over the secret realm and the vortex crystal. Han Nin chuckled and said, that's exactly what you would do. Then continued, the Alliance of Wealth and the four great sects didn't resist at all. They even revealed their most precious treasure. They are definitely plotting something big. Suamok nonchalantly said, our enemies are not from this world. Once we get the boundary crystal and the secret realm, I can start preparing for the demon world counterattack. Han Nin pondered and asked, "So Mok, tell me, is preparing for the Demon World counterattack and genuine Demon World war to save your sister, or truly to change human destiny?" So Mok turned his back to Ham Nin and looked into the secret realm, saying this isn't important. The secret realm is full of holes. Even if we achieve victory in the final battle of the secret realm, it won't stop the invasion from other worlds. We must prepare for the worst case scenario. Ham Nin explained that yesterday the world experienced multiple large-scale disruptions, with networks down, massive energy, electricity, and power being depleted and exceeding the limit of the world stone. At the same time, the Dong Van fleet took control of most of the Alliance's businesses, declaring them military enterprises, which triggered chaos in the global market. Then, the Dongyun Corporation announced a state of war, imposing a night ban across most of the Earth, increasing surveillance of civilians to prevent monsters from invading the planet again. So Mok looked at Han Nin and said, "I feel like I did something wrong." Han Nin explained, "No, but you went too far. Fear and chaos are spreading. The economy is in decline. Many small and medium enterprises are going bankrupt, large-scale unemployment is happening, currency is devaluing, and prices are soaring. This could be what happens next, and the world may fall into chaos before you start your battle with the otherworldly beings, and your plan might cause many casualties." Mok gently said to Ham Nin, "Ham Nin, are you also numb from the false sense of security? The threat of the demon beast is much more serious than you think." Ham Nin raised both hands and said, "If it weren't for you constantly creating miracles, humanity would have failed, and moreover, we keep hoping you'll continue to create miracles, putting all the accumulated pressure on you. I understand the threat of the demon beast is actually more severe than we can see. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to shorten your lifespan and use energy cores for cultivation." Then he loudly explained to Suomai, "Suomok, if you want to start a war with the demon beasts from another world, we need the trust and strength of more people. But right now, you only know how to make the whole world afraid. Do you really want to face the other world alone? Don't you understand what people are calling you now?" Cut to the night sky above a city. A man shouts loudly, "The warlord, overthrowing the tyrant of Somok." The leader holds a torch, with countless people behind him shouting in unison, "The demon of Somok!" Finally, the true face is revealed. The angry man shouted loudly, "Alliance of the wealthy cultivators, what are you doing? Why are you surrendering to Somok?" Then he raised the torch high. Throwing a figure of Somok into the air, the crowd behind shouted passionately, battling against the tyrant.
On the roof of a nearby house, the masters Tiantam and Kansun watched the uprising below. Tiantam said, "Somok has become a threat to the entire world. Kansun, do you still think he's a good person?"
Kansan glanced at him and said, "It was you who set the trap and betrayed Somok. You who surrendered to Somok, master? Do you even care about my thoughts?" Tiantam looked at Kansan and replied, "From the desire to develop the sect, I have indeed done many wrong things. But there was a moment in the past when I believed perhaps Somok could save this world. So I led the alliance of the financial groups and the four great sects to surrender to Somok. I didn't expect that after Somok gained power, he would become so autocratic and disregard the lives of ordinary people." Kansun then looked at Tiantam and said, "Master, you haven't answered yet. Why do you care about my thoughts?" Tiantam solemnly holds Kansun's arms and says, "Now only you can kill Somok and restore order to the world. Only you." Kansun asks again, "You." Cut to the scene of the sealed cavern of Tien Men. Tien Men tells Tiantam and Kansun that not only did he instruct them on how to absorb bad luck and pass it on to Kanyasun, but also only after winning the war in the secret realm in 50 years would he fully lift his seal, which is indeed a harsh condition. "Lord Heavenly Destiny, your power is too great for us to remove your seal without any preparation." Heavenly Destiny scoffs and says, "If you succeed in the secret war and seize the spiritual energy and origin of the previous world, do you think you can reach my strength in just 50 years?
Tám tự tin dập giải trừ giới hạn tu vi, cộng thêm chuẩn bị trước 50 năm, ta không cảm thấy tự giải tống một bọn ta sẽ thua." Thiên mệnh trả lời, "Được, vậy thì lấy diệu kiến 50 năm, thành lập khe ước dị, sau đó có một luồng sức mạnh phát ra từ ngôi thiên mệnh bay vào ngôi thiên tam, thành lập khe ước."
Heavenly Mandate turns to remind Heavenly Heart that the illusion of the mind has largely taken effect. If one side completes the condition, the other cancels the appointment and will suffer 70 days of soul-burning pain, leading to complete destruction. Heavenly Heart responds, "I don't need a reminder. I know the consequences. Kang Shan, go ahead, since Heavenly Mandate has already accepted to fulfill his first condition." Kan San stepped forward as if speaking. Then I felt a bit incredulous, so this really can give me enough power to kill Somok, the Inmen retorted. "From the beginning, you never intended to kill Somok. You accepted this mission only because your master told you that if you refused, he will choose someone else to gain power first before discussing with Somok and advising him to change his attitude towards ordinary people, but his master can sense his thoughts." Kan San strongly objects. I do not. Not letting him regret, Tien Men interrupted. "But what he doesn't know is that your master, Cook Tien Tam, is hiding an important secret. He's forcibly absorbing a large amount of bad luck, and you'll die in 3 days." Hearing this, Kan San, with a look of disbelief, turned to look at Tien Tam and asked,
What?
Tấm yên lặng không nói gì như thế không nghe thấy Canh Son nói gì. Canh Son nhìn vào sư phụ mình, chỉ tay vào thiên mệnh, nói sư phụ nói gì nói con biết, lời hắn nói không phải là thật.
Tian Ming explained that the sect master did not hear our conversation. At the moment of forming the contract, I used a very weak spell on him. Kang Shan suddenly thought of something and panicked. Immediately, he embraced his master and hurried outside. Kan Sun heard Tian Men's voice saying, Kan Sun, although your master has indeed hidden important information that could cost you your life, but he is a villain. His plan is 50 years ahead. Even if I accept the reactionary oath and face death, he will never let me go. Seeing the exit ahead, he rushed in, and Tian Ming, with a calm expression as if he had foreseen it, said, Welcome back. Kang Shan, carrying the heavenly heart, looked terrified and replied, What? How can this be? This should be the underground exit. Tian Ming continued speaking, Open your eyes in front of me. Sure, the sect master once led you. You must not open your eyes before me. But you were too surprised and forgot about this. As he spoke, he directed the energy streams toward Kang Shan. Kang Sun, tightly bound by that energy, angrily said, Let me go. Tian Men, what is your true purpose? Tian Men brought Kang Sun in front of him and said, Because I met someone with a soul index exactly like mine, I waited a very long time. But because of greed, they want to seize all 30% of the doomed fate of the salvation, waiting for the Tao to look at them. I teach them the secret technique to control the Forbidden Zone. But this method will cause the Forbidden Zone to reveal flaws, allowing the demon beast to gain the upper hand. Therefore, the cultivators of the great sect have no choice but to seek my help. He looked up at Kanson and continued, Because he met someone with a soul index exactly like mine, I waited a very long time, even though this anomaly appeared. Let's slow down a bit, but in the end, we finally meet. Kanson transitions to a laboratory. Two doctors are panicking and talking to each other. Hurry and get the suppressive medicine. Patient number 9 has lost control. Be careful, he is very dangerous. A loud explosion occurs and someone is thrown against the wall, causing a large dent. A patient, appearing frantic, screams, Let me out, you bastards. Don't try to fool me. I'm not sick, you are Vu. Dong steps forward and stands in front of the out-of-control patient and says, Tron Kyu, I am your treating doctor. I know I feel very uneasy and scared because the queen cell in your body is having a severe rejection reaction, causing you to become mentally unstable, so you must undergo treatment immediately. Vu Dong didn't say much to him and immediately punched him in the face, knocking him back. Patient number 9, calm down now. Please take him back to the ward and administer the suppressive medication. The two people, seeing Vu Dong act against the patient like that, also looked frightened and responded, Yes, Director Vu Dong. Thank you for your intervention. We will definitely pay more attention and strengthen patient care in the future. A moment later, from the mock department, Vu Dong reported that in the research conducted by the Alliance of Wealth, only 85 people survived, including 56 whose relatives agreed to transfer the patients to Dongvan Alliance for treatment. 36 people fell into a coma, similar to your cousin's condition, and the remaining 20 experienced severe allergic reactions with varying levels of violence. So Smock is still, Mock asked again. The more severe the allergic reaction, the more intense the symptoms and violence. Vu Dong replied, It seems now. Yes, the patients with severe allergic reactions tend to harm others and even self-destruct. She continued and said, Luckily, we have the research materials from the Financial Union and the pill books from the 4 great sects. I am currently preparing a new suppressive medicine that can significantly reduce the patient's allergic reaction, and the patient is in a coma. The allergic reaction is quite mild, and the effectiveness of the suppressant is better. If we can suppress the allergic response, your sister can wake up. So Mock asked with concern, You haven't been sleeping much lately, right? Even if you're a cultivator, your body can't handle constant restlessness. Vu Dong replied, Please care about me a little more. Using the reaction core to cultivate is risking your life. But right now I can endure being a researcher at Dongvan Tai Don. Later, I will ask them to withdraw and also design a support plan for your cultivation to minimize the damage during your training. Next, she put on gloves and told So Mok that there was no delay and she would check his whole body now. Hearing about the full body check, So Mok was frightened and tried to avoid it. No, I'm very healthy. Suddenly, Aini rushed over with a displeased look and said, Hey, you two, don't you care about me at all? Sui Miao didn't understand what was happening, just let out a sigh. And Aini angrily said, Stop pretending to be innocent. Then Aini held up her tail with her fur chain, looking resentful, and said, I'm the one suffering damage for you. My tail gets fur every day. You're stronger now, but I've been teasing you. Does that make sense? Vu Dong also agreed. Aini said it makes sense, so Mok, give up using the reaction core to cultivate. I know you're worried about her. But the new suppressive medicine is about to be successfully developed. I believe that with just the medicine, we can cure her. So Mok confidently replied, Don't worry about me. The reaction no longer matters. I've found another way to become stronger. The scene shifts to the secret realm, where Elder Kui is standing and commanding researchers to manipulate it. Don't let the sound come from behind. Speed up the time in the secret realm. It's a strange idea. So Mok steps forward. Can it be done? Elder Kui replied, It's not impossible. He looked at So Mok and asked, So Mok, do you have a more specific request? So Mok đùng chuốc bị cảnh trả lời,
với tội nghi thú chẳng hạn. Trong một lần bị cảnh, trải qua 30 ngày, bèn trong sảnh tiệc, Vũ Dong dùng chuộc mắt mỗi ngôi hạ lệnh tiền khách. Buổi tiệc hôm nay kết thúc rồi, mỗi ngôi mới về dị.
Her classmates and relatives are here, awkwardly laughing and saying, Wudong, why is this girl like this? She doesn't even respect your aunt's reputation. Wudong, we're old friends, let her go. Our company needs the investment from Dong Van Group.
Wudong chuckled softly and said to them, I'll count to 10. Anyone still here after that will be blacklisted by Dong Van Group and never cooperate again. As she finished speaking, they all hurriedly left the door. Go now. Go now. Hey, what are you grabbing? Don't block the door. After seeing all the troublemakers leave the banquet hall, Wudong let out a sigh of relief, finally free from the last of the nuisances. She turned to ask her father, I just went home for dinner. Why does it look like a battlefield inside? Wudong's father sighed. My precious girl, now you've climbed so high that you're like a phoenix. I don't know. Lately, so many people have come to beg me, with high positions and some relatives, I really can't refuse them. Her father nodded and chuckled, with a hint of pride in his voice. Of course, everyone is saying that after the great clan and the Union of Wealth surrendered, Somok became the pinnacle of wealth. Power and force on this planet, Wudong, under Somok's influence, you have become the real controller of Taido and Dongvan, and in the eyes of many, you are already a major figure. Wudong looked at her father speechlessly. Stop listening to those rumors. I only used the revival of Taido and Dongvan for some research work, nothing serious. But her father was still very proud and even started joking, saying that no matter what, she was the closest person to Somok. Maybe one day she would become the first lady of this planet. No, the queen of the Ha Palace, Wudong shouted. Rumors are just rumors. Wudong's father also stopped joking and said seriously, then get to the main point. Right now, the Dongvan Asset Group is officially splitting the assets of the League of Asset Groups. I know you and Somok are not interested in managing businesses, but after all, Dongvan Asset Group is only a temporary ally. I can't fully trust it. Instead of consolidating the wealth revival under Dongvan Asset Group, it's better to share some with me to manage. Even your father is like that. Go outside first and don't bother me. Outside on the city street, the sun is gradually setting. The girl you chased away earlier is annoyed and cursing. That crazy woman. So arrogant. What does she think she is? She has no Somok. She's nothing. And the person next to her laughs mockingly, saying, you can't talk like that. Winning a man's favor is also a skill. Watching her performance in the secret realm get worse and worse, I knew she must have spent her time and energy on flattering Somok. As soon as that man finished speaking, two loud thuds immediately sounded from where they were standing. Tiangxin appeared out of nowhere, stretching her wrists and relaxing her muscles, while the two others lay unconscious on the ground with a bump on their heads. Just as Wudong arrived, she called out, speaking in a casual tone, as if she had been waiting outside my house for a long time, asking what she wanted to see me about. Kun, step back a little. Tiantin looked up at her, the smell of pills too strong. Have you been spending all your time making pills? Wudong sneered and said, mind your own business, what I want to do is my freedom. Tiantin shrugged, sincerely offering advice, but refining pills has no real benefit for increasing combat strength. If you keep putting your thoughts into alchemy pills, you'll very likely die, Wudong said helplessly. Are you specifically here to curse me? Tiangxin narrowed her eyes. I was just passing through, and the next thing I want to say is that even Khan-sun doesn't know where he's going. It seems they're doing something very dangerous. And somewhere in an endless and boundless space, countless ancient coins were swept into a vortex of magnetic fields, continuously swirling. Tiangxin stood nearby and suddenly spoke. Kangshan, why did you go out first? You haven't absorbed the remaining fate stock of the four great sects yet. Master Kang stepped out from the vortex, deep in thought. It's time now. The next secret realm is about to begin. Tiangxin approached him. Is the secret realm opening now? It's the destiny that told you, right? Muttered Huang Tung. Ancient techniques are truly beyond my imagination. In such a short time, Khan-san has absorbed over 90% of the bad fate.
Everyone present also reminded him at the same time. Khan-san, remember your mission and the temperament of the sect. We will definitely choose to complete the secret realm mission alone. Wait until he is exhausted or even injured before carrying out the assassination to ensure the victory of the four great sects.
Canteen glared at them and said, I will handle this myself. As he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Tiantam's head, using the strength of your four useless guys beforehand. Suddenly attacked by Kan Tien, the core of the heavenly heart shrank, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. It's over. I must quickly use space teleportation. As this thought flashed through his mind, Kan Tien, who seemed to have mind-reading abilities, suddenly spoke Hong Road. By the time he let go, Tiangxin had already died long ago, slumping to the ground. The other clan leaders were stunned. Kang Shan, what are you doing? Huang Tong, with bloodshot eyes, immediately drew a weapon in his hand, roaring loudly, Stop talking nonsense, kill him! Then he only saw streaks of light flash past along with the sound of objects falling. By the time he looked back, Celestial Can had seized the moment like a feather and taken their lives. He muttered softly, the timing was just right. The teleportation space appears, with the hum of the magnetic field echoing in the cave. Kan Tin leaves a few lives behind and slowly walks toward the teleportation gate. As he stepped in, he didn't forget to tell those unfortunate ones that he had taken back their power. The scene shifts to an ancient city relic. The participants of the Secret Realm stand on the street looking around. It's the fourth time in the Secret Realm, and again an ancient scene. At least this time we still remember, unlike last time. Doing nothing and ending everything would be too embarrassing. Suddenly, someone spoke up on the main topic, and this tone sounds familiar. Have I seen this somewhere before, and where is this place? Han turned his head to look in that direction, where an old man who looked like a local was standing, and Han asked him to check. The group approached an old man dressed in a damaged armor with several wounds on his body. He was standing quietly there with his sword planted into the ground. One of the others spoke up, "Elder, may I ask?" But before he could finish speaking, Wudong suddenly appeared behind him and said to stop. This man has no more energy left, and Tianxing nodded in agreement, also revealing that this place is Kao-Tu City. That person was stunned Shao from Ku-Tu City? Wudong explained to him that there was a long period before Dai La Thien finished creating the Secret Realm. The cultivators could not stop the demonic beasts from descending. The northwest region was being invaded, and cities kept falling one after another. At that time, everyone thought the northwest had fallen completely to the demons, except for one city still holding out, Ku-Tu City. She paused for a moment to look at the old soldier, then continued. Over 30 years, besieged by enemies with no reinforcements, no supplies. The entire Van Layet city fell. The silver-haired army of Kao-Tu was trapped. No one surrendered. They died defending the city. Hearing this, one of the participants in the Secret Realm suddenly shouted in fear. Wait a minute. The mission for the Secret Realm has not been announced yet. The person next to him also froze, realizing an unbelievable thing. Could it be that they want us to defend the city for another 20 or 30 years? Ignore what those people below think or how confused they are. The scene shifts to Somak, standing on the high wall at the city gate. The system suddenly sends a notification. Sign the 5-day contract. Receive the reward of 1,000-year mythical beast power. The reward has been issued. The signatory, please check. Somak Lang Lung Yin at the system panel. This again. The reward this time is quite ordinary. Just then, footsteps sounded behind him, and the person spoke suddenly. During the Secret Realm entry, your power surged dramatically. Canteen stands facing him, smiling without any signs of effort, inspiring admiration. Somak, is this your secret? Somak calls out, Khan Sun. But then a light suddenly appeared behind his eye, and Somak changed his attitude. Khan Rock asked, No, who are you? Khan Tien smiled and said, I've introduced myself many times before, but forget about that. Start pulling back, and the scene shifts to the side of the Earth Demonic Beast. And Catch stood in the main hall, clutching her 2 tentacles and begging Master Ha, pleading with him to revoke this decision. As she finished speaking, suddenly another beast rushed in wildly, from outside. Who told you to come in? Get out of here now.
And Catch annoyedly uses her tentacle to fight him off. Let go of me, why do you want to abolish the unbreakable vow? This is the law that your excellency found difficult to approve, yet that beast just snorts coldly, and you still don't understand why.
The unbreakable pact of the 16 small beast clans was supposed to be a reward for entering the chaotic world. But she not only failed to fulfill her mission, but also betrayed us. And Catch furrowed her white octopus eyebrows tightly, firmly denying it. No, this must be a misunderstanding. His Excellency could never betray us. She must be trying to deceive humans. Master Ha, are you willing to consider keeping the unbreakable vow? Master Ha pretended not to hear its question. She forced a smile and said, I was just about to eat grilled octopus. As she finished speaking, a series of flying cars suddenly emerged in the air, and Catch was caught and tightly bound by the demon beast, who proudly said, Lord, Ha, let me handle this. My skills satisfy many. Suddenly, there was a commotion inside the main hall. Someone objected to Lord Ha. The demon beast bowed to her and then reported, Master Ha, the 4th secret realm is about to open. She asked him, Did you do what I told you? The demon beast's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, Everything is ready. This time we will achieve a true victory. The scene shifts back to the ancient city inside the secret realm, as the sky gradually turns a fiery orange and red. With each teleportation gate opening in the sky, the system sends new updates about the secret realm to everyone. The challenge requires a large number of monsters pouring into the city walls, passing through 3 sieges to defend the city walls. Down in the city, the participants still care quite a bit about the current situation. After all, the Somak is here. 3 more attacks should be easy. It seems this time the secret realm has nothing to do with us anymore. The people beside him looked up at the sky, warning coldly, Don't be careless, the beasts are still descending. All humanoid-shaped beasts. They are all at least 2,000-year-old beasts attacking. They look around, launching a saturation assault to kill all the beasts. Even the veins require a lot of time. Watching hundreds and thousands of beasts advancing toward the city wall, they make a firm decision that no matter what during this period. We all have to risk our lives to stop the monsters from destroying the city walls, but Tianxin suddenly denied it, saying no, the monster's goal isn't to attack the city. Over there in the distance, a beast raised a giant wooden stake high, then forcefully drove it into the ground, releasing a surge of energy around it. One by one, The other monsters also acted as if programmed, continuously planting one stake after another into the ground, with each wooden stake forming a column of energy beams shining straight into the sky. Wudong's eyes widened in shock as that monster was destroying the secret realm itself. You just finished speaking, and Master Ha appeared among those ordinary monsters. She sneered, "What do you see in that? But now you still have time to care about what's happening over there." Wudong shrugged, facing Master Ha with a calm attitude as the invading monsters are scattered far away, and the attacking monsters are right in front of us. "Focusing on Somok, you're really wasting your effort." Master Ha replied with a faint smile, protecting the city wall from erosion, but the monsters are preventing the erosion of the secret realm, and the city wall will be destroyed. The secret realm mission fails, and among the people, only one person can stop us, so they definitely will lose. Then, suddenly she called out, her tone full of pride. "Somok, are you satisfied with this surprise?" Just as she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to where Somok was standing, but he had already disappeared without a trace. Ha Dainyan's attack was like hitting cotton. Where is Somok? Where is he? While the monsters are still diligently planting wooden stakes into the ground to break the barrier. One of them sighs, "I really can't take it anymore. Do we have to stay here until the barrier ends?" The beast in front of him turned back. These wooden stakes are the key to eroding the secret realm mission. Very important. Attack the comrades there. Be patient. The path to the human world is about to be torn open, and then anyone you want to kill as many as you like. But as he finished speaking, a lightning-fast sensation struck, and before he could feel the pain, his head was gone from his body, followed by a few more strikes, each item leaving his body one by one. The comrades standing nearby are pale with fear. What's happening? Where is the attack coming from? The demon beast turns its head to look around, only to see its own head in the hands of a friend, torn apart in different places. Where is the enemy? Where are they? At this moment, a streak of water suddenly appeared in the sky, and then Somok and Kantian shot out from it, unleashing earth-shattering attacks. Kantian stood facing Somok and laughed. "Too bad you escaped from the hidden space. I was planning to stay unseen." Sneaking around, killing people. Somok looked at him and asked coldly, "What did the sect leader Hyuktong do to the others with his space powers and the strength of other sect leaders?" Kantian curled his lips into a sneer and said, "It's that simple. Do I need to explain? They are all dead and you will be next." As soon as he finished speaking, Kantian activated his spiritual power, a massive source of energy gathered from the surrounding space to envelop him, but Somok quickly broke the connection with a wave of his hand. He looked at Kantian and hurriedly asked why he was killing him like this. The secret realm could collapse at any moment, and the true threat was the monsters. Kantian uses spiritual power to conjure a spear in his hand, faintly replying to Somok, maintaining the secret realm stability and killing the beasts. It's very simple. I can see the path to victory, but the only thing I can't see clearly is your future. In my world, there are no variables. On this side, Somok and Kantian are cornered, and Ha Dainyan also quickly moves to their side. She slightly adjusts Somok's stance as she watches the monsters being overwhelmed by the battle in front of her. Ha Dainyan looks at Kantian. She faintly smiles. Unexpectedly, before Somok appears, there are still other powerful humans hidden among mankind. "I have a suggestion," but receiving no response, Sua Miao and Qingxian are still fighting fiercely. Lady Ha speaks again. "I have a suggestion." In response, there is a deafening explosion, and the huge beast in front of me instantly turns to dust. Master Ha looked up at the sky, while Somok and Kantian fought fiercely, and the stubborn Yuat spoke again. I have a suggestion, but all she received was endless silence, and Master Ha stood helplessly in the dust and wind. Enduring the pain to the breaking point, she shouted loudly, "Don't ignore me, damn it!" Ha Dai-Ren swung his hand to strike at the two of them, interrupting their fight. At this moment, Kantian finally turned to look at her, the one talking to me. Ha Dai-Nan spoke to him. "Human, are you and Somok enemies? Why don't we join forces instead?" She hadn't finished speaking when Kantian suddenly struck her with a wave of his hand. Ha Dai-Nan's body immediately disintegrated into pieces. Kantian furrows his brow. The demon beasts 3 and 5 are not the true bodies, only shadows, yet they dare interfere in my battle. Rewind to 3 minutes earlier. Scene shifts to the demon beast territory. Master Ha is observing the clash between Somok and Kantian, looking excited. Where did this guy come from anyway? It's obviously a human, yet they're fighting the Somok. Fight, fight, I hope both of you die. Suddenly, she snapped out of her joy, remembering her own big plan. Wait, my special concoction. Ha Dainyan tries to gauge the situation on the other side of the relic, her mind wandering as she mutters in despair. Over 60% destroyed. It's ruined. My backup plan is about to fail. Ha Dai-Nan quickly calms herself and rapidly thinks of a way to respond. No rush, there's still a chance. The remaining magical beasts outside the city wall are unharmed and in good condition. Now the battle begins. All surviving magical beasts will not attack the city walls at all costs. By prolonging the time, I can prevent Somok and the remaining cultivators from approaching the city wall. The danger might also be an opportunity, as that cultivator hates Somok. She touched the map in front of her, and as long as she proposed cooperation with him to kill the Sormok, whether he agreed or not, it would be very beneficial to me. Lord Ha was quite satisfied with his plan, If he accepted the cooperation, I would have a chance to kill the Sormak. Even if the cooperation proposal is rejected, I can still buy enough time for the monsters not to break the city wall
and to achieve victory in the secret realm. As soon as she finished speaking, the head in front of her suddenly exploded and shattered.
Lord Ha stared blankly at the scattered fragments on the ground. Her? She hesitated, unable to believe it. The projection was destroyed. I hadn't even finished speaking, and the projection was already gone. Master Ha took a deep breath to calm himself, then noticed a beast approaching and called out, and he looked at the scattered debris on the ground, suspiciously asking, "Are these fragments of the projection of that person?" Ha Dainyan responded to the beast, caught off guard. The beast immediately bowed and apologized, saying it shouldn't have asked. It was not something for him to inquire about. Ha Dainyan. "This is the white ritual roasting me for you." Lord Ha brushed past him and coldly replied, "I have no appetite. Stay away from me, old man." She slowly stepped inside, with Lord Ha's proud figure still standing tall as before. When she reached the top to rest, she couldn't hold back and swung her hand to punch the nearby pillar with all her strength. The electric beast immediately let out a loud explosion. Lord Han roared in fury, "No, she's sick. If she listens to others, she'll die." Cultivators are really rude. The scene shifts back to Somak and Kan Tien, where a huge demon beast lies motionless on the ground. Kan Tien sighs to Somak. In 10 seconds, his strategy suddenly increases tenfold. Amazing. 1,000 years ago, the technique of cultivating the body in the air was impossible to perform, but it was completed by humans. Suamak calmly responded to this begrudging compliment. "This was the first time I used this ability in front of others." Kan Tien listened attentively, so Somak's eyes glinted with a golden hue, and his voice was cold. The attack earlier didn't hurt him, and he wasn't even surprised, as if he had anticipated my ability all along. Kan Tien calmly folded his arms and explained that nothing in this world is a secret to me, such as your eyes that can perceive the true nature of all things. It's just that your excavation isn't enough, and your skills are not proficient, which is a waste. So, have you still not seen my points? And as Kan Tien said, the answer the system shows. Somak is just a pile of vague information. The cultivator doesn't understand. Neither the strategy nor the points mean anything. Kan Tien raises his hand, spiritual energy gathering in his palm. "No more tricks up his sleeve, huh? I was actually looking forward to you, so then, go to hell." A white mist gradually envelops the entire forest. Kan Tien looked up at the sky. Strangely, there are a few places not quite right. Inside the old city wall, everything was also silent and still. As Kan Tien's thoughts drifted, the sky gradually darkened, and he felt a bit lost, wondering what it all really was. Kan Tien looked around at the changing time, which was shifting at the speed of light, from sunset to suddenly night. He looked up at Somak, realizing that time in the mysterious realm was accelerating. The sky brightened again, and Somak smiled as he welcomed the new sunlight. Another new day, system notification indicating day 6, reward. Kan Tien waved his hand. The white mist wrapped around his fingers and body, and he asked Somak where he was looking, the sun or something else. The white mist suddenly increased, swirling toward Somak, who looked at Kan Tien. So this is the true power belonging to oneself. That white mist instantly turned into interconnected chains, each loop tightly wrapped around Somak, and as he looked at the chains on his hand, he smiled. Finally, he was serious. Kan Tien narrowing his eyes. The existence of this person is too dangerous. They cannot let him continue to live. As he finished speaking, a new attack surged in, almost destroying everything at Somak's location. So, Mok's body was torn into tiny pieces and dissolved into the air, leaving behind a question for Kan Tien. Intriguing, this simple act of destruction converges into a river. Kan Tien chuckled softly, ensuring safety by disintegrating the person down to atomic level. And so, according to Kan Tien, Somok's body gradually disintegrated. The pieces of flesh in his hand slowly parted and disappeared. The white mist blows in once more, swirling everything into the air. Kan Tien stands to the side observing the entire process. With this level of destruction, even a cultivator of the body refining stage cannot recover from such injuries. But to Kan Tien's surprise, the Somok that just disappeared in front of him reappeared intact behind him, even carrying subtle praise, saying it was truly dangerous earlier and he almost died. Kan Tien's eyes flashed with cold intent. Still alive? He turned around and clenched his fist, then kill him again. Suo Mai's body dissolves into nothingness again, but keeps rebirthing in an endless cycle. His voice is calm. It's not a lie, not electricity, not a curse, and not space. Just a simple severing of his power. Yet he can still be so strong. Kan Tien clenched his fist, suppressing the anger inside him. Somok, this is the secret of the Chosen One. Indeed a cheat-like ability, activated at the moment of entering the secret realm. Your power has been enhanced, and just now, you accelerated the secret realm's time, quickly passing a day, which is how you gained this clone technique. Suamak ignored Kan Tien's words and just pointed up at the sky. Look, it's almost the second day. Kan Tien approached Suamak again, so before dawn, kill them all. Suamak, who is experienced in rebirth, keeps a low profile and even encourages Kan Tien to keep going. The sky keeps alternating between dark and light at an accelerated pace, while outside the city walls, the enemy siege continues with relentless, powerful attacks. The system keeps sending check-in notifications and rewards to Somak. Checking in on day 7, rewards. Day 8, rewards. Day 9, rewards. Day 10, rewards of a golden staff weapon. A second after the 10th day check-in reward was given out, Kan Tien was crushed to the ground by the Kimco staff. Somak looked down from above. Indeed, this person is not Kan's son, so this is their true face. Heavenly Destiny lies on the ground, muttering to himself, Somak, very soon we will meet again. The first trial is expected to end. Once again, Heavenly Destiny appears in the form of Kan Tien, standing opposite Somak. This time, he has gained an extra 10 points of confidence. Somak, the person's trump card, I understand now, from this moment on, no more probing. In 5 minutes, I will end the fight. The energy reaction is normal, the neural link response is normal, the machine restrictions are lifted, and the two-way passage is opened. The commanding officer orders, synchronize, activate, and the connection device with Somak's brain is immediately activated. You now have control over the secret realm. Now you can freely control the flow of time within the secret realm. Somak nodded and said, Elder Kui, well done. Kui Tin suddenly said seriously, Somak, I won't ask what you're planning to do, but I need to warn everyone that the secret realm is full of holes, and speeding up time could cause it to fall apart. So Mok removes the hat on his head. I understand now. I will use the time acceleration function carefully. Returning to reality, the scene shifts inside the secret realm. So Mok strikes directly at Thien Men, who is immediately cut in half. Qian Ming raised his head to look at the sky, his body pausing for a second as disbelief and confusion flickered through his mind. No, this can't be happening. So Mok turned to look at him, still so stubborn even after being cut in half. He hasn't given up. You smile softly and say in a voice like a feather, then cut into 4 pieces. So Mok raises his sword again, and Thien Men braces for the second death, ending it all. Once again reborn, Qian Ming feels a bit confused, and then something else happens. So Mok looks down at him from above. Oh, you're here. Qian Ming, the little one, looks up at you. Is So Mok very proud of growing bigger? So Mok shook his head and quietly told him the truth. It's not that I grew bigger, but that you shrank. This skill is interesting, and you can keep shrinking your enemies. Only then did the celestial mandate realize the change in his body, and he angrily cursed So Mok. But So Mok's attitude was extremely provocative. He pretended to listen, then said, Sorry, I didn't hear you. I've already shrunk to an atomic size. Can I shrink even smaller now? And so on. The third death prophecy ended. The summoned beast that had just been killed suddenly revived. The celestial fate bowed its head and asked, So Mok if bringing the beast back to life was a new ability of his. So Mok calmly replied that not only that, but he could also make them merge. So Mok just finished speaking when the beast behind him immediately merged into a strange deforming monster. So Mok looked up at the celestial decree and said, Let's go little cutie, swallow it. And then the prophecy of the fourth death ends, and once again the fate appears before So Mok in the form of a celestial scene. He pondered silently, the fourth death each time the new power. So Mok gains is different. Each time before the sun rises on the second day, I can kill him. The closest I've come also cost him an arm. Luck, coincidence, or something else. Interesting. Very interesting. How long has it been since I last felt such pleasure? As he thought, the heavenly mandate charged into battle with So Mok, predicting countless deaths and searching for a way to survive. Come on, use all your strength and kill me. Qian Ming crazily laughs nearby, feeling extremely pleased inside. No matter how many times he dies in the prophecy, as long as he wins once, it will become my destiny, bringing me the final victory. Meanwhile, the giant insect is destroying the forest in the secret realm. The celestial mandate was attacked until bleeding from all orifices, he muttered. This time, it's poison again. So Mok ignored the celestial mandate collapsing to the ground, busy playing with the demon beasts. And then the seventh death prophecy ends. After rebirth destiny is once again dealt with, the eighth death prophecy ends. Once again, So Mok uses a puppet to handle it. Qian Ming's body is also pierced by hundreds of trees of needles. Again and again, the seventh death prophecy ends. The eighth death prophecy ends. The 100th prophecy of death, it ends. The 1000th prophecy of death, it ends. The 10,070 death prophecy ends as outside the ancient city. Continuous explosions shake the sky day and night. Once again, the heavenly mandate wants to talk to So Mok. So Mok, let's pause the battle for now and have a conversation. So Mok, who is currently merging with the demon beast, also responds, The longer the ceasefire lasts, the stronger my power will become. Why do you set a disadvantageous condition for yourself? The destiny points to the tear on your back. The sky already shows signs of water. If you keep accelerating time, maybe not long from now, the secret realm will completely disintegrate. So Mok shrugged indifferently. Maybe so, I don't care. Is the wrath of heaven so overwhelming that the power of darkness has made people lose their reason? When the secret realm shatters, the demon beast might invade our world without any obstacle, and whether we win or lose will no longer matter. So Mok Dan's face returned to normal, and he nodded in agreement, saying, You're right, but don't forget this was a war caused by humans first, and time keeps accelerating. Tianmen angrily replied that just one day inside the secret realm can grant great power and strength. Have you never doubted this logic before? Maybe this is the dark love of the beast, deliberately using people to accelerate time and break the secret realm. So Mach denied it, saying it was just a possibility. Perhaps before the secret realm shattered, I could have gained enough strength to become powerful. Even if the beast race invades, I alone can destroy the entire beast world. The heavenly mandate spread his hands and lowered his head, saying enough, I give up. Is that okay? You want to take the human carp world to the extreme, thinking only of yourself, your friends. Stop going crazy. So Mach pursed his lips. The crazy one isn't me, it's him. During the fight, his personality suddenly changed. Not only did he ask to stop the battle, but he even chose to admit defeat. With his arrogant personality, even if he were to die, he probably wouldn't choose to surrender. The sky has turned to morning, so Mach looked up at him. It's impossible, really impossible. So I have a hypothesis. The world I'm in now isn't real. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of invisible hands reached out from the sky toward Destiny. He gritted his teeth and growled, sensing that this prophecy was about to end, and the only useful information gained was one thing. So Mach's unclear reason for gaining strength within the secret realm, the accumulated emotions from a near-death experience, were all too evident. The heavenly decree was quickly seized and tightly bound by those hands. He thought to himself, next time, I must act more naturally. In each death, I will solve different puzzles to uncover So Mach's true secret. After dealing with the celestial fate, Suo Mach looked at the hands reaching out from his body. Today, the power he gained was used quite well. The celestial fate, tightly bound, whispered softly, if you don't kill me, do you really enjoy playing with strange beings you create? So Mach chuckled softly, I won't kill you, but I won't let you commit suicide either. Aren't you curious what happens if I keep accelerating time? The power I gain won't be limited in growth, or perhaps we'll reach some ultimate destination. Hearing So Mach's words, the celestial destiny suddenly trembled. What? It's over. It's over. It's over. Then time continued to accelerate as the system kept sending check-in notifications to So Mach. Rewards marking the 9th, 15th, and 29th days, granting the time system ability within the limits of historical time. At this point, So Mach finally felt a bit satisfied, looking at Tianmen with a sharp gaze. After such a long fight, he finally knew your name, Tianmen. Hearing So Mach call his name, Tianmen chuckled. There are many who know the title Tianmen. You are too late to realize, So Mach. But So Mach hesitated and denied, while also releasing the hands binding Tianmen. 0000. I mean your real name, still Bak Hien. Hearing this familiar yet strange name, Tianmen was also a bit surprised. It seems you have gained a new interesting ability, the poison heart technique, or something else. It's been a long time since anyone called me by this name. So Mach looked straight at him and said, to erase your filthy past, you killed everyone who knew this name. Tianmen replied indifferently, what's the point of all this? I won't regret what's done. And what about you? Do you regret it or not? He looked up at the sky breaking apart. You accelerated time and kept gaining new powers. But look around. The secret realm is collapsing. This is the consequence of what you have done. Qianming raises his hand to strike. The secret realm destroyed. The earth will lose its barrier, and the beast will find countless ways to invade the planet. He quickly lunges forward and delivers a powerful blow to So Mach's chest, causing billions of people to perish in a tragic manner. So Mach glared at Heavenly Destiny. Why do something meaningless like that? I have seen history and know your strongest skill, so I can't say anything anymore. The secret realm isn't collapsing. This is the timeline from your prophecy, and right now, it's not the truth. Qianming grinned arrogantly, his tone full of challenge. But I can make this timeline become reality in just a moment, and the victory of the demon beasts will turn into history. As soon as he finished speaking, So Mach reached out and grabbed his neck.
So Mach lạnh lùng nói, người muốn lắm ta tức giận dễ ta giết người sao? Có lẽ cái chết của người là chìa khóa mở ra cánh cửa mới. Nếu có thể dễ ngồi chuyển diện tuyến thời gian khác, thật giảng tiếc, chuốc mặt ta, người tham chí không có quyền tự sát.
Qianming remains calm as he responds, it seems your new ability can't let you know everything, but I have other ways to change the timeline. Suo Mach also feels fine. He throws Qianming to the ground. There are still many things I don't know. Even if I could see your entire past and history, I still wouldn't understand your thoughts and actions. So Mach lowered his head and looked at him. Why do you have to force the 4 great sect masters to initiate a secret realm war? With your foresight, there must be another way to lift the seal. Do you know how glorious human civilization once was? At first, humans interacted with the world of beasts without needing to exploit secret realms for protection. Exceptional individuals with strength surpassing even the strongest cultivators emerged. Science and technology then advanced, and they were not the weak toys they are now. His words were filled with emotion. No matter how powerful the beasts are, they are just slaves or pets in front of them. But with such a prosperous human civilization, one day it could suddenly be destroyed without anyone knowing the reason. I can only guess that perhaps the world of beasts recorded something. So, Mach asked him, so you started the war to uncover the truth of history. But the celestial mandate shook his head and said no. To be precise, what I want to find is only the strength of ancient humanity in science and technology. So Mach, I used to think perhaps your power came from them, The destiny of the heavens rises and falls. Just one day in the secret realm can grant new powers. This way of becoming stronger without reason fits my imagination of them. But I was wrong. So Mok raised his eyes to look at Tianmok and asked why he had changed his mind. Tianmok did not answer immediately, instead looking at the pink shadows floating in the air and suddenly asked, "So Mok, haven't you noticed that you are still emitting signals?" Tianmok looked up at the sky, the signal growing stronger. No, perhaps he had already discovered it, which is why he stopped accelerating time. At this moment, Somok's body seemed to be glowing, and the pink mist kept rising. Tianmo chuckled bitterly. Stopping for just one day could grant great power, making it easy to obtain such strength. How could there be no price to pay? I understand now, Somok. You're not here to save the world. You're just a coordinate. Suamok looked at Tianmok, gradually losing control, and he hesitated for a moment about his words. The coordinates, the invaders, the guesses you mentioned, they could very well happen. Tianmok curled his lips. Whether it's just a guess or not, isn't it obvious if you try it? Speed up for 2 more days. No, maybe just 1 day, and those invaders will probably appear right in front of us. So Mok slightly tilted his head and looked at him. You hope the invaders will kill people easily so you can open a new timeline? But have you thought about it? Their abilities surpass our imagination. Maybe they can turn this timeline into reality. Tianmo assessed Suemo's condition. Even if you no longer accelerate time, your signal is strong enough for the invaders to pinpoint Earth's location accurately. Suemo crossed his arms and moved closer to Tianmo. Do you have any suggestions? Tianmo decisively stated his demand. Kill me, or you have no other choice. He paused for a moment, then continued speaking. This timeline only holds a hopeless future. Whether it's divine beings from the monster world or the unknown invaders, they all pose a deadly threat to humans. Only I can change their fate. So Mok passes by Tianmok, gently strikes him down. The sky turns pitch black, rebirth begins again, and Tianmok reappears in the form of Kan Tien. He gazed at Somok in silence, having returned and died once more, but gained a great harvest. Tianmok's eyes were deep and tragic. Now I finally know the secret of Somok's power, along with the unknown invaders. As long as I control the future, I will be the ultimate winner. Just then, Tian Tin suddenly appeared and shouted, "Hey, stop right there!" She lightly descended to the ground. Wudong also followed behind and landed beside Somok. Tian Tin approached Tianmok and Kan San. What are you thinking? Why do you want to fight Somok? Tianmok saw clearly who was coming and suddenly became interested. The two of them have also arrived. Just then, I came up with a new plan. They could become pawns to control Somok. First, he reached out and touched his face. A second later, Tianmok immediately removed his disguise and revealed his true face, causing Tian Tin to frown and ask who he was. Tianmok did not answer, looking down in confusion at his own hands. No, this isn't my doing. I'm seeing ghosts. My body is out of control. How could it be? Somok now without accelerating time. No way to have such strange abilities controlling me. It must be Somok. From the earlier timeline, how is that possible? Somok was the first to break the silence. Not Tianmok, still holding on, memories flooding back. But before you could finish speaking, Tianmok suddenly shouted wildly, "I am Tianmok, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago." It was only 20 years ago that I was sealed in a cave beneath the Arctic. It was me who lured the sect master of the Great Tongmon to open the secret war. Wudong was stunned by his unexpected honesty. He's too sincere, asks whatever comes to mind. Could it be that he's on our side? Tianmok's body gradually emitted a purple glow as he continued speaking, for personal gain. I have caused the earth to face destruction. I am a sinner, and I feel deeply ashamed, so I am prepared to die to atone for my sins. At this moment, Tianmok's hand is reaching toward his heart, but inside, he is torn and conflicted, the power within him in complete opposition. I can predict the future, but Somok can withstand it. This timeline is being restricted to become true history. Seeing the indifferent and emotionless expressions of Somok's 3 companions, Tianmok feels even more hopeless. His mind was frantically screaming that he would die, really die, stop it now. I absolutely do not want this to happen. Tianmok lay on the ground face down while Tian Tin stepped forward and looked down at him. Is he really committing suicide like this? Truly dead. Somok also stepped forward to check, probably really dead, with no breath left. Now the comments in the livestream are also questioning like Tian Tin. So is it over then? Plotting against the boss and risking everything, only to end up fearing guilt and taking their own life? That's right, it really feels like a puppet being manipulated. Through Somok's livestream, they keep commenting. The beasts are almost all dead, and the one who can manipulate fate must be Somok, so bold. Do they also want to commit suicide? And at this moment, Wudong, who shares the same thoughts as the viewers watching the livestream, turned to look at Somok, wondering if he had already done something. Somok shrugged nonchalantly, implying he didn't know. Honestly, he's also very confused right now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the secret realm, a participant also struck and killed a demon beast. Han let out a breath. It's over. This must be the last demon beast. And at the same time, the dungeon system sent a notification to everyone, and the space also underwent a change. The dungeon notification announced that the 4th dungeon mission was completed after 1 minute, and the scene shifted back to the real world. At this moment, Somok's system also issued a new notification, marking that the host had completed the 4th dungeon mission and awarded a special reward, Yu Kui. Somok frowned and looked at it. Then the system sent other notifications, which couldn't be recognized, prompting a self-check, and the system confirmed that the host had completed the 4th dungeon mission. Awarded a special reward, the 2nd seal of the leader's secret watch left by T.D. Dongvan, which can temporarily stop time for a short period, remaining uses. So Mok glanced over the situation. Was it also a prearranged setup or some kind of transformation? The scene shifted to the real world, and 3 days quickly passed. So Mok stood inside the laboratory, looking at the stone in front of him. This was the advanced teleportation stone, so why had it become like this? Kui-tin stood nearby and explained. 3 days ago, the Dong Vansek detected a deep cave in the North Pole, rescuing a sealed realm that replaced destiny there. We discovered some ancient books that have been lost for a long time, so we are renovating the lower crossing stone. So Mok nodded and asked further if there are now new functions. Kui-tin looked up at the lower crossing stone in front of him and said, as long as enough energy is prepared, the lower crossing stone can be used to reach the world of beasts, and the destination can be pinpointed with high accuracy. So Mok nodded twice. Very well, prepare for me. I want to go to the world of beasts as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ning in the laboratory also heard it. He was startled and shouted, So Mok, you're preparing to go to the world of beasts. So hurried, where is the destination? So Mok turned to look at him, near the remaining underworld stone of the beast world. I will end this war. Han Nin approached Somok. Such an important relic, the beast must keep it very carefully. No, it might even be guarded by the beast god himself. Damn it, how do you plan to end this war? Somok shook his head, unable to speak. At this moment, perhaps our conversation is also being eavesdropped on. Are we spies for the beast race? Kui-tin stepped beside him to calm him down. Lai Ham Nin, stop talking. I believe Somok. He must have his reasons. Ham Nin clenched his fists. Somok, I really want to trust you. Since you took charge of the Financial Alliance and the 4 great clans, you've become more authoritarian and dictatorial. You're increasingly resembling the Financial Alliance, but a darker version. Suomok coldly replied, Lai Ham Nin, don't obstruct me or I will kill you and your father. I sacrificed my life to save you. Don't let my efforts be in vain. Ham Nin muttered lowly, you bastard. Suomok didn't react aggressively. He just said softly, in the end, give you some advice. Think carefully about your father's death. Think it through for me. Hyoshin quickly called out to Shuoma as he saw him fall. Shuoma, even if you're joking, that's too much. He then turned to Han Nin and asked, Lai Ham Nin, are you okay? He didn't answer Ching Chin, only fell silent, lost in thoughts about the mysterious death of the destiny. So Mok said, he can't speak because he's being eavesdropped on, not because the beast is listening, but because his father's death was orchestrated by the Alliance of Wealth, used as a scapegoat and pushed out to become a pawn. Han Nin furrowed his brows. The one Somok was guarding against wasn't a beast. The beast was just a pawn like his father. So what is he fighting against now? Inside the laboratory, the machines kept running, and the technicians kept inputting commands into the computers. The manager of the market shouted loudly for the 3rd time, saying that the energy supplementation had begun. Wudong stood behind, observing everything, then looked at the computer screen in front of him and continued. Everyone pay attention. If you notice any abnormal data, report immediately. The dimensional stone continuously emits energy waves. Chuqing looked seriously at the meridian, because to satisfy the activation conditions of the dimensional stone, at least half of the global area would experience a temporary power outage. And this time, many people would scold him. Somok looked up at the transcendent stone in front of him and replied lightly, it doesn't matter. Is this the Beast King Palace? The transcendent stone now displayed the image of the Beast King Palace, and Kui-tin looked up along with his gaze. Yes, this is the Divine Lord's Palace of the Beast World. Its center is where I need to go. The transcendent stone of the Beast World is there. Q-King suddenly asked, don't you feel any fear at all, judging by the data showing that the guards of the Beast King Palace are over 300,000 with 1,000 strategic beasts, over 1 million with 50,000 strategic beasts, and over 10 million with only 2 strategic beasts. He paused for a moment, then continued. As for the Divine Lord of the Beast Realm, regarding the strategic plans for the Beast World's Divine Lord, over 100 million. Somok so pondered. I need to think. You remain silent, deep in your thoughts. On the first check-in, the 1,000-year-old demon beast's power increases by 10,000 strategies. On the second, it gains experience from fighting the martial god. Regular strategies triple. Burst state increase tenfold, but only lasts for 10 seconds. Third check-in, Golden Bell, can see through the enemy's weaknesses. Seeing through all the techniques, the reward for the 4th check-in is the 3 Mysterious Fire, which can continuously strengthen my body, using nuclear reaction cultivation particles to grow 10,000 strategies. The reward for the 5th check-in is the 1,000-year-old beast power, increasing strategies by 10,000, and through Divine Warrior combat experience, doubling my basic strategies. So Mok hesitated, his mind constantly calculating. His normal strategy state is 90,000, and he can burst out 300,000 strategies in 10 seconds. After some thought, he was satisfied and concluded that the situation was very optimistic and the chance of victory was very high. TQ Ting was frightened by Somok's confidence, but he nodded seriously and said, "There's no need to worry. I don't plan to kill them all. Just find the right opportunity. Get in front of the dimensional stone and destroy the beast's dimensional stone so they can't cheat anymore, making the secret realm war more difficult." Quitin looked at Somik and finally he revealed his true purpose. "Are you worried that humans might lose in the next secret war?" Somok answered seriously, "I can't keep creating miracles. If the beasts keep cheating, failure in the secret war is only a matter of time." Quitin nodded. "I understand. One more question. When you arrive in the beast world, who will dominate? The beast is over 10,000 years old. Its spiritual power can cover all the dead zones of the Earth Beast King. Suddenly, a space wave appears, and it will be very obvious." At this moment, Vu Dong, who had been listening all along, stepped forward and said, "Somok, I will go with you. Let me be the bait to buy you some time." Somok immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, you must stay here. I will do my best to destroy the dimensional stone, but I might not come back." At that moment, Hachu stepped in from outside, taking on this mission without hesitation. "So let me be the bait to lure them in." Somok turned back to look. "Hachu is a loyal man, so he told you to stay behind. This journey might be one way." Hachu looked at Somok. The initial alliance had been broken by him. "My wish is over. I no longer stand idly by in the secret realm. But besides you, my strength among humans is also among the top, making me qualified enough." Somok nodded and led Hachu toward the crossing stone. "All right, then let's go." As he nearly touched the crossing stone, the system suddenly went haywire, sending warning after warning, "Danger, danger, danger, warning, 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 warning," requesting the host to wait at least 10 check-ins before entering the beast world. But Somok ignored all of it, pretending not to see and continuing forward. Somok said, "Vu Dong, if I can't return, please take care of my sister." A new wave suddenly appeared near the Earth Beast King. Perhaps the Transcendent Stone has brought Somok to this place. Seeing the golden morning light shining down from the sky, the two demon beasts licked their lips. A guest has arrived. It's that human. Do their minds have problems? One demon beast looked overly excited, rushing into the Earth Beast King's domain with a drum dance on its face, not even hiding its power. Truly brave. Bravery that's almost suicidal. So, Mog landed right at the entrance of the Earth Beast King. The crossing stone's power exceeded expectations. He opened his eyes to assess the space ahead. The position was very accurate. Suomai walked straight inside, muttering irritably, "I knew it. I shouldn't trust this kneeling one, and the monsters were just about to eat here when they saw him. They jumped in fright, Suomai. Samash kept walking forward without hesitation, each step steady and deliberate. The monsters only parted to the sides, making way for him. Suddenly, a large beast roared loudly. "What are you doing? Why are you giving way to him? Kill him. Don't you have the guts?" The beast below, waking up, turned to look at the crazy one. "Ha! That's the strongest human hero. Don't just talk. Go up yourself." Master Ha arrived just in time, pushing the beast aside. "So Mok, in the secret battlefield, our beastly power is limited and cannot kill people. Who would have thought you would come to sacrifice yourself willingly?" Suamok calmly looked up at her and said, "I came here to seek peace." Lady Ha laughed as if she had just heard a funny joke. "Peace? You fools, we never wanted peace in the first place." So Mok basically ignores her attitude and suggests, "I want to speak directly with your Godlord." Honda Ren coldly promises that with your status, you are not worthy to meet the Godlord. Another beast appeared behind her, whispering, "Lord Ha, please allow me to deal with this rude human." Lord Ha asked him, "Do you truly believe you can kill this strongest savior?" That guy swung his arm, and a dark energy vortex appeared around his hand. "If we were in the secret realm, I wouldn't be his match. But this is our world, and here, I can kill him as easily as killing a dog." Unexpectedly, Suomai did not follow the usual script and simply said, "If someone hits me, I will commit suicide." Fine. This is what I said. I punch you once, and you commit suicide for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged at Somok. Then, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the beast exploded like a firework. Somok looked up, but he had already vanished into the wind. The surrounding monsters were terrified, feeling more convinced that their decision to give way to him earlier was right. Yet now they were blown to pieces, leaving nothing behind. What just happened? No, I couldn't see clearly at all. Luckily, we weren't about to attack Somok earlier. Only Lord Ha is aware of something unusual. She clenched her lips. No, this is the power of the Divine Lord, but why does the Divine Lord have to stop us from killing? Somok, the one who also notices this strange thing, is Somok himself. He seriously says, "Divine Lord, I know you are here. You can hear and see. From now on, I give you 1 minute to think." Xiaomai furrowed his brows and ended the secret war. "Otherwise, I will commit suicide now." A stream of red spiritual energy suddenly enveloped the Earth Beast King. It gathers to outline the general shape of the deity, his voice reaching Somok's ears. "Toa Do, you are threatening me. You truly think I dare not kill?" Somok looked up, confirming that he knew my identity. But Somok also didn't feel afraid at all. He repeated once more what he just said to him. In 1 minute, end the war. No threat exists. I am merely stating a request. If my request is refused, I don't mind dying. I will forever stay in your world, broadcasting to the outside world. The Divine Master's gaze fixed on Somak below, in a war of secret realms that cannot end. Only victory or defeat can bring closure. Somak continued to step up each stair, straightforwardly suggesting, then just admit defeat. Lord Ha stood below, looking up at Somak as she passed by, and upon hearing this, she immediately angrily scolded Somak. "You bastard! How dare you talk to the Lord of Gods like that?" Somak looked at her suspiciously. Did she surrender? The Lord of the Gods remained silent from above, only observing. Somak quietly before finally speaking, "Does victory or defeat really matter to you?" Somak's attitude became even more serious. "People don't matter. Divine beasts don't matter. Our war is even less important. Even if you win the secret realm battle, as long as the coordinates stay within your world, you will only face destruction." As he finished speaking, a corner of the Beast King suddenly exploded. The Lord of the Gods looked at Somak and asked, "What is your purpose?" Somak calmly replied, "I already said I came for peace." The Lord of Gods widened his eyes and stopped his fierce performance because he wanted to support his teammates. He always tried to attract our attention, but unfortunately, after hearing the sound earlier, he's dead. Sora continued moving forward, lost in thought, lowering his head, taking this moment to make the Lord of Gods feel desperate, but reaching this point was almost his limit. Then, Somak suddenly took out a watch and firmly held it in his hand. The attitude of the God Lord also suddenly changed, becoming more anxious. "Somak, what are you doing? Stop!" The watch in Somak's hand lights up, just as the system sends a notification confirming the use of the reward item. The watch and the pause in time. The image of the Lord of Gods also appears frozen. Time passes 0.01 seconds. Somak takes the opportunity to move forward, smashing the divine gate door. Time passes 0.02 seconds. Somak succeeds and sees the transcendent stone high above inside. Somak's eyes lit up as the system sent him information about the transcending stone, a wondrous gem of time and space power, analyzing its weaknesses. But the weakness has not yet been revealed. The watch in Somak's hand suddenly emits black smoke, and the system sends a new alert warning. Warning, warning. Is the water clock also the power of the Divine Lord, and how much time is left? Time keeps passing. Now it's 0.03 seconds, and the system has finally finished. It sends a notification. The stone surpassing the limit, analyzing the weakness immediately. Somak instantly rushes toward the stone. A small water stain has appeared on the stone, and the system reports that the stone surpassing the limit is at 98%. Somak stares intently at the stone, enduring the attack fiercely. The watch can no longer hold out. The clock keeps emitting black gas, feeling like it will explode any moment now. Somak didn't hesitate, quickly attacking the dimensional stone again, punching it repeatedly. The barrier at 79%. 0.04 seconds have passed. The barrier drops to 43%, and at 0.05 seconds, the system reports that the clock is broken. Somak still didn't stop, clenched his fist ready to strike, running out of time. The watch suddenly exploded with a bang, and the projection of the Divine Lord outside flickered and then disappeared. A second later, he appeared inside the main hall right behind Somak, with the barrier level at only 19%. Somak glanced back, 0.06 seconds had passed, and the Lord of Gods had landed, unleashing a swirling storm of power that swept through the entire hall. He gritted his teeth and looked at Somak. Humans are always so cunning. Looking up at the overstep stone, which was covered in water stains but still intact, the Lord of God said, "Destroying the overstep stone means your plan has failed." But Somak, pushed aside by the power of the Divine Lord and lying on his back on the ground, smiled and replied, "No.
My plan has succeeded from now on. You can no longer cheat in the secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the boundary stone exploded, fragments flying all over the hall, and at this moment, the boundary stone's energy was just over 100%.
So, Mok still lies on the ground, looking at the Divine Lord, who had the chance to stop me but hesitated, just for a moment. "Are you so afraid of the consequences of killing me, Divine Beast?" Outside the Beast King Palace, something is also changing. The beasts are stunned, the palace has disappeared, the Divine Lord has vanished. Could it be? Lord Ha spoke in surprise. "Don't be too shocked. This is the power of the Divine Lord, who created an independent small world outside the Beast Realm." She smiled confidently. "Rest assured, the threat to the coordinates that Somak issued is no longer effective. Victory belongs to the Divine Lord. To us." And inside the Beast King Palace, the blue glow of the transcending stone is covering the entire hall. A series of fragments are forming into a chain flying past Somak. They are flying up and then gathering back to the original place of the transcending stone. The Lord of Gods looked at Somak and said, "Isn't it what you guessed? These are fragments of the transcendent stone." Somak silently watched as the transcendent stone gradually restored itself, secretly amazed that it could recover to its original state despite such damage. The Lord of God said, "Somak, I have to thank you for walking into the trap and giving me the chance to kill someone. Next time in the secret realm, if no one fights, humans will surely lose." Somak found it funny and asked, If you kill me, won't your coordinates stay in our world? The Lord of Gods replied calmly, haven't you realized yet? He laughed loudly. This hall has been isolated from the outside world. Following the reminder from the Divine Lord, Somak tried to sense outside the main hall, only feeling a stream of unclear black energy surrounding it. Nothing else. You ask the Lord of Gods, outside the hall is a void, a creator of a solitary dimension, who transferred us in there. The Lord of Gods nods in agreement. Yes. Here we kill people and throw their bodies into the great land of white. The coordinates on your body cannot locate our world. So Mok raised his head to look at the Lord in front of him. Killing me, after leading me to the great earthly wound, is the safest way, isn't it? The Lord looked intrigued, his eyes shining. That's a good idea. Suomok also got tired of wasting words with him, so he went straight to the point and told him to stop this pointless probing. If you could do it, I would be dead by now. Maybe because of the resurrection stone just now. You can only stay in the dimension you created yourself, but you're not sure. If you kill me here, is there still a chance that the coordinates will transfer to your world or not? The Lord of Gods was irritated by Somok's confident attitude. He raised his hand, his body enveloped in a dark aura. Perhaps I should try. So Mok laughed. You want to use threats and intimidation to guess the state of the coordinates based on my reactions. But unfortunately, I know nothing. The owner of the coordinate is a terrifying invader who treats our world like food on a plate. Can you prevent the coordinate from moving? Do you want to go to the extreme? At this moment, the system repeatedly warns. Somok, alerting that the signal is cut off and connection is impossible. Please evacuate quickly. Danger, no connection. The power of the Divine Master surges fiercely, pressing down on Somok. The system continues to warn that the host is in extreme danger. Attempts to connect fail with no signal. The Divine Master gazes at Somok and says, I have a 90 chance to prevent the coordinate from moving, but I don't want to be extreme. I don't need to be extreme. Somok, let's go through the translation. Somok looked at it doubtfully. Is it because of the translation? And the Lord of Gods continued, Somok, I know on earth you have always been treated unfairly. Contempt, insults, mockery, misunderstandings. The weak dare to treat the strong like that. It really makes people laugh. Do you really want to save all of humanity? No. The only ones you care about are your sister and a few close friends. He looked intently at Suomai and said that after the secret war ends, I will bring your loved ones and friends to my world. I will set aside a land of 10 million square meters for them to live on and ensure their safe and prosperous lives. And in their future, the exchange condition is that you must go to the Great White Land and never come near our world again. So Mok asked him, can't they stay on Earth? The client laughed loudly, saying that after the Secret Realm War ended, Earth's only fate would be destruction. Do you really want your sister to die with Earth? Suomok hesitated, saying, I need a moment to think. Please tell me everything you know about the owner of the coordinates and the real reason you had to destroy the Earth. The client looked at Suomok with a cold smile. It seems you know nothing at all. Fine. For the sake of fair exchange, I will tell you everything. Suomai secretly asks the system, what is the condition for receiving the login reward points? The system quickly responds, due to the power of the stone breaking the dimensional barrier, the host enters other realms beyond the world of monsters and Earth to participate in the secret war between humans and monsters. So I am in a small, independent world floating in space with the power of the world stone, and I am at war with the god of the beast world. Does this meet the conditions for receiving the login reward? The Lord of Gods withdrew his threatening attitude towards Somok, calmly speaking about intelligence related to the invaders, and I don't know much either. They are called Hui Huang Chi An, traveling everywhere in the Thuangbok land, accompanying the gnawing creatures that devour each world they encounter. The worlds they invade, which ultimately turn into dead lands with no life remaining. But discovering prey is not an easy task for them. So they need coordinates because of that? The Lord of Gods nodded. The reincarnation mirror reflects many coordinates, but only a few can reach worlds with life and attach to a creature, like a person. Suomok asked further if they already had the coordinates on someone, why haven't they reached Earth yet? The Lord of Gods shrugged and replied, only having the coordinates is not enough. The exact location of Earth cannot be determined. Do you know about the Great White Land? Suomok nodded and said, I have been there once. The Lord of Gods explained to you that the human world, the world of monsters, and all worlds with life originally exist independently and cannot contact each other. Until the Great Earth White appears, it becomes a path or a transfer station. Only by reaching the Great Earth White can we jump from one world to another. But you must find the corresponding item of that world at the Great Earth White first. He gave Somok an example, such as the Earth, where the corresponding item at the Great Earth White could be an apple, a red apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding these items can the reflection of the plan enter the Earth. Suomai nodded slightly, seeming very simple, but the Lord of Gods shook his head in denial. No, there are two difficult points. The space of the Great Earthly Talisman is almost infinite, and at the same time, the corresponding items for Earth are changing all the time. Earlier, it could be a stone. Later, it might turn into a rabbit. The Lord of Gods' voice was steady. Worlds exist independently and are always in a state of flux, but if two worlds are linked together, the matching items of both worlds will stop changing. So Mok hesitated and asked, meaning the War of the Secret Realm. The Divine Lord nodded, saying that the first Secret Realm War was initiated by the Earth, and the coordinates are also based on people. Through the Secret Realm War, linking our worlds could allow us to harvest 2 targets at once, which is the plan of the Echo Reflection. So Mok shook his head. No, the one who started the Secret Realm War was a cultivator thousands of years ago. Fate, the Divine Lord, was surprised. Then he laughed loudly. Fate, huh? The power of the coordinates is enough to force it to commit suicide, changing his idea, which is much easier for the coordinates. So Mok frowned. If everything is a conspiracy of the Reflection's shadow, humans and beasts should cooperate more. Ending the secret war and breaking the bonds between the 2 worlds is the only way to avoid the invasion of the Reflection's shadow. The God Lord shook his head firmly. No, humans and magical beasts cannot cooperate. When the secret war began, our worlds had already been sealed together. The echoing shadow confirmed the approximate scope of our current area. Even if we end the secret war and separate the 2 worlds, we still cannot escape their search. He paused briefly and then continued. There is only one way to succeed, which is to win the secret war. We can extract the primal energy of the Earth as fuel and then escape from this area as far away as possible. So Mok looked seriously at the God Lord. So that's the reason you want to destroy the Earth. The Lord of Gods shook his head again, disagreeing with Somok's idea. Taking the Earth's energy doesn't mean destroying the planet, nor will it cause too many casualties among humanity. The one who will destroy the Earth is the coming reincarnation mirror. So Mok looked at him, and for the Earth, for humanity, there was no difference. He wants to know if I accept the deal. I have told you everything. This is a soul contract. I will ensure the safety of your loved ones, but you must forever wander in the great land of Thuangbok. Do you accept the exchange? Unexpectedly, after hearing everything clearly, Somok changed his mind and replied, I refuse. The Lord of Gods also did not react too harshly. He smiled softly. How unfortunate. A stream of blue bones flew over. Then immediately the ground beneath Somok was frozen, and he tried to move his body, but could not resist. The Lord of Gods continued. How wonderful it would be if you could accept the exchange. In an instant, Suomo was encased in a massive block of ice. The Lord of Gods casually informed you that he would temporarily seal you away, wait for the transcending stone to recover, then deal with you. And if you refuse him, you will regret it. Everyone you know will be destroyed. So Mok inside the ice still cannot move. The system announces that the safety of the host's life will become the second priority in the selection process. Entering into the variable calculation. The judgment result indicates that this is a special secret realm, accessible on the 6th day, with rewards of a dragon spirit and special effects. You can either hide your strategy or strengthen your defenses. The Lord of Gods sits in front of the transcendent stone, waiting for it to fully recover. Fragment after fragment, the shards gathered and flew back to heal the stone, which soon returned to its original state, and the Lord of Gods muttered in frustration, wasting so much time again. He stood up empty-handed, and such a delicate artifact couldn't be missing even a fragment. It had to be restored to its original form. The Lord of Gods looked pleased as the transcendent stone before him shone brightly, finally on the verge of recovery. Just then, something suddenly brushed past the face of the Lord of Gods. Meanwhile, Somok had already escaped the constraints of the Bang 2, thanks to the system's check-in on the 29th and the reward. The Lord of Gods gritted his teeth in anger, biting out each word. Somok tilted his head and looked at him. This time I shattered the entire transcendent stone into powder. Can you still recover now? The God Lord frowned, not only removing the seal, but also momentarily deceiving my perception. The coordinate system is indeed convenient. Maybe so. The Lord of Gods looked at you. Every time you enter the secret realm, you gain new strength. This must be the coordinate mechanism that maintains the strategic balance between humans and beasts. He paused for a moment, then continued. But I can't predict even in my own dimension. Creating coordinates can also grant you power. The longer you stay here, the stronger the coordinate's power becomes. Somok smirked provocatively, wanting to indulge in your reasoning. There's only one way. Eliminate your dimension, or my power might surpass yours right away. The Lord of Gods clicked his tongue, and Somok also showed a clear attitude. Indeed, you can't do it. Removing the dimension, shattered stones crossing worlds will scatter everywhere, increasing the difficulty of recovery. If you can't recover quickly, the crossing stones might cause the beast to lose the secret realm war. The Lord of Gods looked at Somok seriously and said, if I don't eliminate the dimensional barrier, I will lose to you. Somok asked him, for you, isn't retreating an impossible dilemma? The Lord of Gods couldn't hold back anymore and asked sharply, Somok, state your request. What do you want to do? So Mok calmly reiterated, I told you I want peace. If you die, I live. Our world should have another way. If you want both worlds to survive at the same time, it's almost impossible, but I have my own decision. So there's nothing more to say. The Lord of Gods immediately snapped, Somok, based on our previous deal, I can increase the number of humans migrating to the beast world. 10 million, 20 million people, or even giving you a higher position than me. Everything you want can be negotiated. Somok firmly refused. No, I will not accept it, the Lord of Gods muttered. Right? Then he immediately raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike. So the only option was to kill him, go all out. The coordinate would not shift. So Mach hesitated. The decisive dual field open. Suo Mach's body immediately lit up, and he curled up with energy. The God Lord looked at his divine power as if it was being absorbed by So Mach, frowning tightly. My divine power is being swallowed. No, it's more like it's disappearing. This is. So Mach sneered and smiled, claiming the arena was an equal field that could ban all powers except the body. So, Lord of Gods, let's duel hand to hand, and suddenly there was a loud explosion in the hall. The Lord of Gods was struck hard by So Mach, hitting him full in the face. Then he quickly fought back as well, and the two of them fell into a never-ending duel. So you threw a punch, I threw a punch, and only after a long while did we manage to separate and stabilize ourselves. The God of War looked up at So Mach, and the equal field indeed lived up to its name, not only banning all powers except the body, but even suppressing the body's strength to its limit. So Mach asked him, feeling hopeless, "There's nothing left, fighting like a wandering soul." The Lord of Gods continued, "The coordinate grants you the most suitable ability to extend the time. Don't you find this too coincidental? The coordinates want to stop me because they are confident that my plan has a very high success rate." So Mach nodded perhaps, "But I am not interested in your deal." The Lord of Gods is unwilling to question. "Why? Tell me, do you have any objections to the terms of the deal?" So Mach looked at him and said, "About your world. Tell me a lot of things. Bloodline supremacy. The strong trample the weak. Chaos and disorder. I don't want my sister to live in such a world." The Lord of God suddenly laughed loudly. "Is that all? I will grant her power and land. On her territory, no matter what order or law she wants, all humans and monsters must obey." So Mach straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. "I don't trust you. The soul contract isn't necessarily reliable. But the Lord still firmly insists, I will keep my promise. This is the vow of a divine being." So Mach glanced at him and said lightly, "What kind of God creates a world like this? A chaotic world of blood beasts reflecting your true nature. If I leave, I can't guarantee their safety." The Lord of Gods winced as he stepped forward, clicking his tongue. "You're more stubborn than I thought. It seems the deal can't be made, and I can't let your power continue to grow." The Lord of Gods paused for a moment before continuing. "So Mach, be proud. For killing you, a divine being has gained the ultimate life." So Mach looked at his hand with suspicion. "The realm of equality was broken." "No, the realm's effect still remains. What have you done?" The Lord of Gods laughed loudly, unrestrained and unbound. "This is a deadly poison that even gods can be easily slain by. Karma and the power of cause and effect." As he finished speaking, Suo Mo immediately felt a surge of purple spiritual energy tightly seize his limbs. So Mach tries to use his left eye to assess, to break free from the domain. But the system responds that the clockwork cannot distinguish weaknesses. The spiritual energy binds So Mach tighter and tighter, yet the system still cannot be used, malfunctioning and unable to differentiate. The Lord of Gods looked at you blankly, wanting to resist. "Go ahead and struggle. Divine powers cannot fight karma. No matter how strange the abilities used, they cannot stop fate." He smugly stared at So Mach, sinking into the cycle of karma. Then the scene suddenly shifts to a small village by the sea, where young So Mach is suddenly grabbed by two mysterious black-clad figures. He struggles and shouts, "Let me go. Damn it, I can't run anymore. Let go." At this moment, an old man in a strange coat approached with a gentle smile and called out, "So Mach, no, your holy son. Please don't go near the mountains. Outside the village is very dangerous." So Mach sternly asked the old man, "Did you take me in to keep me forever locked in this place?" That old man chuckled and said, "No, this is only temporary. Everything we do is to protect your safety. Dinner time is here. Someone is waiting for you. Please follow me." The scene shifts to the time when Suo Mo was grown up, sitting on a high platform with Suo Wen, both dressed in white robes, below which someone is tied to a wooden stake and villagers are gathered around. The person on the stake is shouting loudly, eyes rolled back, asking what they want to do and why they are tying him up. "I have never done anything bad. I have always lived carefully. Please forgive me." The old man who raised So Mach steps forward, serious, 38 years old, according to the records. He can be released. Since the age of 14, he had committed multiple serious crimes, including killings, thefts, and other violent offenses. When confronted with the full account of his actions, he showed no attempt to deny them. Once his name and charges were clearly stated, he stopped struggling or pretending, instead responding with a cold, defiant sneer. "Damn it, I even changed my name and appearance, and you are the victim's family wanting to punish me?" The old man shook his head. "We have never met, and of course we don't know the victim. Your fate and destiny will be judged by the gods." But Dung turned his face towards the two So Mach and So Van, sitting far away. "Gods or not, those two kids. Give me 5 seconds, and I can snap their necks." The old man immediately changed his attitude, warning sternly not to be disrespectful to the gods. "The saint children are incarnations of the divine spirits. Please grant us your divine decree." Siblings. So Mach and So Van still sat silently without saying a word. The old man below, as if having received an order, looked down at the crowd and loudly declared that the divine beings had no further comments. "Tonight we won't use torture devices, just bring them death quickly." The people below immediately bow their heads in respect, obey the divine decree, obey the divine decree. But Dung, chained to the post, grits his teeth. Damn these crazy fanatics, don't let me find an opportunity. Before he could say another word, someone stepped forward and struck, and blood immediately splattered. A villager with a knife stood in front of him, eyes vacant but with a hidden smile, saying, "May you be blessed by the gods." The second wave of blood spurted out again. An old man with a sickle stepped forward. Try then, please forgive this innocent contaminated child. Then 3, 4, 6, 7 more times, an elderly woman also clasped her hands sincerely. Try then, please cleanse this filthy impurity. And the stern and brave body was almost suspended on the wooden pole, with blood all over the ground beneath. There was a cup of blood collected below, and someone reached out to take it. The old man pours this blood directly onto the top of the Suma's head and onto Suma himself, speaking as he does so. All sins belong to the Tri-God. Blood flows from his hair down, tracing along Suma's face. This is an old memory of Suomai and a normal day in Binyan village. At 6:30, the villagers wake up one after another, leaving their homes early. By 7 o'clock, the villagers gather to pray in the morning, honestly confessing their sins and cleansing their guilt. Then, at 8 o'clock, they build the altar and prepare for the once-a-year ritual. Until noon, everyone was still busy, and the old man welcomed distinguished guests from outside the village, disrupting the peace of Binan village. This was also an annual event. Time passes a little more. It's 2 p.m., the rest time, and the sisters. Somak are standing outside. Somak whispers to Sovan that the ceremony is about to begin.
Sovan nodded and said, "I know the eyes those guests are giving us. Already see us as food." Somak frowned and asked, "Are we really going to escape?"
Sovan smiled and said, "Since yesterday when you caused chaos and fled, I've prepared everything. Just need to get the guests to sit down. It's our only chance to leave this small island, and we will definitely get out of here."
At this moment, the Divine Lord suddenly appears in this timeline, observing the two sisters from above. He mutters that this is the most dangerous moment for Somak in the entire timeline, with only one chance to act, and it must not be discovered by the coordinates. Waiting for the villagers to return in the evening, the village was quite peaceful. Then suddenly someone shouted loudly that the Saint Son and Saint Girl had disappeared, and everyone rushed to search every corner of the village. The villagers are noisy and chaotic. The ceremony is about to start. The guests are waiting. The old man grits his teeth and asks where the guards are, just letting them run away like that. His subordinates report that they are unconscious, as if drugged. The old man was furious. Really not letting people rest. They want to run away where to? Then suddenly, somewhere in the village, an explosion erupted and the blast tore through the sky. Someone hurriedly ran away from the flames. "It's burning. Everyone come here quickly." Then 2 or 3 more explosions followed. Some people were trapped under the beams. Save me. An old woman is praying in the sea of flames. Punishing? This must be punishment. The foreign guests attending some ritual also hurriedly left. Damn it, punishment, get out. A huge fire and multiple explosions nearly destroyed and surrounded the entire village. The exit routes are all blocked. At this moment, Somak and Sovan had already run far away. Somak gasping, "Sister, I can't breathe anymore." Sovan comforted him. "Hold on a little longer. Thuan is right in front." Sovan furrowed her brows. "This fanatic is crazy. There's no way to communicate. Traps and fuel are all used up. I have no weapons in hand. Resisting an adult is very difficult, but at least Somak must survive." Just then, the old man caught up, his eyes wide and white, and he shouted, "Sovan, come here. You probably won't leave Shuomai behind and run away on your own, right?" Sovan nodded, stepping toward him, yes, her eyes shining. Sovan forcefully pushed the old man into the flames and down to hell, and at that moment, the flames suddenly diminished. So Van looked around. The fire suddenly disappeared, and this place didn't look like the village. Where is this? The old man in front of her shouted like a madman. The Toichi then has manifested. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's head was instantly severed. The God Lord appeared behind him, a thunderous roar in the sky, a filthy thing, and So Van looked at him with a fierce gaze. Toichi Thun, truly. The Lord of Gods looked at her sharply and said, "I am a deity, but not a vengeful spirit. As you say, I only came for Somak." So Van frowned. "Wait, do you also want a sacrifice? If so, then offer me." The Lord of Gods shook his head in denial. "No harming. Somak might cause the coordinates to shift. That's not something I want to see. My goal is only one to kill and then complete the deal with the future." Somak. So Van looked up at the Lord of Gods, negotiating with the future. "Somak, are you from the future?" The Lord of Gods glanced at her. "You are the person Somak cares about most, which is also why he refused to trade with me. If you are a deity, can't you be more generous and not do bad things?" The God King raised his hand, divine power gathering in his palm. I was only helping Somak make the right choice. Suddenly, his strike was swallowed by an invisible force, completely unable to reach Sovan. The Lord of the Gods widened his eyes. How could this be the power of the coordinate, and at the same time there be 2 coordinates? Sovan's body suddenly was enveloped in a golden light. The Lord of Gods frowned. "No, this power is completely different from what Somak uses. The new host is the first to possess the coordinate. Then the coordinate transferred to Somak's body. How ridiculous.
Is this fate for you, or are my actions still part of the coordinates calculations? What does it mean for Suo Van to log into the system? The system operates similarly to the Chi deposit on Suo Mok, sending a notification to Suo Van that the login failed and the connection was incorrect. The timing is off, the data is wrong, rebooting now, logged in 29 times, the assessment is currently in the secret realm. Can log in again, 30 days of login rewards, skill reward, mental annihilation. So Van's body suddenly trembled, feeling incredibly strange and terrifying. The Lord of Gods facing her said, "Do not use the coordinate power. This is a warning from the human body to you. Just a moment ago, you accepted everything as the power that Somok took months to acquire. If you use that power, your body will decay, which also means death." So Van was silent for a moment before speaking. "You are all like the divine priests of the Tri-God sect, just wanting to exploit me and Somok, to harm and betray me." The Lord of Gods wanted to explain to Sovan, but you misunderstood. Wait a moment. But he didn't have time to finish speaking, before Suo Van charged forward with a fist full of vitality. The Lord of God shook his head and muttered, "With this fiery spirit, you and Suo Mok are no different. Listen to me." But at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared behind the Lord of Gods, as if his body had truly been affected by So Van's power. He roared, "Damn it, what is this? The damage from that punch earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Lord shattered into pieces before Van's eyes. Even Van looked on with hatred. Does that evil god really have to die like this? And at this moment, the ground beneath Sovan suddenly shifted. She looked at her own body with a fierce gaze. "Am I about to die too?" Then, Suovan immediately disappeared from that space, a black as ink color, and the scene shifted to the beach, where Suovan stood muttering, "Back at the beach and the village, I'm finally home." She looked down at her hands. Was it just a dream earlier? No, something's wrong. I can't sense my body anymore. And just now, the system reappeared again. Host Sovan has died. The life form has vanished. Data is incorrect. Incorrect. The login system is switching, searching for a new host. So Van closed her eyes silently, neither dead nor alive. Am I now a wandering spirit or something else? What exactly am I? Suddenly, Somok appeared out of nowhere, walking while rubbing his head. "Sister, what happened just now? My head hurts so much. When I woke up, I found you had disappeared, and I was very worried." So Van adjusted in her mode, then turned her head and smiled a faint, sad smile, saying, "Go home." So Mok looked confused and asked, "Home? Do we even have a home? You said you saw the hospital." So Van shook her head in response. "No, there will be a safer place. Playing in the evening. A boat sailing on the sea with villagers docking ashore." So Mok lies unconscious on the beach. Someone nearby is giving first aid. Rescue Team 18 finds the lucky survivor on the sand, a boy in a coma, still breathing. So Van stood beside, watching Somok lying on the sand, while also hearing the report from the other person. Yes, only one lucky survivor was found. She looked down at her body, and So Van could see the golden sand beneath her through her hand. The scene shifts to a sealed room where Somok sits silently on a single chair as a report comes in about the village to the west, where every year they buy a boy and a girl, orphans from the orphanage, to serve as the saint and saintess, offering the fresh blood of criminals to them throughout the year. They looked at Somok and said that every year at the end of the season, this village holds a midnight feast where people are eaten. The guests include many wealthy merchants and high officials, and it is said that drinking the blood of the saint child and saint girl will bring divine blessings. A police officer sighed in relief, glad he wasn't burned alive, and the person next to him asked if the fire was truly accidental. He said nothing, refusing to cooperate. At this moment, someone stepped in and said it no longer mattered. Many people didn't want the case to be further investigated, just to be sentenced as an accidental fire. But Sovan, with her distinctive appearance, is standing quietly behind Somok, staying close to him. She softly says, "It's okay, we can leave very soon." Cut to inside the bustling city. An old woman looks at Somok and asks, "Are you trying to rent a house alone, little one?" Somok shakes her head and replies, "No, it's two of us, me and my sister." The old woman hesitated, then Sovan spoke up, saying, "You are Somok's sister." The old woman quickly wiped her eyes and said, "Oh yes, the two of you. Sorry, my eyes aren't good. I didn't notice earlier that you two are renting a house. I can give you a discount." Time passed, and Somok and Sovan worked together to earn money. At first, many people sympathized with them, these two children. It wasn't easy, growing up without parents and having to sell goods to survive. But after a while, their opinions of Somok and Sovan changed. I heard people say that they were adopted and raised by me, which caused many to die, and that anyone who gets close to them will be unlucky. They are so miserable, they deserve it. Somok followed the big and small fruit trees, whispering to Sovan, "Chi, this month I haven't earned enough money. I still can't pay the rent. Many people behind us spoke badly about us. The customers from before no longer come." So Van shook his head and said, "Don't worry about others' opinions. I'll think of a way to handle the rent." Time passed like the wind, and before long, Somok entered university. He came to talk to Sovan and said, "I'm not going to college anymore. I want to work. If not, I'll be too tired." So Van scolded him again, saying, "What are you talking about? You don't need to worry about tuition. I've recently found a high-paying job." My memories are cut off here. I suddenly wake up from an old dream. So Mok shouts loudly, "Sister, don't go!" At this moment, he is still standing inside the main hall of the Beast Palace. Suo Mok clenched his teeth, saying each word sharply. "System, your plan is really cruel. Only logging in for 30 days can kill the Godlord. But this also means I will gain power beyond anyone's control. So you arranged for her to complete the login in 30 days in the past. Killing the Divine Master comes at the cost of death. She cannot continue to wield this power, which the system has transferred to others." The system calmly replied to Suo Mok, "Your sister has never truly died," Suo Mok responded to it. "But she is not living a normal life either," and the system continued. "Because the Demon Lord has altered the timeline, your sister exists in a state of both life and death at the same time, untouchable and unobservable." Suo Mok muttered, "Untouchable and unobservable. Many people can see my sister. Even Vu Dong can touch her." And the system quickly answered your question. The system has the ability to observe all things in the world, and as the host of the system, your observations of Sovan determine her state. So Mok quickly understood that in her perception, she is alive, so others will also believe that she is alive. "No, what you mean is that only you can let her continue to live. You are threatening me, and if you are willing, you can also make her die right now." The system denies this of Somok. "This is not a threat. All variables have been resolved." The Electric Beast King immediately transformed, and the space around Somok seemed on the verge of collapsing. The system quickly sent a new notification. "The God of Gods is dead, the domain is collapsing, and it will turn into an eternal seal." So Mok asked it, "Do you want to trap me here?" The system coldly replied, "You now lack the strength to break the seal, and the beast and human worlds will become nutrients for the cycle of rebirth." The Electric Beast King is disappearing rapidly, and the system continued. "So Mok, you are a very interesting host. Observing your time makes me feel comfortable." So Mok seems to be trapped in place, standing still as the collapsing space surrounds him. "I hear the system speak, but our journey is over. I will go with you into eternal sleep, rest well, and enjoy the rain." Time has passed quickly since Somok was sealed after the death of the Spirit Lord. Now it has been 2 years inside the Beast World, Sabitir Village. Some people are being fiercely chased, about to be caught, no longer able to escape, so they fight to the end. Behind them, a few monsters are preparing to attack, relying only on you. He quickly took down the 2 humans himself, criticizing them for being weak, too weak. On another side, other monsters are also slaughtering humans one after another, blood flowing like rivers, covering the entire small village in the Beast World. The beast monsters trample these people underfoot. Cultivators, is this all you've got? I'm truly disappointed. Other reformers are also present here. They blame the monsters, saying you kill too quickly and don't wait for the survivors. Aren't there still a few villagers left? They looked at the small rabbit standing on the ground. The village chief rabbit stood in front of them, saying, "We don't know anything." The other beast looked at it and said, "You are the village chief here. Your courage is impressive." Covering up for the cultivators and the remnants of the Dongvan group, he extended his hand with his sharp claws. The beast grabs a small rabbit from the group, threatening the village chief, and says, "I know their whereabouts." The village chief shouts loudly, "Oh, I already said I don't know, so let her go now." The beast grinned, as if to say, "You don't know, do you? No problem." Then he immediately squeezed the small rabbit in his hand. The village chief grits his teeth and curses. The beast challenges him with a sneer. "Your allies are many. I will kill every villager and your family one by one. You can think about it slowly." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to the desert outside. The 2 rabbits race swiftly along the road. "Master Aini, you must hurry and inform Master Aini." "Master Aini, most of the time you've been digging that stone, it's almost there." The little rabbit leading the way is tense. "Master Aini has been digging for nearly a year. Is that stone really that important?" The little rabbit replied, "How would I know?" But as soon as it finished speaking, it was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. The people of the Financial Alliance captured both of them, deliberately letting them go, which indeed brought gains. Ngaini, that is a beast companion of Somak. One of the 2 men turned back and said with a smile, "We are not far from the true target. Only Somak. Sovan, the perfect female queen cell fusion. Now this is the love story of the Alliance." At this moment, somewhere not far away, heavy blows are pounding on the large rocks. A rabbit is tirelessly working with the tough, rough stones, while Nai Chi's fists keep pounding nonstop. She repeatedly tried to smash the rocks, causing them to shatter. After a long and bitter effort, a beautiful pink stone finally appeared, and Somak's body gradually emerged. Your 1,000-year-old eyes gradually showed signs of movement. Immediately after, Somak suddenly opened her eyes, and the scene shifted to the other side, where Ngai was, just after a big explosion had occurred. The monsters quickly caught up to Gianni. Gianni is hiding far away here, still a useless weakling. Ngai curled up lying on the broken rocks. The monsters surrounding her sneered. "You humans are so cowardly, dealing with a mere beast like this. And you still have to be so cautious, calling all of us here." The Alliance members hesitated a bit. They turned back and replied, "On Earth. Ngai once showed great strength, and we don't know why she's so weak now. Maybe it has something to do with Somak's disappearance." The beast murmured. One of them stepped forward towards Ngai. "Somak, the human king on the throne. Worth her betraying us." Ngai struggled to sit up. "You bastard! I have nothing to say to you." That beast opened its sharp-toothed mouth and spoke about the weaker races you protect. After the betrayal, their lives became even more tragic, and the octopus under your egg had to be turned into grilled octopus. He grabbed Yin Yai's head and blamed her for everything, saying she had no remorse for them. She was right, to be honest with her. The brief love she had before was only because she was able to complete her mission and enter the Earth. Wait until you complete your mission. Once it loses its effect, everything will return to its original state, and you weak little monsters will have no way out or future. The beast pressed its hand together to gather its demonic energy and asked Nai what basis she had, thinking that Somak could save people. Do you think Somak can save you low-level demons? He has already disappeared, most likely dead, so you might as well go die with him. The beast reached out its hand to the front of Nai, intending to deal with her now. Just then, the members of the Finance Alliance received an urgent message. Wait a moment. Please wait a moment. We need the intelligence. The beast threw Yai Ni harshly to the ground. Fine, let this traitor live a little longer. The polite member of the Finance Union said, Thank you very much. He stepped forward and used his spiritual power to restrain Ai Ni. Not knowing, that guy changed his expression, half pleading and half threatening, and said, I just want to know if the intelligence is related to those humans. Now, those rabbits are still alive if you don't tell the truth. I will kill them all to protect the secret and safeguard humanity, even if it means sacrificing the lives of the monsters. Is it worth it? Nearly a year in this deserted place? I don't believe anyone here is on vacation. He paused for a moment, then continued. It must be related to Wudong, Li Hanin, or Somak's sister, right? I have no patience. I will only give you one chance. And somewhere now, the stone covered by the fog river, that guy is still trying to force Niang Yi to tell him what I know about what happened here. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something approaching him. Turning his head, the stone was already floating in the air, shrouded in mist with spiritual energy continuously spreading everywhere, terrifying even for the Alliance members. It's like encountering a demon, this power. At this moment, a voice echoed that made them alert. Lord Ni is here to lift my seal! A surge of power struck the other guy. Afterwards, Lord Ni returned into Somak's hands, which was exactly the shock they least expected. The beast furrowed its brow. This can't be Somak. The people of the Taidon Alliance were panicking and trying to run. Somak is still alive. We must get this information out. Somak turned to look at them. The hunters from the Alliance had also entered the world of the beasts. It seems a lot has happened while I was asleep. A wave of blue swept over, holding the limbs of the people from the Alliance and the beasts tightly. They were panicked and helpless, unable to move anymore. Somak stepped forward, stopping in front of a demon beast, and the other spoke. Somak, why did you suddenly appear? And how is the situation of the Great Lord now? Somak coldly replied. He is dead. The demon beast trembled. No, I don't believe it. The Great Lord is dead. Dead. Somak turned back to look at the hunters. Has the Alliance been revived? How did you get to the world of the monsters, forming alliances with them? This is too reckless, and you even dared to seize my treasures? One of them sneered coldly and stiffly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Somak Tien arrived, emotionlessly touching his face. Do you think you can keep secrets in front of me? Tell me, how did you get to the world of monsters? Did you steal the Eastern Cloud Talent Group's dimensional stone? The other one stupidly replied, No, the War of the Secret Realm ended. The Secret Realm twisted into a passage. We used the passage to enter the world of monsters. At this moment, the system suddenly reappeared, and a notification popped up to take control of Somak, warning that the host had awakened earlier than expected, using the backup plan. Somak sighed, System, you finally showed up? Is the shadow reflection not here yet? However, the system did not respond to Somak. It only muttered to itself, confirming the backup plan and freezing all login rewards. So Mac's body immediately was violently torn apart. Yin endured the tearing pain inside his body. The control devices on those people were also deactivated. They were confused and wondered what was happening, why they could move again. So Mac's appearance was very strange. Let's run. However, one of the monsters didn't know the sky was high and the earth was thick, wanting to rush up now to kill Somak. They hissed and all charged towards Somak, attacking. Suomak clenched his teeth. System, don't interfere. He roared, unleashing all his strength. Let me through! This shockwave immediately repelled the approaching monsters nearby, while those farther away were also slightly shaken, and Somak coughed a few times. So Mac bowed his head, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyes. The system warned him not to do anything, not to change anything, and not to use his power. Before Suomo collapsed, the system sent another message stating that each time you use the login reward ability, your death rate increases. This is a warning in some dilapidated house, a voice echoes. So this is the strongest human savior, even in a coma, yet still so powerful. The rabbits are surrounding Suomo, seeming to watch over him. What is the relationship between the great master Yayi and him? How did they meet? Does he really intend to help us? After all, he is human? Just then, Yayi returned, shouting, What are you doing? Who told you to gather here for this? Seeing that Ai was angry, the little rabbits hurriedly ran away in panic. It was Ai the great master. What are they afraid of? Ai the great master is too powerful. Maybe because Nyai voice was too loud. So Mac also woke up startled. So many rabbits. Where am I? Nyai stepped forward to explain. This is Sabidare Village. You've been sleeping for more than half a day. Are you feeling okay? So Mac tried to move his body. Still fine. How did she find me? Ngai sighed in frustration and replied, You already know the answer. Why ask? When I came to Earth, I was forced to sign a pet contract, and since then I can always sense your location. That's right. The deadliest part is that I always take half of the damage when you're injured. But just now you suddenly fell, and I almost fainted too. So Mac immediately apologized, saying it was her fault and she was sorry for involving you. But your attitude here makes Ngai feel creeped out. Don't say such things. I'm already covered in goosebumps. What kind of relationship do we have that I need to hear this? It's too scary. Using power will cause backlash. The worst case is even death. So Mac's words felt like the heavens were descending upon Ngai. He stood up, ruffled her hair, and said, Don't worry, I will find a way to lift our curse. But contrary to Somac's expectations, Ngai refused. No, I don't want to lift the curse. So Mac laughed and asked, Really, you want to become my pet? Even die with me. And Ngai seriously said, If I share the damage. The more times you can generously use your power, the more likely it is to save the young rabbit of Sabid Village, along with other small beasts and humans on Earth. She bowed her head. I need your strength. I need the unrivaled power of the Sotu the Jian. So Mac finally remembered the main topic and asked Ngai, What happened while I was asleep? Ngai recounted, I don't know much. After you left, the secret realm war ended, and the realm started twisting into a coil-like shape. It becomes the pathway between the world of monsters and Earth. Supported by high-level monsters, the Alliance destroys the Dongban Financial Group and the Four Great Sects. At the same time, they steal the dimensional stones, killing many people, with the lucky survivors fleeing in all directions, some hiding on Earth, others escaping to the monster world.
Ngại Nhi trợn mắt nghĩ rằng Liên minh tai dọn và yếu thử cấp cao gần như ra dự doan ruột một kẻ dịch dạng số sắp tới, kẻ sẽ tiêu diệt toàn bộ nhân loại và yếu thử. Số mạch trầm tử nghĩ về bóng tối làm sao chừng biết giúp. Chẳng lẽ là thần chú gia tiết lộ cho thần tinh của hắn?
Ngai continued. According to Lai Hamlin's investigation, high-level monsters cooperated with the Financial Alliance to devise a plan to escape disaster. In the end, only some monsters and members of the Financial Alliance could survive. All other beings had to perish. So Mok smiled reassuringly at her and said, I will stop them. Do you know where she, Wudong, and Lai Hamlin are hiding now? Ngai shook his head. I don't know. They are hiding very secretly. But there are clues your rabbit friends are helping the immortal cultivator, who is hiding the closest. The scene shifts to a tent where the Alliance's hunters are surrounding a group of people. The leader of the guild steps forward and says, Your resistance is pointless. We don't care either. Just tell me where Sister Somak is, and I can overlook everything else. Tiangxin glanced at him coldly and said, Little Runt, shut up. On the left side of the earth, in the research room of the Financial Alliance, someone is being kept in a containment box for study. Chairman Thok turned to speak, and the secretary told me that the progress of the fusion of the Fire Core has advanced significantly, thanks to the recently captured experimental subject, number 4. The researcher nodded in response, yes, his compatibility with the Queen's Core is 80%. The highest so far, surprisingly. The failed products we abandoned before now have such great effects. Chairman Thok asked again, has the marrow fusion drug been tested by the hunters yet? The researcher nodded. Of course, they conducted live experiments that day, with results 3 times better than before. That guild leader was surprised. 3 times the difference in effectiveness. I remember the highest compatibility we achieved in our previous experiments was 70%. The experimental body has higher compatibility, the better the effect, but there is still a problem. Currently, the fusion potion can only be synthesized in the laboratory, with a limited quantity and high cost, so large-scale production is not possible. Chairman Thok clenched his eyes and said, I don't care about the capital, and small quantities are fine after the hunters arrive in the beast world with a high-energy environment and powerful changes. But that's still not enough. We need elite fighters comparable to high-level beasts. That researcher turned to the old man. Are the beasts about to attack us? The guild leader shook his head. We're still safe for now. The beast's dimensional stones have been destroyed. To escape danger, they need the dimensional stones in our possession. But after the threat is eliminated, if we don't have the strength to match the high-level beasts, what do you think will be our fate? The researcher replied, we don't have much time left. To let the hunters reach the strength of high-level beasts, I need more experimental bodies. It's a pity that most of the experimental bodies were hidden by the Dongban Consortium, and the most important experimental body, only of the Somok sect, with an estimated index above 95%. The leader of the Stone sect looked at him sharply. Every corner of the earth is under our surveillance, even in the world of monsters. Hunters who inject the fusion serum can also easily kill cultivators. With only the experimental samples from the main vein, soon they will have nowhere to hide. Transition to the inside of the beast world, where a tree branch suddenly strikes down. The hunters from the Alliance easily took down a cultivator, and before he could even resist, he was gone. In the desert wasteland, the hunters kept attacking, one after another, falling one by one. A while later, they had piled up beside each other. President Hua sneered. The effect of the fusion drug number 4 was truly impressive.
The people of the heavenly sect, do you really want to keep persevering just to protect an outsider?
The sect master of your clan, today will come to an end. Tiangxin clenched the spear in his hand, biting his lip and enduring that if he surrendered today and betrayed his friends, the sect master of Donghua Tianmen would truly be finished. Hoi Chonghua widened his eyes and pointed at Tiantin, saying, "If you're not willing to speak, then kill them all. I don't believe anyone would dare to speak up in front of death." The hunters eagerly obeyed, yes, and suddenly a rabbit jumped in from somewhere. A giant rabbit with a jump spanning hundreds of meters lands heavily in front of them, startling the hunters. Where did this rabbit come from? Is this a ghost? Am I seeing things wrong? Chairman Hua also paused for a moment. The person standing on top of the rabbit is Somak? Somak asked from above. Are they here now? He looked down on them from above. It seems I arrived just in time. The Promised Guild leader's face paled slightly. He quickly ordered to notify the headquarters immediately to spread the news of Somak's appearance. He turned to the two people closest to him and said, "You two, escort me out immediately. The rest of you, no." Somak. The hunters immediately started to protest. "No, Somak, what are you joking about?" One of them suddenly spoke up. "Do you think you can escape after planting bombs inside you, your money, and your family? Is there any way out for you?" The hunters, though terrified and wanting to run, could only curse in frustration. "Damn it, since we're all going to die, might as well go all out." But as the loudmouth finished speaking, his neck was torn from his body before he could scream. None of the others escaped. So Mock stands high, focusing for just a moment to end the fight, possibly minimizing the system's recoil damage, but in doing so, her control over her power becomes less precise. After swiftly dealing with the hunters, she descends to the ground, originally planning to revive the living for interrogation. But during the recent scan, Chairman Hua didn't escape either. He's lying on the ground with his leg broken. My leg, damn it. So Mock looked down from above at him. "Chairman Hua, I once showed mercy and gave you a way out. Now you are taking advantage of my absence to capture my traitor." President Hua cackled loudly. "Do you think you are threatening me? Do you think I will surrender?" So Mock slightly raised her eyelids. "So it turns out this body of yours is just a backup, waiting for me to find your true form. I hope you can still remain speechless then." Chairman Hua twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "So Mock, you really knew nothing all along. Go bury the corpse with your friends in earth." As soon as he finished, Chairman Hua's backup body exploded. Suomok brushed away the dust in front of him and regretted not having kept someone else to interrogate. Then he turned to Tiantin and asked, "You, the celestial language speaker, do you know where she is?" Tiantin replied, "Your sister and Wu Dong are safe together, but perhaps only Lai Hamlin knows her location." Somok asked Lai Hamlin, "Has he also entered the world of the beast?" Tiantin nodded. "Strange. We all came here to reclaim the crossing stone." So Mok muttered, "So now that you've crossed the border, do you understand the plan of the Union of the Wealthy?" Tiantin explained, "Precisely. This is the plan of the beasts. To avoid the approaching enemies, the beasts want to use Earth as fuel to destroy the world. They are pushing the world of monsters away from its current position. But the dimensional stone of the monster world has been destroyed, so the monsters need the dimensional stone from the Alliance of Wealth." She looked at Somok, and this is the reason why the monsters cooperate with the Alliance of Wealth. Somok nodded. "So, the Alliance of Wealth moved to the beast world to survive, then destroy the Earth. That's exactly what they would do." At this point, Somok suddenly coughed several times, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Tiangxin is holding you, Sumok. What's wrong? I can use magic to heal you." Sumok shook her head, refusing. "It's not necessary, just some after effects." Just then, the system reappeared again, ignoring the warnings, and there would be a price to pay. "So Mok, give up, there's nothing you can do." So Mok lost his voice, "So why do you have to swallow the earth in the world of monsters?" "Like a worm," the system replied indifferently. "Survive and go on." At this moment, in a base somewhere in the Alliance of Wealth, a hunter was actively trying to contact his comrades. Base B02. Base B02. Please respond. Please respond. The person next to Tian asked quickly, still waiting for a reply, and he hurriedly answered yes, starting from 10 a.m. today. The B01 headquarters and the owner of B02 have lost contact, but their signals are still normal. That guy suddenly started joking. Could it be that those two bases were attacked by cultivators? The other immediately retorted, how could that be? Those useless guys just ran away with all their might. What I worry about are the demon beasts. Could it be that the demon beasts have changed their attitude towards us? The hunter laughed foolishly, saying, maybe it's the spirits of the vein seeking revenge on us, the cunning man replied. This joke isn't funny at all. The other laughed and said, relax a bit, I was just joking. But as he finished speaking, the base immediately exploded. The man who had been joking was lying flat on the ground, and the man was also being restrained, the clan network coldly announced. Tell me everything you know about the leaders of the alliance guilds and the locations of the bases. The hunter is very cunning, and I have no information about the guild leaders or the base's positions. Base B05 coordinates X2 3.9737 119, base B06. Once he finishes speaking, Somok immediately fires a cannon at his head. You lower your head and mutter as you look at your bleeding hand, losing control again. So Mok tries to move his hand, his pinky starting to stiffen. He won't have much time before he loses consciousness. At this moment, Tiangxin ran over. Simao, you're injured again. Simao reassured her that there was no need to worry. You'll recover soon. The location of the next base is known, so let's move out. Tiangxin anxiously said, rest for a bit. This morning we've already destroyed 3 bases. Your body and your lingering effects are not so simple. Simo looked at her. The Financial Alliance is willing to do anything to capture my sister, destroying 1 base at a time. Then my sister will be safer. Right now her whereabouts are unknown, and this is what I can do. Tiantin hesitated and asked, is it only targeting the Financial Alliance and not worried about the beasts? So Mok explained, Lord Nai told me that the beasts do not cooperate fully with the Financial Alliance in capturing cultivators. They have never regarded you highly. So Mok looked at her, unwilling. This is the truth. Beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years, exhausting all efforts to probe. How long do you think you can hide it? I also don't know what those beasts are thinking. But it doesn't matter. Within the shortest time, destroying the alliance of the Financial Coalition can not only protect your sister, but also surpass the barrier of the Dimensional Stone to prevent the beast's escape plan. At the main headquarters of the alliance, everything is proceeding as usual. President Hua rushes to report to President Thok. Have you received the information? My backup body was destroyed by Somok yesterday, that guild leader said coldly. Hua guild leader snapped in frustration. What? I mean, Somok, that guy is still alive. Hoi Trong Thak calmly nodded and replied, I know, up to now this morning, Somok has destroyed 5 bases. Hua Hoi Trong, so with that, things are even worse. During this time, we have been killing cultivators recklessly. Capturing Somok's trait would make him hate us to the bone, and if he finds us, we're doomed. Contrary to Hua's anxious and hurried appearance, Thak calmly analyzed for him that we thought we were safe before. The demon beasts are not truly cooperating with us. If they were willing to exert themselves, we would have found the location of the Somok long ago. Not only that, they also want to find out the location of the transcending stone. The old man turned to Hua Hoi Trung and said, if they really find the transcending stone, the beast will kill us immediately. But the situation now is different. Once again, we have a common enemy. Do you see this as a threat or, on the contrary, as a good thing? I've already arranged a meeting. Come, let's go meet the beast. Inside a corridor of the main hall, Chairman Thok smiled and asked, Ambassador Ha, after a year, you still carry yourself as before. Master Han responded coldly, I don't like small talk. It's unnecessary. Just get to the point. Chairman Thok, Chairman Hua, Chairman Thok spoke Han. Master, you've been preparing the blood sacrifice ritual for a long time. We want to know the progress of the ritual. Dai Nyan replied briefly that everything was proceeding smoothly and that they did not need to know the details of the ritual. Just as they were unwilling to share the cross-dimensional resonance stone with them, it was all the same principle, and once the ritual was ready, he would inform them. Chairman Hua suddenly spoke, his face expressionless and quite angry. No, we need to know. How much longer until the ritual is completed? Your Excellency Han, I doubt you know. So Mok has appeared once again. Master Han hesitated slightly. Then Suo Mok next. Chairman Hua took out a device for Master Han to see. This morning, Suo Mok destroyed 5 of our alliance's branches. Here is the footage. Lord Ha took it and examined it. That bastard? Wait a minute. If Suo Mok appears, then the Lord of the Gods might... Hoi Trong Hua sneered. Don't pretend to be innocent anymore. Lord Ha, you probably guessed it too, if Somok has already appeared. The Lord God did not appear again, and the most likely scenario is that the Lord God has been killed by Somok. Master Han suddenly swung his hand to hit Hua Hoi Trong, telling him to shut up. Hua's body lay motionless, smoking on the ground. She glanced at Thatch, the fake flesh and blood. This is the body that kept B.A., the person who specially brought him here to make me angry. Chairman Thok, what do you want to say to me? Chairman Thok laughed loudly and said, Lord Ha, you've misunderstood. Why would I deliberately anger you? I just want to share important intelligence with you. With the impending danger, Somok might very well sabotage the blood sacrifice ritual, isn't that right? Lord Ha looked at the device in his hand, and you are right. If the worst outcome occurs, and the Great Lord encounters trouble, then no one in this world will be able to stop Somok anymore. Chairman Thok chuckled grimly, his expression inscrutable. Although Somok had returned, he was heavily wounded from the battle with the Great Lord of the Gods. In the clip, viewers can see the aftermath, the destruction of the male headquarters, and Somok's fight lasting less than 10 seconds. Yet he coughed blood and his right pinky finger was bleeding. Master Ha nodded and said, as long as we find the right way, we can kill Somok. The old man lifted his eyes to look at Master Ha, his gaze sharp, implying that Somok must keep fighting to increase his injuries. Somok wants to destroy all the bases of our Tai Doan alliance. If you send powerful beasts to help defend, it can extend. Somok's fighting time. Second, I request you to cooperate with us in investigating Somok's sister's whereabouts, and we must find a method that forces Somok to act. Lord Ha nods and says, I understand, Chairman Thok. From now on, we will cooperate fully with the Finance Alliance until we kill Somok. And the scene shifts to the world of monsters inside the vast desert where someone is fighting inside the desert. Wudong just took down a group of hunters, and the search team from the Alliance is getting more and more aggressive. We should change locations now. Just then, manager Wang Huat Ha Huat ran over. Vu, Director Wudong. She's moving. Patient 0, she just moved. Patient 0. Wudong was startled by this call. She quickly turned around. Sovan. Wudong quickly ran to where Sovan was lying, her gaze falling on Sovan's 2 hands.
Wudong saw her little finger suddenly move. She frowned and thought, always in a stiff, frozen sleep state. Then her right pinky suddenly moved. What's going on? Has something changed?
From Wudong's perspective, today marks the 6th day since Sovan's little finger recovered Trijiak, and also the 400th day since she arrived in this world. The number of hunters coming after them has increased, and if it weren't for the kitten leading the way, they would have been caught already. Recalling the journey they have traveled, the little cat still shares its dried fish with them. It's very tasty, and the aura of the Legion has also improved significantly. The Snow Lotus mimicking the Fool still has some effect. She has helped a lot with communication and coordinating with friends, hoping she can find Somak soon. By day 450, higher-level magical beasts were catching them more often. The frequency of capture increased, and many teammates had died. Seeing a small grave with a dried fish, Wudong was moved, the kitten was dead. Their whereabouts had been exposed, they buried them randomly, and the rest continued to run. Seeing the despair on their faces, their whereabouts have been exposed. How much longer can they run? No one has an answer. Fear is written on everyone's face. Wudong sits beside Suovan. The only good news is that Suovan's body is getting better and better. She pondered for a moment, now her arm often moved unconsciously. If Somak knew, he would probably be very happy. On the 408th day, Wudong went to fight herself. Choli Vuong was dead. He had been her researcher the longest. Before she killed him, he begged her tearfully for mercy, regretful for throwing Sovan into the abyss. But she still ended his life. Wudong coldly looked at the others. All of them knew that Somak had appeared again, so the beasts were rushing to capture Sovan.
I know they also have thoughts like Lord Choli. They also want to abandon Sovan. Wudong remained silent because she understood why they acted that way. Otherwise, before Somak defeated the beast, they might have been killed by it.
Wudong also gave them a choice, but when she proposed it, she would leave with Sovan. They started to hold her back, and without Wudong's protection, they would die even faster. Time kept passing, and on the 410th day, the encirclement tightened, leaving them with fewer places to escape. Their teammates grew more exhausted, food ran out, and there was no water. After 3 days without finding the green buffalo. Gradually, the looks her teammates exchanged became dangerous and ruthless. Wudong understood. She knew what they wanted to do. She also wanted to stop them. But she couldn't. Each fight drained her body, and all she could do was protect herself and Sovan. Late at night, what was destined to happen finally occurred, and they began to slaughter each other. Using any stones they could find, some died, some ate their fill, and then someone stepped forward and offered her a bloody piece of meat. But she refused. Alone, Wudong felt like she was drifting in a vast desert, trying to recall happy memories but unable to remember anything, while Somak's face in her memory became increasingly blurred. On the 412th day, an ambush brought despair, and Wudong thought it was her last day until Hamnin arrived with reinforcements to save them and led her to Somak's place. Following Han Nin's departure, she encounters Somak on the road, and her heart is filled with resentment. Wudong's condition is worsening, and she wants to ask him why he didn't come to save her sooner, why he didn't come personally. It wasn't until I saw Somak sitting on the hoverboard, his hands unable to move anymore, that the resentment in my heart disappeared. Remembering our reunion, Wudong thought of Sovan's improving health and her own feelings of longing and concern for Somak. Along with fear, I must quickly end this, shifting scenes to the inside of the beast world, standing before the blood tree. A beast, still trapped inside, hesitantly asks, Why? Save me, save me.
But when Master Ha coldly said one word, enter, she ruthlessly pressed the beast's head into the blood tree, nourishing it.
A beast behind Master Han chuckled mischievously as the growth rate of the blood tree accelerated. Xuan Ming, standing beside him, spoke up. After all, it's not just low-level beasts. Now even some high-level beasts are being turned into fertilizer. The 13 clans have begun to protest. Lord Ha is cold and indifferent. Let them protest if they want. The fang-filled beast nodded. I agree. Suo Miao. That human is too dangerous. If we can complete the ritual first, sacrificing high-level beasts and humans is worthwhile. Brother Huan Du glanced at him and said, 2 against 1, so just listen to you. The aftermath is your responsibility for the 13 tribes. Master Ha is willing to cooperate, no problem. How is the situation of the Alliance of Wealth now? Over there, Somak's hidden attack is very fierce. More than 90% of the headquarters of the Tai Don Alliance have been destroyed, but on the other hand, our strength is indeed effective. The high-level monsters are continuously attacking Somak's headquarters alongside the Tai Don Alliance, and Somak's body is almost collapsing. Now he is sitting in a wheelchair. On the other side, in the actual battlefield, the upper clans are like headless chickens. We need more reinforcements. They hurriedly turn to flee. The source of the energy is about to die. Where are the reinforcements from the demon beasts? As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded into a burst of flames and smoke, with deafening thunderclaps echoing in his ears. Chairman Thok turned to look at the 20,000-year-old beast beside him, saying they were cooperating, but the Union of Wealth was about to be destroyed, and they still refused to retreat. 20,000 beastmen replied, Chairman Thok, stay calm. Reinforcements are arriving now if there are precious items that need to be transported. I can help. Chairman Thok coldly said, Precious items? You mean the stone crossing the realm, right? It is already in a safe place. No need for you to worry.
20,000 demon beasts turned back and looked behind. Master Thok, you misunderstood. We understand clearly. Why would we steal your precious treasures? Look over there. Isn't the reinforcement already here? Master Thok looked up, seeing the bird soaring in the sky. Indeed, the demon beasts had arrived to assist.
They kept cursing as they left. Damn it! What does the clan leader want to do? Fight Somok? Is he asking us to sacrifice ourselves?
What about the orders from the 3 great kings? It's just rebellion. Another one retorted, Shut up. We've been indebted to the clan since we were young. Now it's time to repay, and we still have chances.
Suomok's body is continuously accumulating injuries. Before he exhausts his strength, he might not be able to kill us. Don't forget, killing Suomok is a great achievement. According to them, a lawn cart is approaching, even politely asking for permission. What a bother. Then Somok stopped watching, or rather, he was watching the beastly creatures, thinking that just relying on you guys to kill me and claim the credit was too much. The bird tribe above looked at Somok. Don't bother trying. Somok, you've become a cripple and can only sit on the sedan chair. As he finished speaking, Somok reached out and grabbed the handrail, quickly standing upright. The bird people immediately felt fear. Wait a minute. Are you joking? Is this a ghost? Somok, aren't you supposed to be paralyzed?
Mắc chỉnh lại quần áo, Than diễn dập, tôi chỉ là mệt rồi, nghĩ ngợi chút thôi, giờ cần vận động cổ thế. Sau khi dũng dậy khỏi xe lặn, không lâu sau, dậm nguội chim ra hoàn toàn thất bại, nằm dại cũng rổ chen giật.
One. I take them down. Everyone gets a share. Sitting on their corpses, Somok coughs a few times, then continues, You really don't want me to rest even for a moment. At this moment, a giant spider lunged at him again. Somok was about to be overwhelmed. Kill it. Somok wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't be stupid anymore. You are just bait sent to sacrifice. So, Mok once again unleashed her long-range power, causing the spiders to freeze instantly and their goo to spill onto the ground. At this moment, another person descended in front of her. The 20,000-year-old beast angrily asked why you haven't fallen yet. Somok, why you can still fight. Somok's body wavered slightly, unsteady and staggering, as he assessed this newly arrived ancient beast, the 20,000-year-old demon. A true power of about 5 million. Finally, there's someone with a bit of skill, so all the monsters under your control have been killed by me? The 2,000-year-old beast looked up at him. They've lost their fighting spirit, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn to step in. Monsters are just monsters.
Lão vừa nói xong, da bị sợ mạch trong một kịch dậy về phía bụi cày. Cậu bình tĩnh nổi, ngồi cũng chẳng khác gì họ. Cậu từng buộc tiến về phía trước, nói do con cỏ hôi chuồng thạch và hôi chuồng hứa giang rộng. Sợ mạch thốt ra từng chữ chỉ là chuyện một chiều.
I look up at the two of them, then to Chairman Thak and Chairman Hu, feeling very happy that I finally found you. Chairman Thak tries to stay calm to talk to Somok. Somok, be a bit more calm. We can discuss this. Those damn monsters never truly cooperated with us. I've wanted to kill them for a long time. We hold many secrets of the monsters and can tell you everything. After finishing a long speech, Chairman Thak looked proud and paused for a moment. Then he kept talking nonstop, and since he didn't get any response from Somok, he kept speaking more and more. In the end, I only saw Suomai raise his hand to his own hand. Strange. Are you all talking? At this moment, Chairman Thok finally stopped. Suomai looked indifferent as if he didn't sigh. So that's how it is. I didn't hear any more. What a pity.
I was about to talk to you both when Chairman Thok and Chairman Hua shouted, Somok, please don't kill us. Before I could finish, Somok suddenly struck with a powerful attack aimed at them.
The scene shifts to a headquarters of the Finance Alliance, where only a few preserved bodies of Chairman Hua remain. Tiangxin and Han Nin search a room, and Han Nin finds nothing but the preserved body of Chairman Hua. Your intelligence is wrong. Han Nin shook his head. No, it's not wrong. There are indeed traces of the transcendent stone here pressed by the Somok. The Union of Wealth no longer has a way out. Chairman Hua probably wanted to secretly take Chairman Thok away with the transcendent stone, but he encountered an enemy. Tiangxin hesitated, meaning, is it a beast? Han Nin replied. The beast cooperating with the Finance Alliance was originally for the transcending stone in their possession. Now that they have it, it also means the beast's blood ritual is about to be completed.
At this moment, the group of mysterious travelers sensed that Somok was approaching. Ham had a calm expression and told me to go. I will stop him.
Those two guys are secretly pleased, relying entirely on her. At the same time, Wudong and Suoma arrive at the meeting point. Somok didn't want her to be in danger, so he told her to go back. Wudong seemed to want to say something, but then she just turned and left. As she was leaving, Ha suddenly appeared in front of Somok. Somok spoke first. Your Lord of Gods is already dead. I didn't kill him. It was all because of Hui Huang Qian. We are all part of that plan. Be sincere and trust me. I can stop the Hui Huang Qian. Humans and beasts can both survive. The hatred is too great. She doesn't want to hear any more words. Now I just want to kill to protect. Inside a laboratory, Nyangi is lying on a bed, resting with her eyes vacant, half open, gazing at the foot of the house as if drained of all vitality. Just then, a rabbit pushed a tray of chicken meat over, waking Nyangi up. It's time to eat. It's lunchtime. Nyangi reached out and grabbed a chicken drumstick. She sat there eating eagerly, savoring each bite. So delicious. She's alive again. Tiangxin stood to the side, trying to channel more spiritual energy to heal Ngingi. Unexpectedly, I am healing a beast. Han Nin stepped forward and asked how Ngingos was doing. Tiangxin shook her head. Not much change most of the time. She can only lie still and not move, only when she sees food. Does she have any spirit last night? Her heartbeat even stopped for 10 minutes. Hearing that, Hamnin immediately became anxious and worried. What? Then Somok. Tiangxin comforts him. Don't worry, it's just temporary organ exhaustion. Now it's recovered, but she's still continuously sharing damage if it keeps going like this. Tiangxin hadn't finished speaking when Lord Ngi suddenly coughed up blood on this side. And Han Nin was startled and turned back. Lord Ngi. Tiangxin quickly ran over to help her up. With such heavy bleeding, this has never happened before. It's probably because the pulse was attacked by a formidable enemy, maybe a demon, and now we can't gain anything. Ngangi's eyes were almost unfocused. She could only mutter and breathe heavily, unable to breathe. Tiangxin tried to heal her with spiritual power while also moving her gently, urging her to relax and not resist the treatment. Unfortunately, just at this moment, the alarm suddenly blares loudly. Han Nin feels the danger overwhelming her. It's over. The red alert, right at this time. Could it be that even this stronghold has been discovered by the monsters? And Ngangi's current condition makes it impossible to move, with someone rushing in from outside. The person who just arrived saw Han Nin and was overjoyed. Commander, that's great, you're here. Han Nin, hold him back. Stay calm. What's the situation now? The other person reported that Somok's item was there earlier in front of us, but has now disappeared. In the distant wasteland where Somok is fighting with Hadai Nan, a sudden black aura appeared. The corner of Somok's mouth was also bleeding as he stared ahead. Hat VM had already embedded itself in her soul. Continuing down this path will only prolong the suffering of her body and mind. She will surely die. Master Ha struggles to hold on. Somok, why won't you just die peacefully? She's gone mad, launching one last attack. Why does such a freak exist in a weak and impoverished person? Somok sighs in frustration. So annoying. He done raised a finger, striking directly at Lord Ha, blinking once, and she immediately vanished into the air. Its flower has gradually bloomed. A weak creature shook its head in admiration, not even able to buy a little more time. Ha is truly a useless person. So Mok's rolling tree still remained there, and he looked at the two weak creatures appearing before him. So Mok casually asked, with only 2 of you left, killing you should be the end of this game. The 2 weak beasts sneered at Somok, saying that with your exhausted body now, even if we do nothing, you're not far from death. So Mok smiled naturally as if nothing had happened, knowing he had already killed you before this. Huindu and the weak beast drew their weapons, ready to fight. Is this the illusion before death? Because for a strong warrior, dying is just a matter of time. So Mok also summoned his dark power, which he had used before in the battle with the heavenly mandate. He told the 2 weak beasts, you 2 are not really strong warriors. Huindu brandished his sword, shouting fiercely as the 2 powers clashed, causing a fierce gust to sweep across the barren desert. So Mok glanced and saw that the blood talisman was now moving quite strongly. Huindu laughed loudly. The ritual was about to be completed. So Mok, you've lost. You can't stop anything anymore. So Mok silently raised his right hand, then suddenly, there was an explosion and the blood tree burst apart. But luckily that attack collided with the weak dragon. He managed to block Somok's assault and prevent the ritual from being disrupted. He looked up at Huyendio and said, I will hold Somok back. You take the transcendent stone and complete the final blood sacrifice. Huyendio quickly responded and went toward the blood tree. Understood. He told Yelang to hold the talisman and wait for the ritual to finish before we kill Somok. But as soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly collapsed, and the stone crossing the boundary disappeared. Someone from above had arrived just in time to disrupt the ritual, and that person also took the stone crossing the boundary from his hand. And Huyendiu disappeared without a trace. Yulang's eyes widened, and Dongtu was overwhelmed with fear. Huyendiu just died like that. How is that possible? Amidst the chaos, another person appears. Stronger than Somok? The newcomer asked sharply and replied, no. She introduced herself, I am, but suddenly remembered something. She then corrected herself. We are the images of the returning heroes. Right now in a laboratory, are all the electronic devices being pulled up into the air? Even people are being pulled up. What's going on? Bodies are flying up now. The ceiling is also changing. Someone shouted, look up, the ceiling is about to break apart. The ceiling has a large hole through which you can vaguely see the flowers of the blood flower. Han Ning is held steady by Tianxin, who looks confused. The sky has been swallowed. Tianxin says the secret passage has been forcibly opened. Could it really be that the earth and the world of beast spirits are merging? The beast spirits don't want to turn the earth into fuel, do they? Han Ning shook his head. No, maybe it's not the beast spirits, but the reflection of the past. Ngai Yi's body continued to suffer more injuries. Ham Nin and Thien Tin were shocked that Ngai Yi shared such serious wounds. But Lord Ni still struggled to get up. I haven't died yet, so Mok, move for me. Over by the blood tree, the sky is gradually turning evening, and something else is falling into the distance. Yulan has also been dealt with by the rejuvenation image. She turns to look at Somok, her useless ears, but through the disturbance in the air, she can still hear my voice. Somok was pushed back to a stone slab, trying to scream out, bring my sister back, bring her back. The resurgence image spoke, surely you realized it long ago, your power continuously being transferred into So Van's body. When you found So Van and killed her, that was your only chance. Humans would win. Suo Mok's condition is very bad now. His eyes are bleeding constantly. The resurrected image looks down from above. Now, go look at the side. See how the world of beasts and the earth both turn into our nourishment. So Mok asked coldly why Hoi Huang Qian didn't kill me or her directly, or find a new host. Hoi Huang Qian remained silent without responding. So Mok continued, let me guess. The person locked onto me and her, right? Because they used her body in the past to kill the deity lord and create the debate. Hoi Huang Qian coldly and boredly speculated, with no basis at all. But So Mok still maintained her dismissive attitude towards her. He continued, so the only way is to transfer the power between me and my sister. My legs, arms, ears, even my eyesight were taken away by you. Why didn't you just take my heart from the start? My brain, what are you afraid of? My sister is still alive. If she truly wakes up, can you still control her? Hoi Huan Shiying looked up at the sky and said, how many times do we have to tell you that your sister is dead? But I can promise that after swallowing the world of beasts and the earth, we will bring her back to life beside you. So Mok laughed. No need to bother. I'll handle my own affairs. Hoi Huang Qian narrowed her eyes at So Mok's actions. So Mok, what do you want to do? Only seeing So Mok raise his finger to his head, as if he wanted to end his own life. Come on, take everything from me, even my memories. Take them all. With a snap, Hoi Huang Qian shattered. So Mok's move, she silently looked at him. So Mok opened his eyes almost blind, muttering, Hoi Huang Qian, give her body back to me. As soon as he finished, his hand suddenly relaxed, and at the same time, the blood flower emitted black energy. The wire immediately exploded. Everything disappeared, ending right at this moment. Han Nin looked up at the sky, and Tian Xin was surprised. The sky had returned to normal, and the floating phenomenon was gone. Han Nin muttered to himself, So Mok, it's a success. I can see the sky returning to normal. Thien Tin also felt uncertain. Maybe so, but we have to see it with our own eyes, right in front of us. The two quickly ran off, and upon arriving, Tianxin's eyes widened as he saw Vu Dong, So Van. At this moment, Hoi Huang Qian was standing facing Vu Dong. She silently watched the two newcomers. Ham Nin called Tian Zhen back, patted Tian Yun. Wait a moment. Han Nin looked at Hui Hung Jiying and asked, are you So Van or Hui Hung Jiying? Now So Van has gained control of the body. She opened her mouth to reply, So Van thanks you for your care all this time. She sat down beside So Mok, gently touching his face. Before his body gradually disappeared, So Van softly remembered, my brother So Mok, I miss you all. In the blink of an eye, only So Mok was left lying on the ground. Thien Tin quickly ran to Vu Dong's side. Vu Dong, what happened here? What is So Mok's current condition? Vu Dong interrupted her. When I arrived here, So Mok had already fallen, and her spirit was also recovering normally. Vu Dong said calmly, So Mok's sister is fighting against the residual energy within her body. So Van told me that even if she destroys herself, the echo of the reflection will still return. Vu Dong stared at So Mok lying on the ground. The only way is to reopen the secret realm. After reopening the secret realm, So Mok will naturally awaken and then once again start a new cycle of secret realm battles. Only then can the earth escape the pursuit of the returning image and eliminate all dangers. Han Ning immediately objected upon hearing this. No, Vu Dong, calm down for a moment. Have you ever thought that maybe the pulse has already eliminated the threat? The reincarnation mirror is just So Van borrowing a body to deceive her. Vu Dong tilted her head slightly, looking at them. If So Van is Hoi Huang Qian, why would she destroy the fruit in the sky, merging the world of beasts with the earth? The two fell silent for a moment before continuing. Vu Dong, earlier you said that when you arrived at the sky, it was recovering normally and the one destroying the fruit. Why couldn't it be So Mok? Don't you find So Van's words too suspicious? Reopening the secret realm is to help restore the energy of the earth and the world of magical beasts. At this point, Vu Dong turned around and looked at him. Li Hanin, have you forgotten? So Mok once saved you. Do you really want to see So Mok remain in a coma forever? Vu Dong seems overwhelmed by rage, you bastard, so clueless. If you're not willing to step back, then get out of my way. Reopening the secret realm to save So Mok, I will do it myself. Tian Tin has been silent beside her all along, suddenly stopping and sheathing his weapon. Vu Dong gently looked at her and asked, Yue Tianyan, what do you mean now? Tiangxin clenched his jaw and apologized. Compared to Somak, the lives of billions on Earth are more important. I cannot let you reopen the secret realm. Tiangxin firmly said if she insisted on doing that, Wudong, I can only kill her. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the night. The noise is getting louder, and outside, perhaps inside a laboratory, a movement suddenly occurs in a high corner. A hand reaches out to grab support, and Somak looks around in confusion, not knowing where she is. At this moment, Lord Nai suddenly appeared, scattering gold and coming back to life. Somak smiled as she looked at her, softly calling out, Lord Ngi. Before they could say anything, a Lukahak Lan creature rushed over. A robot stepped forward to greet Somak, welcome, revered savior. Somak, the war secret realm is about to begin. Please depart quickly. Somak looked at it in confusion. Who are you? The robot happily introduced itself, especially choosing a wedding face to reflect its mood. Super popular VTuber Lily is my idol now. After finding out who it was, Somak asked about the situation. Lily, is the war secret realm starting again? What is the current situation, and are there any remnants of the divine image or beast pets? Lily quickly said time is urgent. Please depart. Now I will explain. Please change into this outfit. It's prepared for you now transitioning outside the city. Earth now looks gloomier and more desolate. Suomai followed Lily out of the laboratory, observing his surroundings as he said, this is Earth. Why does it look so deserted and polluted with this air? Lily nodded and replied, yes, this is the East Sea City Center, but 300 years later. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the road begging, please, begging. There is someone being corroded by the roadside, their body entwined with a parasitic plant, and this voice is begging to be killed. You are startled by this scene. What is this? Somak explains to her, humans, this is a mutation caused by excessive pollution, Lily. Tell me what exactly happened. Lily turned to look at Somak. There is a recording left by Lady Wudong set to broadcast after your awakening, which might clarify your doubts. Lily's expression immediately changed. It had turned into a tape reel. Wudong's slow voice begins recording again. Somak, it's been so long. What a long reunion. It seems my voice has changed a bit. I wonder if you can tell. Somak mumbles, Wudong. Then he hears her continue. Keep it brief. After you fainted, you only suppressed the echo of the image, canceled the ritual, but she told me this isn't the end. The last remnant of the echo will still find its way back to Earth. To end everything, I must restart the secret realm, but many people oppose me, believing Earth is safe and warning me not to be deceived by the remnants of the echo into becoming a tyrant, just like you back then. She paused for a moment before sighing and saying, it's really hard. I did many bad things. I couldn't even personally kill my comrades or suppress the rebellious troops. The secret realm consumed a lot of resources, causing many to suffer. I even doubted that I couldn't wait for the return of the echoing image and that I had already destroyed the Earth. While listening to Wudong talk, Somak and the others reached the main street, but the city was still deserted as before. Wudong continued. Countless late nights, I doubted whether what I did was truly meaningful, whether it was to save the world or just to see you again. But in the end, my work on repairing the secret realm is almost done, yet my body is also nearing exhaustion. Even if I could take medicine to extend my life by a few years, I don't want you to see me grow old. Say what you will. I leave Lily to guide you. Please keep going and save this world that is about to die. Somak looked at the teleportation gate Lily opened in front of him and heard Wudong say, everything depends on you now. Then Suomo continued walking forward. At this moment, the system, which seemed to have been dead for a long time, suddenly reappeared. Suomo, stop. So, mắc lam bàm, khi bị canh mở ra, sẽ có những ánh huống đèn. Những dòng thời hệ thống cũng dục kích hoạt, chuyển dụng vậy sao? So much, quyết dinh tiền vào bị cảnh. Hệ thống cũng gửi thông báo. Dạng nhập ngay thứ 30, thuần lộ tân thông, đã ra tàn, phân hành ra lấp. So, TAC has done it. Refusing to retreat, jumping out of the three realms, no longer in the five elements, as Donghai City is submerged in rain, the sky gloomy and dull. That day, Donghai City police cracked the heinous Zhangda case. The Second Sister Institute collaborated with evil cults, and all the Second Sisters have now been rescued. The police quickly protected the children and moved away, and So Van suddenly turned back. The police officer beside him crouched down and asked her, Little sister, are your toys still in the Second Young Ladies Institute? I'll go get them with you. So Van hesitated and replied, I think I forgot something very important, but I can't remember what it is anymore. There was a figure passing through the rain, so Van hurriedly called out, Stop, don't go. He replied, No, it's nothing. I think I saw it wrong. The scene shifts to the inside of a deep, desolate cave. Tianming sits on his favorite chair, proudly muttering, Very good. The actions of the four great sects are all part of my plan, and the secret realm is about to begin. At this moment, Tianming suddenly turned around. Who is it? Sua Miao and Nai Ngi appeared within his sight. Ningyi spoke first. So this blind man is really Tianming. Can he truly see the future? Tianming frowned and asked, Who are you and why? You have a beast beside you, but I never saw your existence in the future. Suomak calmly replied that the future he hopes for does not require your existence. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianmeng's body was immediately constricted by spiritual energy on the chair. Han went completely crazy. What did you do to me? I can't see anymore. The infinite future is gone. This can't be. What kind of power is this? Then I only saw him scream one last time before vanishing completely, the monster that shouldn't exist. Ngai Ni suspiciously looked at the chair. This chair, which apparently is some kind of powerful sealing tool. She quickly sat down on it and, confused, asked Somak why she was sitting there, but I don't feel anything at all. So Mok looked at the spiritual energy at the tip of his finger and replied, because you are sharing half of my power. If you're so curious, then let you experience it yourself. Ngai Ni looked a bit confused, not understanding what Somak meant. Until Somak lessened his influence on her, Ngai Ni finally felt the strikes of thunder. Pain, 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 pain. Somak, you bastard, come save me! Another while passed, and they were transported to another time and place. Lai Tuang was going crazy in the meeting room. Is the final Secret Realm War really that difficult, already pushed to the brink of destruction, Senior Elder? Is there no other way? The precious spirit shook his head. Even the hidden genius of the four great sects was easily killed, and the front line was divided. The great battle representing humanity is about to be lost, and this time, we might really be going to lose. Suddenly, the scene shifts to somewhere else, and from what I see, it looks like someone is fighting. It is Wudong fighting the monsters, and she has taken them all down. Deech Swang, sitting next to Kui Tin, suddenly stands up after seeing this on the screen. The final boss has been defeated. No wonder he is the strongest savior. Lord Wudong. Li Tuang Fan is excited. We have won. Thank you for your heroic battle to save the world, along with the counterattack from the senior elders. Scene shifts to the city area. The people watching the live broadcast are also very happy. It's great. We've been saved. The earth has been saved. Long live the martial deity. Praise the hero who saved the world. Somak, passing by this place, also smiles contentedly inside the Alliance's conference room. Chairman Thok is talking to someone inside the communication room. The war in the secret realm is over. The treaty with the demon beast is abandoned. Old man thinks this is not important. As long as we have the transcending stone, we still have countless opportunities here. Someone on the other side is saying something. Chairman Thok's expression tightens. What? Old man's face turned pale as he said the transcendent stone was mixed up. Father, tell me immediately who did this. On the Dongvan financial side, at the headquarters, the transcendent stone was peacefully kept in the protective cage. At this moment, my subordinate reported that last night someone secretly brought this stone to our headquarters, along with an explanation, and I think we should inform someone about it. Luochi took a look. So this is a dimensional stone, a dangerous item that must be sealed immediately. Does anyone else have information about this stone? The subordinate shook his head. I already went to find someone when I discovered it. No one else knows anymore. Luochi frowned and asked carefully, the transcendent stone must be kept secure. Only the future leaders of the Dongyun Talent Agency can know the information related to the Transcendent Stone. My subordinate nodded in agreement. Yes, once the Transcendent Stone is misused, it could even cause catastrophic destruction, and I will protect it with my life. The scene shifts to the inside of the Beast World, at the Beast King's palace. Suddenly, the Beast King's palace exploded. The deity in the main hall couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. How could this be? So Mok stared silently at him. If it had been attacked by someone else, I could understand, but why is it Lord Ni? Lord Nai is standing in front of him. The deity master muttered in disbelief. This is going too far. Lord Nai smiles confidently. She clenches her fist again, ready to strike once more. Is this his final testament? Great Lord of the gods, disappear along with the rotten order of the strong devouring the weak. The Beast King Palace once again erupts with a deafening explosion, unleashing a destructive force that spreads for miles. And excitedly hugs the two ancient pillars SARS to cheer for Lord Ni. Long live Lord Ni. Long live Lord Ni. The rabbits in Sabido village are also happy. They cheer, long live Lord Ni, long live Lord Ni. So, Mok team gives Nyai Ni a cute bunny-shaped hat and hands her a rabbit-shaped staff, saying from today on, you are the new deity master. Master Ni, looking at the mess wrapped around him, was at a loss for words. This quality is really poor. This is the attire of the deity lord. How could it be so badly made? So Ma chuckled. The rebellious Beast King had been dealt with, and the weak beast race finally gained equal status. Your dream has come true, so I can rest assured now. Suddenly, Nyai Ni fell silent, and the emotion in his eyes quickly faded. You've arranged your teammates well, but what about yourself? She raised her head to look at Somak. If you erase yourself completely from the world line, then the system that locks the Hoi Huang Qian on you will also disappear. But the earth, the world of beasts, all history, now and in the future, except for me, no one will remember you anymore. No one will know you exist. This is too cruel. So Mok lowered his head to look at his hand. Not hesitating too long, I will set out for the White Land, waiting for me to destroy the echo image so I can return to normal. Before I go, the dissolution of our agreement should always be done, and next is my battle. No need to involve others anymore. Yi suddenly shouted in surprise, I don't want to, she said seriously. If you want to go find the resurrection image, I will go with you. I will follow your footsteps here, and I will continue to follow forever. So, Mok also understood Nyang Yi's feelings and didn't argue further, agreeing to go together. As time passed, the story moved on to years later at the headquarters of the Dongvan Financial Group, where the dimensional stone was continuously being charged with energy. The researcher kept reporting 80% energy replenished, 90% energy replenished. The space-time survival coefficient has broken through the theoretical limit, locking the coordinates of NGC 6282, a sector 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. A female researcher exclaimed excitedly, "We found it! Another planet with life!" But on the other planet, suddenly there was a roar from some creature, and the researchers quickly covered their ears. The sound was too unbearable. The stone beyond the limit inside the protective cage no longer shows any change, and the energy has stopped. The female researcher struggles to stand up. "Did you see anything just now, along with the illusion of roaring sounds?" A man replied, with a white dragon and a red dragon, both enormous and circling the planet. Another person, still holding his injured ears, spoke. The size wasn't the point, but those two dragons. They not only discovered our existence, but also blocked our surveillance and probing. Just then, someone new appeared in the laboratory, clapping loudly in praise. The newcomer is a man. As soon as he entered, he spoke. "A planet full of new life and superpowers, you all threw him away." The specialists immediately bowed when they saw him. "Chairman, Lord Chairman." Chairman Tuan touched the glass case containing the transcendent stone. "Are the previous chairmen all crazy for hiding such a treasure? A bunch of fools? Don't they realize how valuable transcendent stones could be for our Dongvan team? Very powerful. We will explore the new world." Director From replied, "This planet is too far from Earth, 2.4 billion years away. We could follow the previous plan and travel through time directly, but it would require enormous energy and is impossible to carry out." Captain 2 looked at her and asked if there was still a plan to shoot consciousness. The female researcher hesitated and said this was too dangerous. At least 5 to 10 years of testing were needed before any clinical experiments could be conducted. Captain 2 frowned and said 5 to 10 years. His expression darkened. "Are you rushing? With such a long testing period, how much money will our team earn?" The team leader ordered, "Skip the experiments and proceed directly with human body testing." The female researcher became overwhelmed and said, "This is a life-threatening situation. Like grass in a network, this is assassination. I won't work for you anymore." Chairman 2 looked at her indifferently. "If you don't do it, someone else will." Watching the female researcher leave in anger, the president from the family ordered, "Nam Fong in her presence. Don't let her talk nonsense, and also, try to control her, and when necessary, force her to return and continue working." Nam Fong bowed his head and said, "Yes. President Hu, there's one more thing you previously asked me to find. Someone with a frequency close to the crossing stone, and I've found someone in Donghai City named Lam An." President Hu nodded and said, "Very well, go invite him." Then he paused for a moment before continuing. "No, wait, for the consciousness experiment, probably no need for a subject, right?" A researcher replied, "Yes, leader, as long as the brain is complete." The leader then put on glasses and said, "In case Lam An's situation goes awry, bring him here." He stands before the transcendent stone, excited about the great experiment and the fortune he's about to make. There's no need for guilt. Everything is in pursuit of the starry sea, so that our voices echo throughout the universe.